Title: The Ascendance of Lu Xing in a World of Beastmasters. In a realm teeming with mythical creatures, Lu Xing finds himself endowed with a Beastmaster system. This world is rich with hidden realms awaiting exploration. With the prowess granted by the system, Lu Xing forms contracts with formidable beasts, ultimately ascending to the pinnacle of this extraordinary domain. The story commences. Lu Xing, tomorrow marks the day for contracting your beasts. Have you decided which one to choose? A chubby classmate inquired within the confines of the classroom at Guangshi. No. One high school that I'm uncertain. Perhaps I shall decide when the time comes. Lu Xing pondered deeply. He had resided in this world for quite some time, having arrived as an orphan, a common trope for many traversers. Fortunately, his parents had left him several properties, allowing him to sustain himself through rental income. This world, rife with ferocious beasts, demands that one strives diligently to emerge as a powerful beastmaster. Lu Xing, Su Peng, what are you two whispering about? A stern woman, adorned with thick spectacles, bellowed from the podium that if you wish to ignore my lesson, feel free to leave at once. Upon hearing her command, Lu Xing and Su Peng immediately sat upright. The woman, their homeroom teacher, exuded an air of authority reminiscent of a strict matriarch. In her 30s, she remained single, a state not surprising given her temperament. Who could endure such a disposition? Noticing the silence that ensued, she adjusted her glasses and continued, "Tomorrow is your day to contract your beasts. I implore you to heed my words and act within your capabilities. And above all, do not be late." With that, she gathered her books and exited the classroom. Once she departed, the previously quiet classroom erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Students exchanging thoughts on which beast to contract. I aim to contract a wind beast. My father is a blacksmith, and I can have it assist him with the forge. I wish to contract a scythe beast. My family farms, and it will aid in harvesting the rice. I want to contract with a bunch of simpletons. Suddenly, a voice interjected, dripping with disdain. Hai Bo's at it again, belittling everyone. Su Peng remarked, unimpressed, "I'll have you know that my father has procured a powerful beast for me." Hai Bo bragged. "It will arrive tonight, and I shall contract it without the woes you all face, settling for inferior beasts." Hai Bo, don't go too far, someone retorted. Exactly. Just because your family has a bit of wealth. Hai Bo's remarks incited collective ire. Yes, my family's affluent. Does that bother you? Let me tell you, the initial beast determines a beastmaster's path. The stronger the initial beast, the further the master will go. If I'm not mistaken, you lot will remain here, living mundane lives. As Hai Bo's words resonated, the faces of his peers turned crimson, but he spoke the truth. Although they could contract a beast the following day, it would be one provided for free by the state. In this day and age, could anything worthwhile be free? All right, continue to be content in your ignorance, Hai Bo scoffed. I'm off to see if my beast has arrived. With that, he departed, leaving Su Peng to spit in disdain. Ugh, that guy. Yet Lu Xing remained remarkably composed. The next day, Lu Xing arrived early at the schoolyard, where teachers had arranged for a bus to take the students to the Beast Pavilion to receive their initial beasts. After a brief wait, Lu Xing observed that nearly all his classmates had gathered. Their teacher counted the heads and informed the bus driver, "Our class is ready to depart." At that moment, class monitor Wu Yuqian spoke up, "Teacher, it seems we're still missing a few. Missing?" The teacher hesitated, recounting the students. "No, we're all here." However, with her experience, she quickly deduced, "You're referring to Hai Bo and his friends, right? Don't worry. Their parents contacted me yesterday, indicating they have already arranged for their beasts." Upon hearing this, students on the bus exchanged glances filled with envy, knowing those absent had a significantly higher starting point than themselves. After a half-hour journey, Lu Xing and his peers arrived at the Beast Pavilion. "All right, everyone, remain calm and form a line," the teacher instructed. "Enter the pavilion in an orderly fashion and select your desired beast carefully. If you spot one that captivates you, raise your hand and the staff will assist you." Understood. The students chorused in unison. As Lu Xing entered the pavilion, he was immediately greeted by an overpowering stench, the scent of untamed wilderness. Under the guidance of the staff, they entered a vast chamber filled with a myriad of iron cages, each housing various beasts. Ugh! A student suddenly retched, unable to withstand the foul odor. Several others recoiled in fear upon glimpsing the terrifying beasts within the cages, their faces betraying their trepidation. The staff members, upon encountering this group of students who resembled startled birds, shook their heads in dismay. They could not help but murmur softly, "Today's children truly seem to be lacking. They cannot endure even the slightest discomfort. I am beginning to worry about the future of our nation. We must rely on these individuals for protection." Just as he voiced his complaints, a figure caught his eye. Oh, it seems there's an intriguing character among them. Within the iron cage, one individual was pacing back and forth, scrutinizing the beasts along the way as he ventured deeper. How interesting. You all take care of these children. I shall go inside to take a look. Understood. The other staff members quickly acknowledged his command. The staff member then made his way toward Lu Xing. This is an F-grade stone goblin. This is an F-grade morning glory. This is an F-grade burrowing mouse. Lu Xing quietly murmured to himself as he walked. Like many others who had traversed worlds, Lu Xing carried the Beastmaster system with him. With a mere glance, he could discern the attributes of the beasts. According to the system's classification, the quality of the beast was divided into 9 tiers: F, E, D, C, B, S, SS, and SSS. The quality of a beast represented its potential. The higher the tier, the faster the improvement in strength, and likewise, the greater the combat power. Unfortunately, upon his arrival in this world, the system had suffered damage from the world's laws, resulting in a loss of much information and several functionalities. No matter, the system's capabilities are merely temporarily diminished. The system's spirit has assured me it is working diligently to restore them. I believe it will not be long before it is fully operational again. In the future, its functions will undoubtedly be even more formidable. Lu Xing whispered to himself. To others, the Beast Pavilion may have appeared vast, but Lu Xing had completed a thorough exploration within just over 10 minutes. While others were overwhelmed by the multitude of options, Lu Xing had made a choice. I shall select that B-grade ice sparrow, he quietly resolved within himself. His prediction was confirmed by Gao Bo. Although there were many beasts here, most were of inferior quality. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. An ice sparrow it shall be. At least it is of B-grade quality, significantly better than the average. Lu Xing was confident that with his intellect, coupled with the Beastmaster system as his advantage, reaching the pinnacle of this world was not beyond the realm of possibility. Moreover, a Beastmaster was not limited to contracting just one beast throughout their lifetime. The ranks of Beastmasters included Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Master, King, and Extraordinary King. Each rank was further divided into 10 levels, and upon breaking through each stage, one could contract an additional beast. Thus, should one achieve the rank of Extraordinary King, they would possess 9 beasts. An Extraordinary King, you say? Lu Xing instinctively clenched his fist, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Let my journey as a beast master commence with you. He gazed intently at the distant ice sparrow. Just as Lu Xing was about to acquiesce to reality and choose the B-grade ice sparrow, a low growl captured his attention. He turned to the source of the sound and beheld a small creature entirely cloaked in black. It resembled a puppy. Black wolf dog. Attribute: evil. Gender: level: Black Iron first stage. Qualification: S. Learned skills: tear and scratch bite. Is that a black wolf dog? A flicker of joy crossed Lu Xing's face. With an S-grade black wolf dog present, who would still desire a B-grade ice sparrow? Lu Xing immediately raised his hand, signaling his intent to capture this black wolf dog as his first beast. The staff member nearby noticed Lu Xing's gesture and hurried over, his eyes filled with curiosity as he wondered what kind of beast Lu Xing would choose. Upon approaching, however, his expression shifted to one of disappointment. A black wolf dog? From what he knew, black wolf dogs had limited potential, at most reaching the bronze tier. This meant that Lu Xing's journey as a beastmaster might very well be curtailed to bronze. Bronze is acceptable, he thought. Although the staff member felt a tinge of regret, he could not help but remind Lu Xing of his choice. Are you certain you wish to select this black wolf dog as your initial beast? Absolutely, Lu Xing replied firmly. This was an S-quality black wolf dog, and the system had indicated that it possessed a peculiar bloodline, that if all went well, this creature was likely the offspring of some significant figure. Very well, then I shall assist you, the staff member declared as he began to chant an incantation. Soon, he sketched a magical array on the ground. Within the iron cage, beneath the black wolf dog, a similar array appeared. You need only drop a drop of blood into this array to commence the contract. Understood. Lu Xing produced a small knife he had prepared beforehand, lightly slicing his fingertip to draw blood. He let a drop fall onto the array. In an instant, the array blazed with light. As a beam of light struck the black wolf dog's forehead, Lu Xing felt a connection forming between himself and the creature. Was it truly this easy? The staff member was momentarily taken aback. He was somewhat familiar with this particular black wolf dog. It was notoriously unruly, often baring its teeth at caretakers. He had anticipated a struggle before it would accept Lu Xing, yet had surrendered so effortlessly. All right, you may now attempt to store this black wolf dog in your beast space. Very well. Lu Xing swiftly executed the incantations he had learned. The black wolf dog within the cage transformed into a streak of light and vanished into thin air. Lu Xing felt the creature enter his beast space. The beast space, constructed from Lu Xing's beast master energy, welcomed the black wolf dog. Upon entry, the creature lay quietly on the ground, slipping into a deep slumber. What a pity, such a tremendous pity. The expressions of the staff grew increasingly sorrowful. They regarded Lu Xing as a person of considerable talent, lamenting the squandered opportunity represented by his bond with the black wolf dog. If only his background were more favorable, one mused. Perhaps he wouldn't have found himself in this predicament. Having tamed the black wolf dog, Lu Xing's singular desire was to return home and nurture the bond between them. In a world where beast tamers commanded the loyalty of their beasts, a dissonance in their relationship could lead to dire consequences, such as the beast escaping or worse. Turning against its master, Lu Xing turned to depart. A piercing scream shattered the air. The crowd pivoted towards the source of the sound, witnessing a small figure clutching their head, writhing on the ground in agony. What has happened to him? Inquired class leader Wu Yuqian, unable to contain her curiosity. It's the backlash of a contract. An attendant responded with a sympathetic glance that if things proceed as expected, this individual will likely be rendered a fool for life. Such is the price of becoming a beast master. One must be prepared to bear such risks. No. Suddenly, a figure dashed towards the exit. Su Chao, why are you running? Haven't you yet formed a contract with a beast? I no longer want a beast. My life is more important. Beasts are too perilous. I choose to remain an ordinary person. Su Chao shouted as he quickened his pace. What about the rest of you? At that moment, a red-haired staff member surveyed the remaining students. Will you continue? Or you may choose to abandon the path of a beastmaster, like that individual just now. Her words struck deep. Look at you all, displaying such cowardice. Even if you become beastmasters, I fear you may ultimately fall prey to wild beasts. The red-haired woman's remarks deeply affected those present, and many, like Su Chao, chose to leave. What will it be? You two may opt to depart. She addressed Wu Yuqian. No, I wish to become a beastmaster. Wu Yuqian replied, suppressing her profound fear as she approached a nearby iron cage. The red-haired woman regarded her with a flicker of admiration. She appreciated the strength of such a girl. Lu Xing cast a glance at Wu Yuqian, but said nothing as he departed alone. The red-haired woman observed Lu Xing's retreating figure, a curious expression crossing her face. It seems someone has already completed a contract, and he's rather handsome. But why does he seem so familiar? I feel I've seen him before. Suddenly, the red-haired woman froze, her eyes widening as if she had grasped an astonishing realization. Interesting indeed. At that moment, the individual who had assisted Lu Xing approached her. I find him intriguing as well. And if you knew he formed his contract in mere seconds, you might be even more astonished. What? Seconds? Is that true? Zhou Fan, you wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? Zhou Fan shot her an incredulous look. Who would dare to deceive you, Phoenix? Humph. The Phoenix scoffed. I doubt you would be, by the way. What kind of beast did that fellow contract? Why did it only take a few seconds? It was well known that beasts were sentient beings, resistant to becoming someone else's servant. Thus, whenever a contract was formed, they would struggle fiercely, as evidenced by the individual who had recently suffered backlash from the contract with the small stone. Creature, unwilling to accept that fate. What a pity. A hint of regret flickered across Phoenix's face, as Zhou Fan mentioned. Had Lu Xing's background been more distinguished, he would have been granted a superior initial beast, making his journey as a beast master considerably smoother. Having exited the beast taming hall, Lu Xing encountered the stern figure of Master Extinction at the entrance. She was scolding a group of students, visibly displeased at their decision to forego the government's singular opportunity to receive a free beast. Master Extinction felt a mix of disappointment and frustration. Despite her numerous teachings, these individuals faltered at such a crucial moment. Enough, enough. The path you choose is your own, she declared. Should you face hardship in the future, do not lay the blame at my feet. You may take a taxi back. Yes. The students, wiping their tears and lowering their heads, hastily departed. Lu Xing glanced at Master Extinction, intending to leave unnoticed. However, she was quite familiar with her students. Infuriated, she noticed Lu Xing attempting to slip away without greeting her, and her anger intensified. Huh? Just as she was about to unleash her ire, she was taken aback to realize Lu Xing had already become a first-tier Black Iron Beastmaster. Once one formed their first contract, they could ascend to that level, and Lu Xing exuded the unmistakable aura of a first-tier Black Iron Master. You little rascal. You formed a contract and didn't think to inform your teacher? Do you not regard me as your mentor? Teacher, how could I dare? Lu Xing quickly flashed a sheepish smile. Good, you'd better not. Now come here and stand properly. What do you mean, Have you forgotten what I told you? Lu Xing paused, momentarily taken aback. It was not that he had forgotten her words, but rather that he had been distracted during class, failing to heed her sage advice. Do not presume that having contracted a beast means you can let your tail soar high into the sky. Come here and stand properly, waiting for the other students to emerge. Then I shall take you to a certain place. I understand that you feel a sense of urgency at this moment. You wish to sneak back home and release the newly contracted beast. I must inform you that such actions are exceedingly perilous. Perilous? Indeed, your beast has only just been contracted. Your strength is still weak, and your mastery over it is not yet substantial. Be wary of the possibility of a beast turning upon its master. Oh, Lu Xing suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. After waiting at the entrance for a brief moment, the other students gradually began to emerge from within. Phoenix, thank you for your hard work. Oh, Teacher Chun, it is our duty. The red-haired girl, known as Fire Phoenix, had once been a student of the formidable Master Extinction. Her presence here as a volunteer was solely out of respect for the master. Very well, I must take these little ones away now. Goodbye, teacher. Phoenix waved her hand. Master Extinction led Lu Xing and the others onto a bus, departing towards an unknown destination. On the journey, Lu Xing cast a glance at his fellow students. There had been 30 upon arrival. Now, only 15 remained. Such a high elimination rate. Indeed, little did Lu Xing know, an even more daunting challenge lay ahead. Under Master Extinction's guidance, they arrived at a base. The master gestured towards the various glass rooms within the facility. From now on, your days will be spent here, bonding with your beasts. Remember, do not release them until you have established a connection. With that, the group entered the glass rooms prepared by Master Extinction. Inside the glass enclosure, Lu Xing surveyed his surroundings and he noticed the area was heavily guarded, with individuals clad in black uniforms stationed throughout. Unsurprisingly, these individuals were ostensibly there to protect them. In truth, their purpose was to prevent any of the beasts from escaping. Outside, there were many ordinary citizens, and should a beast escape onto the streets, it would undoubtedly incite chaos. Lu Xing then glanced at his classmates to either side, that he found them seated in a meditative posture, commencing their training, aiming to enhance their beastly abilities, while simultaneously strengthening their bond with the newly contracted beasts. Chapter 4. Jealousy. Lu Xing pondered for a moment, attempting to communicate with the Black Wolf Hound in his beast-taming space. He discovered that the creature exuded a remarkably familiar aura, reminiscent of a long-lost friend. Surely, this must be a benefit bestowed upon him by the system. Lu Xing would not be swayed into believing that he possessed the legendary aura of dominance. The mere tremor of his physique would compel even the mightiest beasts to submit. Feeling a newfound affinity with the Black Wolf Hound, he called out, "Come forth, Black Wolf Hound." Lu Xing swiftly formed a hand gesture, releasing the creature from its confinement. In an instant, the Black Wolf Hound appeared within the glass enclosure. His audacious act startled the onlookers. Wow, this guy is bold. He just formed a contract with the beast, and already dares to summon it, one exclaimed. Impressive? I think he's just plain foolish. If all goes as expected, that beast will tear him apart. Hey, you two, cease your chatter. Focus on what's below. If a beast escapes, you shall face my wrath. Understood, Chief. The two, previously engaged in conversation, promptly fell silent. The leader of the black-clad figures furrowed his brow. He had anticipated witnessing a biting incident with the black wolf hound. Yet nothing of the sort occurred. Gurgling sounds emanated from Lu Xing as he drew from his past experiences. Crouching down and extending his hand in a manner akin to calling a dog, the black wolf hound responded eagerly, its pink tongue lolling out as it wagged its tail and bounded towards Lu Xing, knocking him over in its enthusiasm. Not good. Just as one individual prepared to intervene, the leader called out, "Wait. Observe." The crowd soon realized that the black wolf hound was not attacking Lu Xing. Instead, it was playfully licking his cheek with its pink tongue. Ah, stop licking, stop licking. That tickles. Lu Xing furrowed his brow, overwhelmed by the hound's exuberance. The onlookers collectively breathed a sigh of relief, now regarding Lu Xing with newfound respect. Could it be that this black wolf hound truly was the beast he had just contracted? According to the records, indeed. The leader of the black-clad figures glanced at the tablet in his hand, Lu Xing's information prominently displayed on the screen. Interesting. It has been a long time since I encountered such a spirited creature. To summon a beast on the very first day? No, it hasn't even been a full day yet. Here, the quickest among us takes at least 3 days. How long did it take you initially? Me? For days. And you? I took a bit longer, 5 days. And you? I also took 4 days. The crowd began to murmur. After playing with the black wolfhound for a while, Lu Xing stood up and waved to the surrounding figures clad in black, saying, "Hey, can you open the door now?" The leader of the black-clad men gestured to his companions. "Rest assured, this fellow has indeed tamed that black wolfhound. It's of no concern, even without it. With our strength, subduing a black iron first-tier wolfhound would be a mere trifle." One of the subordinates approached the glass room and pressed a button, causing the glass door to slide open. Lu Xing emerged with the black wolfhound. "Young man, quite impressive. You have potential. Keep up the good work. I have faith in you." One of the black-clad subordinates could not help but commend Lu Xing. "Thank you." Lu Xing nodded in acknowledgement. "This black wolfhound of yours is exceptionally well-behaved," the subordinate observed as the wolfhound obediently circled around Lu Xing's feet. He instinctively reached out to pet the creature. "Be careful." Lu Xing swiftly pushed the subordinate away. Whoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air. The black wolfhound suddenly sprang into action, its razor-sharp claws slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Had it not been for Lu Xing's quick reflexes, the subordinate would have suffered a nasty scratch. That was close. The leader of the black-clad men exclaimed, shaken. He had nearly believed he would meet his end here. Indeed, the situation was not as simple as it appeared. It was his own oversight. "Easy now. Let him off this time." Lu Xing embraced the growling wolfhound. At that moment, the once docile creature transformed into a fierce beast, baring its teeth as if intent on tearing the black-clad men apart. With Lu Xing's soothing words, the wolfhound gradually reverted to a more amiable demeanor. The subordinate swallowed hard. No wonder it is said that those who frequently change their expressions resemble dogs. "Xiaofang, how many times have I told you to be cautious?" Thankfully, this young brother acted in time. Otherwise, you would have been in dire straits. "I'm sorry, Chief, What do you mean I? When we return, you'll write a 1,000-word reflection. Remember, do it overnight. I want to see it." "Understood. Now, hurry back to your post." Xiaofang lowered his head and returned to his position. The leader of the black-clad men extended his hand towards Lu Xing. "Hello, my name is Zhou Weigua." "Hello, I am Lu Xing." Lu Xing clasped Zhou Weigua's hand in greeting. "Little brother, you are truly remarkable. I have great faith in you. Strive diligently, for in the future, you will undoubtedly hold a prominent position among the formidable in Guang City." Zhou Weigua does not boast. Mastering the art of beast taming requires not only the strength of the tamer, but also an innate affinity for the beasts. The former can be augmented through rigorous training, while the latter is a gift from birth. The strength of the tamer acts as a constraint, compelling the beasts to obey. The more powerful the tamer, the more the beasts will submissively comply, devoid of any rebellious thoughts. Conversely, if one possesses a strong affinity with their beasts, a bond of intimacy forms, leading the beasts to willingly follow their tamer's commands. Though the methods differ, the outcomes remain the same. The distinction lies in encounters with formidable foes. A tamer relying solely on brute strength might face betrayal from their beasts, while those with a strong bond will fight to the last breath. This aspect is of utmost significance to beast tamers. Lu Xing and Zhou Weiguo's conversation caught the attention of another individual. Is it not merely the summoning of beasts? Why the grandiose praise? As for a place among the strong in Guan City, these fellows are quite adept at flattery. I can do it too. As he spoke, he formed a series of intricate hand seals. Arise, my beast. Upon completing the incantation, a dazzling array appeared on the ground. A mouse emerged before the crowd, the bamboo grove mouse. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Chapter 5. The First Strike. Oh no! Zhou Weiguo shouted. But it was too late. As soon as the bamboo grove mouse was summoned, it lunged toward its tamer. With its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs, it aimed for the tamer's neck. Ah no! The tamer instinctively raised his hand in defense. The mouse's razor-sharp teeth sank into his arm. Ouch! That hurts! The tamer cried out in agony, drawing the attention of his peers, who turned to observe the commotion. A figure clad in black, a newcomer to the Black Beast squad, acted impulsively and stepped forward to press the switch for the glass door. As the door swung open, the bamboo grove mouse, which had been fiercely clinging to the tamer's arm, seemed to catch a glimpse of freedom and immediately released its grip, dashing toward the exit. Oh no! Quickly stop it! Do not let it escape. If it gets away, it will be disastrous. With Zhou Weiguo's urgent shout, the group of black-clad individuals finally reacted. These individuals were mere ruffians, their advanced age betraying their limited capabilities. The school had engaged their services primarily due to their lack of strength and low fees. Everyone believed they were fit for such duties, akin to entrusting a group of adults with the care of elementary school children. Initially, the adults would be exceedingly cautious, fearful of any injury befalling the children, implementing strict control. However, as time passed, they became desensitized, lowering their guard. Consequently, unexpected incidents such as fights and collisions were inevitable. Just as the black-clad men were preparing to take action, a shadow darted away. Black Wolf Hound, unleash your rending claw. The Black Wolf Hound sprang forth, pursuing the bamboo forest mouse. With its sharp foreclaws exposed, it lunged fiercely at the fleeing mouse. A ripping sound echoed as the hound's claws easily tore through the mouse's fur, delivering a devastating blow. The bamboo forest mouse halted abruptly, blood gushing from the deep, bone-visible wound on its back, quickly pooling onto the ground. Ah, my head! It hurts. The beastmaster of the bamboo forest mouse clutched his head and collapsed to the ground. After a few agonized cries, he fainted. The bond between a beastmaster and their beast is profound, should the beast sustain severe injury or perish. The beastmaster invariably suffers as well. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and deal with this. Zhou Weiguo admonished his subordinates, exasperated. Upon hearing this, the young men snapped back to attention and began to manage the situation. Thank you so much, little brother. One of them exclaimed. It's nothing, just a small favor. Zhou Weiguo replied, his gaze lingering on Lu Xing, admiration evident in his eyes. Unable to contain himself, he asked, what are your plans moving forward? Would you consider joining our Black Beast squad? Zhou Weiguo extended an olive branch to Lu Xing. Not only was Lu Xing exceptionally talented, but his calm demeanor in the face of danger had already made him a worthy candidate for Zhou Weiguo's team. The initial low rank of his beast was inconsequential. Zhou Weiguo believed that if Lu Xing chose to follow him, he would certainly find a way to help him acquire a more formidable beast, as he himself was a silver level 6 powerhouse. I'm sorry, but I am not considering joining a mercenary team at this time. I am still quite young and wish to spend a few enjoyable years at Beastmaster University. Upon hearing this, Zhou Weiguo was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter, giving Lu Xing an understanding look. Indeed, joining a mercenary team is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. At just 18, Lu Xing has only recently stepped into adulthood. A splendid university life awaits him. How could he possibly forsake such a beautiful chapter for the treacherous existence of a mercenary? Fear not. As long as you are willing, the doors of our mercenary team shall always be open to you, Zhou Weiguo said earnestly, patting Lu Xing on the shoulder. Lu Xing smiled faintly, choosing not to pursue the topic any further. Instead, he turned to Zhou Weiguo and inquired, Brother Zhou, may I leave now? Zhou Weiguo, upon hearing this, flashed a resigned grin. Not just yet. Why? Because we have regulations here. After you successfully tame the beast, you must observe for a week. Lu Xing nodded in understanding, no explanation necessary. He grasped the reasoning. The beasts possess intelligence, and many would feign submission to escape. Once they depart with their respective tamers, they often reveal their true nature, injuring their tamers in their haste to flee. They harbor intentions of eliminating their tamers. Yet the bond of the soul contract forbids such actions, for it would lead to their own demise. Incidents of this nature had occurred previously, hence the week-long observation rule. All right. Though Lu Xing felt a touch of exasperation, he acknowledged the necessity of adhering to the regulations. A few days later, the classmates in the glass room gazed longingly outside. They swallowed hard, their eyes fixated on Lu Xing, who sat at a table, voraciously devouring a roasted chicken while occasionally tossing the bones to the black wolfhound on the ground. What are you all staring at? A figure in black barked at Lu Xing's classmates. If you wish to eat, you need to put in more effort. Look at you all, each one more pathetic than the last. It's been 7 days, and not a single one of you has successfully tamed a beast. Just look at him. He accomplished it on the first day. The man in black was nearly driven to madness. He had anticipated that these students would swiftly succeed in their endeavors. But to his astonishment, after 7 days, none had managed to do so. They were officially hired to assist in caring for these students, for a duration of 1 month. Naturally, if the students were to perform admirably and all were successfully tamed, he would be able to depart from this wretched place a bit earlier. Alas, not a single one succeeded. This meant he would have to endure until the month was over. Here, he could neither indulge in hearty meals nor partake in libations. It was hardly different from imprisonment. Xiao Wu, keep your voice down. Don't frighten the children, he admonished. Boss, am I not just frustrated by their lack of progress? If only they could all be as capable as Xiao Lu. Here, Xiao Lu referred to our comrade Lu Xing. Zhou Weiguo approached Lu Xing, his face softening with affection. Xiao Lu, have you been enjoying yourself these days? Of course, Lu Xing replied, wiping his mouth with a napkin. Thank you, Uncle Zhou, for your hospitality these past few days. What about the matter Uncle Zhou mentioned? Oh, no rush, Uncle Zhou. I've already stated that once I finish my university studies, should you still want me, I will certainly join your team. Just then, as Zhou Weiguo was about to respond, the door to the base creaked open. 2 individuals entered. Commander Zhou, I am here to escort the students back. Chapter 6. Where are we headed? Zhou Weiguo glanced towards the entrance and saw a woman clad in a black leather outfit, her fiery red hair cascading down like a waterfall. Accompanying her was another woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Phoenix, what brings you here? Why, Commander Zhou, am I not allowed? Not at all. Commander Zhou quickly offered a smile, for Phoenix was a platinum-level expert, someone Zhou Weiguo held in high esteem. How has it been this time? Any promising candidates? Zhou Weiguo had initially intended to retain Lu Xing, but he was taken aback by Phoenix's arrival. This was unfortunate. Zhou Weiguo silently lamented, feeling that his efforts over the past week might come to naught. Phoenix surveyed the area and noticed that Lu Xing was the only one standing outside, as he was the sole student in school uniform among those gathered outside the glass house. It's you. Phoenix recognized Lu Xing. Hello. It's nice to see you again, Lu Xing replied with a slight smile, exuding confidence and poise. Phoenix cast a glance at Lu Xing and noticed a black shepherd dog accompanying him. The imposing black wolfhound wagged its tail incessantly, exuding an aura of remarkable gentleness. Phoenix cast a glance at the creature, a spark of intrigue illuminating her eyes. Remarkably, the black wolfhound had ascended to the 3rd tier of black iron. How did you manage such a feat? Phoenix pondered with a hint of confusion, unable to fathom how, in merely a week, Lu Xing's wolfhound had elevated its prowess from the 1st to the 3rd tier of black iron. It was essential to note that this was a secluded base, devoid of any miraculous elixirs. The notion of rapidly enhancing the wolfhound's capabilities seemed nearly impossible. Could it be? Instinctively, Phoenix turned her gaze towards Zhou Weiguo beside her. Was it you, Captain Zhou? She surmised that he had provided some resources to aid Lu Xing in nurturing the wolfhound. You are mistaken, Zhou Weiguo promptly clarified. I have not gifted any training resources to that rascal. Being a beast master is an exceedingly expensive endeavor. Few would squander their wealth on others. At most, I have merely supplied him with some ordinary delicacies. Delicacies? Phoenix glanced at the table nearby, only to discover remnants of a meal scattered across it. Her brow furrowed slightly. Clearly, she looked down upon the food on the table. After all, she dined daily on the flesh of magical beasts imbued with spiritual energy, which could enhance her strength, rendering the meager offerings before her unworthy of her attention. Very well, Since it is just this insufferable brat, I shall take him back. It will serve as a fitting explanation to my mentor. With that, Phoenix strode towards the exit. However, after just a couple of steps, she paused and turned to Lu Xing. What is the matter? Are you reluctant to leave? Hearing this, Lu Xing suddenly realized and hurriedly dashed toward her. Upon exiting the base, he spotted a car, a vibrant red sports car. Enough dawdling. Get in quickly. With that, Lu Xing and another woman climbed into the vehicle. Phoenix ignited the engine, and the sports car roared to life, transforming into a streak of crimson light as it departed from the base. Along the way, while driving, Phoenix addressed Lu Xing. So, has Zhou Weiguo made an attempt to recruit you? Indeed, how did you know? Lu Xing feigned ignorance, deliberately adopting a somewhat dim-witted demeanor. After all, appearing overly astute might arouse suspicion. When one is weak, it is prudent to conceal one's brilliance. Humph, that old fellow. If I were him, I would certainly seek to recruit you as well. A fellow who ascended to the 3rd level of Black Iron in merely a week without relying on resources is certainly worth my recruitment. Phoenix cast a curious glance at Lu Xing. Young man, would you be interested in joining our Phoenix Mercenary Corps? Lu Xing was momentarily taken aback. He did not anticipate that Phoenix would seek to recruit him. Is this genuine or merely a ruse? Lu Xing found himself deep in thought. Observing his pensive demeanor, Phoenix could not help but burst into laughter. Young man, if others were to see you like this, they would surely mock you as a fool. If they were aware that they could join the Phoenix Mercenary Corps, they would eagerly accept without a second thought. Yet here you are, contemplating for so long. Why is that? Do you not realize that our Phoenix Mercenary Corps is a haven for stunning beauties? It is filled with unparalleled charm. Suddenly, understanding dawned on Lu Xing. Oh, Phoenix cast a sidelong glance at him, a flicker of something unusual crossing her gaze. She instinctively thought Lu Xing might have some issue with his physique, as his lack of reaction to the mention of numerous beauties was perplexing. Is he truly a man? With a screech, the tires of the red sports car ground against the pavement as it came to a graceful halt by the roadside. All right, we have arrived. Lu Xing nodded and exited the vehicle, while Phoenix remained inside. Lowering the window, she leaned out to address Lu Xing. Young man, my offer still stands. If you wish to join the Phoenix Mercenary Corps, you can find me at our camp. With that, Phoenix started the car and drove away, leaving Lu Xing alone. Inside the vehicle, the woman seated in the passenger seat adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses and couldn't help but speak to Phoenix. Captain, I have never seen you show such interest in any young man before. Could it be that you have genuinely developed feelings for him? Indeed, I have grown fond of him, Phoenix mused, her mind wandering to the image of another young man. Little brother, I wonder where you are now and how you fare. Though the bespectacled woman was somewhat puzzled, she was well aware of the boundaries of inquiry as an astute member of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps. After exiting the car, Lu Xing surveyed his surroundings. What is this place? He muttered, astonished that Phoenix would casually drop him off here. Just as he was about to leave, a voice called out, Hey, you foolish boy, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and come inside. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Xing turned towards the source. To his surprise, his homeroom teacher, the formidable Chen Qian, had appeared at that very moment. With a stern expression that suggested someone owed her a considerable sum, she commanded, All right, let us be on our way. Under Chen Qian's guidance, Lu Xing found himself at a restaurant, following her into a private room. Inside, several individuals were already seated, and Lu Xing glanced around, discovering that they were all classmates, including a familiar face. Chapter 7. The Preliminary Round. Lu Xing, you've arrived quite late. Haven't you? We've been here for ages. Su Peng remarked, gnawing on a pig's knuckle. Come on, what are you waiting for? Sit next to me. He beckoned. Lu Xing made his way to Su Peng's side. Due to Su Peng's unappealing eating habits, his classmates preferred not to sit with him, creating a sort of social vacuum that Lu Xing could now occupy. Now that Lu Xing is here, it seems nearly all the students able to graduate from our class have arrived, Chen Qian announced, raising her glass. As your teacher, I wish to congratulate you all on your graduation. She then downed her drink in one swift motion. Lu Xing and the others naturally followed suit. The scene left Lu Xing feeling somewhat bewildered. Beside him, Su Peng eagerly began to explain, Did you notice? Everyone here, except for you, seems to have some familial background. Lu Xing glanced around and realized that the individuals present were either affluent or of noble descent. The phrase wealthy in martial prowess, poor in literature echoed in his mind. He recognized that these individuals likely hailed from minor families, which could only thrive due to their unique advantages. They possessed the secrets to swiftly mastering beast control, a knowledge that was fundamental to their family's existence and certainly not something they would share. Likewise, the school would not impart such wisdom, as the teachers themselves belonged to various families and were bound by their respective rules. After several rounds of drinks and a delightful array of dishes, Lu Xing and Su Peng took their leave. On the way, Lu Xing supported the hefty Su Peng, who weighed at least 200 pounds, leaving Lu Xing breathless. Su Peng, you really ought to consider losing some weight, Lu Xing suggested. Lose weight? What for? I feel quite slender as it is. Su Peng slurred in response. By the way, Lu Xing, are you prepared for what lies ahead? Prepared for what? Lu Xing inquired. A week later marks the day of the Beast Master University selection. At that time, we must all exert ourselves diligently to gain admission to the finest Beast Master University in our nation, the esteemed Huaxia Academy. Lu Xing was about to express more thoughts when he realized that Su Peng had already succumbed to slumber. He smiled wryly and shook his head. Subsequently, he hailed a taxi and took Su Peng to his residence. Time flies swiftly, and soon the day of the examination arrived. Lu Xing arrived at the address provided by Su Peng. Just as he arrived, he spotted Su Peng, who appeared remarkably different today, clad in a suit. What do you think? Am I dashing? Not bad. Lu Xing nodded in agreement. If Su Peng previously resembled a mere cook, he now presented himself as a veritable nouveau riche. Here, this is your battle schedule. You must perform well. Admissions officers from all over the country have come. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing opened the battle schedule handed to him by Su Peng. This round of battles was divided into 4 areas: A, B, C, and D. Fortunately, Lu Xing and Su Peng were not assigned to the same area. The competition would proceed in pairs, with each area selecting a champion to compete for the final title. A champion, indeed. Lu Xing instinctively glanced at the high platform not far away, where a trophy crafted from pure gold stood proudly. Following the information provided by Su Peng, Lu Xing made his way to his designated area, Zone A, while Su Peng was assigned to Zone B. Upon entering the waiting room, Lu Xing noticed many unfamiliar faces. The participants in this examination were not solely from their school, others had also arrived. When the attendees caught sight of Lu Xing, they turned their gazes toward him. Upon recognizing Lu Xing's appearance, they collectively sighed in relief. Most individuals present were of some standing, naturally having conducted their research on their opponents. Clearly, a commoner like Lu Xing had not made it onto their competitive radar. Oh, who do we have here? Is that not our esteemed Lu Xiao? A harsh voice pierced the air. Lu Xing furrowed his brow and turned to see none other than Gao Bo. So, you are still among the living, Lu Xing remarked. Gao Bo had been absent from the previous gathering organized by Qin Xian. Lu Xing instinctively assumed that Gao Bo had failed to contract a beast, rendering him unable to attend. Little did he realize that this individual had chosen to distance himself from their peers out of pride, thus missing the previous reunion. You are indeed fortunate to have the opportunity to participate in such an assessment. However, it is regrettable that you have crossed paths with me. I am undoubtedly the sovereign of this realm. As for you, it would be wise to return home and tend to your fields, wouldn't it? Lu Xing narrowed his eyes. In the preceding week, he had subjected his black wolf hound to rigorous training, enhancing its prowess significantly. Ultimately, who shall emerge victorious remains uncertain. Lu Xing. Lu Xing. At that moment, someone called out his name. I'm here. It's your turn. Quickly follow me. A beautiful staff member clad in uniform beckoned to Lu Xing. All right. Lu Xing followed the staff member towards the combat arena. As he made his entrance, the studio erupted with excitement. Here he comes, Lu Xing from the 1st high school. And facing him is He from the 3rd high school. Which contender will be graced by the goddess of victory? Let us await the outcome. This competition was a selection event for the school, where the higher the ranking, the more likely one would catch the eye of esteemed institutions. Naturally, even if one performed admirably but did not win, there remained a chance of being noticed by the instructors. Lu Xing glanced at his opponent, spotting a fellow clad in a white tank top. Come forth, my precious. He swiftly formed a hand seal, conjuring a magic circle on the ground. Within it emerged a beast, a black rat. Lu Xing recognized He's creature, a black rat of the 1st tier, quality F. Lu Xing shook his head in bemusement. It was truly a pitiful specimen. Arise, Black Wolf Hound. Let us conclude this swiftly. Lu Xing summoned the Black Wolf Hound with haste. Black Wolf Hound, unleash your tearing claws. Upon hearing this command, the Black Wolf Hound propelled itself forward like an arrow released from a bow, leaping toward the black rat. Watch out. Black rat. Dodge. The black rat was far too weak. It could not react in time and was swiftly dispatched by Lu Xing's formidable hound. Black rat. He rushed towards his ailing companion, cradling the creature in his arms as tears streamed down his face. Lu Xing had held back. Had he unleashed the full might of the black wolf hound, the black rat would have surely perished on the spot. Chapter 8. Encountering an attack. The referee, witnessing the scene, promptly raised the flag beside Lu Xing. This match was declared a victory for Lu Xing. Subsequently, he continued to engage in several more battles. Without exception, none of those individuals could stand against Lu Xing. All were swiftly dispatched by Lu Xing's formidable black wolf hound. This fellow. Upon encountering Lu Xing, Gao Bo could not help but grit his teeth. He had never anticipated that Lu Xing's prowess would be so formidable. A bunch of worthless fools, incapable of even besting a lowly commoner, Gao Bo disdainfully uttered, before turning to leave. Lu Xing happened to catch sight of Gao Bo as he turned away, momentarily taken aback, only then recalling the existence of such a person. Following the recently concluded match, only 4 competitors remained in Zone A. Lu Xing glanced at the electronic screen above, which prominently displayed the faces of the 4 finalists, Lu Xing, Gao Bo, and a man and woman whom Lu Xing did not recognize. At that moment, the results of the group match had been announced. Lu Xing stared at the outcome, first in astonishment, then bursting into laughter. Was this fate's cruel twist? Lu Xing's next opponent was none other than Gao Bo himself. Meanwhile, Gao Bo had also received information regarding the upcoming match. Given the exhaustive day of competition, the organizers decided to grant a night's respite before continuing the next day. As Lu Xing exited the competition venue, unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes, as menacing as a serpent's, were fixed upon him through a glass window, unwavering in their scrutiny. If you wish to challenge me, you are still too inexperienced. The owner of those eyes was none other than Gao Bo, who wore a subtle smirk, concealing his nefarious thoughts. Upon leaving the venue, Lu Xing unexpectedly ran into Su Peng, who appeared quite disheveled, his white shirt soaked with perspiration. Hey, Lu Xing, how did your match turn out? Me? Naturally, I successfully advanced to the top 4 of Zone A. And you, how did you fare? As for me, I achieved the same result as you. Su Peng chuckled, extending his plump hand towards Lu Xing's shoulder. Noticing this, Lu Xing instinctively dodged, evading Su Peng's chubby grasp. After a day of battles, Su Peng was drenched in sweat, and Lu Xing felt he would be thoroughly soaked if caught. All right, enough chatter. Let us hasten to dine. After a day like this, I'm utterly exhausted. At a bustling barbecue stall, Lu Xing and Su Peng ordered an extravagant array of grilled delicacies. Here, Lu Xing. This is a wonderful treat, nourishing beyond measure. Men ought to indulge in this delicacy. Su Peng presented a skewer of grilled kidneys to Lu Xing. No, thank you. Lu Xing protested, for he had an aversion to grilled kidneys, finding them particularly pungent. As for the age-old notion of supplementing form with form, given Lu Xing's current physique, he deemed it unnecessary for the time being. Oh, come now, why be so polite? Su Peng insisted, forcibly placing the skewer into Lu Xing's hands. With no other choice, Lu Xing began to eat. As he chewed, his gaze wandered to the side, where he noticed a beast companion seated beside Su Peng. At that moment, it was voraciously gnawing on a skewer of grilled chicken wings. Lu Xing's eyes narrowed slightly as the attributes of the beast materialized before him. Wild ape, attribute, fighting, gender, level, black iron tier 4, qualification, A, learned skill, explosive fist, a black iron tier 4 wild ape with A-level qualifications. This creature possesses remarkable qualities. Lu Xing's curiosity about Su Peng's background was piqued. Despite their amicable relationship, Su Peng had yet to utter a word regarding his family background. Such a formidable wild ape. It was no wonder Su Peng had come this far. Noticing Lu Xing's pause, Su Peng inquired, "What's wrong? Is it the kidneys that you find unpalatable?" "No, it's simply that I dislike kidneys." "All right then, I'll take care of the kidneys. You should have a skewer of grilled beef instead," Su Peng said, offering Lu Xing a skewer of grilled beef. Lu Xing nodded in agreement and accepted the skewer. Compared to the odorous kidneys, the grilled beef was far more to his liking. After enjoying their meal, the two prepared to leave the bustling eatery. Since it was not far from Lu Xing's home, he decided to accompany Su Peng back directly. As they walked, they entered a dark alley. It was already 11 o'clock at night, and the moon was obscured by clouds, casting an ominous air. Lu Xing felt an unsettling premonition of impending danger. Suddenly, A sharp whoosh sliced through the air. Instinctively, Lu Xing pulled Su Peng aside, narrowly avoiding the assault of a shadowy figure. Who goes there? Lu Xing's expression turned grave. Applause echoed through the air. Turning to look, Lu Xing beheld a man clad in a leather jacket, standing before a pitch-black cat. The feline's eyes glimmered with an eerie green luminescence under the light. Intriguingly, this marks the first time anyone has managed to evade the assault of my shadow cat. Lu Xing cast his gaze toward the creature. Shadow cat. Attribute. Evil. Gender. Level. Black Iron Rank 7. Qualification. D. Skills acquired. Claw Strike. A D-ranked qualification, and a Black Iron Rank 7 Shadow Cat. Such prowess in this small city qualifies it as a minor expert. Who are you? Why have you attacked me? Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that someone has offered me a handsome sum to incapacitate you. If you have any sense, you will surrender without resistance to spare yourself from suffering. Rest assured, I shall merely shatter your limbs. My speed is exceptional, and should you choose not to resist, I may spare your life. Otherwise, humph. Lu Xing scoffed. You? You think you can incapacitate me? Perhaps in your next life. Black Wolfhound, attack. Lu Xing summoned his Black Wolfhound. A Black Wolfhound. A hint of disdain appeared on the face of the man in the leather jacket. The Black Wolfhound is a common beast. He never anticipated that Lu Xing had contracted such a lackluster creature. Nonetheless, this would conveniently allow him to pocket the 30,000. However, for that individual, it seemed merely pocket change. I suspect I shall be shortchanged. Damn it, what a loss. In the future, I must demand a larger sum. After all, the scions of affluent families are not lacking in funds. Unbeknownst to Lu Xing, his remarkable performance over the past few days had already drawn Galbo's attention. Moreover, his opponent would be none other than Galbo. Sensing a threat, Galbo resolved to strike first, planning to eliminate Lu Xing to prevent him from obstructing his path to advancement. After all, this assessment occurs but once. And Galbo certainly did not wish to jeopardize his opportunity to enter a prestigious institution due to Lu Xing. This is not unusual in Lu Xing's past life. It was a society governed by law. Such situations did arise. During the college entrance examination, a girl administered laxatives to her longtime roommate, all to diminish a rival. This was a true case. In a society where the rule of law prevails, such twisted minds still exist. How much more so in the world of beastmasters? In the realm of beastmasters, the sinister whims of the wealthy often lead them to eliminate rivals while avoiding direct involvement, hence their employment of henchmen. Galbo is precisely such an individual, having spent a substantial sum to hire the man in the leather jacket to dispose of Lu Xing. The Black Wolfhound lunged toward the Shadow Cat. The man in the leather jacket immediately made a decisive command. Shadow Cat, charge forward and use Claw Strike. In his mind, he estimated Lu Xing's Black Wolfhound to possess no more than a Black Iron Rank 4 level of strength. His Shadow Cat was a formidable creature at the 7th rank of Black Iron, easily capable of handling Lu Xing's Black Wolfhound. However, the outcome was beyond the expectations of the man in the leather jacket. Just as the Black Wolfhound and the Shadow Cat clashed, the former unleashed its tearing claws. The hound revealed its sharp forepaws, glinting ominously under the dim light, clearly razor-sharp. With a resounding clash, the tearing claws of the Black Wolfhound collided with the Shadow Cat's talons. Chapter 9. Confrontation with Galbo. Following the collision of the two summoned beasts, a shadow was suddenly sent hurtling backwards. With a loud thud, it crashed heavily against the wall behind. How is this possible? The man in the leather jacket stared wide-eyed, his face a mask of disbelief. He could hardly fathom that his Shadow Cat had been bested by Lu Xing's Black Wolfhound. Isn't your Black Wolfhound only at the 4th rank of Black Iron? The realization of the gravity of the situation dawned on him. Lu Xing shot him a disdainful glance. I never claimed my Black Wolfhound was at the 4th rank of Black Iron. Black Wolfhound, deliver the final blow to the Shadow Cat. Use your bite. The hound lunged towards the Shadow Cat, opening its gaping maw. Its sharp fangs easily severed the Shadow Cat's neck, killing it in a single strike. With the demise of the Shadow Cat, the man in the leather jacket immediately felt the backlash. He clutched his head and crumpled to the ground. Black Wolfhound, seize the moment. Lu Xing understood the necessity of eliminating the threat entirely. He had no intention of letting the adversary escape. With a wail of despair, the man followed his Shadow Cat into oblivion. Lu Xing approached him, donning a pair of gloves. He proceeded to search the man, discovering a black card and a stack of cash. A cursory count revealed that the bills were each worth 10,000, totaling 30. To be precise, these were vouchers rather than actual currency, rendering them ineligible for direct circulation in conventional markets. Such vouchers were typically exchanged among the wealthy as a form of currency. Once acquired, they could be converted into cash by depositing them at a bank, transferring the voucher's value into a bank card. Due to their untraceable origins, these vouchers were particularly favored by those with nefarious inclinations. Unexpectedly, a fortunate windfall. Lu Xing had been contemplating ways to earn money, not anticipating that this individual would deliver such an opportunity. After all, he is now a beast master, tasked with the care of a formidable black wolf hound. This creature certainly consumes wealth at an alarming rate. Black wolf hound, it's time to go home. Lu Xing removed his gloves. In his previous life, he was an avid reader of novels, and these gloves were essential for nefarious deeds. Lu Xing never anticipated that they would prove useful today. As he turned to glance at the black wolf hound, he discovered it was engaged in devouring something. Upon closer inspection, Lu Xing was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't it just feasted on the barbecue? To his astonishment, the black wolf hound had consumed the shadow cat. Nevertheless, he did not chastise the creature. Existence itself justifies its actions. If the black wolf hound desired the shadow cat, there must be a reason behind it. Lu Xing approached Su Peng, who lay sprawled on the ground, soundly asleep. A smirk tugged at the corners of Lu Xing's mouth. This fellow had become increasingly fond of drink. Having consumed merely 2 bottles of beer, he was in such a state. However, tonight's events served as a warning to Lu Xing. This was a world governed by the law of the jungle, where one must never let their guard down. Otherwise, he might be the next to collapse. Come on, Su Peng, let me take you home. Lu Xing extended his hand, lifting the hefty Su Peng, who weighed over 200 pounds. Fortunately, in this world, becoming a beast master enhanced one's physical constitution. Had it been like his previous life, Lu Xing would not have been able to lift Su Peng at all. With Su Peng supported, he made his way home. The following day, Lu Xing arrived at the competition venue as scheduled. Seated in the lounge, he pondered the identity of the individual seeking his demise. Lu Xing believed he had not offended anyone. Just then, a man entered, humming a cheerful tune, moving leisurely. Lu Xing glanced towards the entrance, and their eyes met, leaving them both momentarily stunned. The newcomer was Gao Bo, his eyes wide with disbelief. What on earth? I distinctly spent 300,000 to have Lu Xing's name placed on the assassin's list. Why is he still alive? Gao Bo appeared as though he had seen a ghost. Upon witnessing Gao Bo's terrified expression, Lu Xing suddenly comprehended the situation. It was him. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Lu Xing's eyes. If the other party sought his life, then their own days were surely numbered. Lu Xing, the contestant. At that moment, a staff member entered, observing both Lu Xing and Gao Bo. First taken aback, he then smiled and said, "Ah, Gao Bo is here as well. It's your turn for the competition. Hurry up and take the stage." "All right." Lu Xing and Gao Bo replied in unison as they made their way towards the battle zone. Walking side by side, they stole glances at each other, each plotting in their minds. "Kid, you survived yesterday, but luck won't favor you today." Gao Bo was prepared to unleash his full strength. Lu Xing shared the same resolve. He had previously held back against his opponents. But facing Gao Bo was an entirely different matter. He intended to strike with all his might. As they arrived in the combat area, Gao Bo turned to Lu Xing and sneered. "Kid, making it this far is merely a stroke of luck. However, encountering me marks the end of that luck. Today, I shall show you that some individuals are beyond your capacity to endure. Come forth, my darling." Gao Bo swiftly invoked a spell, and a magical array appeared on the ground. A colossal wolf manifested in the arena. "Behold, our competitor Gao Bo has once again summoned his pride and joy." "The Gale Wolf," exclaimed the commentator from the commentary booth. The Gale Wolf? Lu Xing had not bothered to watch others' matches, deeming it unnecessary. He believed that given his strength, none of these newly minted beast tamers were his match. Narrowing his eyes, he instantly discerned the attributes of the Gale Wolf. Gale Wolf, attribute, wind, gender, level, black iron tier 5, qualification, B, learned skill, wine blade, with a B qualification and the strength of a black iron tier 5 Gale Wolf. It was no wonder this fellow was so arrogant. He had the merit to be proud. "Hey," Gao Bo noticed that Lu Xing had yet to summon his beast. Assuming Lu Xing was intimidated, he taunted, "Kid, if you're scared, you can choose to surrender. Admitting defeat is not disgraceful, especially against someone like me." Losing to me might just be the most glorious thing of your life. Surrender? Lu Xing scoffed coldly. The word surrender does not exist in my vocabulary. Come forth, Black Wolf Hound. Let him witness who the true king of wolves is. The Black Wolf Hound, though Gao Bo was already aware of it. He couldn't help but laugh upon seeing Lu Xing's Black Wolf Hound. As expected, only the lowly would contract such rubbish. Only you would take a liking to such a thing. It is indeed fitting. A beast tamer is often matched by the spirit they command. This Black Wolf Hound is perfectly suited to you. Chapter 10. Consecutive victories in the face of Gao Bo's icy mockery. Lu Xing chose to ignore him. With such individuals, the only suitable response is a lesson delivered through force. Black Wolf Hound, charge forth and unleash your rending claw against the Gale Wolf. At this command, the Black Wolf Hound lunged at the Gale Wolf. Oomph, such trivial skills. I have yet to make my move, yet you dare to strike first. Gale Wolf, employ Windblade. Upon hearing the command, the Gale Wolf opened its jaws, releasing a razor-sharp wind blade that sliced through the air towards the Black Wolf Hound. Seeing this, the Black Wolf Hound leaped nimbly, narrowly evading the wind blade as it whizzed past. Unfazed, it maintained its speed, closing the distance to the Gale Wolf in an instant. Fear not, Gale Wolf, show your true prowess with those sharp claws. Proclaim to all who is the true Wolf King. The Gale Wolf extended its own formidable claws. With a resounding clash, the claws of the two beasts collided midair. Following a thunderous explosion, a shadow was sent hurtling backwards, skidding across the ground for quite a distance. Enveloped in a cloud of smoke. As the haze dissipated, the onlookers finally discerned the identity of the creature that had been thrown back. It was the Gale Wolf. My heavens! What is happening? The Gale Wolf has, astonishingly, been bested by the Black Wolf Hound in a test of strength. Surely, my eyes do not deceive me. The Black Wolf Hound has triumphed over the Gale Wolf. Observing the injured Gale Wolf sprawled on the ground, Gao Bo's expression grew increasingly grim. Kid, what is the true nature of your Black Wolf Hound? How could it possibly defeat my Gale Wolf? Yet, Lu Xing had no answer for Gao Bo's bewilderment. Instead, the response came in the form of the Black Wolf Hound's next assault. Lu Xing understood well that villains often meet their end through excessive chatter. His intent was to deliver the final blow. Black Wolf Hound, unleash your rending claw once more. The Black Wolf Hound surged forward, transforming into a streak of black light as it lunged at the wounded Gale Wolf. Look out! Gale Wolf, retreat! Gao Bo commanded the Gale Wolf urgently. Hearing this, the Gale Wolf shakily rose to its feet. Its front claws bore deep gashes, blood seeping from the wounds inflicted during the earlier clash with the Black Wolf Hound. Gritting its teeth, the Gale Wolf began to flee. Alas, it was too late. In its prime, it might have had a chance to escape. However, now it is gravely wounded. The Black Wolf Hound quickly caught up to the swift wolf, its sharp claws slicing through the air, producing a sonic boom due to its incredible speed. A ripping sound echoed as the Black Wolf Hound's claws left several deep, bone-revealing gashes on the swift wolf's body. The swift wolf was sent flying. Gao Bo stood frozen in place, having forgotten to retrieve the swift wolf. At that moment, the Black Wolf Hound lunged at the swift wolf. Its gaping maw aimed at the creature's body. A sharp crack resonated as the Black Wolf Hound's formidable fangs effortlessly pierced the swift wolf's flesh. The swift wolf uttered a cry of pain and immediately succumbed to unconsciousness. With the swift wolf gravely injured and fainted, its beast master, Gao Bo, suffered a backlash. He clutched his head, which felt as if it would explode, and promptly fell to the ground, motionless. Truly pathetic. It is no wonder it is called the King of Bluster. Its words are formidable, yet its strength is merely trivial. Lu Xing felt as though he hadn't even exerted himself, yet this fellow had already collapsed. The referee, witnessing the scene, swiftly declared Lu Xing the victor of the match and signaled for the staff to take the unconscious Gao Bo away. Is the Black Wolf Hound truly that formidable? Whether it is or not, can't you see for yourself? Alas, I too wish to contract a Black Wolf Hound to observe. I advise against it. Have you not noticed that this particular Black Wolf Hound is somewhat extraordinary? Some individuals discerned the subtle clues. How so? It is well known that the bloodline of the Swift Wolf is more noble than that of the Black Wolf Hound. Typically, when a Black Wolf Hound faces a Swift Wolf, the latter's superior bloodline suppresses the former's strength significantly. Yet, the Black Wolf Hound before them is different. It confronts the nobler-blooded Swift Wolf without a trace of fear and launches a direct assault. One wonders how this dashing beast master has nurtured such a creature. While the crowd buzzed with speculation, Lu Xing had already returned to his lounge. He sat in a chair when a dark-skinned woman entered, her hair styled in dreadlocks. With a smile, she addressed Lu Xing. "You performed admirably. I hope you can exhibit such prowess in the next match." Having spoken, she departed with the staff. The woman's words left Lu Xing somewhat perplexed, and he curiously made his way toward the audience. As Lu Xing arrived, the battle had already concluded. The adversary of the woman was a male contender wielding a stone-type creature. However, this fellow was no match for her and was swiftly defeated in a single blow. Quite intriguing. Lu Xing made his way back to the resting area. In a few moments, it would be his turn to face the woman with dreadlocks. Soon, under the guidance of the staff, Lu Xing and the dreadlocked woman reached the arena. "Hello, I am Zhuoma. It is a pleasure to meet you." Zhuoma greeted Lu Xing with a smile. Lu Xing, handsome and perpetually wearing a cheerful expression, exuded an aura of warmth that was hard to resist from many women. "Hello, I am Lu Xing. The pleasure is mine," he replied courteously. "Little handsome, I am preparing to make my move. Though you are quite charming, I shall not hold back. Bring it on. My black wolfhound is no pushover." With that, Lu Xing and Zhuoma simultaneously summoned their respective creatures. A fighting yak. Lu Xing glanced at Zhuoma's fighting yak, and its attributes instantly materialized before him. Fighting yak. Type: fighting. Gender: level: black iron 6th stage. Quality: B. Skills learned: barbaric charge, a B quality. Black iron 6th stage fighting yak. Although its potential was lacking, its strength was formidable. No wonder she had made it this far. It appeared to be under some enhancement, as its rapid progress was quite unusual. This fighting yak was evidently a powerful creature in its early stages, but as time progressed, its strength would diminish, ultimately becoming less effective. In Lu Xing's eyes, a creature's potential must at least be an A grade to catch his interest. Chapter 11. Unexpected defeat of Su Pang. The fighting yak possessed fighting attributes, while the previous stone-type creature seemed quite competent. However, in terms of attributes, the stone type was of the rock type, and the fighting yak was of the fighting type, which had a natural advantage over the stone creature. Upon this realization, Lu Xing suddenly perceived a concerning truth. His black wolfhound was an evil-type creature, which also fell prey to the fighting yak's advantages. Fighting yak, unleash barbaric charge. Zhuoma wasted no time, commanding her fighting yak to charge towards Lu Xing's black wolfhound. The combat yak kicked back with its right foot, propelling itself into a swift run. Its formidable mass caused the ground to tremble with each impact of its hooves. It charged towards the black wolf dog, lowering its head to expose its formidable, sharp horns, and launched a fierce assault. The black wolf dog, sensing the impending danger, narrowed its gaze and leaped to the left, effortlessly evading the yak's brutal charge. The yak, burdened by its own weight and momentum, continued its run for several meters before finally coming to a halt. Turning its head, it fixed its gaze once more on the black wolf dog and initiated another charge. "Come again," the wolf dog thought, dodging once more. Lu Xing understood that, in terms of sheer strength, the black wolf dog could not contend with the combat yak. Thus, he opted to avoid direct confrontation. After several successful evasions, the wolf dog remained composed, having expended minimal energy. In stark contrast, the yak, having repeatedly launched its savage charges, was now visibly fatigued, heaving for breath, drenched in sweat, its eyes bloodshot from exertion. "Hey, kid, are you only capable of dodging?" Zhuangma remarked with a hint of displeasure. She had initially held a favorable impression of Lu Xing, but was taken aback by his reluctance to confront the yak head-on, instead resorting to constant evasion. In her eyes, such behavior was indicative of cowardice. Lu Xing, however, remained unruffled by Zhuangma's taunts. "Am I merely dodging? That is a strategic evasion," he countered. The yak's strength far surpassed that of the black wolf dog, and Lu Xing knew that engaging the yak directly would be folly. Observing the panting yak, Lu Xing recognized that his opportunity had arrived. To him, the yak now appeared as a lamb ready for slaughter. "Black wolf dog, unleash your tearing claws. Be cautious, for those horns are still quite menacing." The wolf dog nodded in agreement and charged at the yak. Its sharp claws effortlessly tore through the yak's hide, leaving behind deep gashes. The yak let out a pained cry, blood gushing from its wounds like a fountain. "Moo!" It bellowed in agony. Its eyes widened, almost bursting with intensity, as it charged towards the black wolf dog, intent on colliding with the wretched creature to the point of annihilation. Black Wolf Dog dodge. The Black Wolf Dog evaded once more. Alas, though the combat yak possessed immense strength, it was rather clumsy, lacking agility in the face of the Black Wolf Dog. It could only relentlessly charge forward. With a resounding crash, after a series of furious assaults, the combat yak finally collapsed. The Black Wolf Dog's recent claw attack had rent the yak's skin, causing blood to flow profusely from the wound. Ultimately, the yak succumbed to its excessive loss of blood. Despicable, Zhuoma muttered under her breath as she sprinted towards her fallen yak. She could hardly fathom that Lu Xing would resort to such underhanded tactics against her beast. At that moment, the referee, witnessing the yak's fall, promptly declared Lu Xing the victor. This victory signified Lu Xing's ascension as the champion of Area A, propelling him into the semifinals to compete with the other area champions for the ultimate throne of victory. At the judges' table, an elderly man with white hair nodded repeatedly. Indeed, this young man is quite impressive. However, a nearby old woman wore a disdainful expression, clearly unimpressed by Lu Xing's methods. What of it? His initial beast is merely a Black Wolf Dog. What of the Black Wolf Dog? She continued. Are you not aware that its potential is limited to the bronze tier at best? Her words struck a chord with the old man. Ah, it is indeed a pity. Many might assume that selecting an initial beast is a trivial matter, believing one could easily contract more formidable creatures later. However, it is crucial to recognize that a person can contract at most 9 beasts in their lifetime, and to achieve this, one must attain the rank of a 9th-tier Beastmaster. During each battle, a Beastmaster unleashes all their contracted beasts simultaneously, rather than engaging in sequential combat. This reality renders each contracted beast's position exceedingly precious. Although Lu Xing exhibited commendable talent, his first contracted beast was the Black Wolf Dog. In future encounters against equally ranked adversaries, Lu Xing would inherently be at a disadvantage, possessing one less beast than his opponents. In the eyes of these formidable individuals, the Black Wolf Dog was deemed a rather subpar beast, and in their minds, it lacked any true combat prowess. In the event of a conflict, one might find themselves relegated to the status of mere cannon fodder. The absence of a guardian beast is indeed a most daunting predicament. At this moment, however, Lu Xing remained oblivious to such matters. He cast a fleeting glance at Zhuoma before turning to depart. Just as he exited the combat zone of Area A, he encountered an acquaintance. Was that not Su Peng? Lu Xing discerned that Su Peng appeared remarkably different today. This fellow resembled a frostbitten eggplant, his head drooping despondently. What troubles you? Lu Xing inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Have your parents scolded you? No, I lost the match, Su Peng replied, his voice laden with disappointment. You lost the match? Lu Xing's brow furrowed in concern. It was well known that Su Peng's initial guardian beast possessed an A-grade qualification, a black iron tier 4 wild gorilla. It was astonishing that he had been defeated. One could only wonder how formidable his opponent must have been. As Lu Xing pondered this, a graceful figure suddenly appeared. Clad in a pink dress, her cherubic face bore a gentle smile. Well, little chubby, still here, are you? She greeted Su Peng cheerfully. Upon seeing her, Su Peng's expression soured further, as if he had tasted something foul. Lu Xing, it was this girl who defeated me, he lamented. Her? Lu Xing cast a glance at the young lady, utterly astonished that Su Peng had been vanquished by such an adorable girl. Chapter 12. The adorable girl. The girl regarded Lu Xing with a moment of surprise. She had not anticipated that Su Peng would have such a dashing friend. Hello, let me introduce myself. I am Lu Xiaoming. You can call me Ming Ming, Lu Xiaoming said, extending her hand to Lu Xing with an amiable demeanor. There was no denying Lu Xing's striking good looks. Such was the privilege of the handsome. Greetings, I am Lu Xing. This is my friend, Su Peng. Ah, I see. We've just met. A defeated opponent, I presume. Just as Su Peng was about to retort, Lu Xiaoming bounced away. All right, I have other matters to attend to. We shall converse again another time. With that, Lu Xiaoming departed. As he watched her retreating figure, Su Peng's frustration mounted. He had exerted considerable effort in preparation for this day, hoping to impress others by claiming the championship. To his dismay, he had lost to this Lu Xiaoming. All right. Do not be upset. Come, allow me to treat you to some roasted chicken today as a token to mend your wounded spirit. Really? Upon hearing the news of roasted chicken, Su Fat's face instantly lit up with joy. This fellow had few interests in life, with his greatest passion being the act of eating. Truly, let us hasten. On the way, Su Fat remembered to inquire about Lu Xing's match. Lu Xing, I lost on my end. How did you fare? Surely, you did not meet the same dismal fate as I? Lu Xing, upon hearing this, could not help but roll his eyes at Su Fat. Do you think I am like you? Su Fat was momentarily taken aback, and then, with a sudden leap, he draped his arm over Lu Xing's shoulder. Wow, brother, you did well. Su Fat never expected that Lu Xing could advance this far. It was merely average. It is not that I am exceptionally strong, but rather that my opponent was notably weak. Listening to Lu Xing's understated words, Su Fat felt speechless. Give you a little credit, and you start a dying workshop. You can't help but boast, can you? Enough, enough. To celebrate your successful advancement, I shall feast heartily tonight. I intend to consume 2 whole roasted chickens by myself. Lu Xing nodded. Certainly. I just received some funds yesterday. I can afford this meal. After indulging in a hearty feast, Lu Xing brought Su Fat back to his home. Su Fat observed Lu Xing, who appeared to be in a contemplative state. What troubles you? Oh, nothing. Just wishing you good luck for tomorrow. Help me defeat that arrogant fellow. Do not worry. I shall. Lu Xing patted Su Fat's shoulder, signaling him to feel at ease. All right, I shall retire for the night. Su Fat seemed accustomed to staying over at Lu Xing's place, turning to head towards the bedroom prepared for him. Meanwhile, Lu Xing fell into deep thought, reflecting on Su Fat's earlier words. The spirit-type rainbow butterfly. That rainbow butterfly was Lu Xiaoming's initial familiar. Never mind. There is no use in pondering now. The answers will reveal themselves tomorrow. The following day, Lu Xing arrived at the competition venue as promised. Lu Xiaoming, dressed similarly to the previous day in a pink long gown, seemed particularly fond of this color. The rules for this round of competition were as follows. The ruler of Zone A would face off against the ruler of Zone B, while the ruler of Zone C would battle the ruler of Zone D. Ultimately, the victors of these 2 matches would contend for the championship title. Lu Xing found himself up against Lu Xiaoming. Come forth, Rainbow Butterfly. Lu Xiaoming summoned her initial familiar into the arena. After examining the attributes of the colorful phantom butterfly, Lu Xing finally comprehended why Su Pang had lost. That fellow's defeat was indeed justified. Simultaneously, Lu Xing's curiosity about Lu Xiaoming's family background was piqued. A family capable of possessing an S-grade colorful phantom butterfly as a starting beast must be extraordinarily powerful. Hey, what's wrong? Are you captivated by my beauty? Lu Xiaoming teased Lu Xing, noticing his hesitation in summoning his beast. Lu Xing could only smile wryly and shake his head. He swiftly formed a hand seal, and a magical array materialized on the ground, from which a black wolf dog emerged. Oh well, after several days of combat, Lu Xing's black wolf dog had become even stronger and larger in stature. Meanwhile, the judges began to comment on Lu Xing's black wolf dog. Oh, this black wolf dog seems quite extraordinary. Indeed, its size appears to surpass that of an ordinary black wolf dog. It seems this lad has invested quite a bit in it. What a pity, though. Spending money on such a beast seems like a waste. By the way, Granny Yang, didn't you have high hopes for that girl? Do you think she will win this time? Of course, Granny Yang replied confidently. That is a colorful phantom butterfly, a remarkably rare entity. Against such a commonplace black wolf dog, it should be more than sufficient. Is that so? An elderly gentleman beside her had a differing opinion. Hey, old son, why do you always contradict me? Every time I say something, you have to refute it. Have I offended you in some way? After all these years, isn't it enough? Old son felt quite speechless. Am I not allowed to rebut when you're mistaken? Didn't you just claim that girl would win? I, on the other hand, believe the young man will emerge victorious. Even if you're being stubborn, surely you cannot speak untruths. I'm not being stubborn. Let us wait and see. The match between Lu Xing and Lu Xiaoming commenced. Colorful phantom butterfly utilized the spiritual strong thought. Lu Xiaoming commanded her colorful phantom butterfly. Its eyes emitted a radiant spectrum of colors, shooting towards the black wolf dog not far away. Oh no! Su Pang, seated in the audience, exclaimed. Although he had already warned Lu Xing, he could not help but feel alarmed as Lu Xiaoming deviated from the expected strategy. To everyone's astonishment, an attack was initiated. Lu Xing observed the vibrant butterfly's offensive maneuver with a slight smirk gracing his lips, exuding an air of tranquility. Remarkably, he issued no commands to the black wolf hound. Could he have lost his senses? Was last night's roasted chicken tainted? After this competition, I must confront the proprietor of that chicken shop for rendering my brother foolish. I shall demand substantial compensation for emotional distress. As Su Pang muttered to himself, The ensuing spectacle left him utterly dumbfounded. What on earth? He could not fathom that the mental force of the vibrant butterfly had been devoured by the black wolf hound. At that moment, the hound radiated a dark luminescence, rendering the mental assault ineffective. Ha! Did you witness that? Old Sun chuckled heartily. Granny Yang's expression grew increasingly grim. Hey, you old fool, did you know this all along? I was aware, and not just me. You already knew as well. Their exchange left those nearby in a state of confusion. Have you all forgotten that the black wolf hound possesses an evil attribute? Old Sun's words made the crowd suddenly enlightened. The evil attribute is a natural counter to the mental attribute. Beastmasters with evil attributes are immune to mental attacks. This is fundamental knowledge. Yet it seemed the crowd had overlooked the fact that the black wolf hound was indeed of the evil attribute. Chapter 13. The finals. Lu Xiaoming gazed at the black wolf hound before Lu Xing. At that moment, the hound sat obediently on the ground, wagging its tail incessantly. Lu Xiaoming bit her lip, a hint of grievance crossing her face. She never anticipated that her vibrant butterfly would be countered by the hound before her. Naughty dog. Bad dog. Lu Xiaoming began to scold it. What's the matter? Why have you stopped attacking? Lu Xing remarked with a smile. Lu Xiaoming shot him a fierce glare. Though enraged, she had not lost her wits entirely. If only I had thought to procure some magical beast cores for my vibrant butterfly to utilize. The magical beast core is a crystallization produced within the body of a magical beast, containing all of its energy. Similarly, the techniques learned by the magical beast are stored within the core. By employing the magical beast core for one's own beast, it can comprehend the techniques encapsulated within. Of course, this understanding is not guaranteed. There exists a probability of failure, and it is not insignificant. Moreover, a rather terrifying reality confronts everyone. A beast tamer can only learn 4 skills throughout their lifetime through the use of monster cores. Any additional skills must be comprehended independently. Thus, the decision to utilize a monster core for one's beast requires careful consideration. The use of monster cores is also subject to one's fortune, as they may contain other skills. Should one's beast grasp a mediocre skill, it would be disastrous. Lu Xiaoming's colorful illusion butterfly is only capable of a single skill. The mental fortitude technique, which is ineffective against Lu Xing's black wolf dog. This led Lu Xiaoming to deeply regret not using a monster core to enhance her butterfly with new skills. I concede. Acknowledging her inability to contend with Lu Xing, Lu Xiaoming graciously admitted defeat. I hope you remain this fortunate. Lu Xiaoming stormed off in frustration. Observing her retreating figure, Lu Xing wore a faint smile as he returned to the lounge. Upon entering, Su Peng joyfully rushed over and enveloped Lu Xing in a bear hug. Brother, impressive. I never expected you to defeat that girl. Su Peng was elated. Having lost to Lu Xiaoming the previous day, Lu Xing's victory felt like retribution. However, you mustn't celebrate too soon, brother. Why? Just as Lu Xing was puzzled, a figure abruptly passed by the lounge entrance, followed by a cacophony of excited voices. Wow, ladies. Come quickly. Young Master Yan Bing is here. Oh my, how handsome. How can someone be so striking? I can hardly breathe. Ladies, let us hurry to ask for his autograph. A throng of infatuated girls dashed toward Yan Bing. Yan Bing, such a familiar name. Su Peng, upon hearing this, could not refrain from casting a disapproving glance at Lu Xing. Hey, are you really Lu Xing? Su Peng reached out and touched Lu Xing's forehead, finding no fever. Go away. Lu Xing pushed Su Peng's plump hand aside. You, how could you not know Yan Bing? He is undoubtedly one of the most handsome boys at our school. The class president. Young, wealthy, and the epitome of a tall, rich, and handsome man. He is the dream of countless young women. Observing Su Peng's lecherous expression, one might mistakenly think he was daydreaming about some beauty. Had Lu Xing not known Su Peng's sexual orientation was normal, he would have fled long ago. Alas, my friend, you aren't so bad after all. I must admit, you possess a certain charm that surpasses Yan Bing's. Yet, the reason for your lesser popularity compared to him lies in your background, which is rather modest. Moreover, your demeanor is excessively low-key. Otherwise, I wouldn't be your sole companion. Su Peng astutely delineated the differences between Lu Xing and Yan Bing. Indeed, it is rare for you to utter words of sense. Goodness, I never realized you were so self-absorbed. Unable to contain himself, Su Peng playfully teased Lu Xing. After a brief respite in the lounge, the staff arrived. Upon catching sight of the striking female attendant, Lu Xing understood that the finals were imminent. As for Yan Bing, let us engage in a contest. and discover who shall emerge as the ultimate victor. Lu Xing made his way to the battleground, where Yin Bing awaited him. Upon seeing Lu Xing, Yin Bing's brow furrowed slightly. Clearly, he was taken aback that his opponent would be someone so unrefined. Having been born into affluence, Yin Bing was familiar with the offspring of prestigious families, none of whom bore Lu Xing's name. A collection of inept individuals, defeated by a mere rustic. It seems I must intervene personally. Arise, Ice Lion. With a snap of his fingers, a blue magical array materialized on the ground. A magnificent blue lion emerged onto the battlefield. Roar. The moment the Ice Lion appeared, it threw its head back and let out a resounding roar, proclaiming its dominion. How unexpected that this fellow possesses such arrogance. Lu Xing quickly discerned the attributes of the Ice Lion. Ice Lion, attribute, ice, gender, level, black iron rank 6, talent, A skills, ice arrow, ice claw, and A-level talent, a black iron rank 6 Ice Lion. No wonder he reached the finals. The strength of a black iron rank 6 being showcased before this group of novice beast tamers is akin to a seasoned expert fishing in a pond. It is nothing short of a deliberate display of superiority. However, it is unfortunate for him that he has encountered Lu Xing Arise, Black Wolf Dog. Lu Xing summoned forth his Black Wolf Dog. The Black Wolf Dog? Yin Bing's disdain grew even more pronounced. Even the security personnel at his estate would not consider such a beast. This is a creature of the lowest caliber. Black Wolf Dog. It seems your opponent looks down upon you. Show him your might. Unleash the rending claw upon the Ice Lion. Humph. Yin Bing scoffed. He never anticipated that Lu Xing would take the initiative to attack. Ice Lion, unleash the ice arrow. Upon hearing this, the Ice Lion opened its mouth wide. A sharp ice arrow was expelled, hurtling towards Lu Xing's Black Wolf Dog. The Black Wolf Dog, perceiving the imminent threat, deftly dodged the ice arrow and continued its fierce charge towards the Ice Lion. It managed to evade. In that case, Ice Lion, unleash your ice claw. Tear this wretched mud apart. Upon hearing this command, the Ice Lion's previously drowsy eyes abruptly widened. Indeed, it was time to take this seriously. Chapter 14. Is this still the Black Wolf Dog? Bang! The Ice Lion collided with the Black Wolf Dog. The sharp claws of the Black Wolf Dog met the Ice Lion's claws in a fierce clash. Following the confrontation, one figure was sent flying, the Ice Lion. How could this be possible? Yin Bing never anticipated that, in terms of strength, the Ice Lion would be outmatched by Lu Xing's Black Wolf Dog. What on earth was the situation with this creature? As Yin Bing pondered this perplexity, the elder son from the judges' panel perceived a glimmer of understanding. I see now. Hey, old son, you're being cryptic again. Quickly enlighten us on what is happening. Hearing this, the elder son promptly began to explain. Do not be misled by the Black Wolf Dog's seemingly low qualifications. Its strength is indeed formidable. Son's words enlightened the crowd. Of course, how did I not consider this? In beast battles, qualifications serve only as a supplementary factor. Although there are instances of challenges across tiers, in most cases, it is the stronger party that holds the advantage. Clearly, Lu Xing's Black Wolf Dog possessed remarkable strength. Lu Xing cast a glance at his Black Wolf Dog. Black Wolf Dog, attribute, evil, gender, level, Black Iron Tier 7, qualification, S, learn skills, rending claw, bite, shadow ball, at this moment. The Black Wolf Dog had already attained the strength of Black Iron Tier 7, coupled with a qualification that was not the F grade perceived by the crowd, but rather a terrifying S grade. In terms of both strength and qualification, the Black Wolf Dog overshadowed the Ice Lion. If it could not defeat the Ice Lion, then the Black Wolf Dog might as well find a piece of tofu to crash into. You little brat, no matter what schemes you've employed, you have certainly succeeded in provoking me. The Ice Lion, now enraged, was commanded once more by Yin Bing. Ice Lion, use your ice arrow. The Ice Lion shakily rose to its feet, having sustained considerable damage from the earlier clash. At this moment, it had long since abandoned any sense of underestimation. As the mouth opened, a piercing arrow of frigid ice was unleashed towards the Black Wolf Dog. The Black Wolf Dog deftly evaded the attack and charged forward once more, preparing to rend with its claws. Lu Xing commanded the Black Wolf Dog with determination. After dodging the icy arrow from the Ice Lion, the Black Wolf Dog lunged forward again. As the distance between itself and the Ice Lion diminished, the Ice Lion began to panic. The recent clash had made it painfully aware that it was no match for the Black Wolf Dog. Should another encounter occur, it would surely be the one to fall. The Ice Lion dared not linger, opting to flee. Ice Lion, what are you doing? Quickly retaliate with your icy claws. Yin Bing roared in frustration upon witnessing the Ice Lion's retreat, feeling a wave of humiliation wash over him. He had never before commanded the Ice Lion to flee. How could this be happening? Yin Bing, make your Ice Lion fight back. His fans chimed in, echoing their concern. Yes, yes, do not let it escape again. Hurry. If you do not strike back now, it will be too late. Ice Lion, do you hear me? Hurry and counterattack. Yin Bing continued to roar, a fierce light igniting in his eyes. The Ice Lion felt a chill run through it, seemingly recalling how Yin Bing had treated it previously. Unable to suppress a shiver, it reluctantly halted. With no other choice, it extended its sharp claws, enveloped in layers of icy energy, and prepared to strike at the oncoming black wolf dog. Bang! The claws of the two beasts collided once more. This time, the outcome mirrored the last. The Ice Lion let out a pained cry as its massive form was sent hurtling backward, skidding across the ground for a considerable distance before finally coming to rest. As he beheld the severely injured Ice Lion, barely clinging to consciousness, Yin Bing felt a throbbing headache, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Summoning the strength to speak, he declared, I concede. He understood that Lu Xing was not one to show mercy. If he did not yield, his Ice Lion could very well be left incapacitated by Lu Xing's black wolf dog, a fate he wished to avoid. Lu Xing was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the proud Yin Bing would concede. You wait, you little brat. This matter is far from over, Yin Bing exclaimed, retracting his Ice Lion and turning to leave. Lu Xing emerged victorious over Yin Bing, claiming the title of champion in this assessment. However, to his surprise, everyone seemed rather discontented. Lu Xing paid little mind to this, as he lifted the pure gold trophy, simultaneously receiving a reward of 1 million huaxia coins, which instantly inflated his previously deflated wallet. After the award ceremony concluded, Lu Xing returned to the lounge, expecting to be greeted by countless mentors from the Beastmaster University. To his astonishment, only Su Peng and another portly individual awaited him. The latter maintained a faint smile, adorned with round spectacles, while his sparse hair danced in the breeze. Greetings, Lu Xing. I am Wu Yong, a mentor from the admissions office of Jiangnan Beastmaster University. I perceive great potential in you. Would you consider joining our esteemed institution? Wu Yong, useless? Lu Xing felt indifferent towards the name. Jiangnan Beastmaster University, he pondered. He had anticipated that institutions like Huaxia Academy or Magic City Academy would extend an olive branch, yet neither had shown any interest in him. Come on, Lu Xing. What are you still contemplating? Su Peng exclaimed, placing an arm around Lu Xing's shoulder. Jiangnan University is no less prestigious than Huaxia Academy or Magic City Academy. I have already committed to Wu Yong. You should enroll alongside me. We could become the best of friends. Despite Su Peng's grandiloquent words, it was evident he had ulterior motives, his heart already bursting with joy. Wow, Jiangnan Beastmaster University, the renowned institution reputed for its abundance of beauties. Su Peng envisioned a sweet romance during his university years, and naturally, he was eager to seize the opportunity to join Jiangnan University. Very well, Lu Xing acquiesced. Excellent, Wu Yong exclaimed, visibly thrilled by Lu Xing's agreement. He promptly retrieved a form from his pocket. Here, fill this out. His demeanor suggested he feared Lu Xing might change his mind. Wait a moment. Just as Lu Xing was about to complete the form, he smiled and inquired, what benefits do I receive for joining Jiangnan University? Chapter 15. Acquiring new skills as the champion of Guang City. Lu Xing felt entitled to request some advantages for joining Jiangnan University. Indeed, there are benefits, Wu Yong replied, producing a card containing 500,000 huaxia coins. This is your Beastmaster Fund from our institution. Additionally, I possess a golden tier magical beast crystal core. Can you bestow upon your black wolfhound a golden grade monster core? Lu Xing instinctively extended his hand, grasping the monster core. He directed the eye of the system towards the core. Shadow Leopard's monster core, upon use. It enables the black wolfhound to learn Shadow Claw and Shadow Assault. Lu Xing nodded, realizing that this mentor Wu Yong was not as ineffectual as his name suggested. He had evidently done his homework. How about it, Lu Xing? Are you satisfied? Lu Xing, of course, refrained from voicing his thoughts. It's passable, he replied, stowing away the Shadow Leopard's monster core while simultaneously accepting the bank card from Wu Yong's hand. With a flourish, he completed the volunteer form Wu Yong had in his possession. Upon witnessing Lu Xing's completion of the form, Wu Yong's heart raced uncontrollably. It was done. That group of fools had let such a promising talent slip through their fingers, handing him the opportunity on a silver platter, while others dismissed Lu Xing's initial beast. The Black Wolfhound, Wu Yong, was different. To outsiders, Wu Yong appeared as a bookworm, exuding an air of naivete. In reality, he was far from foolish. He had devoted considerable effort to the knowledge of beast taming. Just because others could not perceive it did not mean Wu Yong was blind to it. With the decision made, Wu Yong could not help but inquire, Lu Xing, your Black Wolfhound's qualifications must surely exceed mere F-rank, correct? Wu Yong's words sent a chill down Lu Xing's spine. He was the first to see through him. All right, everyone has their secrets. I respect that. Remember to report to Jiangnan University on time. I must attend to other recruitment matters, so I shall take my leave. With that, Wu Yong turned and departed. Watching the figure of the slightly balding man recede, Lu Xing felt that this seemingly simple uncle was far more complex than he appeared. All right, he's gone, Su Peng said, wrapping his arms around Lu Xing. To celebrate our admission to Jiangnan University of Beast Tamers, let us indulge in a buffet barbecue. Of course, this meal is on you. Why is that? Lu Xing protested. I treated you to the roasted chicken last time. It's your turn now. No. You just received the benefits of Jiangnan University. Surely you must have something. Actually, I don't, Lu Xing replied. Su Peng shot him a dubious glance. You can't possibly think that every new student receives such benefits, can you? Lu Xing pondered this as well. If every new student were to receive a golden grade monster core, how affluent Jiangnan Beastmaster University must be. Enough of that. My stomach is grumbling with hunger. Su Peng insisted on dragging Lu Xing away from the lounge. Nightfall. Lu Xing stood on the balcony of his second floor, gazing at the sky. The evening was splendid. With the vast expanse of the night sky devoid of clouds, a luminous moon hung high in the firmament, casting its silvery light upon the earth. Lu Xing glanced at the black wolf dog beside him, which seemed to sense his gaze. It immediately broke into a grin, its pink tongue lolling out, and its eyes curving into crescent shapes. The sight of the black wolf dog reminded Lu Xing of the golden grade magical beast crystal core that Wu Yong had given him earlier that day. Here, I have something wonderful for you, Lu Xing proclaimed as he extended the golden crystal core towards the black wolf dog. The creature, captivated by the allure of the crystal core, swallowed it whole. Ding. System notification. The black wolf dog has consumed a magical beast crystal core. System evaluation in progress. Evaluation complete. Instantly, a system interface appeared before Lu Xing. Please select a skill to learn from the following list. Shadow Claw. Envelopes the claws with dark attributes, striking fiercely at the opponent, inflicting dark attribute damage. Shadow Ambush. Lurks a distance, then springs forth to launch a surprise attack on the enemy. Contemplating the two skills before him, Lu Xing pondered deeply. Which one should he choose? After a moment of reflection, he made his decision. I choose to learn Shadow Ambush. Ding. Selection complete. Congratulations, host. Your black wolf dog has learned Shadow Ambush. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing promptly checked the attributes of the black wolf dog. Indeed, he found the skill Shadow Ambush listed within its skill repertoire. Black wolf dog, let us go, Lu Xing called as he descended to the courtyard with his companion. Black wolf dog, use Shadow Ambush on that large tree. Upon hearing the command, the black wolf dog propelled itself backward with great force, then lunged forward, vanishing from sight. Bang! By the time Lu Xing registered the action, the black wolf dog had already executed its attack, its sharp claws leaving deep marks on the trunk of the nearby tree. How impressive! Lu Xing once again felt the advantages of having extraordinary abilities. He never anticipated that the beast taming system he possessed would harbor such capabilities. In essence, Lu Xing could enable his beasts to learn formidable skills, and astonishingly, they would master them with absolute certainty. While others were preoccupied with the possibility of acquiring useless skills, Lu Xing had already attained the freedom to select at will. The sole regret was that a beast could only learn 4 skills through the crystal cores of magical beasts. This was a rule of the world, one that even Lu Xing's beast taming system could not influence. Nevertheless, Lu Xing understood the proverb of human greed. Possessing the beast taming system had already placed him ahead of others. Moreover, his black wolf dog boasted an S-grade aptitude, promising longevity in its usage. Coupled with the powerful bloodline contained within, it might even undergo unforeseen transformations in the future. Black wolf dog, let us retire for the night, Lu Xing yawned. After a day filled with battles and indulging in a sumptuous feast with Su Pang, he was ready for a restful slumber. Stretching languidly, he made his way to his room. The night was eerily quiet. A shadow flitted beneath the moonlight, swiftly approaching Lu Xing's dwelling, stealthily entering his courtyard. Chapter 16. The dread of the shadow assault. With a swift motion, Lu Xing's door was effortlessly pried open. The cloaked figure tiptoed into the house, seemingly having conducted prior surveillance on Lu Xing. He proceeded directly to the bedroom on the second floor. Upon opening the door, he beheld the bulging quilt and a smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, revealing a cruel smile. "You little rascal, don't blame me. Blame yourself for crossing paths with the wrong person." However, just as the cloaked figure reveled in his arrogance, a shadow lunged toward him. In a flash, the silver gleam of the black wolf dog's sharp fangs severed the cloaked figure's right arm with ease. A piercing scream erupted from the intruder as he collapsed to the ground, clutching the gaping wound of his severed arm, writhing in agony. Suddenly, another shadow darted toward Lu Xing instinctively. He evaded the attack and promptly turned on the lights. At that moment, a golden-hued hornet hovered nearby. Golden hornet. Attributes: insect. Poison. Gender. Level: Black Iron 9. Aptitude: E. Learn skills. Combo: to his surprise, it was an E-grade aptitude, Black Iron 9 level Golden Hornet. Due to the owner of the Golden Hornet being bitten by a black wolf dog, the hornet appeared exceedingly enraged. "With such feeble strength, you dare to seek trouble with me? This is akin to lighting a lamp in a restroom, a blatant invitation to demise. Black wolf dog, show it your prowess. Execute Shadow Strike." At the command, the black wolf dog immediately initiated the Shadow Strike, slipping into a state of stealth. The Golden Hornet momentarily paused, its large compound eyes scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, the black wolf dog materialized before the Golden Hornet, its razor-sharp claws lunging towards it. In one swift motion, it sent the hornet flying, crashing heavily against the wall behind. Within just a single attack, the black wolf dog had severely wounded the Golden Hornet. Realizing the danger, the hornet was thrown into a panic, attempting to flee. "Now you wish to escape? Too late. Black wolf dog, unleash your rending claw." The black wolf dog lunged once more at the Golden Hornet, its sharp claws striking with ferocity, tearing the hornet apart. As the ground lay strewn with remnants, Lu Xing disregarded it and turned his gaze toward the figure in black, who had succumbed to the pain and fainted. "Black wolf dog, eliminate him." A glint of cold light flickered in Lu Xing's eyes. The black wolf dog then pounced upon the figure, opening its massive jaws and delivering a fatal bite. Lu Xing approached the fallen figure, crouching down to search through its belongings. To his surprise, he retrieved only a black card. What could this black card signify? Lu Xing recalled that the previous figure also possessed a similar item. Clearly, further investigation was warranted. However, the immediate priority was to dispose of this individual. With that, Lu Xing, under the cover of night, swiftly relocated the body. After cleaning up the bloodstains at the scene, Lu Xing began to ponder. Who could possibly wish for my demise? Could it be Galbo? Initially, he considered Yin Bing, but the latter's pride suggested a more honorable approach to revenge, likely preferring to confront Lu Xing directly rather than resorting to assassination. It must be Galbo. After thorough analysis, Lu Xing reached a resolution. "You young man, I have not sought trouble with you, yet you have persistently attempted to take my life. Since you have chosen the first day of the month, do not blame me for retaliating on the 15th. After Lu Xing finished speaking, he procured a black garment and donned a mask, making his way towards the location of Galbo. Initially, Lu Xing was unaware of Galbo's whereabouts. However, the latter's arrogance was his undoing. Even during a hospital stay, he felt compelled to broadcast his location via a messaging app, thus inadvertently revealing himself. Consequently, Lu Xing effortlessly pinpointed Galbo's position. At that moment, Galbo was gazing out the window with an air of smug satisfaction. "You insolent brat, you dared to cross me. This time, your demise is assured." To orchestrate Lu Xing's downfall, Galbo had invested a staggering sum of 500,000 Huaxia coins, a considerable portion of the beast fund bestowed upon him by his parents. Yet, he squandered it on this endeavor. Under the cover of night, Lu Xing stealthily approached the hospital's patient ward, coincidentally at 2 in the morning, the hour when most succumbed to slumber. The night shift nurses had long since surrendered to fatigue, resting their heads upon their desks, allowing Lu Xing to slip by unnoticed. Creak. The door to Galbo's room creaked open. Startled, Galbo turned to see a figure clad in black, and he initially recoiled in fear. However, upon realizing the masked individual was Lu Xing, he relaxed, thinking, "Ah, it's you. I presumed you had hired an assassin. How did the task fare? Have you eliminated that brat?" Lu Xing offered no reply, instead moving swiftly. In an instant, a sharp needle pierced Galbo's abdomen with a soft hiss. Galbo's eyes widened in disbelief. He could never have anticipated that the figure he believed to be his ally would turn against him. Was he not the employer of this dark-clad figure? Collapsing, Galbo felt the warmth of blood pooling around him as he watched Lu Xing's silhouette retreat. His eyelids grew heavy, and ultimately, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon exiting the hospital, Lu Xing found a secluded spot to incinerate the garments he had worn. The instrument of his attack was the stinger of a golden hornet, which had been plunged into Galbo's body. The venom of the golden hornet is notorious. Once inflicted, even divine intervention is powerless to save. With a sigh of relief, Lu Xing expelled the tension from his lungs. Alas, what misfortune! He had no desire to take a life, yet his adversary sought to extinguish his own. Thus, he had no choice but to resist fiercely. This world is one where the weak are but flesh on the butcher's block, vulnerable to the whims of the strong. Lu Xing's resolve to grow stronger ignited anew within him. He chose not to return to his previous dwelling, for death had recently visited there. Instead, he prepared to seek refuge in another location. As for the original house, he intended to enlist a real estate agent to rent it out. After all, Lu Xing had already tidied everything up. If he remained silent, no one would be aware of the events that had transpired there. 2 days later, Lu Xing was roused from his slumber by the persistent ringing of his phone. As he opened his bleary eyes, he realized the caller was Su Peng. "Hello, Lu Xing. Where are you right now?" Su Peng's voice crackled with urgency on the other end. He possessed a key to Lu Xing's home and had intended to visit him that day, only to find Lu Xing absent. Concern washed over Su Peng, for in his eyes, Lu Xing was a homebody, unlikely to venture far from his abode. "I'm at Sunshine Community." Lu Xing relayed his new address to Su Peng. "All right, wait for me. I shall arrive shortly." A little over 10 minutes later, there was a knock at Lu Xing's door. Su Peng stood outside, panting heavily. "What's the matter? Is something wrong?" Chapter 17. Climbing the mountain, you've really outdone yourself. Skipping school now? Lu Xing was momentarily taken aback. Haven't the exams all concluded? What reason is there to go back? With a broad grin, Su Peng pulled a parcel from his pocket and handed it to Lu Xing. "What is this? Open it and see for yourself." Lu Xing tore open the parcel, only to discover a striking red piece of paper within. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was an admission letter from Jiangnan Beastmaster University. "Well, what do you think? Surprised? Astonished?" "Not particularly," Lu Xing replied nonchalantly, tossing the admission letter onto the sofa. Su Peng's expression soured at Lu Xing's dismissive attitude. "Hey, this is the third-ranked Beastmaster University in Huaxia. You can't just toss the admission letter aside like that." Lu Xing shot Su Peng a glance of exasperation. "What do you want me to do with it? Worship it? Dude, I'm starting to question your sanity. Do you realize what this admission letter signifies?" "What does it signify?" "It signifies our bright future. Just imagine. We're about to enter a university filled with beautiful women. A place of songs and dances, surrounded by charming beauties, embraced from both sides." Su Peng's words grew increasingly absurd and lewd. All right. Do you have anything else to discuss?" "Yes." "What is it?" "Well, our family is planning a graduation trip. Our destination is Tiger Head Mountain in our small town. We intend to camp there, and I wanted to invite you to join us. During your family's camping trip, why should I be concerned?" Lu Xing felt perplexed. "Just tell me whether you are going or not." "No." "Oh, Lu Xing, aren't we brothers?" "Not at all." Upon hearing this, Su Peng began to employ his charms, persistently coaxing Lu Xing. Eventually, under his relentless persuasion, Lu Xing consented to accompany him to Huchuoshan. On the slopes of Huchuoshan, 3 individuals were traversing the mountain. With a backpack slung over his shoulder, Lu Xing could not help but inquire of Su Peng. "Hey, didn't you say this mountain climb was for your whole family? Why is it just the 2 of you now? And who is that girl?" "Oh, her? She is my sister, Su Xiaoya. By the way, Xiaoya, this is my best friend, Lu Xing. He is the top scholar of our cohort. You should learn from him." "You are Lu Xing, the one who earned the top spot with the help of a black dog?" Su Xiaoya appeared somewhat astonished. "If there were no other candidates, then I must be that person," Lu Xing thought as he glanced at Su Xiaoya. His brow furrowed, confusion etched on his face. Su Xiaoya, with her innocent and charming demeanor, seemed to belong to a different realm compared to her brother, who resembled a rotund pig. Oh dear, I can't go on any longer. I'm exhausted. There's a large rock ahead. Let us rest there. After only a short while of hiking, Su Peng was already panting heavily. Beads of sweat, resembling large beans, continuously poured from the top of his head. His short-sleeved shirt was thoroughly soaked. Come, I brought plenty of snacks. Let me share some with you. Su Peng plopped down on the ground and quickly retrieved a mountain of food from his backpack, offering it to Lu Xing and Su Xiaoya. I don't want any. Give it to brother Lu Xing. Here, take it. What if you get hungry later? Oh, how can you eat this? Don't you know I'm trying to lose weight? Su Xiaoya couldn't help but retort. She never expected that her oblivious brother would offer her chips, a processed snack known to be an energy bomb and an adversary to anyone on a diet. Sorry, I forgot, Su Peng said bashfully, scratching his head. Then Lu Xing, let us just share between us two. Humph. Su Xiaoya pouted, turning away in a huff. Observing her retreating figure, Lu Xing could not resist asking Su Peng, Hey, is Su Xiaoya really your sister? Of course. Or else, who would she be, if not my sister? But she doesn't resemble you at all. Me? Ah, do not be deceived by my current appearance. In my youth, I was quite the dashing figure. However, I inadvertently succumbed to binge eating disorder. As subsequent medical interventions proved futile, I decided to embrace my fate. Well then, Lu Xing has finally grasped the reason behind Su Peng's considerable heft. By the way, I have long harbored a question. Speak. You, who professes a disdain for exercise. What compels you to come here all of a sudden? Upon hearing this, Su Peng could not help but let out a sigh. Indeed, you have uncovered my secret. It is all due to that little rascal, Xiaoya. I borrowed a small sum from her, and in return, I promised to accompany her in climbing Tiger Head Mountain. Lu Xing, upon realizing this, shot Su Peng an exasperated glance. So, he had been duped by Su Peng. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, a piercing scream erupted from nearby, where Su Xiaoya stood. This is dire. Both Lu Xing and Su Peng sprang to their feet, racing towards her. One must admit, in critical moments, Su Peng proves to be quite the capable brother. Black Wolf Hound, unleash your rending claw. Wild Gorilla, execute your explosive fist. Lu Xing and Su Peng simultaneously summoned their respective beasts, launching an assault on the formidable creature before Su Xiaoya. A flash of purple light flickered in Lu Xing's eyes, and the creature's attributes materialized before him. Rooster Crown Snake. Attribute: Poison. Gender: Level: Bronze Tier 2. Talent: D. Learn skills: Poisonous Fangs, upon spotting the Black Wolf Hound and Wild Gorilla charging towards it. The Rooster Crown Snake displayed a glimmer of disdain. Its prowess was that of Bronze Tier 2, whilst the auras of the Black Wolf Hound and Wild Gorilla were merely of black iron. They were no match for its might. Suddenly, the Rooster Crown Snake lashed out with its tail, sending the Wild Gorilla hurtling backward, crashing violently into a nearby tree. The sheer force of impact nearly shattered the Wild Gorilla's bones. As the Wild Gorilla fell into a critically injured state, Su Peng also suffered backlash. After all, the bond between a beast master and their beast is one of shared souls. Moreover, should a beast perish, the repercussions are even more severe. A sudden pain shot through Su Peng's head. The intensity of this backlash is influenced by the beast master's strength. Weaker individuals possess lesser soul power, resulting in more severe repercussions. As a beast master grows in strength, the backlash from one or two severely injured beasts becomes manageable, though in excess is still detrimental. However, the backlash from a beast's death is extraordinarily fearsome. With a decisive strike, the Rooster Crown Snake aimed another sweeping attack at the Black Wolf Hound, which was of a significantly higher level than the Wild Gorilla. It swiftly dodged, successfully evading the sweeping strike of the Cone-Crowned King Snake. Alas, Lu Xing's expression darkened considerably. Su Peng, quickly rein in your Wild Gorilla and take your sister away. I will hold off this Cone-Crowned King Snake. Chapter 18. Slaying the Cone-Crowned King Snake. No. How can I leave you behind alone? Lu Xing exclaimed, delivering a sharp kick to Su Peng's rear. Damn it, if I say go, you go? Do you even comprehend the strength of this Cone-Crowned King Snake? It is at the second tier of bronze, far beyond our capabilities. With that, Lu Xing's kick roused Su Peng from his stupor. Lu Xing, you must not perish. I was planning to charm the ladies with you, Su Peng declared, hoisting the already panicked Su Xiaoya onto his shoulder and sprinting towards the foothills of Tiger Head Mountain. As he ran, he shouted, Lu Xing, wait for me. You must not die. Lu Xing paid no heed to Su Pang's retreat. His focus remained firmly on the battlefield. Before him lay a thicket of trees. Lu Xing's black wolf dog, utilizing its agile movements, adopted a strategy of evasion reminiscent of the ancient Qin king circling a pillar, deftly dodging the attacks of the comb-crowned king snake. However, the disparity in levels was still too great. Although Lu Xing's black wolf dog had achieved the 8th tier of black iron in recent days, it was still vastly outmatched by the 2nd tier of bronze comb-crowned king snake. Suddenly, the snake lifted its head high, revealing its gaping maw filled with sharp fangs. Those purple glowing teeth lunged fiercely at the black wolf dog. "Watch out, it's a venomous bite," Lu Xing warned. The black wolf dog, heeding the alert, leapt nimbly, evading the snake's assault. The snake's attack missed, its teeth sinking into a large tree instead. Its razor-sharp fangs effortlessly cleaved through the bark, embedding deep within the trunk. Lu Xing was taken aback. He never imagined that the comb-crowned king snake would become ensnared. Its teeth lodged in the tree trunk. It struggled in vain to extricate them. An opportunity had arisen. As the saying goes, strike the snake at its vital point. Despite its formidable size, with the system's assistance, Lu Xing identified the snake's weakness. "Black wolf dog, use your rending claws on that spot," Lu Xing commanded. The black wolf dog, responding to his call, lunged at the comb-crowned king snake. In response, the snake swung its tail, launching a sweeping attack towards the black wolf dog. The black wolf dog, with its agile movements, successfully evaded the attack. With a swift motion, its sharp claws tore through the skin of the cock-headed king snake, causing a torrent of blood to spurt forth from the wound, mingled with a greenish fluid, indicative of the snake's gallbladder having been pierced. With a fierce roar, the cock-headed king snake, despite the injury, summoned an inexplicable strength, violently thrashing about and breaking free from the grasp of the great tree. "This is bad, we must flee." Lu Xing recognized that the snake was preparing for a final desperate struggle, and he had no intention of being dragged down with it. "Black wolf dog," Lu Xing called out. The black wolf dog dashed toward Lu Xing, who swiftly mounted its back. Thanks to a series of nourishing meals, the black wolf dog had now reached the pinnacle of the 8th tier of black iron strength. Its size greatly increased, and it possessed enough power to carry Lu Xing as they fled deeper into the dense forest, with the cock-headed king snake in pursuit. Time slipped away as they ran, until a resounding crash echoed through the air. The massive cock-headed king snake collapsed to the ground. It was finally dead. With his system eye, Lu Xing was untroubled by the thought of the snake feigning death. He wondered if it had any crystals. Approaching the fallen creature, he began to search. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Indeed, there was one. Crystals were not a common find among magical beasts, making each one quite valuable, especially this one. A 2nd-tier bronze crystal from the cock-headed king snake. Lu Xing mused that it could fetch a hefty sum. He drew his knife, intending to extract the crystal. But to his dismay, he found it unexpectedly hard. What a surprise. Is it really this tough? Lu Xing realized that his ordinary knife was insufficient to pierce the snake's skin, which was far sturdier than he had anticipated. "Black wolf dog, it's your turn," Lu Xing commanded. The black wolf dog raised its paw high, shimmering with a white light, the signature skill of its tearing claws. As the paw descended, it effortlessly sliced through the snake's skin, retrieving the coveted crystal. "Is this the crystal from the cock-headed king snake?" Lu Xing marveled as he observed the crystal's purple hue, radiating a dazzling brilliance under the sunlight. Ding! A crystal of the crowning cobra was discovered. Should it be used on the black wolfhound? No. Lu Xing promptly chose not to. Although the venomous fangs of the crowning cobra are formidable, the black wolfhound is not a beast of poison affinity and would be unable to harness the true power of the cobra's venomous techniques. Utilizing it on the black wolfhound would be an act of wastefulness. After all, a beast can only learn 4 skills from a magical beast crystal. Thus, Lu Xing placed immense importance on the selection of skills. Well, it is time to return. Just as Lu Xing prepared to leave with the black wolfhound, the latter suddenly gazed intently at a distant spot. "What is it?" The black wolfhound made a gesture towards Lu Xing, indicating a desire to venture to that location. "Do you wish to go there?" The black wolfhound nodded vigorously. Lu Xing had no choice but to lead the black wolfhound in that direction. They soon arrived at a hillside, shrouded in a tangle of vines. Lu Xing furrowed his brow, puzzled as to why the black wolfhound had brought him to this place. In the next moment, the black wolfhound demonstrated its intent. With swift movements of its sharp claws, it began to slash through the vines. Before long, countless vines were severed, revealing a dark cave before Lu Xing. The black wolfhound gestured once more to Lu Xing, its meaning clear. It wished to enter. Then let us proceed. Lu Xing exclaimed as he and the black wolfhound ventured into the cave. Fortunately, he had brought a headlamp. Otherwise, navigating through the pitch-black cave would have proven quite challenging. What is that smell? As Lu Xing delved deeper, he discovered the cave to be dim and damp. What treasures might lie within? Clearly, the black wolfhound had already sensed something noteworthy. Soon, they reached the end of the cave, where a platform was piled high with straw. To Lu Xing's astonishment, 3 eggs rested atop the hay. Could these be the eggs of the crowning cobra? Even Lu Xing could deduce the answer. The black wolfhound nodded enthusiastically and dashed towards the cobra's eggs. Chapter 19. A visit to Su Peng's home. With a loud crack, the black wolfhound bit into one of the crowning cobra's eggs and began to feast voraciously. Before long, all 3 eggs had disappeared into the black wolfhound's belly, which swelled as if it were pregnant. Ding! At that moment, a system notification echoed in Lu Xing's mind. Congratulations, host. Your black wolf dog has consumed the egg of the rooster-crowned snake. It has acquired a new skill, venomous fangs. Lu Xing was instantly elated. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. Venom is an extraordinarily potent substance. Lu Xing had regretted not being able to utilize the crystal of the rooster-crowned snake for his black wolf dog. Little did he know that the black wolf dog, by consuming the egg, had independently comprehended the skill of venomous fangs. It is worth noting that there is a distinction between utilizing a crystal and gaining understanding on one's own. The former allows for the acquisition of at most 4 skills, while the latter has no upper limit. The black wolf dog is departing. Lu Xing activated the system eye and scanned his surroundings. After ensuring he had not overlooked any treasures, he turned and left with the black wolf dog. Shortly after Lu Xing exited the cave of the rooster-crowned snake, a cacophony of sounds echoed from a distance. Following the noise, Lu Xing discovered that it was Su Peng, accompanied by a group of individuals clad in green uniforms. Lu Xing. Su Peng, having spotted Lu Xing, was filled with joy and rushed over, embracing Lu Xing tightly. Ah, you scared me to death. I thought that rooster-crowned snake had devoured you. Su Peng appeared especially animated. Though Lu Xing was not his biological brother, he was treated as such. Su Xiaoya also hurried over. Lu Xing was exceptionally handsome, and with Su Peng frequently praising him in front of Su Xiaoya, she had developed a fondness for him. This heroic act of saving the damsel stirred the girl's heart. All right, you all can reminisce later. This place is extremely perilous. Let us return with us now. A man in uniform stepped forward. His countenance was resolute, clearly indicating he was a member of the state. On the way back, the square-faced leader could not restrain himself from addressing Lu Xing. Are you truly a student? Yes. Is there a problem? None. The square-faced man gently shook his head. However, his heart was filled with astonishment. A black wolf dog of the 9th rank. He had never imagined this young man possessed such strength at such a tender age. His future truly seemed limitless. These individuals escorted Lu Xing and his companions to a secure area, simultaneously reporting to their superiors and designating Tiger Head Mountain as a restricted zone. Except for Beastmasters, no ordinary person was permitted to enter Tiger Head Mountain. Watching Lu Xing and the others depart, the square-faced man could not help but sigh. Alas, I am getting old. Truly, the world is filled with talent. Soon, we shall be phased out. Lu Xing escorted the Su siblings into the secure area. Suddenly, Su Xiaoyao addressed him. Lu Xing, why not come to my house for a visit? I can prepare my signature sweet and sour ribs for you as a token of gratitude for saving my life. Upon hearing this, Su Peng's eyes instantly lit up, and he couldn't help but drool. Lu Xing, you must agree to her invitation, he urged, shaking Lu Xing's arm incessantly. Only he knew how delectable Su Xiaoya's sweet and sour ribs were, a dish that could make one forget their very tongue. Seeing the eager expressions on the Su siblings' faces, Lu Xing felt reluctant to douse their enthusiasm with cold water and ultimately acquiesced. Su Xiaoya promptly hailed a taxi on the road, and the group set off towards Su Peng's home. Before long, Lu Xing found himself at their residence. Is this your home? He inquired, taken aback by the sight of the small estate. He never anticipated that Su Peng's family would be so affluent. But then again, what sort of household could support a glutton like him, especially one that had provided a powerful wild beast as a starting companion for Lu Xing? As they entered the estate, the trio proceeded directly to the living room. Lu Xing, please have a seat. I'll head to the kitchen now, Su Xiaoya said. turning to enter her culinary domain. Observing her earnest demeanor, Su Peng suddenly turned to Lu Xing, his expression grave. Hey, brat. It seems my sister has taken a liking to you. You better treat her well. If I find out you're mistreating her, I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson. Lu Xing felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Was this really necessary? Besides, did Su Peng possess the strength to confront him? As Lu Xing and Su Peng settled in the living room, they began to engage in light conversation. Just then, the front door creaked open. Lu Xing turned to see a middle-aged couple entering. Mom, Dad, you're back. Su Peng exclaimed. How could we not return? You, on the other hand, have quite the audacity to take your sister to that perilous place, Tiger Head Mountain. Su Peng was taken aback. He had only just returned and his parents were already aware of the incident. All right, dear, don't be too angry. They're back now, aren't they? By the way, Dad, haven't you always wanted to meet Lu Xing? This time, I brought him along. Su Peng's father, Su Sun, beamed with joy upon seeing Lu Xing, his previously stern expression instantly transforming into one of delight. Ah, you must be Lu Xing. I've often heard that rascal Su Peng speak of you. I cannot thank you enough. Without your intervention, I would have been at a loss. It was evident that Su Sun was already aware of Lu Xing's role in rescuing both Su Peng and Su Xiaoya. He examined Lu Xing from head to toe. Indeed, you are quite the remarkable young man. At the same time, he noticed the imposing black wolfhound at Lu Xing's feet. Gosh, Su Sun couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He inquired of Lu Xing, how long have you had this black wolfhound? Lu Xing, taken aback by the question, replied, I received this black wolfhound on the day the school distributed beast companions. Upon hearing this, Su Sun's heart raced with excitement. My goodness, it has only been a short while, and your black wolfhound has already reached the 9th tier of black iron. What? The 9th tier of black iron? Su Peng's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Lu Xing as though he were a marvel. Chapter 20. The secret of cultivation that means you are now a beast master of the 9th tier of black iron. Su Peng realized that Lu Xing's ability to command a black wolfhound of such caliber indicated he, too, was at least a beast master of the same tier. Lu Xing, how on earth have you trained? Su Peng leaped from the sofa, bounding to Lu Xing's side. With an eager grin, he took Lu Xing's hand and asked, Lu Xing, tell me, did your parents leave you some advanced cultivation manual? At this, Su Sun's expression darkened. The act of prying into another's cultivation secrets is a significant taboo in this world. He could scarcely believe his son could be so naive. Lu Xing, understanding Su Peng's intentions, replied, It's nothing much, just the most basic Beastmaster manual. Fearing Su Peng would be skeptical, he produced a manual from his pocket and handed it to him. Su Peng, upon seeing this, was overjoyed. He disregarded the presence of his parents and eagerly seized the manual from Lu Xing. Their bond was one of deep friendship, so he paid little heed to the details. He extended his right index finger, touched it to his tongue, and began to peruse the manual with great enthusiasm. At this moment, Su Peng felt a surge of excitement within him, as if he could already envision himself acquiring an unparalleled secret manual and dominating the world. However, what followed left him utterly astounded. What is this? Is this not the very manual distributed in schools? Such a manual is commonplace, handed out by the school, with each student receiving their own copy. Unable to contain himself, Su Peng turned to Lu Xing and exclaimed, You can't be telling me that you leveled up to black iron 9th tier using this, can you? Indeed, Lu Xing responded with a remarkable nonchalance. Observing this, Su Sun quickly intervened. All right, Su Peng, cease your antics. Hurry and return the manual to Lu Xing. Fine. Su Peng replied, his face a picture of disappointment as he handed the manual back to Lu Xing. Lu Xing, smiling, accepted the manual and said, Come, Lu Xing. My sweet and sour ribs are ready. Come and enjoy. At that moment, Su Xiaomei emerged from the kitchen, carrying a large platter of sweet and sour ribs. Initially, she wore a smile, but upon seeing her parents, she instinctively turned to flee back to the kitchen. Stop. Where do you think you're going? Su Sun chuckled, a hint of embarrassment coloring Su Xiaomei's cheeks as she turned back around. Father, she exclaimed. Humph. Su Sun scoffed. Yet, out of consideration for Lu Xing, he refrained from expressing his ire. Instead, he addressed Su Xiaomei. We will discuss your secret escapade to Tiger Head Mountain later. For now, bring over the sweet and sour ribs. Yes, father, Su Xiaomei replied, her head bowed like a child caught in wrongdoing, as she approached Su Sun with the platter. Gazing at the aromatic ribs, Su Sun could not help but close his eyes and inhale deeply, instantly engulfed in rapture. Simultaneously, he mused inwardly. What has gotten into this girl today? Usually, when I ask her to make sweet and sour ribs, she finds all sorts of excuses, claiming that the smoke would damage her skin and mar her beauty. Yet today she is so eager. Soon, he detected a subtle hint of something amiss. He noticed Su Xiaomei stealing glances at Lu Xing's Su Sun, astute as he was. Anticipated that this prized cabbage of his family was about to be courted by Lu Xing, a mere swine. Nevertheless, he chose not to hinder their budding relationship. Let the younger generation find their own fortunes. Su Sun sighed inwardly. Although he appeared stern, he was, in truth, quite open-minded. Otherwise, Su Peng and Su Xiaoya would not have developed their current personalities. Very well, Lu Xing, since you are here, stay and join us for a meal. Certainly. Lu Xing nodded slightly. After enjoying a sumptuous meal, he departed from Su Peng's residence. Observing Lu Xing's retreating figure, Su Peng couldn't help but inquire of Su Sun, "Father, do you believe this Lu Xing fellow is concealing some formidable cultivation manual from me?" However, Su Sun merely shook his head. It does not seem so. Having lived many years, Su Sun had cultivated a discerning eye. He was adept at reading people, and Lu Xing's demeanor did not suggest deceit. As this realization dawned on him, a shiver ran down Su Sun's spine. Just how exceptional could this young man's talents be? It was important to note that he was merely practicing the most basic cultivation manual. In this world of beast taming, every aspirant to become a beast master must diligently study a beast taming manual. Those with familial connections could refine their skills using ancestral techniques, while those without such privileges were relegated to the free methodologies distributed by the state. As is commonly understood, free resources are often of the lowest quality and yield minimal results. Su Sun was astonished that Lu Xing managed to reach the 9th tier of black iron solely through the state's free techniques. What a pity, what a waste. A glimmer of regret for talent flickered in Su Sun's eyes. Had this young man been born into a family of standing, perhaps his powers would be even more formidable now, and his future achievements might soar even higher. Alas, he had no familial background, and his initial beast was merely a black wolf dog. Reflecting on this, Su Sun could not help but glance at his son, Su Peng. A sense of frustration welled within him. This son of his, with all the support available, was practicing the family's cultivation methods and had even been provided with a fairly capable wild ape. Yet he resembled a hopeless case, akin to a lump of clay that refused to be molded. The sight of Su Peng's pudgy figure ignited Su Sun's ire. He shot a fierce glare at Su Peng before turning on his heel and retreating to his study. Out of sight, out of mind. Moreover, Su Sun had his own matters to attend to. After leaving Su Peng's home, Lu Xing made his way back to his own residence. He had not anticipated that Su Peng's father was a master of golden caliber. As Lu Xing recalled the events that transpired at Su Peng's home, he could not resist retrieving the manual he had previously shown to Su Peng from his pocket. Gazing at the manual in his hand, a smirk of disdain crept across Lu Xing's face. With the system at his disposal, this cultivation manual was utterly ineffective for him. In the realm of beast tamers, the strength of a beast is intrinsically linked to the prowess of its master. Should the beast tamer be of the bronze first stage, then the mightiest of their beasts can only reach the same tier. In essence, a beast's power will forever be equal to or lesser than that of its master. Chapter 21. Registering as a beast tamer to attain greatness. A beast tamer must first cultivate their own strength, enhancing their abilities before seeking to augment those of their beasts. Should an imbalance occur, the tamer may find themselves unable to control their beast, leading to potential rebellion or even betrayal. Thus, ascending to the rank of a top-tier beast tamer is an arduous endeavor, requiring simultaneous improvement of both the beast's and the tamer's capabilities. However, Lu Xing is an exception. He possesses a system that alleviates the need for traditional training. As long as his beast undergoes cultivation, he reaps the benefits. If Lu Xing's black wolf reaches the black iron 9th stage, he, too, will ascend to that rank as a beast tamer. Should the black wolf attain the bronze first stage, Lu Xing will naturally rise to that level as well. With this prospect in mind, Lu Xing's eyes sparkled with anticipation, for his black wolf was already at the black iron 9th stage, tantalizingly close to the bronze first stage. This meant he would soon be able to contract a new beast. Alas, he remains bound by the laws of this world. The new beast he contracts cannot exceed the level of his current beast. Otherwise, should fortune smile upon him one day, and he encounters a grievously wounded 9th stage dragon, he could potentially contract it and instantly become a 9th stage beast tamer. While he cannot contract a beast stronger than his current one, he possesses the system's eye, which allows him to identify those with exceptional potential. Having embraced the role of a beast tamer, Lu Xing resolved to relish the journey of nurturing his beasts. Unbeknownst to him, his musings were overheard by his black wolf, which could not help but roll its eyes. Nurture? Lu Xing had not devoted much effort into its training. The beast's current strength was solely the result of its own perseverance. As Lu Xing strolled, he pondered, what should I choose as my next beast? Just then, a colossal eagle soared above the city. It was the Thunder Eagle. With a piercing cry, it captured Lu Xing's attention. Eureka! The moment Lu Xing laid eyes on the Thunder Eagle, a decisive thought crystallized in his mind. My next beast shall be a Thunder Eagle or something akin to it. It must be capable of flight. Lu Xing was taken aback by his sudden and fervent desire for a flying beast companion. The advantages of such creatures were manifold. First and foremost, they could soar to great heights, offering a panoramic view of the surroundings, serving as scouts and pathfinders. Additionally, in the face of danger, he could swiftly escape by riding one of these aerial beings, for flying was undeniably swifter than walking. Furthermore, flying beasts possessed formidable combat prowess. However, Lu Xing's immediate priority was not to seek a creature like the Thunder Eagle, but rather to upgrade his Black Wolf Hound. Only upon the successful ascension of the Hound to the Bronze First Tier would he earn the right to contract another beast. Black Wolf Hound, let's go. Lu Xing hailed a taxi by the roadside, intending to venture into the wilderness for specialized training. After all, combat was the most effective means of enhancement. As for consuming potions, the strength gained from potions could hardly compare to that derived from genuine battle experience. Upon arriving at the entrance of a secret realm, a place he had previously inquired about, Lu Xing was halted by a man clad in a green uniform just as he was about to enter. Halt. Please present your credentials. The man saluted Lu Xing with a military gesture. Credentials? Lu Xing was momentarily taken aback. Noticing Lu Xing's confusion, the man in green promptly clarified. Your Beastmaster license. To prevent ordinary individuals from entering the secret realm and to safeguard against the escape of magical beasts, the state has stationed personnel at the entrances. Having sensed Lu Xing's considerable strength, the man treated him with respect. Had Lu Xing been of lesser ability, he might have been dismissed with a stern reprimand. Lu Xing, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head and asked, Excuse me, could you enlighten me on what this Beastmaster license entails? Lu Xing, not having paid much attention in his classes under the strict instructor, was entirely uninformed about such matters. The man in green, noticing Lu Xing's genuine ignorance, patiently explained. Do you see that tallest building over there? He pointed into the distance. That is the Beastmaster registration office. All aspiring Beastmasters must register there to obtain their licenses. Moreover, each time you enhance your abilities, you should return to update your information at the office. Registering as a Beastmaster will grant you benefits commensurate with your current level of strength. So, you should hurry along. The man in green urged Lu Xing. Thank you, my friend. No need for thanks. Lu Xing departed from the entrance of the secret realm, setting his course towards the Beast Tamer registration area. He soon arrived at the imposing registration office. What a magnificent edifice! Lu Xing was astonished by the grandeur of the Beast Tamer registration office, resembling a colossal cathedral. Upon entering, he observed a considerable number of individuals bustling about, creating a continuous flow of activity. This one is a Silver Tier 3. That one is a Black Iron Tier 7. And that fellow is a Bronze Tier 5. Under the scrutiny of the system's eye, the prowess of these individuals was laid bare before Lu Xing. However, his purpose was to officially register as a beast tamer. Thus, he refrained from engaging in conversation and proceeded directly to a service window. The registration office was remarkably user-friendly. Perhaps recognizing the nobility associated with the profession of beast tamers, it had established 20 service windows to facilitate the processing of applications. With such an abundance of windows, the need for queuing was almost non-existent. How splendid it would be if certain places in his past life operated in a similar fashion, rather than limiting themselves to a single window while the remaining staff idled away. Lu Xing approached one of the windows. Hello. I am here to register as a beast tamer. Certainly. The service attendant was exceptionally beautiful, greeting Lu Xing with a courteous smile. Please place your hand on the screen beside you. All right. Lu Xing complied, and shortly thereafter, The electronic screen displayed his personal information along with his abilities. 17 years old. Black Iron Tier 9. The attendant could not suppress her astonishment. Having worked in this office for several years, it was her first encounter with someone of such remarkable talent. She couldn't resist stealing a glance at Lu Xing, and even with prior anticipation, she was still taken aback. His handsome visage bore a hint of youth, affirming that the information was indeed accurate. What immense potential he possessed. As the attendant was lost in her amazement, Lu Xing interjected, "Excuse me, has my documentation been processed?" "Oh, my apologies." The attendant, jolted from her reverie, regained her composure. With utmost respect, she presented Lu Xing with his Beast Tamer certificate. "This is your Beastmaster certificate. Please keep it safe. With this certificate in hand, you may embark on explorations within the secret realms. Additionally, you can accept various tasks here." Accepting tasks? Lu Xing was taken aback to discover that there was a task acceptance feature available. Indeed, if you wish to accept tasks, you may do so at the self-service task machine located to your right. Of course, if you prefer convenience, you may also access our official website via your mobile device. Your account is your Beast Master identification number, and the initial password consists of 6 zeros. Should you wish to change your password, you may follow the same procedure outlined above. Lu Xing nodded appreciatively. "Thank you." He took his brand new Beast Master certificate and proceeded towards the self-service task machine. Just as Lu Xing was preparing to use the machine to seek out a task, he felt a tap on his back. Turning around, he was astonished to find Lu Xiaoming standing there. "Lu Xing, it's really you. It's been a long time." "Indeed, it has been a while." Lu Xiaoming smiled warmly, extending her hand in greeting. Lu Xing, ever the polite individual, reciprocated the gesture. "What brings you here?" "Oh, I simply wanted to see if there were any tasks available." "Have you found any?" "Not yet." Lu Xing shook his head, and upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoming's eyes brightened with excitement. "How about it? Would you like to team up with me? We could tackle tasks together and look out for one another." "Team up?" Lu Xing gazed at Lu Xiaoming, astonished to realize that in the few days since they last met, she had ascended to the rank of Black Iron Level 8 Beastmaster. This individual possesses remarkable talent. Lu Xing mused internally. He also recognized that someone who could start with an S-level qualified rainbow butterfly as their initial beast likely hailed from a distinguished background. Although she could rely on her family's resources, she chose to forge her own path, a testament to her wisdom. "So what do you say? Will you agree or not?" Lu Xiaoming, noticing Lu Xing's prolonged silence, urged him for an answer. "All right." He finally conceded. Lu Xiaoming's initial beast, the rainbow butterfly, was indeed formidable, making her an excellent teammate. "Well, it's settled then." With that, Lu Xiaoming turned to leave, only to realize that Lu Xing had not followed her. She turned to Lu Xing and exclaimed, "Hey, why are you just standing there?" Lu Xing, taken aback, pondered, "Shouldn't we first accept the mission?" "Accept the mission?" Lu Xiaoming chuckled as she handed him an A4 sheet of paper. Upon receiving it, Lu Xing discovered it was a printed task. Goblin Shaman's Staff. Locate the Goblin Shaman's Staff and return it for a reward of 500,000 Huaxia coins. The Goblin Shaman, he mused. Goblins are a peculiar lot, preferring to hide in caves, and they are notoriously sneaky, often appearing in swarms. To find a group possessing a Goblin Shaman, one must seek out a larger horde of goblins, which meant he would be facing an onslaught of around 100 of them. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Lu Xing did not anticipate Lu Xiaoming's audacity in accepting such a daunting task. "Let's go," he replied, withholding his reservations. After all, they were merely goblins. Their strength was not formidable, generally hovering around the Black Iron 5th or 6th tier. However, the Goblin Shaman posed a greater challenge, being an evolved variant with at least bronze-level strength. Yet, since Lu Xiaoming was determined to venture forth, Lu Xing decided to indulge her enthusiasm. His powerful black wolf dog would ensure that even if they encountered trouble, escape would remain an option. "Come, let me take you to gather supplies," Lu Xiaoming called to him. At the entrance of the secret realm, both Lu Xing and Lu Xiaoming carried their backpacks. Casting a sideways glance at Lu Xing, she remarked, "You're taking so little. If you run out of food later, I won't share." "It's fine. This is sufficient," Lu Xing replied, having no intention of lingering in the secret realm for too long, especially with his secret weapon, the system backpack. Little did Lu Xiaoming know, it was already brimming with provisions and various items, such as medicines. The backpack he carried was merely a facade. "Ah, you're back again," greeted the guard in a green uniform with a smile. This time, you brought your Beastmaster certificate, right?" I did. Lu Xing responded, handing over the certificate. The guard examined it and gasped, my goodness, 18 years old, and at black iron 9th tier. His eyes widened, as if witnessing something extraordinary. The man in the green uniform couldn't resist glancing at Lu Xing once more. After confirming the photograph was indeed accurate, he finally believed it. In his heart, he mused, who on earth is this guy? He had assumed that Lu Xing had reached the rank of black iron level 9 through familial connections. Little did he know, Lu Xing had embarked on his journey in this world as an orphan. Astonishingly, at just 18 years of age, he had already attained black iron level 8. The soldier who was examining Lu Xiaoming couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Lu Xing shot a glance of disdain at the man before him. Xiao Zhou, just look at your pitiful self. Boss, what level beast master were you at 18? The soldier, upon hearing this, felt his face flush with embarrassment. At 18, he had barely reached black iron level 3, and it wasn't until he was in his 20s that he achieved black iron level 9. All right, you may enter now. He was eager to avoid further humiliation and hurriedly urged Lu Xing into the secret realm. Chapter 23, Goblin Cave, thank you. Lu Xing held the Beast Master certificate with great respect for the soldier, reclaiming it, and stepping into the secret realm alongside Lu Xiaoming. Once they entered, the man named Xiao Zhou couldn't help but turn to his superior, asking, Boss, who exactly are those two? They're so young, yet so powerful. Don't ask what you shouldn't, came the curt reply, as his mind was already troubled. Lu Xing was youthful and handsome, possessing remarkable strength, and beside him was the equally formidable Lu Xiaoming, a charming young lady. Despite years of training, he couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. As Lu Xing and Lu Xiaoming ventured deeper into the secret realm, Lu Xiaoming tugged at Lu Xing's sleeve. Hey, I just heard them say you're black iron level 9. Is that true? Of course it is. Can't you feel it? Lu Xing replied. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoming pouted slightly. She had lost to Lu Xing before and had been seeking an opportunity to reclaim her pride, diligently honing her skills. Yet, she found herself a step behind once more. Curiosity about Lu Xing's background began to stir within her. Who exactly was he? After walking for a while, Lu Xing couldn't help but ask Lu Xiaoming, do you know where the goblins are? His question left Lu Xiaoming speechless. As Lu Xing led the way, she had instinctively thought he had some knowledge of their surroundings. To her surprise, he was utterly clueless. With no other option, she took out a map from her pocket. Let us go, I'll lead the way. Under the leadership of Lu Xiaoming, they swiftly arrived at the entrance of a cave. The two concealed themselves within the thicket. Lu Xing noticed, not far from the cave's mouth, two goblins armed with spears standing guard. However, these goblins displayed a lack of vigilance, even dozing off during their watch. What should we do, Lu Xing? Naturally, given Lu Xing's gender, Lu Xiaoming instinctively relied on him. What else can we do but charge in? Lu Xing replied. I'll take care of the one on the left, the one on the right is yours. All right. Lu Xing commanded his black wolfhound. Use shadow strike on the goblin to the left. The black wolfhound, upon hearing this, stealthily approached the goblin on the left. Once it drew near, it pounced suddenly, its sharp claws swiftly dispatching the goblin. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoming called out, colorful illusion butterfly, use windblade. The butterfly responded, flapping its wings vigorously. Whoosh! A fierce wind blade shot forth, directly slaying the goblin on the right. How about that? Impressive, right? As Lu Xiaoming turned to boast to Lu Xing, she discovered that he had already reached the cave entrance. This guy? Lu Xiaoming stomped her foot in frustration and hurried after him, gazing into the dark cave. Lu Xing fell into contemplation. What's wrong? Lu Xiaoming asked, noticing Lu Xing's apparent hesitation to enter. This cave is pitch black, and we cannot see a thing. It is the goblins' territory. If we recklessly venture in, we risk being ambushed. What do you propose then? Just as Lu Xing pondered, a bloodied woman burst forth from the cave, crying for help. Behind her trailed several goblins. Black Wolfhound, charge in and use Rending Claw. The Wolfhound, upon hearing the command, sprang into action, vanishing from sight. It lunged at the goblins pursuing the woman, dispatching them with swift efficiency. Lu Xiaoming was quick to act as well. She supported the severely injured woman, who, overwhelmed by her wounds, lost consciousness. Lu Xing, we must go. Together, Lu Xing and Lu Xiaoming carried the woman away. In another cave, a woman lay on the ground, her body wrapped in bandages, the wounds having been tended to. She awoke from her slumber to find the two seated by a flickering campfire, startling her. As the moment to scream approached, Lu Xing swiftly covered her mouth. urging her not to cry out, for they were benevolent souls who had just rescued her. The woman, upon hearing his words, recalled the earlier events, and Lu Xing noticed her composure gradually returning. He released his grip on her. "Here, have some warm milk," Lu Xiaoming offered, handing her a cup. The woman accepted the warm milk and drank it all in one go. "By the way, how did you end up in the goblin cave? What exactly transpired?" Lu Xiaoming's inquiry caused the woman to burst into tears. Observing this, Lu Xiaoming immediately moved to comfort her. After a considerable time, the woman's sobs subsided, and she began to recount her tale. It turned out she had formed a team with others. Due to her lack of strength, the more powerful members disregarded her, leaving her to team up with novices. Besides herself, there were 4 others. They had taken on a quest to exterminate goblins. Initially, the mission proceeded smoothly, but unexpectedly, the team's leader grew overconfident. After vanquishing a few goblins, he naively believed they could eradicate the entire goblin horde and thus ventured into the goblin cave. After sharing this, the woman began to weep once more. Sighing, Lu Xing realized he could surmise the unfortunate outcome without her further elaboration. They had recklessly entered the goblin cave and had fallen into an ambush, nearly facing total annihilation. By the way, did you see anything unusual inside the goblin cave? Perhaps a goblin that looked particularly different? Lu Xiaoming questioned the woman. A different goblin? The woman's eyes lit up at Lu Xiaoming's words. Yes. There was one that resembled an old man, leaning on a cane, with a feather stuck in his head. It was a goblin shaman. Lu Xing and Lu Xiaoming exclaimed in unison, astonished to find that rescuing this woman had brought unexpected news. However, the woman's next words doused their excitement with cold water. "We should return. It's truly terrifying in there. I felt there were at least 100 goblins in that cave." Her statement plunged Lu Xing back into contemplation. A solution was imperative. Although the black wolf hound was stronger than the goblins, their sheer numbers posed a significant threat. He understood the adage, "Many ants can bring down an elephant." Thus, he needed to devise a plan to eliminate these goblins swiftly. The challenge of finding a method to eradicate them weighed heavily on his mind. After all, his Rottweiler possessed only single-target skills, if only it had an area attack skill. Chapter 24, Fire Attack. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoming began to cough violently. "What is wrong?" Lu Xing turned to look. "I'm fine, just choked on some smoke." It turned out that a cold breeze had swept into the cave, causing Lu Xiaoming to be engulfed by the smoke from the campfire. An idea sparked. Observing Lu Xiaoming's incessant coughing, Lu Xing's eyes gleamed with inspiration. "What is going on?" Lu Xing chose not to elaborate to Lu Xiaoming. The next day, Lu Xiaoming was astonished to discover that Lu Xing had somehow gathered a large pile of firewood. "What are you planning to do?" "You'll find out soon enough." Lu Xing arrived at the entrance of the goblin cave, noticing that 2 goblins were still stationed at their post. However, compared to yesterday, these 2 goblins appeared much more alert. Perhaps the attack from the previous day had instilled a sense of vigilance in them. Lu Xing glanced at Lu Xiaoming and said, "Let us proceed as before. I'll take the left one, you take the right." "All right." Although Lu Xiaoming was unaware of Lu Xing's intentions, she agreed. The 2 of them swiftly dispatched the goblins guarding the entrance. Before them lay the entrance to the goblin cave, wide enough for a person to pass through. Lu Xing revealed a cold smile as he approached the pile of firewood. Soon, he positioned the firewood at the cave's entrance. To prevent the goblins inside from easily escaping, Lu Xing also moved some large stones to block the exit. With everything in place, Lu Xing retrieved a lighter from his pocket and skillfully ignited the fire. As the flames began to blaze, Lu Xiaoming remained utterly perplexed. "Xiaoming, quickly instruct your colorful illusionary butterflies to fan the flames." Have your colorful butterflies fan the smoke into the cave." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoming's eyes lit up as she finally grasped Lu Xing's plan. Since the goblin cave was quite perilous, they would use smoke to force the goblins out. "Colorful butterflies, it's your turn." Under Lu Xiaoming's guidance, the colorful illusionary butterflies set to work. Their enormous wings began to flap rapidly. Before long, a multitude of black smoke surged into the cave as a result of the butterflies' efforts. Meanwhile, inside the goblin cave, the goblins were sound asleep. A billowing cloud of black smoke surged into the cave, prompting each goblin to erupt into fits of violent coughing. The acrid fumes roused them from their stupor, and one by one, they scrambled to their feet, desperately attempting to flee the confines of the cave in search of fresh air. However, just as they neared the entrance, they were met with the startling sight of the cave being inexplicably choked with stones, which further constricted the already narrow passage. The leading goblin, finding no other recourse, resorted to crawling in a futile effort to escape. Yet the relentless black smoke soon overwhelmed it, rendering it unconscious. Before long, the passageway lay strewn with the lifeless bodies of goblins, all succumbing to asphyxiation from the noxious fumes. Inside the cave, the remaining goblins were in a state of frantic disarray, as the air grew increasingly thin. With no alternatives left, they begrudgingly began to drag the bodies deeper into the cave. However, this endeavor was fraught with peril, for with the removal of the corpses, the encroaching black smoke would inevitably rush back in. Outside, Lu Xing seated himself upon a stone, leisurely gnawing on a chicken leg while occasionally tending to the fire with additional kindling. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoming was becoming increasingly agitated. "How can you still find time to eat at a moment like this?" she exclaimed. Lu Xiaoming was astonished to observe that the black smoke, which had previously been flooding in, was now unable to enter due to the pile of goblin corpses blocking the passage. This realization dawned upon her. They were laboring in vain. "What is the rush? Let the bullets fly for a while longer," Lu Xing replied with a calm demeanor. Fully aware of the goblin's limited intelligence in construction, he knew there was but a single entrance. As long as he remained vigilant, the goblins inside were effectively trapped. Once the air within was entirely depleted, the goblins would meet their demise. The inferno raged for over an hour before Lu Xing ceased adding more wood to the fire. Yet, he did not hasten to enter the goblin cave. The interior was still thick with smoke, and he resolved to wait for it to dissipate before he ventured inside. "What now?" Lu Xiaoming pondered aloud. "What else can we do?" "We should return and check on Xiaoya," Lu Xing suggested, referring to the girl they had rescued. Just as the two prepared to depart, a resounding explosion echoed through the air. The stones that had previously blocked the entrance to the goblin cave were blown apart. "What is happening? Everyone, stay alert." Lu Xing immediately heightened his vigilance. The black wolfhound beside him also turned its head, lowering its body and adopting a menacing stance. A thick cloud of black smoke billowed forth. Within the smoke, a figure emerged. This individual, clutching a staff, staggered into view. The main character had finally appeared. Lu Xing could hardly believe that this goblin priest had survived until now. Goblin priest, attributes, mental, gender, level, bronze tier 3, talent, C, skills, fireball. Inspire. This creature possessed considerable strength. Yet, alas, it had crossed paths with Lu Xing. The recent black smoke had left it disoriented. The black wolfhound launched a shadowy assault on the goblin priest. Although the goblin priest was of bronze tier 3, the effects of the smoke had diminished its power to a mere fraction. Taking advantage of its weakness, Lu Xing would not wait for it to regain its senses. The black wolfhound pounced toward the goblin priest, its sharp claws swiftly raking across its body, leaving deep gashes. The horrific green blood erupted from the wounds. The goblin priest let out a pained wail, the attack momentarily snapping it out of its stupor. It raised its staff high, a massive fireball forming at its tip. With a sudden flourish of its right hand, the enormous fireball hurtled toward the black wolfhound. "Black wolfhound, evade!" The black wolfhound sprang aside, narrowly dodging the goblin priest's fiery onslaught. The terrifying fireball struck the ground where the wolfhound had just been, resulting in a deafening explosion. Dust and debris were thrown into the air. When the smoke cleared, a large crater had been created in the ground, a testament to the goblin priest's formidable power. Lu Xing felt a sense of relief that he had resorted to underhanded tactics to confront it. Chapter 25. Return the colorful illusionary butterfly. Employ your mental force. Lu Xiaoming finally reacted, issuing commands to her summoned beast. The colorful illusionary butterfly released a radiant beam of multicolored light that struck the goblin priest. Subsequently, the goblin priest was ensnared by the butterfly's mental force, sent crashing violently against a nearby rock wall. With a resounding thud, the goblin priest slammed against the wall, sustaining further injuries. "Black wolfhound, now is your chance. Use Shadow Ball." The Shadow Ball was a skill that the black wolfhound had comprehended on its own. As the creature opened its cavernous maw, a massive sphere of dark energy materialized before the black wolfhound. With a sudden motion of its head, the hound hurled the colossal orb toward the goblin shaman. A resounding explosion echoed through the air. When the smoke cleared, Lu Xing turned his gaze toward the goblin shaman, only to find it lifeless. The goblin shaman, a beast of spiritual essence, had succumbed to the tremendous damage inflicted by the malevolent shadow sphere. Lu Xing intended to approach the fallen shaman, but was halted by Lu Xiaoming's grip. What is the matter? Let us wait a moment. What if it's not truly dead? She urged. Oh, it's definitely dead. Lu Xing reassured her. Possessing the eye of the system, no beast could deceive him with a mere feigned death. He approached the goblin shaman, ready to claim its staff. To his surprise, the shaman clutched the staff tightly. With a firm grip, Lu Xing yanked it free. Now that we have the staff, let us return, he declared. Not so fast. At that moment, the black wolf hound launched a paw at the goblin shaman's chest, unearthing a crystal. Lu Xing was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a delightful surprise. A smile graced his lips as he held the goblin shaman's crystal, recognizing its potential value. This is a fine treasure. It should fetch a handsome price. Perhaps there are more treasures within. Lu Xing mused, sensing that the goblin cave had likely existed for quite some time, suggesting it harbored numerous valuable items. Let us go? Black Wolf Hound. Lu Xing retrieved his gas mask and Miner-S lamp from his backpack, and under the hound's guidance, the two ventured into the depths of the goblin cave. Lu Xiaoming had not expected him to delve further into the perilous depths. Gazing at the goblin shaman's staff in her hand, she found herself torn. Should she join him? She understood the risks. Departing now would mean she had accomplished her objective with the staff in hand. Yet, Lu Xiaoming chose not to abandon him. With a determined press of her lips, she summoned her colorful illusionary butterfly and pursued Lu Xing into the cave. The group soon reached the cavern's depths, traversing the path ahead. Lu Xing beheld countless goblin corpses, feeling increasingly grateful for his strategic use of fire. Had he engaged them directly, the sheer number of goblins would have overwhelmed him. Lu Xing, do you see that? At Lu Xiaoming's prompting, Lu Xing turned his gaze in the direction she indicated. Not far off, a campfire flickered, with roasted meat adorning its surface. The shape of the meat caused Lu Xing's brow to furrow in discomfort. Despite his resilient psyche, he felt a wave of nausea. Indeed, it was human flesh, living, breathing beings, roasted and consumed by these goblins. Unquestionably, the unfortunate victim was a companion of Xiao Yi. Ugh! Lu Xiaoming could no longer endure the turmoil in her stomach. She turned and fled towards the cave entrance, yearning for fresh air to alleviate her queasiness. Observing Lu Xiaoming's retreat, Lu Xing did not pursue her, but continued his search. After a thorough investigation, Lu Xing finally made a discovery. In the corner of the right wall lay a pile of various items. As expected, these were the spoils of the goblins from their hunts of humans and other creatures. Without pausing to assess their utility, Lu Xing waved his hand, swiftly gathering all the items into his system backpack. Once he ensured nothing was overlooked, he departed from the grim location with his black wolf dog in tow. At the entrance of the secret realm, the soldiers noticed Lu Xing and his companions returning, yet they exhibited no surprise. Given Lu Xing's formidable prowess, survival in this realm was assured, provided one was not deliberately courting death. Lu Xing hailed a taxi for Xiao Yi, who then departed. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Xing realized she would likely never return. Presumably, she would forsake her aspirations of becoming a beastmaster to embrace a mundane existence. Let us go. Lu Xing glanced at Lu Xiaoming, only to find her face ashen, clearly shaken by the recent events. After all, Lu Xiaoming was a sheltered flower, unaccustomed to witnessing such horrors. It was only natural that anyone confronted with such a scene would feel similarly disturbed. Likely, for the ensuing days, Lu Xiaoming would find it difficult to even contemplate consuming meat. Lu Xing accompanied Lu Xiaoming to the Beastmaster Registration Office to submit their mission and collect their reward. Certainly, the bounty was split between the two. Until we meet again, Lu Xing received the payment and prepared to depart. He intended to carefully organize the treasures he had just acquired from the Goblin Cave. Wait, Lu Xiaoming called out to Lu Xing. Is there something you need? Lu Xing turned his head. He saw Lu Xiaoming rushing towards him, snatching the phone from his hand and swiftly executing her actions. I have saved my phone number. Feel free to call me anytime you need assistance. With that, Lu Xiaoming dashed away without a backward glance. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Xing smiled faintly. He hailed a cab and returned home. Lu Xing drew the curtains in his room and began to sort through his belongings. Before long, he had categorized the items. He kept what was useful, while preparing to sell what was worthless but valuable to others. Among the items were some refuse, such as torn clothing, which he naturally intended to discard. Upon reviewing his spoils, he discovered that, in addition to the 250,000 bounty, there was also a significant sum of money found within the cave, an impressive 300,000 in total. This money belonged to those unfortunate souls who had fallen prey to the goblins. Being a beast tamer is a costly profession, and it is a vocation only the affluent can truly afford. Thus, having such funds was hardly surprising. Chapter 26. Acquiring a new beast. As for the goblin shaman's crystal core, Lu Xing did not plan to utilize it for the Black Wolf dog. Both Fireball and Inspire were rather rudimentary skills. He would find a way to sell the previously obtained Rooster King snake and the goblin shaman's crystal core later. Click. Lu Xing heard the sound of a key being inserted into the lock. He turned to see a rotund figure entering with a large bag of food. Upon seeing Lu Xing, the man's face lit up with uncontainable joy. Lu Xing, did you miss me? Observing the rather unsightly Su Peng, Lu Xing couldn't help but roll his eyes. By the way, where have you been these past few days? I tried calling you, but you didn't answer. Did you? Lu Xing picked up his phone and, indeed, found several missed calls. It turned out he had entered the secret realm, which prevented Su Peng's calls from coming through. Nothing much, just attended to a few matters. Enough chit-chat. I just bought a supreme pizza. Hurry over and eat. If we don't eat soon, it will get cold and lose its appeal. All right. Lu Xing nodded. He stood up and went with Su Peng to enjoy some pizza. Nightfall. Lu Xing and Su Peng arrived at the rooftop. The evening sky was splendid, adorned with countless twinkling stars. How beautiful! Su Peng couldn't help but exclaim. Suddenly, Lu Xing's black wolf dog leaped onto a high platform and began to howl at the night sky. The surrounding spiritual energy abruptly converged towards the black wolf dog. Wow. No way. Your black wolf dog is about to break through. Overwhelmed by the terrifying surge of spiritual energy, Su Peng was left nearly speechless. He watched as the energy surged furiously toward the black wolf dog, and soon enough, it achieved a breakthrough. Its strength escalated from the 9th rank of black iron to the 1st rank of bronze. Gazing at the newly empowered black wolf dog, Su Peng couldn't help but swallow hard. Lu Xing, be honest. Is your black wolf dog truly just a black wolf dog? It feels more like a black wolf king to me. Lu Xing's black wolf dog was more than twice the size of an ordinary one. Terrifying. Truly daunting. It exuded a chilling pressure, causing Su Peng's legs to tremble uncontrollably. As he beheld the upgraded black wolf dog, Lu Xing smiled. Finally, it had reached the 1st rank of bronze. This meant that Lu Xing was now a beast master of the same rank, eligible to contract a 2nd beast. Black wolf dog, Lu Xing called. The black wolf dog retracted its pressure, adopting a gentle demeanor as it joyfully leaped towards Lu Xing. With its newfound strength, the black wolf dog had grown even larger. It lunged forward, knocking Lu Xing to the ground, its pink tongue affectionately licking Lu Xing's face, expressing its fondness. All right. Lu Xing managed to extricate himself. He petted the black wolf dog's head while contemplating how to seek out a 2nd beast. Oh dear, that scared me to death. Once the black wolf dog retracted its pressure, Su Peng immediately breathed a sigh of relief, feeling drenched in sweat. I can't take it anymore. I need to take a shower. With that, Su Peng dashed downstairs without a backward glance. Unbeknownst to Lu Xing, the earlier intimidation from the black wolf dog had startled Su Peng so much that it caused him to lose control. Hence, he rushed off to bathe. When Su Peng emerged from his shower, he discovered Lu Xing sitting on the sofa. Liu Xing, do you need something? Su Peng noticed that Liu Xing seemed to be waiting for him. Su Peng, do you know where I can purchase a beast? A beast? Su Peng was slightly taken aback. Why do you ask this? Don't you already have a black wolf dog? Suddenly, Su Peng's eyes widened. Oh my goodness. You beast. You're not telling me you've already broken through to the bronze 1st rank and are preparing to contract a 2nd beast? Are you? What else would you think? Su Peng felt as if his worldview were collapsing. Liu Xing, tell me honestly, have you been possessed by that powerful figure? Liu Xing shot Su Peng an exasperated glance. What nonsense are you spouting? And do you even know anything about beasts? Of course. Su Peng quickly replied. Then lead the way tomorrow. After spending several days in the secret realm, Liu Xing had not slept well. He got up and went to his room to rest. Watching Liu Xing enter his room, Su Peng was deeply shaken. He couldn't help but mutter softly, My father truly is remarkable. His ability to judge character is indeed sharp. Su Peng's father, Su Sun, had repeatedly instructed him to maintain a good relationship with Liu Xing and to avoid any conflicts. Becoming friends with Liu Xing might very well be the best choice Su Peng has ever made. This is the place you mentioned, where beasts are sold. Indeed. Su Peng couldn't help but speak up. Liu Xing did not expect this place to be so remote. Oh, don't worry. When I, Su Peng, take action, Is there anything to be concerned about? Despite its shabby appearance, I bought my wild gorilla from here. Hearing this, Liuxing nodded. Su Peng's wild gorilla had decent qualifications, proving that this place indeed had good merchandise. Following Su Peng, the two entered the beast-selling shop. Since it was relatively early, there were not many customers inside. Upon seeing someone enter, the owner immediately greeted them with a beaming smile. When he recognized the visitors, he was momentarily stunned before cheerfully exclaiming, well, young Master Su, what brings you to my humble shop? The owner naturally recognized Su Peng, as he had spent a considerable sum to buy a wild gorilla here. All right, Boss Jean, let's skip the pleasantries. My brother is preparing to contract a second beast. Quickly, show us your best merchandise. What? A second beast? Boss Jean looked at Liuxing in astonishment. He discovered that Liuxing was remarkably youthful, his face still bearing a hint of innocence. Boss Jean could not help but inquire of Liuxing. May I ask your esteemed surname, brother? Lu. Could it be that Boss Jean assumed Liuxing was the offspring of some notable figure? Considering Liuxing's capabilities, especially with the presence of the rotund Su, Boss Jin's enthusiasm heightened. Lu young master has graced us with his presence. My humble establishment is truly honored. Since you, Lu young master, have arrived, I shall naturally present to you my finest beasts. However, I am curious to know what type of beast you desire. Chapter 27, 100,000 for a little electric sparrow. Flying types, though I wonder if you have any in stock? Flying types? Boss Jean paused momentarily, then replied with a smile. Indeed, we do. Please, follow me. Under Boss Jin's guidance, Liuxing and his companion descended to a basement. Liuxing glanced around and noticed iron cages enclosing various winged creatures. These, presumably, were the flying beasts Boss Jean had mentioned. Liuxing muttered softly to himself, while Su, looking somewhat disgruntled, exclaimed, wow, it stinks in here. Holding his nose, Su could not help but complain. Liuxing furrowed his brow. The limited space meant that these flying beasts had nowhere else to relieve themselves, and thus the odor was inevitable. Lu young master, please take a careful look and see if any of these beasts meet your satisfaction. Liuxing nodded and began to meander through the basement. After a thorough inspection, he was astonished to find the beasts here possessed commendable qualities. The lowest grade was C. It appeared that Boss Jean had indeed spoken the truth. Lu young master, what troubles you? Are you not pleased? Liuxing shook his head. Indeed, the highest quality beast here was merely a little firebird of grade A. However, in Liuxing's eyes, it was still too low. Furthermore, this little firebird lacked any special annotations, indicating it had not undergone any mutations. Then it appears there is no recourse, Boss Jean remarked, a glimmer of regret crossing his features. These are my finest beasts. If they do not satisfy you, I am at a loss. Liuxing nodded but casually inquired, do you have any other beasts apart from these? Other beasts? Boss Jean hesitated slightly, then replied, I do have some, but I fear they may not meet your discerning taste. Boss Jean assumed that Liuxing had lofty aspirations and looked down upon the beasts here. Then let us take a look. Liuxing thought it best not to leave empty-handed now that he was already there. After all, a brief inspection wouldn't consume much time. Under Boss Jin's guidance, Liuxing and his companion arrived at a different basement. Compared to the previous one, this basement appeared even more cramped. Liuxing observed that, in addition to flying beasts, there were various others. He activated his system's ocular interface and began his examination. As Liuxing had anticipated, the quality of the beasts here was significantly inferior, with F-grade beasts being ubiquitous. After a thorough inspection, Liuxing sighed, alas. It seems that finding a hidden gem is out of the question. He muttered softly to himself, Boss, there's a small electric sparrow over there. It seems to be on the brink of death. Should we dispose of it? What? Boss Jean exclaimed in astonishment, hastening toward the location of the small electric sparrow. He discovered it lying on the ground, appearing gravely ill. Evidently, it was suffering from a severe ailment. Hey, what are you still doing? Hurry up and take care of that creature. Do you want it to spread its illness to the other beasts? Boss Jean could not help but reprimand his employee loudly. It is known that in this world, treating beasts is exceedingly costly. Thus, Boss Jean preferred to dispose of the small electric sparrow rather than incur the expenses of veterinary care, as the creature held little value. Taking it to a vet might cost more than the sparrow's worth. Liuxing cast a glance at the small electric sparrow and noticed it was gravely injured, with sparks of electricity crackling around it, producing a popping sound. However, Just that fleeting glance made Lu Xing's eyes widen in surprise. What is going on? He never expected that this small electric sparrow would possess such remarkable qualities. Small electric sparrow, attribute, electric, gender, level, black iron tier 3, qualification, SS, learned skill, electric shock. Upon observing the attributes of the small electric sparrow, Lu Xing's heart began to race uncontrollably. Wait, Lu Xing called out to the worker. Boss Jean, could you sell me this small electric sparrow? Lu Xing stated directly to Boss Jean. Boss Jean, taken aback, wore a look of disbelief on his face. He had not anticipated that Lu Xing would take an interest in such a small creature. Upon witnessing the scene, the rotund Su could not help but exclaim to Lu Xing, Lu Xing, have you taken a fancy to this little electric sparrow? Just look at its pitiful state. It appears quite ailing. If all goes as expected, it is likely to perish shortly. Please, do not act foolishly. Hearing this, Boss Jean furrowed his brow. Could it be that this little electric sparrow was extraordinary? Had this young man discerned something unusual? That should not be the case, for I have employed a specialized appraiser. Here, the beasts possess a maximum qualification of merely C grade. Boss Jean was a remarkably shrewd individual. In his dealings with beast companions, he first engaged professional evaluators to assess their qualifications, subsequently categorizing them accordingly. The higher the qualification, the more exorbitantly they were priced. Conversely, those of lower quality were relegated to the same tier. Su, do you not think that little electric sparrow is rather pitiable? Lu Xing expressed a hint of sympathy. His acting skills were commendable, even deceiving Su. Lu Xing, I know you have a kind heart, but I urge you not to act unwisely. Do not concern yourself. That creature is, after all, a life. The exchange between Lu Xing and Su fell entirely within Boss Jin's earshot. At that moment, Lu Xing appeared in Boss Jin's eyes as a compassionate scion of a wealthy family, a young man steeped in empathy for these beasts. Alas, this world is one governed by the law of the jungle. Compassion is the most ill-advised sentiment. Boss Jin could not help but lament Lu Xing's fortunate upbringing. Despite his empathy, he could still thrive in this realm. As for himself, he had forged his path through sheer determination, climbing from the very bottom. Thus, Boss Jin prioritized profit over camaraderie. Since Master Lu desires it, I shall sell it to you for 100,000. What? Su gasped in astonishment. Boss Jin, are you extorting us? This is utterly unscrupulous. However, Lu Xing paid no mind to the exorbitant sum. 100,000 it is. He promptly agreed. To maintain the ruse, he recognized that he must fully commit to his charade. That brief moment had already piqued Boss Jin's suspicion. If he were to haggle further, what if the man came to his senses? After all, Boss Jin was no fool. Thus, Lu Xing resolved to establish himself as a foolish heir with ample wealth. Chapter 28. Capturing the little electric sparrow. Lu Xing produced 100,000 huaxiao coins and acquired the little electric sparrow. Observing Lu Xing depart with the ailing little electric sparrow, Boss Jin could not help but exclaim, these wealthy young scions are truly naive and affluent. Believing he had made a substantial profit, Boss Jin sold the ailing sparrow to Lu Xing for a staggering sum of 100,000 huaxiao coins. Upon seeing Lu Xing carrying the cage, Su Pang was instantly filled with exasperation. Lu Xing, why do you refuse to heed my advice? What is so remarkable about this little sparrow? You are merely squandering your money. Lu Xing, however, chose not to elaborate to Su Pang. Had he known this was a sparrow of SS qualification, he would have been utterly astonished. With the little sparrow in tow, Lu Xing swiftly returned to his abode. He entered his bedroom and promptly locked the door behind him. I am going to tame it now. Please do not disturb me. Lu Xing's declaration left Su Pang momentarily speechless. Oh, I shall leave you to it. Su Pang turned to depart, seeking solace in delectable food to transform his frustration into appetite. Within the confines of the room, Lu Xing diligently followed the methods imparted by the enigmatic Master Mieju, using his spiritual energy to inscribe a contract formation upon the floor. As the formation was completed, it radiated a dazzling brilliance. The little sparrow, realizing Lu Xing's intent to contract it, immediately attempted to resist. Yet, its feeble strength, compounded by its grave illness, rendered it incapable of putting up a significant fight. Lu Xing easily subdued the little sparrow, which then transformed into a streak of light and was drawn into the Beast Master space. As the little sparrow entered the Beast Master space, the ambient spiritual energy surged towards it, enveloping the creature and initiating the healing of its injuries. However, The sparrow's condition appeared quite severe. Under the influence of the spiritual energy, its recovery was only gradual. It seems I must seek out a healer tomorrow to assist the little sparrow in its recovery, Lu Xing murmured softly. A healer is a branch of beastmasters, known for their therapeutic skills in nurturing beasts. The following morning, Lu Xing opened his door to find Su Peng seated at the dining table, indulging in a hearty meal. Upon spotting Lu Xing, he initially intended to say something, but the lingering resentment from the previous day held him back, prompting him to merely snort in discontent and continue eating. What a character! Lu Xing smiled gently, never expecting to witness Su Peng's prideful side. Lu Xing approached the dining table and was taken aback to find a breakfast laid out at his place. It seemed that despite Su Peng's anger, he still remembered to bring him a meal. After finishing his breakfast, Lu Xing could not help but inquire of Su Peng. Hey, Su Peng, do you know where I can find a healer? A healer? Why do you ask that? Su Peng, having eaten his fill, appeared to be in a much better mood. Of course, it's for my little electric sparrow. Your little electric sparrow. Su Peng's eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Xing, you can't be serious. You actually contracted that little electric sparrow? Yes, Lu Xing replied, and Su Peng was momentarily at a loss for words. Although he was aware of Lu Xing's considerable talent, he couldn't help but feel that this reckless contracting of a beast was a squandering of his potential as a beast master. Just as Su Peng was about to voice his thoughts, Lu Xing interrupted him. Just tell me if you know or not. Enough of the chatter. Who am I? If not a healer? Come on, I'll take you there right now. With the decision made, Su Peng realized he had no choice but to lead Lu Xing in search of a healer. Hoping that they could properly treat Lu Xing's little electric sparrow and ensure it did not suffer any lingering ailments from this illness. Under Su Peng's guidance, Lu Xing arrived before a magnificent building. Is this where the healer is? Indeed. Quite impressive, isn't it? Of course. Do you know that being a healer is a remarkably sacred and rare profession? Why is that? Because beasts possessing healing abilities are exceedingly rare. Whenever a beast with healing skills appears, it is immediately sought after by various factions. Lu Xing nodded in agreement. It was true, since he had acquired his beast. He had yet to encounter one that possessed healing abilities. All right, enough talk. Let us go inside, Lu Xing urged as he and Su Peng entered the building. Upon stepping inside, a beautiful young woman approached them. Hello, how may I assist you? She greeted with a polite smile. We're here to treat a beast. Is Master Zheng available? Su Peng asked directly. The young woman's expression shifted slightly as she replied, I'm sorry, but Master Zheng has just stepped out. Do you know when he will return? I'm afraid I cannot say, she responded, her words falling like a bucket of cold water over Lu Xing and Su Peng. They never anticipated that they would come here for nothing. Since they could not meet Master Zheng, there was no reason to linger. Lu Xing and Su Peng turned and made their way toward the exit. As they stepped out of the building, Lu Xing inquired of Su Peng, do you know of any other places? Su Peng shook his head, lamenting the scarcity of therapists. Whenever one emerged, they were eagerly recruited by various powerful factions. Master Zheng was the only therapist known to Su Peng who was accessible to the public. What shall we do? Although the Beast Mastery space could treat little electric sparrow, the process was excruciatingly slow. Just as Lu Xing found himself at a loss, a voice called out to him. Lu Xing. He turned to see a woman in a flowing red gown standing not far away. Her striking crimson hair glimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. Phoenix, what brings you here? Phoenix. Su Peng's heart raced at the sight of her. Lu Xing, do you know Phoenix? He whispered excitedly. Yes. Wow, you're quite impressive. Tell me, how did you come to know her? What? Do you know her too? Su Peng shot Lu Xing a disbelieving glance. Phoenix is the leader of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps. Do you understand what that means? It's a legendary gathering place for beauties. Lu Xing felt speechless. He had not expected Su Peng to have such knowledge in this regard. It's been a while, Phoenix, Lu Xing said as he approached her. I was just wandering around, as our camp is not far from here. But you, where have you been lately? I haven't seen you around. Ah, nothing much, just focusing on my training. Training? Phoenix looked at Lu Xing, her eyes widening in surprise. Goodness, don't tell me you've reached the first level of bronze already. Yes, Lu Xing nodded. Your talent is extraordinary. It hasn't been long, and you've already achieved bronze rank. If this continues, you might surpass me in no time. You're just joking, Phoenix. With my talent, how could I possibly compare to you? Well, it's been a few days, and your flattery is as sweet as honey. Lu Xing was not merely flattering. He recognized that Phoenix had already reached platinum rank. To catch up to her would undoubtedly take a considerable amount of time. During this period, the strength of the phoenix will also grow. Enough of the idle chatter. Tell me, have you encountered any difficulties? Phoenix noticed a hint of sorrow in Lu Xing's expression. Nothing escapes the keen perception of Sister Phoenix. Indeed, I am faced with a troubling matter. Just yesterday, I formed a contract with a beast, but it has sustained severe injuries and requires treatment. However, it seems the healer here has stepped out. You contracted another beast? Phoenix furrowed her brow. She had not anticipated Lu Xing's impatience. Most individuals take considerable time to deliberate before selecting a new beast upon reaching the bronze tier. It was surprising that Lu Xing acted so hastily. Nevertheless, Phoenix refrained from probing further, instinctively sensing that Lu Xing was not a fool. Let us go? Where to? Of course, to find the healer. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing's eyes brightened, and he quickly chased after Phoenix, with Su Peng closely following. The two followed Phoenix directly into a grand estate. Inside the spacious villa, Su Peng curiously surveyed his surroundings. Is this the base of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps? His heart raced with excitement. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. How fragrant! He realized the air was imbued with an enchanting aroma. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed. A woman in a flowing green dress descended the stairs. Sister Phoenix, who requires treatment. Lu Xing turned to see a stunning woman with vibrant green hair standing at the staircase. Another beautiful lady. Was Lu Xing's unspoken thought. This is him. Phoenix gestured toward Lu Xing beside her. All right, little brother, let your beast out. The woman in the green dress yawned lazily, appearing as if she had just awakened. Okay. Lu Xing swiftly formed a seal and summoned the little electric sparrow he had recently contracted. Upon its emergence, the sparrow flapped its wings several times before plummeting toward the ground. Observing this, Lu Xing quickly dashed forward and caught the sparrow before it could land. The woman in the green dress paused, taken aback by Lu Xing's beast, and then smiled. I didn't expect your little bird to be so tiny. Her words were laced with double entendre, and Lu Xing understood her meaning all too well. However, he paid no heed and instead smiled, saying, I would be immensely grateful if you could assist in treating this matter, dear sister. The lady in the green dress, upon witnessing Lu Xing's courtesy, decided against teasing him any further. Very well, in light of the Phoenix's favor, I shall assist you this once. As she spoke, she formed a series of intricate gestures. Come forth, my little darling. In a moment, a small green sprite materialized before the onlookers, a genuine sprite. Green sprite, it is your turn. Heal the little electric sparrow. The green sprite nodded in response. Its gossamer wings fluttered gently as it soared towards the electric sparrow. Bathed in a verdant glow, the sprite extended its hand and placed it upon the little creature. Before long, the electric sparrow was enveloped in a radiant green light. After a brief period of healing, Lu Xing observed that the electric sparrow's wounds were mending rapidly. The prowess of this healing beast was remarkable. Lu Xing mused that he, too, should acquire a healing beast in the future. After all, self-reliance is preferable to dependence on others. Perhaps I should capture a green sprite as well? At that moment, the attributes of the green sprite appeared before Lu Xing's eyes. Green sprite. Attribute. Plant. Gender. Level. Platinum Tier 1. Qualification. S. Skills learned. Healing. Vine Whip. Petal Surge. Truly, a member of the legendary Phoenix Mercenary Corps, its strength is formidable. Lu Xing couldn't help but murmur softly to himself. Well, your little electric sparrow has been healed. Now, dear brother, I must return to my beauty sleep, for lack of rest is a woman's greatest adversary. Insufficient sleep accelerates aging. The lady in the green dress cast a flirtatious glance at Lu Xing. Remember my name. I am Green Luo. You owe me a favor, and as for when you repay it, that shall depend on my mood. With that, Green Luo turned and descended the stairs, soon vanishing from sight. Thanks to the green sprite's healing, Lu Xing's electric sparrow was now brimming with vitality. It could finally soar freely once more. With a powerful flap of its wings, the electric sparrow darted through the second-floor hall, zipped down the corridor, and burst through the balcony door, flying into the open air. Seeing the little sparrow take flight, Su Peng could not help but exclaim to Lu Xing, Lu Xing, this is bad. Your electric sparrow has defected. Yet Lu Xing remained remarkably composed. With the system at his disposal, he understood that the electric sparrow could not possibly betray him. It simply longed for the freedom of flight after a prolonged period of confinement. Let it venture out and fly for a while. When it tires of its escapade, it will return on its own. You seem remarkably unconcerned. If that little electric sparrow truly decides to flee, I wonder how you will lament. Su Peng could not resist reminding Lu Xing beside them. Feng Huang listened intently, her curiosity piqued. What warranted Lu Xing's confidence? Even after recently contracting her beast, she would not dare release it immediately. Each time, she sought a confined space, ensuring complete taming before unleashing it for use. Then let us wait. Feng Huang cast a glance at Lu Xing and Su Peng. Since you both are here, do not leave just yet. Stay for lunch. As Lu Xing and Su Peng had risen later than usual, coupled with the earlier delays, it was now past 11 o'clock, nearing mealtime. Chapter 30. Leveling up the little electric sparrow. Food was to be had. Su Peng's eyes lit up instantly. He was, after all, a genuine foodie, and to dine within the Phoenix Mercenary Corps camp was an exhilarating prospect. After a brief wait, the meal commenced. Su Peng had anticipated the presence of other members of the Phoenix Corps, but was surprised to find only Feng Huang, Lu Luo, and a woman with purple hair. The purple-haired lady, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, was indeed beautiful, yet the sharpness of her gaze made Su Peng somewhat uneasy. The group gathered together for lunch. As Lu Xing ate, he offered morsels of meat to the little electric sparrow perched on his shoulder. Having flown for quite some time, it was now quite hungry and eagerly accepted Lu Xing's offerings. Lu Xing, how did you come to be so certain that the little sparrow would not escape? Perhaps it is merely because of my striking good looks. Lu Xing's response momentarily stunned Feng Huang, who then rolled her eyes in response. She had not anticipated such an answer from him. His clever retort not only addressed her inquiry, but also cleverly concealed the existence of his system. After their appetites were satisfied, Lu Xing and Su Peng bid farewell to Feng Huang and departed from the Phoenix base. As they watched the two figures recede into the distance, Lu Luo could not help but exclaim to Feng Huang, "Captain, how peculiar. For someone as disdainful of men as you, to assist that insufferable brat so readily. Have you perhaps changed your disposition?" As a thought struck her, Lu Luo's eyes widened, and she could not refrain from asking Feng Huang, "Captain, you do not harbor any intentions of pursuing a younger man, do you?" "Hee. I adore you just the way you are." The Green Rual, in a disheveled state, displayed a rather lewd expression. Green Rual. The violet-haired woman beside the phoenix could no longer bear to watch. "Zixian, am I mistaken in my observations?" Zixian shot a fierce glare at Green Rual, for she alone understood the reason behind the phoenix's exceptional kindness towards Lu Xing. "Well, I shall not engage with you any further. I am off to catch a bit more sleep." With that, Green Rual turned and departed. Only the phoenix and Zixian remained in the hall. "Phoenix, do you not find Lu Xing to be rather extraordinary?" "Oh." The phoenix's interest was piqued. While others might be oblivious, she was Zixian, the esteemed strategist of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps. Zixian's discerning eye was astute. She immediately recognized that Lu Xing was distinctly different. Though the lad had merely formed a contract with a small electric sparrow, the creature's potential seemed far from ordinary. "I didn't expect you to notice as well." Indeed, having departed from the Phoenix base, Lu Xing gazed at the small electric sparrow circling around him, a smile of satisfaction adorning his face. This fellow possessed the SS grade potential. The next step was to enhance this little creature's strength. On the following day after returning from the Phoenix base, Lu Xing rose early. He tidied his belongings, most of which remained stored in his system backpack. Lu Xing prepared to venture out to thoroughly augment the electric sparrow's capabilities. He cast a glance at the room where Su Peng resided. That lazy sloth was still deep in slumber, the thunderous snores echoing like a tempest. Lu Xing chuckled wryly and shook his head, setting off alone from his home. He made his way straight to the primary secret realm. Having visited before, he was somewhat familiar with the guard troops there. After briefly presenting his beast tamer certificate, Lu Xing entered the secret realm. Prior to his visit, he had conducted thorough research. His destination this time was the moonlit lake, a serene expanse resembling the moon itself. Upon entering the secret realm, Lu Xing did not dare to become complacent. He immediately summoned his two beasts. The black wolfhound, with its keen sense of smell and high vigilance, ensured Lu Xing was not concerned about potential beast attacks. As for the electric sparrow, having finally escaped from its iron cage after forming a contract with Lu Xing, it relished this newfound sense of freedom. Lu Xing had just released it when the little electric sparrow flapped its wings and soared into the air, gliding freely amidst the clouds. Off we go, destination Moonlit Lake. Along the way, after swiftly dealing with a few oblivious foes, Lu Xing, accompanied by his black wolf dog and the little electric sparrow, arrived at Moonlit Lake. As Lu Xing had anticipated, this location was indeed a haven for aquatic magical beasts. With just a fleeting glance, he spotted a water-type magical creature, the red claw crab. Under the scrutiny of the system's eye, its attributes were laid bare. Red claw crab, attribute, water, gender, level, black iron level 8, talent, E. Skills learned, cut, observing the red claw crab before him. A subtle smile graced Lu Xing's lips. Little electric sparrow, it's your turn. Use thunderbolt. The little sparrow nodded and immediately launched an attack at the red claw crab. With a crackle, a bolt of golden lightning hurtled towards the creature. The unfortunate red claw crab, which had been basking in the sun atop a large rock, was suddenly struck by the electric assault. Thunder-based attacks are particularly fearsome to water-type magical beasts, which inherently dread electricity. The bolt struck true, sending a jolt through the crab, leaving it momentarily stunned. After recovering from the shock, the red claw crab, though wounded, still retained some will to fight. It leapt fiercely and charged towards Lu Xing, its massive pincers clashing ominously, emitting a series of sharp snaps, as if intent on crushing the assailants before it. Black wolf dog, it's your turn. Use rending claw. With a swift motion, the black wolf dog lunged forward. By the time Lu Xing caught sight of it again, the wolf had positioned itself directly behind the red claw crab. With a fierce slash, the enormous red claw crab was cleaved cleanly in two. One strike, just a single strike. The black wolf dog had effortlessly dispatched the red claw crab. Lu Xing couldn't help but smirk at how feeble the creature was. Little did he know that despite the crab's seemingly tough shell, the black wolf dog's prowess far surpassed that of the red claw crab, making such a swift defeat entirely predictable. Let us go. We must seek out our next target. In the realm of beast tamers, there exist two expedient methods to elevate one's beastly prowess. The first involves the consumption of potions, a method deemed most reliable, devoid of any peril. The second approach entails engaging in various battles. Clearly, the latter proves to be more efficacious, albeit fraught with danger. Chapter 31. Homecoming beneath the shade of a grand tree. Lu Xing was savoring a sandwich, while his two beasts dined beside him. After a fortnight, this individual had finally attained the formidable rank of Black Iron, 9th tier. Lu Xing gazed at the little electric sparrow, which, with its burgeoning strength, could no longer be described as little. Once merely the size of a sparrow, it had now grown to the magnitude of a rooster. Meanwhile, the black wolfhound, while guarding Lu Xing, had also made strides in its abilities, reaching the 3rd tier of bronze. Casting a glance at his watch, Lu Xing realized that it was time to return after spending over half a month away. He crumpled the sandwich wrapper into a ball and tucked it into his bag. Littering was not a commendable habit. He set forth to depart from the moonlit lake with his electric sparrow and black wolfhound in tow. As they traversed the thicket, the black wolfhound suddenly assumed an aggressive stance, alerting Lu Xing to a disturbance. Rustle, rustle. Just as Lu Xing pondered the cause, a bear surged forth from the nearby underbrush. It was a white-furred bear. Lu Xing was taken aback by this unexpected encounter. The bear, with its crimson eyes, rose abruptly, revealing its towering height of 3 meters before Lu Xing roared. The white bear emitted a thunderous growl, striking its hefty paw against its chest in a display of discontent. It was evident that Lu Xing had inadvertently trespassed into its territory. How fortuitous. Lu Xing immediately assessed the bear's strength. White bear. Attribute. Fighting. Gender. Level. Bronze. 1st tier. Talent. D. Learn skills. Slam. Little electric sparrow, it's your turn. Without needing further instruction, the electric sparrow launched an assault on the white bear. Thunder. A bolt of golden lightning surged toward the bear with great force. With the sparrow's increased power, its electric attacks had grown significantly stronger. The unfortunate white bear had not anticipated such a sudden offensive. The unsuspecting white bear was struck by the electric shock from the little electric sparrow. Instantly, a golden radiance enveloped the bear's entire body. As the glow faded, the bear's once pristine white fur transformed into a deep, dark hue, exuding an unpleasant aroma reminiscent of charred protein. What a pity. Lu Xing had initially contemplated hunting this white bear to skin it for a luxurious coat. Roar. After enduring an electric shock, the bear was gravely injured. Nevertheless, its robust physique compelled it to charge towards Lu Xing despite its wounds. The black wolf dog by Lu Xing's side prepared to attack the bear, but Lu Xing halted it. Leave this to the little electric sparrow. As the bear lunged forward. Crack. The little electric sparrow launched another assault, successfully striking the charging bear. This time, the bear was not so fortunate. The lightning surged through its body, delivering a fatal blow. Boom! The massive figure of the bear collapsed to the ground. Upon witnessing this, the little electric sparrow joyfully began to dance in midair. At that moment, the surrounding spiritual energy converged towards the little sparrow. It's happening, it's happening. Lu Xing realized that the little electric sparrow's power was about to elevate once more. With a brilliant flash of light, a brand new little electric sparrow appeared before Lu Xing. Previously, the sparrow was the size of a rooster, but now it had grown to the size of an ostrich. It seemed that the dream of riding this creature was not far off. Lu Xing sensed that once the little electric sparrow ascended a few more levels, he would be able to soar through the skies upon its back. All right, we should head back, Lu Xing thought, having spent quite some time in this secret realm. During his stay, he had subsisted on dry rations, too wary to sleep soundly at night due to the threat of monster attacks. Upon returning, he yearned for a hearty meal followed by a restful slumber. After exiting the secret realm, he hailed a vehicle and made his way home. As soon as he entered, he spotted Su Peng seated at the dining table, indulging in a feast. This fellow. Lu Xing glanced over and noticed that Su Peng had bought a family bucket from a restaurant today. He removed his shoes and approached the table, grabbing a chicken leg and starting to devour it. Lu Xing, you're back. Indeed. You, my friend, dwell in such comfort at home. Yet you prefer to linger here. Alas. Su Peng sighed deeply. You wouldn't understand. Observing the sorrow etched on Su Peng's face, Lu Xing could surmise the situation. This fellow must have been scolded by his parents again. Lu Xing, despite my relentless efforts, why are my parents still dissatisfied? Efforts? Lu Xing furrowed his brow. Wasn't Su Peng merely a glutton? Unable to contain his curiosity, Lu Xing employed his system's discerning eye to scrutinize Su Peng. To his astonishment, he discovered that Su Peng had attained the formidable rank of Black Iron 8. Evidently, this fellow had indeed put in substantial effort during these days. By the way, Lu Xing, where have you been lately? You seem to appear and vanish at will. Also, what is your current strength? Take a guess. Lu Xing couldn't resist teasing Su Peng. You rascal. All right, I'm tired. Lu Xing grabbed a chicken leg, munching on it as he strolled towards his bedroom. His sanctuary boasted an en-suite bathroom, and all Lu Xing desired was a warm shower followed by a restful slumber. Upon awakening from his dreams, Lu Xing glanced at the alarm clock, shocked to discover it was already 6 in the evening. Peering out the window, he noted that darkness had enveloped the sky. Gurgle. Gurgle. Having only consumed 2 chicken legs from Su Peng, Lu Xing's stomach was already growling with hunger. It was time to venture outside. He sought a place to satiate his appetite. Departing from his home, Lu Xing casually entered a noodle shop, devouring a bowl of noodles before making his exit. However, as he stepped out of the establishment, a frown began to form on his brow. What was amiss? Could it be that my attire is too extravagant? Lu Xing instinctively glanced at his clothing. Not at all. He realized his outfit was quite ordinary. Then why was that man trailing me? He noticed a middle-aged man shadowing him. Narrowing his eyes, he smirked coldly. Chapter 32. The escape. Lu Xing deliberately entered a narrow alleyway, quickening his pace until he concealed himself around a corner. The middle-aged man followed closely behind. As the man rounded the corner, Lu Xing struck with a powerful punch, prompting the middle-aged man to instinctively raise his guard. However, Lu Xing's formidable strength still compelled the middle-aged man to stagger several steps back. Who are you? Why are you following me? Lu Xing's face darkened. Humph. The middle-aged man removed his sunglasses. Do you know Gao Bo? Gao Bo. Lu Xing's brows furrowed as he scrutinized the man before him. He never anticipated that this individual would mention Gao Bo. Yes, I know him. He is my classmate. However, I haven't seen him in a long time. Lu Xing maintained an air of calmness. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man scoffed. You truly are an actor. My son died at your hands, and not a shred of injustice remains. Your son. Lu Xing was taken aback. He hadn't expected Gao Bo's father to confront him. How did he find me? Confusion filled Lu Xing's mind. He believed his actions were impeccably concealed. Kid, do you think your deeds are flawless? That no one could possibly uncover the truth? Perhaps others might have been deceived by you, but unfortunately for you, you encountered me. I specifically investigated Gao Bo's connections and discovered that only you harbored enmity towards him. I also found out that he once hired someone to kill you. Hence, I came to seek you out. Initially, I had my doubts, but judging by your demeanor now, the one who killed my son must indeed be you. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing couldn't help but admire Gao Bo's father for his astuteness. Regrettably, he had no reward for Gao Bo's father. Lu Xing gazed at Gao Bo's father, then coolly remarked, "You claim I killed your son, but do you possess any evidence?" "Evidence?" Gao Bo's father momentarily froze, then erupted in furious laughter. "Ha ha! Do I need evidence to kill an insignificant insect like you? Regardless of whether you are the murderer of my son, you must die here today." A glint of malice flickered in his eyes. He was resolute in reducing Lu Xing to ashes to appease his son's spirit. Even if Lu Xing were not the one who killed his son, he adhered to the principle of better to wrongly kill than to let a murderer escape. "Not even the King of Heaven can save you today? Come forth, my old ally." Gao Bo's father swiftly formed a seal. Soon, 3 beasts materialized before Lu Xing. 3. Damn it. I underestimated the situation. Had I known, I would have assessed his power directly. What do 3 beasts signify? That denotes a silver-level powerhouse. Lu Xing, however, was merely bronze. How could bronze possibly contend against silver? One must preserve the Green Mountains. There will be no fear of a lack of firewood. With that, Lu Xing turned and began to sprint. As he ran, he swiftly chanted incantations. In an instant, the formidable black wolf hound was summoned forth by Lu Xing. He leapt atop the creature's back and fled into the distance. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. Gao Bo's father, mounted his steed. "No one can escape from my grasp." Gao Yi relentlessly pursued Lu Xing from behind. What to do? Lu Xing bit his lip, feeling ensnared in a dire predicament. Was he to head towards the Beast Tamer Patrol? The patrol was an organization within the Beast Tamer world, tasked with managing the crimes of beast tamers. No. Lu Xing swiftly dismissed this notion. If his suspicions were correct, Gao Yi certainly had allies within the patrol. To approach them now would be akin to delivering oneself into the jaws of a tiger. What then? Lu Xing noticed Gao Yi drawing ever closer on horseback. Was he destined to meet his end here today? A sense of reluctance washed over him. After all, he had traversed realms with great difficulty, wielding a golden opportunity in his hands. As long as he remained composed and ascended to the pinnacle of this world, success seemed assured. Just as despair threatened to consume him, a voice rang out, "Fire Phoenix, unleash your fiery breath." A melodious call echoed, and a majestic phoenix engulfed in flames appeared before Lu Xing. It opened its beak, releasing a torrent of searing fire. However, the target of the inferno was not Lu Xing, but rather Gao Yi, who was pursuing him. "What? This is bad. Mighty Horn Steed, take cover." Gao Yi immediately commanded his steed. The magnificent creature veered to the side as the blazing flames of the phoenix soared past Gao Yi, narrowly missing him. That was close. Gao Yi wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his frustration boiling over. He could not help but roar at the red-haired woman in the distance. "Phoenix, what do you think you're doing? What do I care what you think?" She retorted, "You should be ashamed of yourself, chasing after a mere child." Gao Yi's expression darkened further at her words. He could not comprehend why the esteemed leader of the Phoenix Mercenary Corps would intervene on behalf of a wretched little boy. "Now, I offer you 2 choices. First, depart from this place, and I shall pretend I have seen nothing. Second, you can engage me in a duel. Of course, you are aware of the consequences of provoking me." With a disdainful snort, Gao Yi turned and rode away. As he departed, Gao Yi dropped a harsh remark, "Fire Phoenix, you wait for me. I will settle this score." Having said that, he swiftly departed. Watching Gao Yi's retreating figure, Lu Xing could not help but inquire of Fire Phoenix. "Sister Phoenix, why did you let him go?" Upon hearing this, Fire Phoenix sighed deeply. "Alas, what can be done? This fellow has a powerful father." "Do you know who his father is?" "Who?" "It is Gao Hong, a platinum-level magnate." "Platinum? But Sister Phoenix, aren't you also platinum?" At this, Fire Phoenix could not resist giving Lu Xing a light smack on the head. "You cheeky brat. He has been platinum for quite some time, while I have only recently ascended to this status. How could I possibly be his match? And you, all you do is cause trouble. Now tell me, why is Gao Yi hunting you?" Lu Xing chuckled mischievously. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely killed his son." "What?" Fire Phoenix was taken aback, utterly astonished that Lu Xing had dared to take a life. Lu Xing then began to explain. After hearing his words, Fire Phoenix was filled with righteous indignation. "Oh no." Her expression darkened. "Had I known, I would not have let that fellow go." Fire Phoenix felt a wave of headache wash over her. "All right, you're not going anywhere now. Come with me." "Where to?" "The airport." Lu Xing followed Fire Phoenix to the airport. "Sister Phoenix, what are we doing here?" "Of course, We're getting you out of here. What? Enough with the questions. I know you've been accepted into Jiangnan Beast Taming University. The start of the semester is approaching. You should head to Jiangnan right away. Although the Gao family wields significant power, it is primarily limited to Guang City. You just need to leave this place. All right. Once you get there, find someone named Yin Ruyu. She is my college classmate and a close friend. Here is her address, and give her this. She will understand. After speaking, Fire Phoenix pushed Lu Xing towards the airport terminal. On the plane, Lu Xing glanced back at Guang City, where he had spent so much time. Though reluctant, he felt he had no choice. The Gao family, huh? Lu Xing murmured softly. He had resolved to work hard in the future and return to seek vengeance against the Gao family. As for Fire Phoenix, he held no concerns. Despite the immense power of the Gao family, Fire Phoenix was not one to be easily intimidated. After all, the Phoenix Mercenary Corps is a veritable sanctuary of beauties. With many members hailing from esteemed families, Lu Xing boarded a plane and arrived in Jiangnan City. As Jiangnan Beastmaster University had yet to commence its academic year, Lu Xing could not proceed to the school just yet. Thus, he decided to visit a friend of Sister Phoenix. Lu Xing took out the note that the Fire Phoenix had given him. Glancing at the address, he promptly hailed a cab and set off toward his destination. Upon alighting from the vehicle, Lu Xing found himself momentarily frozen before the residential complex. What on earth? He could not have anticipated that he would be confronted by a series of dilapidated buildings. Surely, Sister Phoenix's friend does not reside in such a place. The crumbling structures were overrun with weeds, presenting a scene of desolation. In stark contrast to the Phoenix base, this place felt akin to a hellish realm. Lu Xing could not help but grimace. Surely, she hasn't moved away. Despite his reservations, he ventured towards the derelict building. Following the information on the note, he arrived at a doorway. As he stood before the rusty iron gate, preparing to knock, a loud bang echoed from within. Immediately, a plume of black smoke wafted through the cracks of the door. What is happening? Is someone clandestinely setting off fireworks inside? As Lu Xing pondered this, the iron door creaked open, revealing a figure emerging from within. Coughing violently, the individual staggered out. Observing this person, who appeared as if they had just emerged from a coal mine, Lu Xing's lips twitched involuntarily. Could this be Sister Phoenix's friend? To his astonishment, after a fit of coughing, the woman regained her composure and noticed Lu Xing standing at the entrance. Well, handsome young man, do you require assistance? She inquired. And no, I must have taken a wrong turn, Lu Xing stammered, eager to retreat. Just then, a hand landed upon his shoulder, halting his escape. Lu Xing attempted to flee, but the grip was as unyielding as a vice. You must be Lu Xing. How did you know? Phoenix has already informed me. She instructed me to take good care of you. Realizing he had not erred in his visit, Lu Xing managed a wry smile as he turned to greet the woman, who resembled a yam in stature. Greetings, Sister Ruyu. The woman before him was named Yin Ruyu. Within the pages of literature lies a treasure trove, and within those pages resides the enchanting Yin Ruyu. Well, you certainly have a sweet tongue. Enough of the chatter, come in. Lu Xing followed Yin Ruyu into her room. As he walked through, he observed the interior, reminiscent of Assyrian-style decor, and his concern for his safety intensified. He had initially perceived Yin Ruyu as an innocent girl, only to discover her unexpectedly violent nature. The room was cluttered with an array of instruments. A chaotic scene exacerbated by the recent explosion, which had further disheveled the already dilapidated space. The air was thick with the acrid scent of burnt materials. Furrowing his brow, Lu Xing could not help but inquire, Sister Ruyu, what kind of research are you conducting? His question struck a chord, igniting excitement in Yin Ruyu. Come. She pulled Lu Xing to a corner and handed him a test tube filled with a black liquid that emitted a pungent aroma. I understand, Sister Ruyu. You must be researching poisons. Poisons? Nonsense. You little rascal, have you ever heard of evolutionary serums? Evolutionary serums? It was evident Lu Xing had not delved into the depths of literary knowledge. Let me explain. In our Beastmaster world, a theory of evolution has been long circulated, suggesting that certain magical beasts evolve from others. For instance, goblin priests evolve from goblins. Of course, this is merely a theory without scientific backing. Thus, we embarked on research to create an evolutionary serum and to unravel this theory. Yin Ruyu's words resonated with Lu Xing. Having undergone 9 years of compulsory education in his previous life, he was well acquainted with Darwin's theory of evolution. While most inhabitants of the Beastmaster world dismissed the existence of evolution, Lu Xing understood that it was merely a matter of insufficient conditions, given the right environment. Beasts could indeed evolve. Perhaps I could attempt this as well, developing an evolutionary serum. However, as this thought began to take root in his mind, he promptly discarded it. His aspirations did not lie in becoming a great figure. Lu Xing merely wished to be a formidable beast master, standing atop this world. For only then would he not be at the mercy of others. All right, I want to say much more. Do you see that room? It will be yours from now on. I need to continue my research, and as for the rest, you can handle it yourself. Understood. Lu Xing, unpretentious as ever, stepped directly into the room. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback by the decor within. The interior was a stark contrast to the chaotic exterior. It was clean and orderly, evidently having been meticulously tidied, while outside lay a disarray of test tubes and beakers scattered haphazardly. Perhaps Yen Ruyu was not without her merits after all. Lu Xing realized that, in anticipation of his arrival, Yen Ruyu had gone to the trouble of preparing a room for him. He entered and promptly closed the door behind him. Chapter 34. The Manual of Evolution. Ah, how delightful. Lu Xing reclined on the bed. After a long journey, fatigue washed over him. The fragrant scent of the fresh cotton bedding lulled him into a peaceful slumber. Time slipped away, and he lost track of how long he had been asleep. Suddenly, a loud bang reverberated through the house. The entire structure began to tremble violently. Lu Xing sprang from the bed in alarm. Was it an earthquake? It quickly dawned on him that it must be Yen Ruyu conducting yet another experiment that had gone awry. Goodness, would this person eventually blow herself up? He couldn't help but grumble as he rubbed his bleary eyes and stepped out of the room, only to encounter Yen Ruyu. At that moment, her hair was a chaotic mess, her face smeared with black, leaving only her eyes and mouth visible. Yet, remarkably, she smiled at Lu Xing, her bright white teeth gleaming. "You're awake," she exclaimed. Lu Xing nodded in response. "No worries, you didn't disturb me." "Oh, but I did. My stomach is grumbling," Yen Ruyu admitted with a hint of embarrassment. "Not a problem. Since you're hungry, let us go grab something to eat." Lu Xing surveyed the surroundings. It was evident that there was no food to be found in Yen Ruyu's abode. "All right," she agreed, though added, "You'll need to wait a moment while I take a shower and change." "Sure." After a wait of over 10 minutes, the door creaked open. A graceful figure emerged, and Lu Xing found himself momentarily speechless, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Goodness, how striking!" he exclaimed. "What are you saying?" Yen Ruyu inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. Nothing at all. I was merely pondering what we should have for dinner tonight." "Let us have spicy hot pot," she suggested enthusiastically. "It has been quite some time since I last had a meal." "Well, let us indulge in some spicy hot pot." Deep down, Lu Xing yearned to suggest to Yen Ruyu, "Allow me to treat you to some hot pot, the 6 yuan variety." The two descended the stairs and made their way towards the market. Along the journey, Lu Xing's eyes occasionally darted towards her. Could it be that this individual grew up on milk and papaya? Just then, Yen Ruyu abruptly halted. "Oh no, has she noticed?" Lu Xing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. As he was about to apologize to her, Yen Ruyu exclaimed, "Oh no, I've forgotten my wallet." Upon hearing this, Lu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. "Not to worry, I have it with me. Today, I shall treat you." "Wonderful. You truly are as reliable as the phoenix claims." Upon exiting the hot pot establishment, Yen Ruyu patted her slightly protruding belly. "Ah, I am so full today." Witnessing Yen Ruyu in such a state, Lu Xing was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that such a beautiful girl could be so carefree and lacking in decorum. Had she not possessed the form of a woman, Lu Xing might have even doubted her femininity. "By the way, do you have any plans for the future?" "Not at the moment." "Then why not become my assistant?" "Here, take this." Without waiting for Lu Xing's consent, Yen Ruyu promptly produced a thick notebook and handed it to him. As Lu Xing gazed at the hefty tome, his brow furrowed. He could not fathom how Yen Ruyu, dressed in a skirt, managed to procure such a book. He casually flipped through its pages and discovered a wealth of densely packed information. "Sister Ruyu, did you write all of this?" Yen Ruyu shook her head. "No, it was my teacher." At this thought, she couldn't help but glance skyward. "My teacher is the most extraordinary person in the world. Alas, if only he could live a few more years, perhaps the world would undergo a tremendous transformation." As she spoke, her face radiated with longing. "Who is your teacher? What is his name?" "His name is Dawarashi." "Dawarashi? What an unusual name." Lu Xing closed the book, intending to study it thoroughly upon his return. What a pity. If only Su Peng were here, he would undoubtedly exclaim, Wow, the cult has emerged once more. Indeed, the individual known as Dwarashi established a sect many years ago called the Evolution Church. Their ambition was to artificially intervene in the evolution of magical beasts, enabling human beast masters to accelerate this process and ultimately dominate the realm of magical beasts. However, the Evolution Church succumbed to extremism, engaging in acts that incited public outrage, leading to its eventual eradication by a coalition of individuals. This extremism was, of course, merely an exception. The core issue lay in the fact that it threatened the interests of certain high-ranking officials. After all, no one wishes for the existence of an organization that jeopardizes their own benefits. Unfortunately, Lu Xing remained unaware of these hidden truths. Upon returning to Yan Ryu's residence, she let out a yawn. All right, I'm going to bed. You should rest early as well. With that, she turned and headed towards her room. Lu Xing entered his own chamber, but found himself unable to sleep. He took out the notes provided by Yan Ryu and began to study them intently. Gradually, he became engrossed in the material. By the time he closed the final page, he realized that the sun had already risen high in the sky. What an excellent book! If what it contains is indeed true, it might truly alter the fate of this world. I wonder where Ryu obtained such a tome. Lu Xing was now filled with anticipation. Through his reading, he had discovered the method for the small electric sparrow's evolution. One electric attribute magic crystal and one thunder fruit were all that was needed to transform the small electric sparrow into a thunder eagle. Furthermore, to evolve the thunder eagle into a thunder dragon eagle, a thunder attribute seed and a drop of dragon blood were required. According to the text, thunder attribute seeds are born in areas frequently struck by lightning, and as for dragon blood. At this thought, Lu Xing felt a headache coming on. After all, dragons are the epitome of supreme combat strength in this world, with nearly all dragons possessing the power of kings. He resolved to first seek out the electric attribute magic crystal. Regarding the thunder fruit, he had already communicated with his small electric sparrow. This little creature had suffered from illness previously due to its gluttony, having consumed the thunder fruit. Perhaps it was a case of misfortune leading to fortune. Otherwise, the small electric sparrow would not have attained its current prowess. One must eat slowly, as haste cannot yield well-cooked tofu. Lu Xing had already decided to evolve the small electric sparrow into a thunder eagle first. Tomorrow, he would venture into Jiangnan City to gather information. However, there remained one regret lingering in Lu Xing's mind. Several pages of the book were missing. Chapter 35. Entering the Thunderous Canyon. Could it be that the evolutionary data of the Black Wolf Hound lies within those missing pages? Lu Xing could not help but murmur softly. He had encountered numerous beast tamers in the tome, yet the Black Wolf Hound was conspicuously absent. Initially, he presumed the author deemed it too trivial. However, it now seemed plausible that it was indeed among the omissions. Never mind. Lu Xing believed his Black Wolf Hound was exceptionally unique. It appeared to possess a latent bloodline of extraordinary power. Thus, he decided against deliberately nurturing it. Allowing nature to take its course was undoubtedly favorable. The following day, Lu Xing arrived at the Beast Tamer registration office in Jiangnan City. He had two objectives for his visit: to inquire about the whereabouts of electric attribute magic crystals and to update his Beast Tamer credentials. Lu Xing was now a Bronze Tier 3 Beast Tamer, yet his records still reflected a Black Iron Tier 9 status. He approached a counter at the registration office without hesitation. "Hello, I am here to update my Beast Tamer information." Lu Xing addressed the clerk with utmost politeness. "Very well. Esteemed Beast Tamer, kindly present your Beast Tamer certificate and place your right hand on the touch screen to the right," the clerk responded. "Certainly." Lu Xing handed over his certificate and positioned his hand on the touch screen. The clerk began to process his request, but upon reviewing his information, she froze in place. Her expression one of disbelief. The clerk questioned whether she was seeing things. Unable to resist, she rubbed her eyes. No, it couldn't be wrong. Was there a malfunction in the system? Her brows furrowed in concern. "Xiaowei, what's the matter?" At that moment, a man in a suit approached. "Director Wang, it seems my computer system is malfunctioning." "Really? Step aside, let me take a look." Director Wang seated himself, his demeanor exuding experience. After a thorough examination, he raised an eyebrow. "Xiaowei, if you have any grievances with me, you may express them directly. There is no need for subterfuge." Director Wang, I do not. Still insisting there is none? Since the system is evidently functional, why did you claim it was broken? Is this not a deceit? At this, the clerk named Xiaowei felt her eyes welling with tears. With a quivering voice, she replied, I merely noticed that his information seemed inconsistent. Inconsistent? In what manner? Director, please take a look at his age, and then consider his prowess. Age. Prowess. Upon witnessing Lu Xing's age and prowess, I was astounded. 18 years old and at the bronze tier 3. Even Director Wang, a man of considerable experience, could not suppress his exclamation. His outburst attracted the attention of those around him. Immediately, Director Wang offered his apologies, saying, I am truly sorry for the disturbance. He bowed respectfully, addressing the others with his contrition. The onlookers dismissed him as merely having a momentary lapse, returning to their own affairs. Director Wang, an astute individual, recognized Lu Xing's commendable abilities. Without delay, he proceeded to update Lu Xing's Beastmaster information. With great reverence, he presented Lu Xing's Beastmaster certificate into his hands. Thank you, Lu Xing replied. It is my pleasure to assist you. Wang responded, Here is my business card. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out. I will certainly do my utmost to assist you. As Lu Xing accepted the card, a glance revealed Wang's identity. This individual, named Wang Bin, was the head of the Beastmaster Registration Office. Lu Xing, not lacking in perceptiveness, deduced Wang Bin's sudden eagerness was likely due to his youth and formidable strength, leading Wang to assume he hailed from a prestigious family and thus sought to curry favor. Lu Xing chose not to expose Wang's intentions, recognizing an opportunity for his own purposes. Director Wang, I do have a request to make of you. Please, go ahead. If it is within my capacity, I will certainly assist. I would like to inquire if you know where I might find electric attribute crystal stones. Electric attribute crystal stones? Director Wang pondered briefly. Lu Xing's inquiry pertained to a rather obscure material. Please hold on a moment. I will look into it immediately. Director Wang began to operate his computer, diligently searching for the information Lu Xing sought. True to his title, Director Wang held a higher level of access than most. Before long, he uncovered the whereabouts of the electric crystal stones. The materials you seek are indeed quite rare. Fortunately, we happen to have information regarding their location. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing felt a surge of elation. His visit to the Beastmaster Registration Office had proven fortuitous, and his luck had led him to Director Wang, who had directly assisted him in locating the electric crystal stones, saving him from unnecessary detours. Stepping out of the registration office, Lu Xing eagerly set his course toward a specific secret realm. As he entered the perilous domain, he promptly summoned his 2 beasts. The secret realm was fraught with danger. No one can predict what will transpire in the next moment. Thus, it is wise to exercise caution. Is this the thunderous canyon? Lu Xing glanced up at the sky. At this moment, the heavens were shrouded in dense clouds, ominous and rolling, imparting a stifling sensation. In the distance, the rumbling of thunder echoed intermittently. The air was humid, and the ground was exceedingly muddy, clearly having been recently drenched by rain. They could only wade through as they ventured forth. Accompanied by Little Electric Sparrow and the Black Wolf Dog, Lu Xing set off towards the thunderous canyon. After traversing a certain distance, a deafening clap of thunder suddenly reverberated through the sky. Shortly thereafter, a fierce wind rose, causing the surrounding leaves to rustle ominously. A heavy downpour was imminent. We must swiftly seek refuge in a cave. The sharp-eyed Black Wolf Dog soon discovered a cavern. Let us enter. The Black Wolf Dog led the way, with Lu Xing following closely behind, and Little Electric Sparrow bringing up the rear. Just as they stepped inside the cave, a torrential downpour commenced outside. What a close call. They nearly became drenched. Due to the strong winds, a considerable amount of rain was swept in through the cave entrance. Lu Xing could only advance further into the cave with his 2 companions. Fortunately, upon entering, Lu Xing found the cave to be quite pleasant. He had previously explored caves that were dark, damp, and reeked of a foul odor, but this one was remarkably dry. Initially anticipating the presence of wildlife, he soon realized it was merely a natural cave. Chapter 36. The appearance of the man in black. The rain continued to pour relentlessly outside, showing no signs of abating anytime soon. Come, let us share a meal. Lu Xing retrieved some provisions from his system backpack. The Black Wolf Dog relished chicken legs, while Little Electric Sparrow was particularly fond of fried rice. Watching his 2 companions enjoy their meal heartily, Lu Xing could not help but smile with satisfaction, especially at the sight of Little Electric Sparrow, who had grown considerably. They were now not far from the location provided by Director Wang. Lu Xing believed it would not be long before he reached that destination. Once he successfully acquired the electric crystal, Little Electric Sparrow would be able to evolve into a Thunder Eagle. The wind howled outside, prompting Lu Xing to take out a blanket from his system backpack. He was prepared to spend the night in this cave, entrusting the task of keeping watch to the vigilant Black Wolf dog. As night fell, the rain continued to pour outside. The Black Wolf Hound, with its pair of glowing green eyes, fixed its gaze intently on the entrance, acutely aware of everything transpiring beyond. Beside it, Lu Xing lay peacefully asleep, cradling the small Electric Sparrow. A sweet smile graced the wolfhound's visage, its heart filled with warmth. Having spent so long in Lu Xing's company, it had come to experience the comfort of home. The wolfhound silently resolved to grow stronger, vowing to protect Lu Xing with its very life. It could endure hardships, but Lu Xing must remain unharmed. The following day, Lu Xing awoke and glanced at the Black Wolfhound, finding it still standing guard. "Thank you for your dedication," he said, extending a hand to gently pat the wolfhound's small head. "Now it is your turn to rest." After a night of vigilant duty, the wolfhound was undoubtedly fatigued. Lu Xing, not one to exploit, waved his hand to summon the wolfhound back. He observed the still slumbering Electric Sparrow and chose not to wake it just yet. A sharp blade does not hinder the woodcutter, he thought, willing to wait a while longer for the wolfhound to recuperate. After more than 2 hours of waiting, a cacophony of voices captured their attention. What on earth is this place? It rains incessantly, leaving everything drenched and the ground a muddy mess. My freshly changed clothes are soaked again in no time, exclaimed a voice laden with irritation. Xiaoyang, could you possibly refrain from your incessant complaints? The speaker was none other than the leader of their small team, intervening to quell Xiaoyang's negative energy. The leader's words proved effective. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoyang wisely fell silent. "Everyone, let us move. Once we hunt down that creature, we shall have wealth and women at our disposal." The leader rallied the group, instilling motivation among them. Lu Xing furrowed his brow as he observed the group clad in raincoats. Where were they headed? It seemed they were off to hunt something formidable. Lu Xing noted that the strength of these individuals was no trifling matter. Even the weakest among them possessed bronze-level prowess. While the leader himself was impressively at the Silver 2 tier, the system's eye proved invaluable, allowing Lu Xing to discern their strengths without the need for investigation. As those individuals departed, Lu Xing emerged from the cave, gazing at the footprints on the ground, lost in contemplation. Should he pursue them? It was evident that following them would entail considerable risk, given their overwhelming numbers. Yet, what was there to fear? Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. With a modicum of caution, he assured himself that he would be safe. Lu Xing resolved to follow them in hopes of seizing an opportunity. In the realm of beast masters, aside from diligent cultivation, one required a plethora of resources, many of which stemmed from such fortuitous encounters. Clearly, this group represented an opportunity he could not afford to forfeit. Thus, he cautiously trailed behind them until they arrived at a canyon. A roar echoed from a distance. "Here it comes, the formidable beast. Everyone, prepare to confront the enemy." The group of cloaked figures swiftly summoned their respective beasts. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning surged from afar, striking a long-toothed pig, which was tragically obliterated in an instant. In a mere moment, the black-clad individuals had lost one of their beasts, and the gravity of the situation settled upon their faces. A roar erupted as the assailant leapt down from the cliff. Lu Xing finally beheld the true form of the creature. Thunder Tiger. Attribute: Electric. Gender: Level: Silver Tier 3. Qualification: B. Skills: Shock. Thunder Flash. What an impressive Thunder Tiger. The king of the forest, this majestic beast was entirely yellow, likely due to its electric attribute. The fearsome currents coursed through its body, crackling ominously. It exuded an aura of dominance. Upon discerning the strength of the Thunder Tiger, Lu Xing could not help but feel a surge of concern for the cloaked figures. This Thunder Tiger possessed the prowess of Silver Tier 3, while the strongest among them. Their leader barely reached Silver Tier 2. How could they possibly contend against such a formidable foe? Just as Lu Xing's apprehension deepened, a sense of dread washed over the leader. Our information was flawed. This Thunder Tiger is not Silver Tier 1. Its power has escalated. The leader's countenance darkened ominously. Alas, regret is a luxury this world does not afford. They found themselves in a precarious predicament, unable to advance or retreat. Should they choose to flee, their speed would be no match for the Thunder Tiger. If they chose not to flee, with their current strength, they stood no chance against the formidable Thunder Tiger. What should they do? The crowd turned their gaze towards their leader, the cornerstone of their unity. In such a critical moment, all eyes were on his decision. The leader in black gritted his teeth. Damn it, let us go for broke. He understood that they were at a deadlock, rather than waiting for doom. It was better to take a risk. What if they emerged victorious? At the leader's command, the group launched an attack on the Thunder Tiger. With a furious roar, the Thunder Tiger retaliated. Instantly, a fierce melee ensued. The valley was filled with flashes of lightning and thunder, as the Thunder Tiger rampaged through the hordes like a tiger among sheep. However, the sheer number of the black-clad individuals inflicted significant damage upon the Thunder Tiger. The battle raged on for 7 or 8 minutes. Lu Xing surveyed the battlefield in astonishment, discovering that only a rock blast beast and the Thunder Tiger remained locked in confrontation. Chapter 37. The fisherman reaps the benefits. Although the Thunder Tiger was formidable, the continuous combat had drained much of its stamina. Coupled with the attacks from the other black-clad individuals, it was left gravely injured. In contrast, the rock blast beast had yet to make a move, patiently waiting for an opportunity. Lu Xing glanced at the rock blast beast. Rock blast beast. Attribute: rock. Gender: level, silver tier 2. Talent: C. Skills: rock strike, flying stones. Perhaps the leader in black truly had a chance to win. The rock blast beast was quite powerful, and being of the rock attribute, it could withstand electric type attacks. The severely wounded Thunder Tiger might indeed be defeated by this rock blast beast. Rock blast beast. Use flying stones. The rock blast beast grasped at the air with its right hand, conjuring a large boulder above it. With a mighty swing of its arm, the boulder hurtled towards the Thunder Tiger. Upon seeing the incoming stone, the Thunder Tiger instinctively attempted to dodge. However, just as it prepared to leap to the right, a sharp pain shot through its foot. The wound from earlier had flared up. Boom! The boulder struck the Thunder Tiger squarely, the immense force propelling it away. Ha! The leader in black couldn't help but erupt in wild joy at the sight. Ironically, the fellow's subordinates had all perished, yet he exhibited no sign of sorrow. Suddenly, amidst the black-clad man's moment of triumph, a brilliant flash of white light appeared. Bang! The Thunderclaw Tiger, akin to a bolt of lightning, materialized right before the rockburst beast. Its razor-sharp claws slashed fiercely at the rockburst beast. How is this possible? The leader of the black-clad men widened his eyes in disbelief, astonished that the Thunderclaw Tiger still possessed the strength to resist. Meanwhile, Lu Xing harbored a different perspective. Is this the Thunder Flash? Lu Xing expressed his astonishment. Perhaps this is a technique that could be taught to little Electric Sparrow. Despite the thunderous roar accompanying the Thunder Flash, the speed of this maneuver was remarkable. By the time the opponent reacted, the attack had already been unleashed. Bang! The Thunderclaw Tiger's sharp claws struck the rockburst beast, sending it flying. The rockburst beast collided violently with the rocky wall behind, sustaining significant injuries. Struggling, it rose from the dust. After all, being a rock-type creature, its body was enveloped in a thick layer of stone, affording it a level of defense unmatched by other beasts. Rockburst, commanded the leader of the black-clad men urgently. The rockburst beast lifted its arms high, gathering a colossal boulder above its head. With a forceful thrust, the massive stone was launched towards the Thunderclaw Tiger. Boom! Another thunderous roar echoed. The Thunderclaw Tiger vanished from its position, evading the rockburst beast's attack. How could this be? The leader of the black-clad men began to regret his actions, perplexed as to why he had provoked the Thunderclaw Tiger. The Thunderclaw Tiger reappeared to the left of the rockburst beast and slashed again. The rockburst beast was once more sent flying. This time, fortune did not favor it. The immense force caused it to crash violently against the rocky wall. Thud! The rockburst beast, after enduring 2 strikes from the Thunderclaw Tiger, collapsed heavily. The disparity in strength between the rockburst beast and the Thunderclaw Tiger was evident. Observing the formidable Thunderclaw Tiger before him, the leader of the black-clad men dared not linger. He turned to flee. Boom! Another clap of thunder resounded. By the time the Thunderclaw Tiger appeared, the leader of the black-clad men had already fallen, paying the price for his negligence. Little Electric Sparrow, Black Wolf Dog, let us depart. Lu Xing understood that the Thunder Tiger was now at its last gasp. Accompanied by the Electric Sparrow and the Black Wolf Dog, he approached the Thunder Tiger's vicinity. Electric Sparrow, unleash an electric shock. Black Wolf Dog, employ Shadow Ball. Lu Xing commanded. The 2 summoned beasts simultaneously launched their assaults on the Thunder Tiger. The unfortunate creature, taken by surprise, was unable to evade the dual onslaught of electricity and shadows. Already weakened, it fell to the ground. A look of unwillingness etched on its face as it succumbed to defeat. Lu Xing approached the fallen Thunder Tiger, which now lacked any power to resist. Its expression reflected a deep-seated frustration at the thought of perishing at Lu Xing's hands. At that moment, it was filled with unspent rage. Lu Xing glanced at the Thunder Tiger's wounds, observing the dark blood oozing out. It appeared that the bamboo leaf green had inflicted poison upon it. His gaze shifted to a bamboo leaf green not far away, which had been torn asunder by a single swipe of the Thunder Tiger's claw. I know you feel aggrieved, but defeat is defeat. Rest in peace, Lu Xing murmured. He signaled to the black wolf dog, which understood the cue. With a swift motion, it raised its sharp claws and struck at the Thunder Tiger's neck, delivering a fatal blow. Subsequently, the black wolf dog extracted the precious crystal from the Thunder Tiger's body. This is for you, Electric Sparrow. Upon hearing this, the Electric Sparrow's eyes sparkled with excitement as it extended its claws to seize the crystal. Ding! A Thunder Tiger crystal has been discovered. Would you like to use it on the Electric Sparrow? Yes. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Thunder Tiger crystal has been successfully utilized. Please choose from the following skills. Electric Shock releases a bolt of lightning to attack enemies, potentially paralyzing them. Thunder Flash emits a thunderous sound upon use, allowing the user to teleport a certain distance, determined by the user's strength. Select Thunder Flash. Lu Xing thought. The Electric Sparrow had already acquired the Electric Shock skill, so repeating it would be redundant. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your Electric Sparrow has learned Thunder Flash. Excellent, excellent. Lu Xing beamed with satisfaction. How fortunate to have a system. Others might have faced failure, but for him, success was guaranteed. Electric Sparrow, use Thunder Flash. With a resounding thunderclap, the Electric Sparrow vanished, reappearing more than 10 meters away. Indeed, this is truly a remarkable skill. Whether for confronting foes or for retreating, it remains an excellent choice. Furthermore, as the prowess of the little Electric Sparrow escalates, the distance it can traverse with its lightning dash will only extend further. Boom, boom, boom. Having just acquired a new skill, the little Electric Sparrow was filled with exhilaration. Executing the lightning dash in succession, it soared over a considerable distance. Upon its return, Lu Xing noticed that the little Electric Sparrow was panting heavily. It appeared that the lightning dash was quite taxing on its stamina. After merely a few uses, it was already exhausted. It seemed that specialized training was necessary to enhance this creature's endurance. Chapter 38. Evolution of the Little Electric Sparrow. Lu Xing, accompanied by his two summoned beasts, sought a secure location. Following a brief respite, they resumed their journey. After traversing for more than half an hour, Lu Xing finally arrived at the site mentioned by Wang Bin. Where could that electric crystal be? Lu Xing activated the system's eye, swiftly scanning the surroundings. Soon enough, he located the electric crystal. There, on a nearby mountain peak, a yellow stone, roughly the size of a fist, caught his eye. Could that be the electric crystal? It truly was magnificent. Lu Xing couldn't help but exclaim in awe. The electric crystal was formed from the relentless strikes of lightning from the sky upon a single stone, with the electric energy being absorbed over time. At that moment, a thunderous boom resonated as a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens without warning, striking the electric crystal directly. It seemed that obtaining the electric crystal would require considerable effort. Lu Xing realized that if they recklessly approached, they might become targets of the lightning. What should he do? Just as Lu Xing pondered this dilemma, the little Electric Sparrow beside him suddenly let out a shrill cry. Having been Lu Xing's summoned beast for some time, he understood the little sparrow's intent. You mean to say, you wish to retrieve it yourself? The little Electric Sparrow nodded earnestly in response, indicating that the electric crystal was meant for its own use. Hence, it must fetch it personally. All right. Currently, there were no other alternatives. Please be cautious. The little Electric Sparrow, being an electric-type beast, possessed a degree of immunity to lightning. Boom. Another bolt of lightning struck, crashing down upon the electric crystal. Now is the moment. The little Electric Sparrow darted towards the electric crystal. After a thorough examination, Lu Xing discovered that after the thunderbolt was unleashed, it required a brief moment to recharge. This interval presented an opportune moment to seize the electric crystal. With a swift flap of its wings, the sparrow soared towards the coveted crystal. Just as it was about to reach its destination, a thunderous crash resounded from the sky. Alarmed, Lu Xing shouted, "Quick, little sparrow! Evade!" Hearing Lu Xing's warning, the sparrow glanced at the nearby electric crystal, a flicker of reluctance crossing its face. However, Its expression soon transformed into one of resolve. Defiantly, it launched itself towards the electric crystal, becoming a streak of light that zipped past it. Just as the thunderbolt seemed poised to strike, another rumble echoed through the air. Lu Xing instinctively looked up at the sky, only to find that no lightning was descending upon them. Puzzled, he soon spotted the little sparrow a short distance away. It was the skill of Thunder Flash. Realization washed over Lu Xing, bringing with it a wave of relief. Thankfully, the sparrow possessed this ability, otherwise, it would have been struck by the lightning. Though uncertain of the extent of damage that the bolt could inflict, Lu Xing deemed the sparrow's actions recklessly perilous. He resolved to admonish the little creature for its recklessness. Yet, just as he prepared to impart wisdom, the sparrow, with the electric crystal in tow, approached him. Its face alight with joy and eyes gleaming with anticipation, eager to seek Lu Xing's approval. Faced with the hopeful expression of the little sparrow, Lu Xing's heart softened, and he found himself reluctant to chastise it. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Your little sparrow has acquired the electric crystal. The evolution requirements have been met. Would you like to proceed with evolution? Yes. Lu Xing responded eagerly. His purpose for coming here was to facilitate the sparrow's evolution, and now that the opportunity had arisen, he could not let it slip away. As Lu Xing confirmed his decision, the electric crystal suddenly radiated a golden light, and a torrent of electric energy surged forth, enveloping the little sparrow. The fearsome currents danced around its body. With a sudden cry, the sparrow took flight, soaring directly towards the dark clouds above, ascending higher and higher into the sky. As the ominous clouds loomed overhead, a thunderous roar erupted. Within the darkened skies, flashes of lightning crackled, coalescing into a formidable bolt that surged toward the little electric sparrow. Alas, the proximity was perilously close. The little sparrow had no means of escape. Was it destined for my second beast to meet a tragic end here? A blinding radiance burst forth from the heavens, rendering Lu Xing unable to open his eyes. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. Your little electric sparrow has successfully evolved into a thunder eagle. Hearing the system prompt echo in his mind, Lu Xing could hardly contain his excitement. It has finally transformed. With a triumphant cry, the thunder eagle flapped its immense wings, soaring gracefully through the air before landing directly before Lu Xing. Are you truly my thunder eagle? He inquired, extending his hand to tenderly caress the magnificent creature. At this moment, the thunder eagle had grown to a size capable of carrying a rider, comparable to the legendary bird of the divine eagle, Gallant Knight. How soft it is! Lu Xing marveled at the thunder eagle's feathers, which were exceptionally smooth and emanated a wonderfully soothing warmth. Feeling Lu Xing's affectionate touch, the thunder eagle closed its eyes and nuzzled against him, expressing its fondness. Lu Xing activated the system eye to examine the attributes of the thunder eagle. Thunder eagle, attributes, electric, gender, level, bronze stage 5, talent, SS, learned skills, electric shock, thunder flash, lightning. To Lu Xing's astonishment, not only had his little sparrow undergone a metamorphosis, but it also emerged immensely powerful. The thunder eagle had not only expanded in size, but had also acquired a new skill, lightning. Lightning attacks enemies with the power of lightning, inflicting substantial damage. It seemed that the thunder eagle had absorbed the lightning to gain this skill. How unfortunate that no one else was present. Otherwise, they would surely exclaim in awe, "Wow, what an incredible evolution." For others, teaching their beasts a skill is often a daunting challenge. Yet Lu Xing had managed to have his thunder eagle learn 2 formidable skills in just a few short days. Truly, it is disheartening to compare oneself to others. Suddenly, the thunder eagle emitted a shrill cry directed at Lu Xing. It turned its back, presenting itself to him. Do you wish for me to mount you? The thunder eagle nodded affirmatively. Chapter 39, The Arrival of the Fire Phoenix. Very well, Lu Xing declared as he mounted the thunder eagle's back, recalling his black wolf hound. With a powerful flap of its wings, the thunder eagle soared into the sky. Before long, it was gliding freely through the air with Lu Xing. Is this the sensation of flight? Although Lu Xing had previously flown on an airplane, riding the thunder eagle was an entirely different experience. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as a bolt of lightning streaked down from above. With a sharp cry, the thunder eagle flapped its wings vigorously, teleporting several meters away, narrowly escaping the lightning strike. How perilous, Lu Xing remarked, still shaken. It seemed unwise to fly carelessly in this area. If such occurrences continued, he felt his heart might leap from his chest. After all, he was no jester, unable to perform acrobatics on the edge of danger. Lu Xing directed the Thunder Eagle to land on the ground. The Thunder Valley was rife with lightning. Flying midair rendered one a living target. A gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall, so Lu Xing chose to walk back. Accompanied by the Thunder Eagle and his Black Wolf dog, he set off towards the entrance of the secret realm. Along the way, Lu Xing noticed that his Black Wolf dog appeared somewhat sullen. "What troubles you?" The Black Wolf dog shook its head, yet Lu Xing discerned a hint of disappointment in its eyes. It seemed the Thunder Eagle's newfound strength had impacted the Black Wolf dog significantly. As the elder brother, it had always been the main source of power in their team. But now, the Thunder Eagle had surpassed it, which weighed heavily on its pride. "No need to worry." Lu Xing gently stroked the Black Wolf dog's head, offering words of reassurance. "Its lead is merely temporary. I believe in your potential. I am confident that soon, you will surpass it." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light shone in the Black Wolf dog's eyes. Indeed, Lu Xing's words rekindled its confidence. It had secretly resolved to work hard and reclaim its standing in Lu Xing's team, surpassing the Thunder Eagle soaring above. In the sky, the Thunder Eagle flew blissfully unaware of the rivalry it had unwittingly sparked with the Black Wolf dog. Of course, this competition was a healthy one. Lu Xing arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. After passing through, he quickly departed. He hailed a cab and returned to Yan Riyu's home. Upon opening the door and surveying the surroundings, he was taken aback. "What is going on?" Lu Xing was astonished to discover that the previously chaotic home had been tidied up. The instruments that had been strewn across the floor were now neatly arranged on the table. Had the owner of this house changed? Just as Lu Xing pondered this, the bathroom door creaked open, and a graceful figure emerged. It was Yan Riyu. At that moment, she was vigorously drying her hair with a towel, droplets of water cascading down. How stunning! Lu Xing swallowed hard. No matter how many times he looked, he found Yan Ryu perpetually mesmerizing, especially after her bath. She exuded an aura akin to a lotus emerging from the water, leaving him momentarily dazed. He had not anticipated that his formidable composure would falter in her presence. Indeed, an alluring woman is unmatched. Upon noticing Lu Xing standing there in a stupor, Yan Ryu appeared somewhat surprised. "Lu Xing, you're back," she exclaimed. "Where have you been these days? You could have at least informed me before leaving. I've been worried sick." "I'm sorry, Ryu. It's fine, as long as you're back safely." Little did Lu Xing know that Yan Ryu had mobilized countless individuals in search of him over the past few days. Just then, the door to Yan Ryu's room was forcefully kicked open. A red-haired woman rushed in, urgency evident in her demeanor. "Yan Ryu, tell me honestly, where has Lu Xing gone?" It turned out that after Lu Xing entered the secret realm, Yan Ryu had searched for him extensively, but to no avail. In desperation, she had informed the Fiery Phoenix that Lu Xing was missing, prompting the latter's swift arrival. "Wait a moment. Isn't your brother right here?" Yan Ryu deftly evaded the Fiery Phoenix's embrace. "Huh, Lu Xing, you rascal, where have you been? Do you have any idea how worried I've been?" The Fiery Phoenix had initially believed that Lu Xing was safe under Yan Ryu's protection, never imagining he would wander off. "I'm sorry, Phoenix." "Humph." The Fiery Phoenix let out a cold snort, yet her irritation diminished significantly with that sound. As she turned her gaze towards Lu Xing, her eyes widened in surprise. "Lu Xing, what level of power do you possess now?" "5th stage of bronze." "Why? Is there a problem?" Faced with Lu Xing's nonchalant reply, the Fiery Phoenix felt a wave of incredulity wash over her. "Do you not realize what the 5th stage of bronze signifies?" The Fire Phoenix could not help but reflect upon herself. She had indeed been labeled a prodigy. At what age did she attain the 5th rank of bronze? It seemed she had just turned 19. Yet, that fellow Lu Xing achieved the same rank at the tender age of 18. It had only been a little over a month since he ascended from the 1st rank of iron to the 5th rank of bronze. Such extraordinary feats could not merely be attributed to luck. Observing Lu Xing, who appeared almost otherworldly, the Fire Phoenix momentarily doubted whether he might be the reincarnation of a great being. However, upon seeing Lu Xing unharmed, she dismissed her concerns. As long as Lu Xing remained safe, all was well. At that moment, she finally took notice of Yan Ryu's home. "Ryu, your place is quite tidy." "Of course." Yan Ryu gulped nervously, her gaze evasive, revealing her evident fear of the Fire Phoenix. Unfazed, the Fire Phoenix placed her hand upon Yan Ryu's shoulder. Lu Xing was astonished to see that before the Fire Phoenix, Yan Ryu resembled a mouse, while the Fire Phoenix embodied the role of a cat. "Naturally, A mouse would be terrified in the presence of a cat. The Fire Phoenix paid no mind to this dynamic and took Yin Ryu's hand, smiling as she said, "Ryu, it has been a while. Let me see if your little sister has grown." The ensuing scene was too provocative for Lu Xing to bear, prompting him to exclaim, "Sister Phoenix, I'm off to rest." He swiftly retreated to his room, locking the door behind him, listening to Yin Ryu's anguished cries from outside. Lu Xing swallowed hard and muttered, "That was close. I nearly witnessed something I shouldn't have." Chapter 40. Purchasing beasts for Su Peng. Lu Xing lay on his bed, preparing to rest, when his phone suddenly rang. "Lu Xing, you little rascal, where on earth have you been?" came Su Peng's voice from the other end. It seemed Su Peng had been searching for Lu Xing for several days. "I'm currently in Jiangnan City." "What? Jiangnan City? Isn't there still a week until school starts? Why are you there so early?" "I have some matters to attend to." Lu Xing's response plunged Su Peng into silence. Though simple-minded, Su Peng was not foolish. He understood what was appropriate to say and what was best left unsaid. "All right, send me your address. I'll come find you." Lu Xing pondered for a moment before replying, "No need. Just take a flight here. I'll pick you up at the airport." "Okay, see you at the airport." As Su Peng disembarked from the plane, he soon spotted Lu Xing in the distance. With swift strides, he hastened towards Lu Xing, bounding forward in leaps. He enveloped Lu Xing in a bear hug, exclaiming, "You rascal, I've missed you dearly." Lu Xing shot a playful glare at Su Peng. "Where are we headed now?" Earlier that morning, Su Peng had phoned Lu Xing, hinting at a delightful surprise awaiting him. "It's a secret. You'll find out when we arrive." Following Su Peng, the two soon boarded a taxi, which whisked them away to an upscale villa community. "Su Peng, what brings us here?" Lu Xing inquired. "Naturally, to see our new residence." Su Peng replied with enthusiasm. "Residence? Isn't there accommodation at school?" Lu Xing queried, perplexed. "Are you foolish? The school's dormitories are cramped, whereas this place offers comfort beyond compare." Enough chit-chat, Su Peng continued. "My father has purchased a villa for me right up ahead." They soon arrived at the splendid three-story villa before them. Lu Xing's mouth twitched in disbelief. Who knew wealth could afford such indulgence? He never imagined Su Peng's father would spend millions on such a lavish abode. "Come on, stop dawdling and get inside," Su Peng urged. Once inside, Lu Xing marveled. "Ah, how delightful it is to lounge." Su Peng carelessly tossed his suitcase aside and flopped onto the sofa. Observing his friend's ample frame, Lu Xing couldn't help but muse, no wonder he's so plump. It all makes sense now. Su Peng's philosophy was simple. If one could sit, one should never stand. If one could recline, one should never sit. "All right, you fool. Don't just stand there. Hurry downstairs to choose your room. See how generous I am, letting you pick first. Once you've chosen, the rest will be mine." "Choose a room?" Lu Xing echoed, slightly taken aback. "Yes, we shall be roommates from now on." Su Peng's words rendered Lu Xing momentarily speechless. This was typical of Su Peng. Despite having a splendid home, he preferred to sleep at Lu Xing's place while neglecting his own. Reluctantly, Lu Xing acquiesced and selected a room at the east end, where he could bask in the morning sun. "The west end is mine," Su Peng declared, his face alight with uncontainable joy. He was a creature of comfort. And the east room was his least favorite due to the early sunlight. As Lu Xing cast a glance at Su Peng, he was astonished to discover that Su Peng had also attained the rank of Bronze Tier 1. Indeed, having connections is advantageous. If Lu Xing is not mistaken, Su Peng must have undergone some specialized training recently. "Su Peng, you have advanced to the first tier of bronze." "Indeed, Lu Xing, look at how strong you are. How could I possibly lag behind?" Su Peng chuckled with innocence. Lu Xing nodded in acknowledgement. "By the way, Lu Xing, I still haven't contracted my second beast. Would you accompany me to the beast merchant to take a look?" "The beast merchant?" "Yes, the one that sells beasts. When we were in Guang City. Did I not take you there?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xing suddenly realized. However, he was somewhat curious. Given that Su Peng had clearly advanced to the first tier of bronze, why had he not contracted a beast while in Guang City? Su Peng seemed to sense Lu Xing's confusion and smiled, saying, "I actually broke through on the flight to Jiangnan City." Su Peng's words left Lu Xing momentarily speechless. "Is that even possible? Come on, let's go," Su Peng urged, pushing Lu Xing gently. Yet, Lu Xing hesitated and instinctively asked, "Su Peng, having reached the first tier of bronze, are you sure you don't want to inform your family?" Lu Xing was aware of Su Peng's family background. If he mentioned it, his father would undoubtedly rush over to help him find a beast of good quality. "No need," Su Peng replied nonchalantly. I have the means. If I want a beast, I can simply purchase one. Very well. Lu Xing chose not to dwell on these minor details. They prepared to head to the beast merchant to assist Su Peng in selecting a new beast. With the system I at his disposal, Lu Xing could easily help Su Peng find a suitable companion. The two hailed a vehicle and made their way to the beast merchant. Upon entering the beast merchant, Lu Xing noticed that the establishment in Jiangnan City was considerably larger than that in Guang City. A glance around revealed it to be much more bustling. Hello. How may I assist you? A sales representative greeted them with a bright smile. We are here to purchase a new beast. Su Peng stated directly. What type of beast are you looking for? Su Peng fell into contemplation. After all, he had just broken through and had not yet decided what his next beast would be. Please take us inside to have a look. Certainly. This way, please. Led by the sales representative, Lu Xing and Su Peng entered the area where the beasts were kept. Upon entering the basement, Su Peng was immediately overwhelmed by a wave of nausea. Regardless of how many times he visited such a place, it never ceased to be repulsive. Enough of the complaints. Let us proceed. As they walked along, Lu Xing activated the system eye, swiftly scanning the beasts before him. To his astonishment, it appeared that these creatures had already been categorized. The lower-tiered beasts were situated outside, accompanied by a correspondingly lower price, while those of superior quality resided within, naturally commanding a higher price. As the two ventured deeper, Lu Xing realized they had inadvertently stepped into the 500,000 area. 500,000, he murmured under his breath. It seemed that finding a bargain was out of the question. He couldn't help but grimace, regrettably aware that no one was present to hear his grumbling. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be scolded for his frugality. While purchasing beasts, how could one be so stingy? In truth, Lu Xing was not miserly. He merely wished to acquire the finest goods for the least expenditure, for who would willingly play the fool? Chapter 41. The Contractual Glutton. To Lu Xing's astonishment, upon entering this area, the strength of the beasts had significantly increased, their quality ascending considerably. Previously, he had encountered creatures of the Fed caliber. Now, he began to see those of CB quality, and even A-grade beasts made their appearance. Su Peng cast a glance around, his expression revealing displeasure. Do you look down upon me, bringing me to this 500,000 area? Su Peng's words left the saleswoman momentarily flustered. Enough of this back and forth. Please do not waste my time. Take me directly to the 1 million area. Of course, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. Please follow me. I shall escort you to the 1 million area at once. The saleswoman exhibited commendable professionalism, promptly apologizing to Su Peng before leading him toward the 1 million area. As Lu Xing had anticipated, upon entering the 1 million area, every beast's quality had transformed into B-grade, with a select few being A-grade. Lu Xing even discovered 2 S-grade creatures, a wood element S-grade Trant and a fire element S-grade Fire Scorpion. Lu Xing. Just as Lu Xing pondered whether to suggest the Trant or the Fire Scorpion to Su Peng, he felt a gentle nudge on his shoulder, pulling him from his reverie. Lu Xing, what do you think of that beast over there? Responding to Su Peng's inquiry, Lu Xing followed the direction of his finger and glanced toward a nearby cage. A plump little creature was busily indulging in its meal. In its left hand, it clutched an apple, while its right hand grasped a pear, continuously nibbling away. Lu Xing activated the system's eye to inspect the attributes of this little being. Little glutton, attributes, ordinary, gender, level, Black Iron Stage 5, qualification, SS, acquired skill, heavy strike, double SS level qualification. Lu Xing was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Su Peng would possess such discerning taste. However, he instinctively inquired, Su Peng, what made you choose this creature as your beast companion? Su Peng chuckled in response. I simply find this little fellow quite appealing. His words suddenly illuminated Lu Xing's understanding. It was likely that both he and the little glutton shared a mutual love for food, naturally drawing them together. Are you certain you wish to select it? Lu Xing hesitated to make the decision for Su Peng, considering the little glutton's enormous appetite. What if it ended up depleting Su Peng's resources? Then Su Peng would surely be lamenting to Lu Xing daily. Yes, this is the one, Su Peng declared decisively. He turned to the sales assistant beside him and asked, Excuse me, could you please inform me of the price for this beast? The sales assistant's eyes brightened at his inquiry. She had not anticipated that Su Peng would select this particular creature as his beast companion. 70,000, she replied, her excitement causing her to inadvertently reveal her bottom line. 70,000. Very well, I shall purchase it. Please process my card. Su Peng generously presented his card. Even after the transaction was completed, the sales assistant remained in a state of bewilderment. I actually sold that creature. Her face reflected astonishment. As memories flooded back, she couldn't help but shudder. It turned out that since acquiring the little glutton, the shop's owner had suffered considerable financial losses due to its insatiable appetite. However, while it was easy to invite a deity, sending one away was arduous. To the shopkeeper, the little glutton was akin to a double-edged sword, neither enjoyable to consume nor easy to discard. Moreover, with its peculiar appearance, few would choose it as their beast companion. Who would have thought it would finally be sold today? She wondered what expression the owner would wear upon hearing this news. Under the sales assistant's guidance, Lu Xing and Su Peng were led to a private room. After a brief wait, a staff member wheeled in an iron cage into the private room, within which lay the small glutton. Esteemed guest, you may comfortably contract your beast here, free from any disturbances, the saleswoman said before retreating and closing the door behind her. What do we do now, Lu Xing? Asked Su Peng, casting a glance at him. What else? Of course, you should proceed with the contract. Lu Xing replied. Oh right. Su Peng realized belatedly. Fortunately, despite his lackluster academic performance, he had diligently studied beast contracting. He summoned his spiritual energy and began to inscribe the contract formation. Before long, Su Peng successfully established a contract with the small glutton. Lu Xing was somewhat astonished by the rapidity of Su Peng's success. That was incredibly swift. It seems Su Peng is indeed a person of great fortune. Could this be the fabled luck of the fool? Lu Xing, possessing the eye of the system, could effortlessly select the most qualified beasts from the hundreds available. However, Su Peng relied solely on his instincts, an enigmatic force akin to a lottery. When his instincts were favorable, he would strike gold, effectively choosing a high-quality beast. Conversely, a misjudgment could lead to selecting a beast of poor caliber. After contracting the small glutton, Su Peng cheerfully draped his arm over Lu Xing's shoulder. Lu Xing, let us go out for a splendid meal to celebrate. Lu Xing nodded. After a satisfying feast, Lu Xing turned to Su Peng. Su Peng, I need to head back to pack my belongings, and will come find you afterward. All right, you go ahead. I'll wait for you at home. Besides, you have my key now. Yes. Lu Xing bid farewell to Su Peng and returned to Yen Ryu's home. Upon entering, he found Yen Ryu seated on the sofa. Her face flushed as she repeatedly massaged a certain area of her body. Sister Ryu, where is Sister Phoenix? The Phoenix Mercenary Corps had an urgent matter. She left in a hurry, Yen Ryu replied. Oh, by the way, Sister Ryu, my friend has arrived. I'm planning to stay with him for a few days. Yen Ryu appeared somewhat lethargic, seemingly not fully grasping Lu Xing's words, and responded with vague remarks. Lu Xing chose not to dwell on Yen Ryu's state. He gathered his belongings and turned to leave her home. Poor Yen Ryu was left to tend to the wounds inflicted by the Fire Phoenix all on her own. Chapter 42. The Dormitory Heist. Is this Jiangnan Beastmaster University? Lu Xing, with a backpack slung over his shoulders, scrutinized the grand institution before him. Indeed, it exuded an air of magnificence. Yes, our grand ambitions shall commence from this very place, Su Peng cheerfully remarked to Lu Xing. Ladies of Jiangnan Beastmaster University, we have arrived. Su Peng urged Lu Xing forward as they hastily entered the campus. Greetings. Are you the new students arriving today? Just as Lu Xing and Su Peng stepped inside, a young woman intercepted them. Dressed in a charming floral dress, her appearance was utterly delightful. Lu Xing instinctively activated his system eye to assess her strength. Bronze level 7. Her prowess is rather mediocre, he mused. Indeed, we are. Upon seeing the sweet-faced girl, Su Peng's heart fluttered. Hello, my name is Ru Meng, and I am your senior. The school has assigned me to guide you through the registration process. Thank you, Senior Ru Meng. Su Peng replied with a grin. You're welcome. Please follow me. Under Ru Meng's guidance, Lu Xing and Su Peng successfully completed their registration. Now, I shall take you to the dormitory area. The dormitory area? No need for that, Senior. I believe it is unnecessary. Instead, let us go directly to dine. Don't worry, Senior. This meal is on me. Su Peng's words caused Ru Meng's brow to furrow slightly. Are you certain? Of course. We will be living off campus, and it is impossible for us to crowd in with others. Ignoring Su Peng's comment, Ru Meng turned her attention to Lu Xing. For some reason, Lu Xing emanated a sense of maturity and steadiness, traits not typically associated with someone of his age. Senior, is there something peculiar about the dormitories here? Lu Xing, who had remained silent, sensed a flicker of surprise on Ru Ming's face, uncovering a hint of intrigue. Indeed, our dormitories are equipped with spirit-gathering arrays, which can draw in the surrounding spiritual energy. Living there, even without cultivation, our strength will steadily improve. Ru Ming's words enlightened Lu Xing. He had not anticipated such a remarkable feature at Jiangnan Beastmaster University. So, what is the distinction of residing there? Lu Xing inquired, causing Ru Ming's eyes to sparkle. There is a difference. What difference? You shall find out this afternoon. Ru Ming teased Lu Xing with a playful air. All right, Su Peng. Did you not just say you would treat me to a meal? Let us hasten. Absolutely. Before the ethereal figure of Ru Ming, Su Peng unexpectedly transformed into an ardent admirer, fervently showering her with affection. Fortunately, Ru Ming was of a kind disposition and showed no sign of disdain. Rather, she found Su Peng somewhat endearing. After their meal and a brief respite, Lu Xing and Su Peng made their way to the playground of Jiangnan Beastmaster University. By this time, the area was already bustling with a throng of people. Observing the surging crowd, Su Peng could not help but suggest to Lu Xing, perhaps we should position ourselves towards the back. Each individual was akin to a heat-emitting machine, and given Su Peng's robust physique, he was particularly apprehensive about the heat. Thus, they ventured to the rear of the gathering. After a short wait, the main speaker finally arrived, a man clad in a suit. He possessed a resolute countenance and an upright posture, unmistakably exuding an air of integrity. Greetings, students. I am the principal of Jiangnan Beastmaster University. My name is Lu Gingxing. Lu Gingxing began to speak at length. Lu Xing cast a glance at Lu Gingxing and quickly discerned his formidable prowess. This man possessed the strength of a diamond level 2. Lu Xing was astonished that someone of such caliber could hold the position of principal at a prestigious university. Little did he know that those with even greater strength had been dispatched to safeguard the borders, where formidable magical beasts and monsters frequently posed threats. As Lu Xing pondered this, he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning, he was surprised to find it was Wu Yong. Lu Xing, it has been a while. Indeed, it has, Mentor Wu Yong. Lu Xing, do you see that villa over there? Wu Yong pointed towards a nearby residence, perched on the hillside. Yes, I see it. What of it? When the time comes to claim dormitories, you must ensure that villa becomes ours. What? Lu Xing appeared taken aback, not expecting such a request from Wu Yong. Su Peng, overhearing their conversation, interjected, Teacher, are you joking? That house is so elevated. If we reside there, wouldn't we be exhausted from the daily commute? You know nothing. Wu Yong shot Su Peng a glare. Remember, we must seize that villa. With that, Wu Yong departed. Watching his receding figure, Lu Xing fell into contemplation. If he was not mistaken, that villa must be a place abundant in spiritual energy, akin to a treasure trove of good fortune. Very well, that shall be our destination. Lu Xing was well aware that Wu Yong would not deceive him. After all, he was the one recruited by Wu Yong. If he excelled, it would only enhance Wu Yong's prestige. On the platform, Principal Lu Gingxing finally concluded his lengthy discourse. Now, we move on to the much-anticipated dormitory scramble. Remember, you have only 1 hour. Once that hour concludes, if you have failed to secure a place in your desired dormitory, you shall find yourselves homeless. With that, the battle for dormitory supremacy commenced. At the command of Principal Lu Gingxing, the crowd surged towards the dormitory. On their way, many students audaciously summoned their respective beasts, initiating fierce confrontations. What should we do, Lu Xing? Su Peng's brow furrowed in concern. He had not anticipated the sheer number of freshmen here. These individuals seemed to be madly racing towards the summit, as word had spread that the higher one went, the better the accommodations became. As the saying goes, humans aspire to ascend, while water flows downward. Naturally, everyone desired to reside in the elevated areas. Come forth, Thunder Eagle. Faced with the blockade of competitors, Lu Xing decided to summon his Thunder Eagle. He swiftly mounted its back. Wow, Lu Xing, when did you acquire such a magnificent beast? Su Peng exclaimed, but he quickly realized that the Thunder Eagle's back could only accommodate one rider, although it could typically carry 2. Su Peng's considerable size rendered him unable to join Lu Xing. Thunder Eagle, seize that fellow. With a fierce cry, the Thunder Eagle flapped its wings, lifting Lu Xing into the air before swooping towards Su Peng. Its sharp talons grasped Su Peng, and together, the trio ascended towards the villa and nestled halfway up the mountain. Look over there. What is that? It's the Thunder Eagle. My goodness, someone is actually using a Thunder Eagle as their beast. The spectacle of Lu Xing and Su Peng drew the attention of the crowd, with expressions of envy evident in their eyes. Naturally, Lu Xing's ostentatious display also caught the attention of the upper echelons of Jiangnan Beastmaster University. Xiao Wu, that student is one you recruited, isn't he? I hear he is the champion of this year's Guang City cohort. He is performing remarkably well. Principal Lu Gingxing commended Wu Yong. The praise from Lu Gingxing was immensely gratifying to Wu Yong, who for the first time held his head high in front of the crowd. In a manner reminiscent of the past, the students he recruited were always the underachievers. Lightning Hawk, accompanied by Lu Xing and Su Peng, arrived at the front of the villa. As Lightning Hawk descended, Lu Xing cast a glance at Su Peng, surprised to see him still fidgeting. Su Peng, stop shaking. Quickly release your beast. They are about to arrive. Lu Xing summoned his black wolfhound as well. After waiting for over 10 minutes, the advance party finally appeared. At the forefront was a young man with yellow hair. Upon seeing that someone had arrived before him, he momentarily froze before striding toward Lu Xing and the others. Stop right there, Lu Xing commanded, halting the young man. The yellow-haired individual exuded a certain swagger that Lu Xing found off-putting. What do you want? Are you not aware that a villa can accommodate 4 individuals? The dormitories at Jiangnan Beastmaster University are divided into designated spaces. Some are single rooms, while others are doubles. These arrangements are meticulously planned. The school permits a limited number of occupants, not an excess. Thus, a double room can house either 2 individuals or 1, but not 3. The villa behind Lu Xing is designated for 4 residents, allowing for 4 to dwell there. However, it was evident that Lu Xing had no intention of sharing with the yellow-haired youth. I arrived first. I do not wish to share accommodations with you. Lu Xing narrowed his eyes, amusement evident in his gaze. The yellow-haired youth was momentarily at a loss for words, his expression darkening. Just as he was about to retaliate against Lu Xing, he noticed the 2 beasts standing resolutely beside him, a black wolfhound and a lightning hawk. They were both fixated on him, as if ready to pounce at the slightest provocation. You'll regret this. The young man spat angrily before turning to leave. Sensing the imposing presence of the wolfhound and lightning hawk, he understood he was no match for Lu Xing. As for Su Peng, he was entirely disregarded by the yellow-haired youth. With the departure of the latter, several groups began to arrive one after another. Yet, without exception, upon encountering Lu Xing's beasts, they all left in frustration, none daring to engage him in battle. After all, there were more villas than just this one. Su Peng glanced around and noted the surrounding chaos, contrasting sharply with the tranquility on their side. Lu Xing is truly impressive. Su Peng realized that the absence of conflict in their vicinity was entirely due to Lu Xing's prowess. At this moment, the situation concerning Lu Xing had captured the attention of the school's higher-ups. A burly man, his face adorned with rolls of flesh, suddenly addressed Principal Lu Gingxing, saying, Principal Lu, don't you think that fellow's actions are a bit excessive? Excessive? I hardly believe so. Wu Yong immediately interjected in defense of Lu Xing. Moreover, Principal Lu has just stated that this villa is reserved for the capable. Yet, this villa is the most spiritually enriched place. Originally meant for 4 occupants, there are only 2 residing here. Could this not be considered a waste of resources? Why not call 2 more individuals to join them? The burly man was already scheming to arrange for 2 of his relatives to move in. Hao Mingming, don't think I am unaware of your intentions. Hao Mingming's words touched upon Lu Xing's interests. As Lu Xing's mentor, Wu Yong naturally stood up to speak on his behalf. Wu Yong, why are you raising your voice so? Am I wrong in what I said? All right, cease your bickering. Let the students handle their own matters. Principal Lu's expression darkened abruptly. These 2 individuals were causing him no end of trouble. Lu Xing and Su Peng lingered at the villa's entrance for an extended period. Though how long exactly was uncertain, Su Peng eventually became so fatigued that he sat on the steps in front of the door, idly fiddling with a blade of foxtail grass. What a bore this is, he lamented. These fellows could at least come and challenge us. Instead, I'm left utterly bored. Lu Xing couldn't help but cast him an exasperated glance. This guy was truly a case of someone who took advantage of a situation only to complain. Finally, after an hour had passed, Lu Xing and Su Peng successfully stood guard over the villa. This meant that for the next 4 years of university, they would reside in this very building. Upon entering the villa, Lu Xing marveled. This villa at Jiangnan Beast Taming University is truly exceptional. Su Peng dashed toward the living room sofa, collapsing onto it with abandon. Lu Xing remained silent, closing his eyes and inhaling deeply. Instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy converged towards his body. How delightful! The rich spiritual essence enveloped him, imparting a refreshing chill that invigorated his spirit. Quite splendid. A satisfied smile spread across Lu Xing's face. Suddenly, as Lu Xing and Su Peng reveled in the comforts of the grand villa, a series of knocks resounded at their door. Lu Xing opened the door to find 4 young women standing at the threshold. "Greetings. We are your neighbors." 4 cheerful young ladies greeted Lu Xing with smiles. "Hello." Upon hearing the voices of the young women, Su Peng immediately sprang up from the sofa and rushed towards the door. Alas, the ladies' attention was solely fixated on Lu Xing. They had witnessed the earlier events unfold before their eyes. To protect their villa, these young women had engaged in numerous battles. However, Lu Xing appeared to be at ease. The primary reason was the formidable presence of his thunder eagle, which was truly terrifying. A mere glance from it could cause opponents' beasts to submit. Chapter 44. A challenge arises. It was inescapable. Lu Xing's thunder eagle possessed unparalleled strength, boasting dual S-rank qualifications and a bronze level 5 status. In the presence of students averaging a bronze level 1 or 2, Lu Xing stood as a dominant figure, akin to a seasoned fisherman in a stocked pond. His remarkable prowess, combined with his striking good looks, naturally drew the attention of others. He effectively acquired the privilege of preferential mating rights at the university. Regrettably, although the students before him were quite attractive, Lu Xing had encountered beauties like the Fire Phoenix and Yen Ryu, which elevated his standards. In comparison, the 4 young women before him paled in significance, fading into the background. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries with them, Lu Xing promptly sent them on their way. Watching the 4 ladies depart, Su Peng felt a twinge of reluctance. He had hoped for a deeper conversation, but Lu Xing's lack of romantic insight thwarted that desire. "Well, don't be disheartened. I'll treat you to dinner tonight," Su Peng declared. "That's a promise." Lu Xing nodded in agreement. After spending a short while in the villa, the clock soon struck 4:30 in the afternoon. After much insistence from Su Peng, Lu Xing had no choice but to take him out for a meal. They made their way down to the foot of the mountain. "Lu Xing." Suddenly, a voice called out. Lu Xing turned to see none other than Lu Xiaoming. "Xiaoming, what brings you here? I am surprised to see you. I didn't expect you to come to Jiangnan Beastmaster University instead of the capital cities." Lu Xiaoming. Su Peng, upon seeing her, seemed to recall the moment he was ruthlessly defeated by Lu Xiaoming, and his expression darkened instantly. Well, the little chubby one is here too." Lu Xiaoming shot a glance at Su Peng. "What's wrong? Had I instilled such fear in you last time that now you dare not speak to me?" Lu Xiaoming truly has a knack for stirring the pot, directly exposing Su Peng's vulnerabilities. "Humph, do not revel in your triumph. I shall reclaim my dignity." It appears that Lu Xiaoming and Su Peng were adversaries in a previous life, unable to tolerate one another at first sight, leading to incessant quarrels. Enough of the bickering. Lu Xing interjected, assuming the role of peacemaker. "Xiaoming, I presume you have yet to dine?" "No, I have not," Lu Xiaoming replied, shaking her head. "Then let us share a meal together." Agreed. Following their previous encounter, Lu Xiaoming had developed feelings for Lu Xing. He was handsome, clever, and remarkably capable. What young lady could resist such a charm? Consequently, she had no reason to decline Lu Xing's invitation. The trio made their way toward the school's exit. Along the way, Su Peng schemed revenge against Lu Xiaoming. Suddenly, he spotted a captivating figure, and an idea sparked in his mind. With newfound determination, he rushed toward her. In no time, Su Peng returned accompanied by a young woman. Lu Xing glanced at her and was taken aback to discover that she was Ru Ming. "Lu Xing, congratulations. You've moved into the villa area." The news of Lu Xing's actions spread like wildfire, captivating the attention of many. They spoke of him with awe, attributing him with extraordinary prowess. One mere glance rendered others weak and devoid of will. Lu Xing nodded slightly in acknowledgement. However, with Ru Ming's arrival, the previously harmonious atmosphere shattered. Su Peng cast a gleeful glance at Lu Xiaoming, only to be met with a fierce glare from her in return. Though Su Peng was somewhat simple-minded, he was not foolish. He quickly discerned Lu Xiaoming's interest in Lu Xing. Thus, he intentionally brought Ru Ming into the mix. Lu Xiaoming observed Lu Xing and Ru Ming, noting their animated conversation that seemed endless, stirring a sense of discomfort within her. Nevertheless, as a wise woman, Lu Xiaoming understood the nuances of social conduct. Under Ru Ming's guidance, they arrived at a restaurant. With genuine enthusiasm, Ru Ming introduced the place to Lu Xing and the others. "The food here is exceptionally delicious, and it is both affordable and satisfying, perfect for us students." Lu Xing nodded, taken aback by how frugal Ru Meng was. The group entered the restaurant, and after a satisfying meal, they returned to their respective dormitories. Lu Xing and Su Peng made their way back to the villa. Unable to contain his curiosity, Su Peng asked Lu Xing, "Hey, Lu Xing, who do you prefer, Ru Meng or Lu Xiaoming?" Su Peng had picked up on the subtle hints, aware that both Ru Meng and Lu Xiaoming seemed to harbor affections for Lu Xing. "They are both quite lovely," Lu Xing replied evasively. "What do you mean by both are lovely?" Su Peng pressed. Lu Xing was reluctant to give a straightforward answer. He wasn't naive. He sensed the feelings of both Ru Meng and Lu Xiaoming. However, his current focus was on self-improvement, allowing matters of the heart to unfold naturally. Su Peng's implication was unmistakable. He wanted Lu Xing to choose between Ru Meng and Lu Xiaoming. Little did he know, Lu Xing's thoughts were quite different. Only children make choices. Lu Xing desired both. Of course, such a desire hinged on his strength being formidable enough. Just as Lu Xing and Su Peng engaged in their discussion, a thunderous voice echoed from outside the villa. "Lu Xing, come out here." Lu Xing furrowed his brow in confusion. He was unaware of having offended anyone at the school. To his surprise, someone sought to confront him. Reluctantly, he steeled himself and stepped outside. Upon seeing the newcomer, understanding dawned on him. A muscular man, standing at 6 feet tall, accompanied by a small, blonde-haired figure, none other than the one Lu Xing had previously chased away. "Brother, it's him who bullied me," the small blonde exclaimed. The towering man crossed his arms and coldly addressed Lu Xing. "You little brat, are you the one who bullied my brother? If you know what's good for you, vacate the villa willingly. Otherwise, or else what?" Lu Xing scoffed, unconvinced that the man would dare lay a hand on him. After all, this was the freshman zone, and the school had strict regulations against upperclassmen bullying newcomers. Such actions could lead to expulsion if discovered. "I certainly wouldn't dare to harm you," the tall man retorted, but suddenly produced an item from his pocket and hurled it at Lu Xing, reacting instinctively. Lu Xing reached out to catch it. Upon receiving it, he was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that the object thrown at him would be a white glove. "Very well, since you have accepted my challenge. Then at 8 tomorrow, at the school's combat arena, let us not fail to meet." With that, the imposing figure of a man standing at 6 feet tall departed alongside his companion with bright yellow hair. Chapter 45. Instant defeat. It appears I have been outmaneuvered. Although the school explicitly forbids private duels, it does not prohibit challenges. Hence, when irreconcilable conflicts arise, students often resolve them in the combat arena under the supervision of teachers, minimizing the likelihood of serious issues. This arrangement not only allows students to address their disputes, but also encourages them to enhance their capabilities. "Lu Xing, what should we do? That fellow seems quite formidable. Just be casual about it." With the system eye, Lu Xing effortlessly discerned the strength of the muscular man. The individual, a year his senior, possessed a skill level of Bronze 4. Lu Xing couldn't help but chuckle wryly, shaking his head. This man had squandered several years, having only reached Bronze 4 after a year at school. News of the challenge from the muscular man spread like wildfire across the campus. Lu Xing, already a figure of great renown, found himself thrust into the spotlight once more. At this moment, within the girls' dormitory, "Wow, have you heard? Lu Xing has accepted the challenge from that sophomore named Chen Chong." "Really? Is that true?" "Absolutely. They've even arranged to meet tomorrow morning at 8 in the combat arena." "That's fantastic. Let's go cheer for Lu Xing tomorrow." Yes. In the boys' dormitory, many reacted to the news of Lu Xing's challenge with expressions of schadenfreude. It's about time someone put that show-off in his place. I can't wait to see how he manages to save face tomorrow. Just imagining him getting thrashed excites me. Unbeknownst to Lu Xing, he had already become the object of affection for all the girls and the nemesis of the boys. The following day, Lu Xing arrived punctually at the duel arena. He leisurely consumed his soy milk and fried dough sticks, while his friend Su Peng took it a step further, holding not only soy milk, but also 3 large meat buns. "You finally made it." Chen Chong had been waiting impatiently. "I thought you might not dare to show up." "Why the rush? We still have some time," Lu Xing replied, glancing at the clock on the wall, which indicated it was 7:55. Thus, there remained 5 minutes until the appointed hour. He settled into a spot and resumed his breakfast with a relaxed demeanor. Chen Chong was incensed by Lu Xing's actions, his face flushing an intense crimson, reminiscent of a monkey's posterior. After 5 minutes, Lu Xing finally finished his breakfast. "Let us conclude this swiftly. I have a class to attend shortly." The university lectures commenced at 8:30, and Lu Xing certainly did not wish to be tardy on his first day. Very well. I shall defeat you within 3 moves. Arise, little stone monster, and pangolin. Chen Chong summoned forth his 2 summoned beasts. Little stone monster. Attribute, rock. Gender, level, bronze tier 4. Talent, C. Learn skills, flying stone. Pangolin, attribute, rock. Gender, level, bronze tier 3. Talent, C. Learn skills, sharp claws, 2 summoned beasts of C-grade talent. Both of the rock attribute, one at bronze tier 3 and the other at bronze tier 4. Lu Xing's face momentarily displayed a hint of disdain. Arise, Black Wolf Dog and Thunder Eagle. Lu Xing summoned his formidable beasts. As the crowd beheld Lu Xing's 2 summoned beasts, they gasped in astonishment. Good heavens! His strength is astounding. Both the Black Wolf Dog and the Thunder Eagle emanated an aura of formidable intimidation. Look at that Black Wolf Dog. Is it truly a Black Wolf Dog? Why is it so enormous? Hey, Xiaoxin, you seem to have a Black Wolf Dog as well. Hurry, let us see yours. The individual named Xiaoxin turned crimson at the comment. Lu Xing's Black Wolf Dog was 3 or 4 times larger than his own. He had no intention of releasing his Black Wolf Dog and subjecting himself to humiliation. All right, can you focus on the battle? Xiaoxin cleverly redirected the conversation. Haha. Black Wolf Dog, Thunder Eagle. Your strength is hardly impressive. Chen Chong could not help but mock. The Black Wolf Dog was regarded by the onlookers as a mere sewer beast, with few ever choosing to form a contract with one. The Thunder Eagle, although powerful, faced the disadvantage of being pitted against Chen Chong's 2 rock attribute beasts, which were resistant to electric damage. Is that all there is to it? Lu Xing squinted his eyes. Black Wolf Dog, Thunder Eagle, what shall we do? It seems our opponent underestimates you. Upon hearing Lu Xing's words, both the Black Wolf Dog and the Thunder Eagle were incensed. The 2 summoned beasts simultaneously launched an assault on Chen Chong's creatures. The Black Wolf Dog lunged towards the little stone monster, its sharp claws aimed menacingly at its foe. The small stone creature was directly sent flying. Meanwhile, the Thunder Eagle flapped its wings vigorously and soared into the sky. Thunder rumbled. A bolt of lightning descended from above, striking unerringly. It hit the pangolin squarely. A thick cloud of black smoke enveloped the area. As the smoke dissipated, Chen Chong's 2 summoned beasts emerged from within. The small stone creature was deeply embedded into the wall behind, its fate uncertain. The pangolin, entirely black, emitted a nauseating scent reminiscent of charred protein. Clearly, it had been thoroughly cooked by the Thunder Eagle's electric attack. Chen Chong, having suffered severe injuries to his beasts, fainted on the spot. Lu Xing cast a disdainful glance at the fallen Chen Chong, then turned to the nearby teacher with a smile and said, Teacher, may I take my leave now? The teacher, responsible for officiating the match, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Of course, his heart was filled with shock. A swift kill. He never anticipated that a freshman could so decisively defeat a sophomore, especially one wielding rock-type beasts renowned for their toughness. Unfortunately, in Lu Xing's presence, toughness meant little. Lu Xing adhered to a singular principle. Overwhelming strength conquers all. All schemes and tricks were rendered futile before him, as he dismantled them through sheer power. As Lu Xing departed amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he left with Su Pang in a stylish manner. The duel arena, once silent enough to hear a pin drop, erupted into a cacophony of excitement following Lu Xing's exit. Wow, he is so handsome. Oh no, Mom. I think I'm in love. Can anyone tell me if Lu Xing has a girlfriend? Even if he does, I still want to be with him. Unbeknownst to Lu Xing, his battle had garnered him a new legion of admirers. Chapter 46. The challenge from Baifeng. Those boys clenched their fists instinctively. They felt a sense of helplessness. Lu Xing's strength was simply overwhelming. Even the sophomore Chen Chong was no match for him, let alone they themselves. Soon, news of Lu Xing's swift defeat of the sophomore Chen Chong spread throughout the school. In the cafeteria at noon, Lu Xing and Su Pang sat in a corner enjoying their meal. What's wrong? Lu Xing noticed that Su Pang seemed disinterested in eating. With so many eyes on me, how could I possibly have an appetite? Su Pang was uncertain whether his choice to befriend Lu Xing was a boon or a bane. This fellow shone like the morning star amidst the darkness, undeniably dazzling. At that moment, 2 graceful figures approached, Ru Ming and Lu Xiaoming. They seated themselves on either side of Lu Xing. Upon witnessing this, Su Pang instinctively lowered his head and began to focus on his meal. The act of dining was his solace, his essence. For him, partaking in food was an exalted affair. Lu Xing, You're quite the figure today, Lu Xiaoming teased, unable to contain her mirth. Not only have you bested a senior, but you've also garnered a throng of admirers. Lu Xing shrugged nonchalantly, refraining from responding to Lu Xiaoming's playful banter. An awkward silence enveloped the group for a moment. Observing the tension, Ru Ming swiftly intervened. Lu Xing, you ought to be cautious moving forward. You've defeated Qin Chang. Though he may lack prowess, he is still a second-year student. By besting him, you've essentially slapped the faces of the second-year cohort. It won't be long before someone seeks you out. Seek me out. Lu Xing pondered, momentarily taken aback. Well, let them come. Having resolved to abstain from any further duels, he deemed them a waste of time. Instead, he preferred to dedicate his hours to properly training his summoned beasts. As a freshman, he possessed the right to decline challenges from upperclassmen. True to Ru Ming's words, as Lu Xing exited the dining hall, a silver-haired youth awaited him. This young man, holding a rose, had a fair complexion that exuded a somewhat effeminate aura. You must be Lu Xing, he declared. Indeed, I am. What do you wish to impart? As expected, the rumors of his arrogance were confirmed. Impart? Not quite. I merely wish to spar with you. Spar? Lu Xing glanced at the effeminate youth and noted his commendable strength. Having reached the 7th tier of bronze, a stark contrast to the inept Qin Chang, the arrival of the silver-haired youth sparked a commotion among the onlookers. Good heavens! Isn't that Bai Xiao? One exclaimed. Indeed, it appears to be Bai Xiao. Another chimed in. Wow, he is so handsome. Look at who is beside him. Who is that? He seems even more striking. Ah, that is Lu Xing, the rookie king of our freshman class, every new female student's idol. Oh, now I understand his allure. But why would Bai Xiao come to challenge Lu Xing? As this question arose, the throngs of students who had initially intended to dine now converged, drawn by the unfolding spectacle. They were drawn to the excitement. You rascal, will you agree or not? Why should I agree? Lu Xing responded nonchalantly. Regardless of whether he accepted Bai Feng's challenge, he would not face any repercussions. Conversely, if Lu Xing accepted and was defeated by Bai Feng, he would lose face. If he triumphed over Bai Feng, there would inevitably be others seeking to challenge him thereafter. Lu Xing had no desire to engage in a futile endeavor, only to attract further challengers. So, what would it take for you to concede to my request? Lu Xing cast a glance at Bai Feng. That depends on what price you are willing to offer. Indeed, Lu Xing intended to seize this opportunity for personal gain. Since the other party sought to challenge him, they must present a worthy incentive. Very well. If you defeat me, I shall grant you 100,000 Huaxia coins. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Su Peng, standing beside Lu Xing, could no longer contain himself. What? 100,000? Are you attempting to insult us? You think you can simply offer 100,000 and challenge my brother? Let me tell you, it's not worth discussing without 500,000. Su Peng, displaying his keen intellect, immediately escalated the stakes to 500,000. Fine, 500,000 it is. Bai Feng acquiesced. Confident that he would not be bested by Lu Xing agreed. Let it be known, Bai Feng declared, intending to stake 500,000 Huaxia coins in the duel against Lu Xing. Fearful of Bai Feng reneging on the agreement, Su Peng swiftly disseminated the news. This scoundrel! Bai Feng's expression soured, akin to one who had consumed something foul. He had not anticipated Su Peng's maneuver. Now he found himself in a precarious position. Very well, I shall present 500,000 as the wager. And you? Lu Xing shrugged in response. You are the one challenging me, not the other way around. If you are unwilling, then the matter is settled. With that, Lu Xing began to depart with Su Peng. Wait. Bai Feng halted Lu Xing. He had accepted the challenge, unable to tolerate Lu Xing's demeanor. At that moment, Lu Xing was basking in glory, overshadowing Bai Feng, which left him feeling humiliated. Thus, Bai Feng sought to teach Lu Xing a lesson. All right, let us agree on a time. How about next Monday? Lu Xing had just fought with Qin Chang that morning, and the weekend was upon them. To prevent anyone from claiming that Bai Feng had acted unfairly, he proposed a duel for the following Monday. Agreed. Lu Xing accepted. Next Monday, at the school's duel arena, precisely at 8 in the morning. Let's not miss each other. With that, Lu Xing departed with Su Peng, followed closely by Ru Ming and Lu Xiaoming. On the way, Ru Ming's expression appeared somewhat troubled. Noticing this, Lu Xing could not help but inquire, Ru Ming, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Ru Ming shook her head. Unable to restrain herself, she said to Lu Xing, you are far too careless. Bai Feng's strength is formidable. Even I cannot match him. Your duel this Monday is likely to end poorly. Concern for Lu Xing welled up within Ru Meng. In response, Lu Xing dismissively patted Ru Meng on the shoulder. Sister Ru Meng, do not worry. Although that fellow is strong, my beast is no pushover either. Ru Meng nodded, inexplicably feeling an unwavering trust in Lu Xing. A bronze-tier beast at the 7th level. Lu Xing murmured softly. The prowess of Baifeng compelled Lu Xing to take the matter seriously. His Thunder Eagle was at the pinnacle of the 5th level in bronze and was on the verge of breaking through. If it could achieve a breakthrough over the weekend, he would indeed possess the strength to contend with Baifeng. The following day, ding dong, the doorbell of Lu Xing's villa rang. Upon opening the door, he found Lu Xiaoming and Ru Meng standing outside. What brings you here? Lu Xing asked, curious, as it was the weekend. Most others would likely be sound asleep, such as Su Peng, whose dreadful snoring reverberated throughout the villa. What noise is that? Lu Xiaoming inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. Oh, that's just Su Peng snoring. He is asleep, Lu Xing replied, slightly embarrassed. Oh, Lu Xiaoming realized. By the way, you are set to combat Baifeng next Monday. How do you feel about it? Do you have confidence? Somehow, Lu Xiaoming had begun to worry for Lu Xing. I should be all right. Defeating him shouldn't pose a problem. Observing Lu Xing's nonchalant demeanor, Ru Meng's brow furrowed. You must not be careless. Baifeng is indeed one of the top talents in our grade. Even I cannot best him. Lu Xing responded. All right, do come in instead of standing out there. Lu Xiaoming and Ru Meng exchanged glances. We are here to give you special training. Special training? Lu Xing echoed. Indeed. Let us engage in a warm-up match. Upon hearing Lu Xing's words, he cast a brief glance at the two women. It was not that he looked down upon them. Rather, they simply were not his equals. He decided against it and directly declined. What is the matter? Do we not deserve to be your opponents? They retorted. Not at all. Lu Xing would never foolishly admit that they were beneath him and that he had no desire to engage in a confrontation. Instead, he addressed them. I have arranged a specialized training regimen for my beasts. Oh, the two women responded in unison. Then I am quite eager to see how you conduct this training. Very well. Lu Xing led the two women to the top floor of the villa. At that moment, the black wolf dog was relentlessly attacking a large stone. Its sharp claws struck the rock, producing a resonant clang, while sparks occasionally flew up. Above, the Thunder Hawk donned a black outfit, unmistakably a weighted vest, which appeared rather substantial. Fatigue was evident on its face, yet it persevered. Is this how you train your beasts? Lu Xiaoming and Ru Meng were left speechless. They had never anticipated that Lu Xing would adopt such a nonchalant approach. While his beasts toiled under strenuous training, he simply lounged downstairs watching television. Was this reasonable? Had it been them, they would have remained by their beasts' sides, meticulously preparing an array of medications to preempt any issues during training, while also offering encouragement. After all, beasts possess emotions as well. Without their watchful presence, these creatures might slack off. Watching the black wolf dog and the thunder hawk diligently train, a glimmer of envy flickered in Lu Xiaoming and Ru Meng's eyes. If only their beasts could exhibit such dedication. Alas, they had fretted immensely over the training of their own beasts. All right, let us leave them to it. We should head downstairs for a rest. Lu Xing urged the two women as he nudged them down the stairs. Time passed slowly, and before they knew it, a thunderous explosion erupted from the rooftop. The entire room trembled violently from the force of the blast. Ah, an earthquake! An earthquake! Su Peng exclaimed as he sprang from his bed, clad only in his boxers, and dashed down the stairs, colliding head-on with Lu Xing and the others ascending. Lu Xing merely cast a fleeting glance at him before turning aside and ascending the staircase with remarkable swiftness. Upon reaching the lower level, Lu Xing found himself on the rooftop, where a thick fog enveloped the area. What could be the cause of this? Just as Lu Xing pondered the situation, a shadow emerged from the swirling mist. It was the Black Wolf Hound. Black Wolf Hound, you have broken through, Lu Xing exclaimed, utilizing his system eye to discern the creature's newfound strength with a single glance. The Black Wolf Hound nodded enthusiastically. Tweet. A bird's call resonated, and suddenly, a fierce wind surged, dispersing all the smoke and haze. A majestic Thunder Eagle alighted before Lu Xing. Thunder Eagle, you two have achieved a breakthrough. The Thunder Eagle also nodded in acknowledgement. Excellent, splendid. With both the Black Wolf Hound and the Thunder Eagle having ascended a level, Lu Xing felt entirely unconcerned about the impending battle with Baifeng on Monday. Very well, let us depart. I shall prepare a delightful feast for you both as a reward. In the courtyard of the villa, the Black Wolf Hound and Thunder Eagle indulged heartily in the meal. Su Pang was equally engrossed in the feast. Delicious. Truly exquisite. Su Pang exclaimed, Lu Xing, I never anticipated your culinary skills would improve so remarkably. However, Lu Xiaoming and Ru Ming, seated across from Lu Xing, remained hesitant, their chopsticks untouched. They gazed contemplatively at Lu Xing's two beasts. What troubles you? Is the food not to your liking? Lu Xiaoming inquired, to which both shook their heads. They had gained a new perspective and finally understood the source of Lu Xing's formidable strength. If only their own beasts could exhibit such discipline as Lu Xing's. Training them? And requesting additional practice? The mere thought sent shivers down their spines. It was a notion they scarcely dared to entertain. For typically, any slight increase in training intensity elicited complaints from their beasts. Should they encounter a particularly temperamental beast, it might outright refuse to cooperate. Indeed, Lu Xing's beasts were the epitome of what one might call other people's beasts. Lu Xing, I am somewhat curious. Just what level of strength do your Black Wolf Hound and Thunder Eagle possess? Lu Xiaoming, whose strength was inferior to Lu Xing's, could not ascertain his capabilities. Hearing her question, Lu Xing grinned broadly. A secret, you shall discover it on Monday. On Sunday, Lu Xing refrained from subjecting his two beasts to rigorous training, allowing them to rest instead. As Monday arrived, Lu Xing dutifully made his way to the school's dueling arena. Upon entering the venue, a wave of heat greeted him with fervor. Upon entering the dueling arena, Lu Xing was struck by its sheer terror, surpassing even that of a poultry farm. The space was filled to capacity with spectators, their incessant chatter creating a cacophony that was nearly unbearable. What was the situation? Did these individuals not have classes to attend? It was nearly 8 o'clock, and classes at Jiangnan Beastmaster University commenced at 8:30. Most students would typically choose to await their instructors in the classroom at this hour. Chapter 48. So it was you who provided the magic crystal core. They're coming, exclaimed a young woman upon spotting Lu Xing, her excitement palpable. Who is coming? Another inquired eagerly. Our new king. New king? Where is he? The second woman began to scan the crowd. There he is. Following the direction of her finger, a striking figure came into view. Wow, he is so handsome. The moment she laid eyes on Lu Xing's visage, she was utterly enthralled. He possessed sharp brows and bright eyes, standing over 6 feet tall with an impressive stature. His lustrous black hair flowed gracefully, adding to his allure. I can't take it anymore. Mom, I've fallen in love. One girl gasped, nearly breathless with infatuation. Lu Xing turned his gaze towards the dueling platform and noticed that Bai Feng had already arrived. Bai Feng was clad in a gray suit. A pink rose held delicately in his hand, which he sniffed repeatedly. You little brat, you finally decided to show up. I thought you were too frightened to come. Lu Xing chose not to respond, but instead executed a graceful leap onto the stage. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Let us get this started. I have a class to attend shortly. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. Very well. You are indeed as arrogant as the rumors suggest. But I wonder if you have the prowess to back it up. Come forth, my little sweethearts. Bai Feng swiftly executed a series of gestures, conjuring 2 magical circles upon the ground. 2 beasts materialized within the confines of the arrays. Lu Xing cast a quick glance and immediately assessed Bai Feng's strength. Little Flower Demon, attribute, plant, gender, level, bronze tier 7, talent, skills, flower dance. Bind, Bai Feng Wolf, attribute, wind, gender, level, bronze tier 6, talent, skills, windblade, claw strike, impressive. This fellow is formidable indeed. Bai Feng, with his fair complexion, had a penchant for carrying roses. Lu Xing initially believed this individual to be merely a facade, attractive yet devoid of substance. To his surprise, he possessed such formidable strength. All right, kid, it's your turn. Bai Feng urged Lu Xing, unable to contain his eagerness to administer a good lesson. Come forth. Black Wolf Dog and Lightning Eagle. Lu Xing summoned his companions. The moment the Black Wolf Dog and Lightning Eagle materialized, Bai Feng's Flower Demon and Bai Feng Wolf instinctively recoiled a few steps. What is happening? Bai Feng furrowed his brows, never anticipating that his beasts would be intimidated by Lu Xing's. It must be an illusion, surely, Bai Feng thought, but the surrounding spectators held a different perspective. Hey, did you see that? Bai Feng's beasts actually retreated upon the appearance of Lu Xing's. Doesn't that imply Lu Xing's beasts surpass Bai Feng's in strength? No way. Bai Feng is among the top contenders in our sophomore class. If he is not a match for Lu Xing, just how powerful must Lu Xing be? In a corner of the audience, Three individuals stood. Xiao Wu, you've truly brought back a remarkable talent. 18 years old, bronze level 6. Although the Black Wolf dog may be mediocre, that lightning eagle has the potential to take him far. You flatter me, Principal Lu. Meanwhile, Han Mingming's expression darkened, realizing that the tables had turned against him for once. Enough, let us focus on the match. On the duel stage, Bai Feng wore a grim expression. Flower Demon. Use floral dance on the lightning eagle. Bai Feng Wolf. Unleash wind blade against the Black Wolf dog. The Flower Demon, upon hearing the command, spun on the spot, conjuring a miniature whirlwind around it. The swirling vortex carried countless pink petals, launching them toward the lightning eagle. Wow, how beautiful! The crowd was astonished by the Flower Demon's display. Beautiful? You are truly superficial. Do you not realize how terrifying this technique is? Exclaimed a bespectacled individual. Do not be deceived by the delicate appearance of those petals. They are sharp weapons capable of slicing through flesh with ease. Lightning Eagle, utilize Thunder Flash. Lu Xing commanded, preparing for a counterattack. With a resounding crash of thunder, the Lightning Eagle transformed into a silver streak, evading the Flower Demon's assault. It then launched a retaliatory strike, unleashing a bolt of lightning that raced toward the Flower Demon with an imperceptible speed. Little Flower Spirit, quickly evade. Thunder rumbled. The Little Flower Spirit attempted to dodge. But alas, the speed of the lightning was far too swift. Unable to escape in time, it was struck directly by the electric talons of the Thunder Eagle. A piercing scream escaped the Little Flower Spirit as it collapsed to the ground, rendered incapable of battle. Instant annihilation. My goodness. What formidable power does that Thunder Eagle possess to so easily dispatch Bai Feng's Little Flower Spirit? The Little Flower Spirit, akin to a highly powerful mage, was tragically limited by its frail physique, unable to withstand even a single blow from the Thunder Eagle. In contrast, the Black Wolf dog had deftly evaded several wind blades from the Bai Feng Wolf before launching itself toward the foe. Suddenly, the Black Wolf dog vanished from sight. Indeed, it seemed to have disappeared into thin air. What on earth? How could that Black Wolf dog simply vanish? Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Han Mingming furrowed his brow, and then suddenly, his eyes sparkled with realization. Wow, it's you. Han Mingming turned his gaze toward Wu Yong, astonished that he had bestowed the Shadow Leopard's magic crystal core upon this young lad. His face was a canvas of surprise. He could hardly fathom that Wu Yong would gift such a precious item to Lu Xing exactly. That recent disappearance was a technique learned from the Shadow Leopard's magic crystal core that I provided, Wu Yong declared, pride illuminating his expression, though his heart swelled with astonishment. He knew well that the Shadow Leopard possessed numerous skills, yet he had not anticipated that Lu Xing's Black Wolf dog would grasp the most exceptional of them. Shadow Ambush. That is indeed the renowned signature move of the Shadow Leopard. Wu Yong felt increasingly convinced that recruiting Lu Xing was a remarkably astute decision. He wondered what expressions those two old fellows would wear upon witnessing Lu Xing's current prowess. Wu Yong's face was alight with anticipation. Chapter 49, The School's Panic Bang. The Black Wolf dog reappeared before the Bai Feng Wolf, which had not a moment to react before being sent soaring by a powerful paw strike. The massive form of the Bai Feng Wolf was propelled backward, sliding across the ground for quite a distance. Observing this, the Black Wolf dog opened its mouth wide, gathering a dark energy sphere, which it then unleashed in a fierce burst towards the Bai Feng Wolf. It was the Shadow Sphere. Bai Feng, recognizing the Black Wolf dog's attack, shouted urgently to the Bai Feng Wolf, Bai Feng Wolf, quickly evade. But alas, the Black Wolfhound's recent strike has left the White Wind Wolf grievously injured. At this moment, the White Wind Wolf lacked the strength to evade. Boom! The shadow ball collided with the White Wind Wolf, propelling it into the air once more. As the White Wind Wolf was blasted away, it let out a mournful cry of agony, clutching its head, its face paling, and it fainted immediately. After a considerable time, the teacher, acting as the referee, finally reacted. Quick, what are you all standing there for? Hurry and carry him to the infirmary. The referee directed a few students. The students, belatedly aware of the situation, rushed towards the dueling platform to carry the unconscious White Wind away. Shock, utter astonishment. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at the spectacle before them. That was indeed the White Wind, a prominent figure at Jiangnan Beast Taming University. No one could have anticipated that he would be defeated by Lu Xing. If Lu Xing were of the same year as the White Wind, it would be understandable, but Lu Xing was merely a freshman. Yet he triumphed over the second-year White Wind, who was among the top in strength. Teacher, may I leave now? Lu Xing glanced at the referee. Of course. The referee, looking at Lu Xing, could not help but swallow hard. If Lu Xing's victory over Chen Chang could be attributed to luck, this encounter unequivocally demonstrated his formidable prowess. As Lu Xing departed, the dueling arena erupted into lively chatter. Wow, wow, wow. He is so handsome. Indeed, how can his strength be so incredible? No, I must become his girlfriend. With your looks? You might want to take a good look in the mirror. The boys in the dueling arena sighed in dismay. They had previously regarded Lu Xing as a rival, determined to surpass him through diligent effort. However, now, surpassing Lu Xing felt like an unattainable dream. His strength was simply overwhelming. On the way to the classroom, Lu Xiaoming gazed intently at Lu Xing's imposing figure, her eyes sparkling with admiration. So handsome. Lu Xing is truly magnificent. She felt her heart flutter. As for Su Peng, he had unknowingly pulled out a bag of chips, munching contentedly. He had long grown accustomed to the day's events. If Lu Xing had lost, that would have been a true anomaly. Class is finally over. Lu Xing stretched languidly, preparing to head to the cafeteria with Su Peng. Observing this, Lu Xiaoming promptly gathered her books and followed suit. The trio arrived at the stairwell, only to collide unexpectedly with Bai Feng. At that moment, Bai Feng's lips were pale, and his complexion appeared quite ghastly. Evidently the result of a backlash from his injured beast companion. He noticed Lu Xing as well. Although Bai Feng harbored a sense of reluctance, he nonetheless produced a card from his pocket. Here, this is the 500,000 I promised you. The password is 6 sixes. Lu Xing was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed that the money would be lost to him. To his surprise, Bai Feng was a man of his word. Thank you. Lu Xing promptly seized the card, feeling no obligation to be courteous, as the money rightfully belonged to him. After obtaining the card, Lu Xing, along with Su Peng and Lu Xiaoming, made their way out. I will reclaim my honor later. Bai Feng suddenly called out to Lu Xing. Very well, I await your challenge. However, be prepared with a wager. Lu Xing replied, shaking the card in his hand. Upon seeing this, Bai Feng stumbled slightly, nearly tumbling down the stairs. As they exited the academic building, Su Peng could not contain his curiosity and asked Lu Xing, where are we headed now? To the cafeteria, of course. To the cafeteria. Su Peng exclaimed excitedly. You, my friend, just came into a fortune. How can you not think of treating us to a splendid meal to celebrate? Am I right, Xiaoming? Su Peng pulled Lu Xiaoming into the conversation. I think going to the cafeteria is quite fine. It's clean, hygienic, and affordable. You can fill your stomach for just a little over 10 yuan. Su Peng was taken aback, surprised that Lu Xiaoming was siding with Lu Xing. All right, enough chatter. Let's go to the cafeteria. If you want a feast, that can wait until evening. We have classes this afternoon. After we finish eating, we can rest in the dormitory. Upon hearing that Lu Xing would treat them in the evening, Su Peng became animated. All right, let us hurry. University days are always delightful. Lu Xing attended classes daily, occasionally strolling through campus with Lu Xiaoming or Ru Meng. Life was quite comfortable. However, one day, while Lu Xing was on a date with Ru Meng in the garden behind the school, several figures suddenly came rushing towards him. Lu Xing's brow furrowed with concern, sensing something amiss. What could be happening? To his astonishment, the three individuals appeared to be injured. At this moment, the air was permeated with a faint scent of blood. What has happened to you? Who attacked you? As if in a dream, she hurriedly assisted an injured woman. I don't know. We were playing at the back, when suddenly a few magical beasts appeared. They launched a surprise attack on us without warning. Fortunately, we managed to escape quickly, otherwise, we would have perished back there. Let us hurry. I will take you to the infirmary. Upon seeing that these three individuals were gravely injured, Lu Xing also stepped forward to support one of them, leading him toward the school's medical facility. News spread rapidly within the school. Soon, the incident of an attack in the back mountain reached every corner of the campus. Students began to tremble with fear. They dared not venture to the back mountain, nor even walk alone at night. If they did go out, they would form groups, traveling in numbers. In the following days, it was initially thought that such occurrences would not repeat. However, unexpectedly, several more individuals fell victim to attacks, and even a few students went missing. Chapter 50. Lu Xiaoming's departure. What is going on? What is this situation? Can anyone step forward to explain? Principal Lu Gingxing stared grimly at the report in his hands. In all the years since its establishment, Jiangnan Beast Taming University had never encountered such a crisis. He could hardly fathom that someone dared to assault his students. Who on earth possesses such audacity to stir trouble under his nose? Surrounding Lu Gingxing were numerous instructors, all bearing somber expressions. Clearly, the assault on students had cast a shadow over their faces. Go, investigate this matter. Meanwhile, I am issuing a strict order prohibiting our students from leaving the campus. Principal Lu Gingxing immediately issued the directive, instructing security personnel to seal off the entire campus, forbidding any student from going outside. Due to the school's stringent measures, complaints began to arise among the students in the following days. This is outrageous. It has been days, and they have yet to apprehend the criminals. Are the teachers at this school utterly useless? And those from the Alliance? Now we can't even go out to have fun. Exactly. I feel like I'm going mad. Aside from attending classes, I can only remain in my dormitory. If this continues, I don't know what my future holds. Clearly, this incident has severely impacted the students' once enjoyable university life. The discontent was not limited to the students. Lu Xing was also facing an onslaught of complaints from Su Peng. In Lu Xing's villa, Su Peng sat despondently on the sofa, slowly stuffing potato chips into his mouth and chewing leisurely. Lu Xing, when will this situation finally come to an end? My mouth feels as dry as a bird's. If this continues, I won't be killed. Rather, I will suffocate from the restraint. At this moment, Su Peng's mind was filled with thoughts of fried chicken, roasted duck, and skewers. Lu Xing, unable to suppress his irritation, shot Su Peng a glance. Just endure a little longer. He too began to ponder the matter at hand. What on earth is going on? Just as Lu Xing was lost in thought, there came a sudden knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found Ru Meng standing anxiously outside. Ru Meng, what is the matter? Xiao Meng Shi. Ru Meng's voice was laced with urgency. She disregarded my advice and sneakily ran out. Why? Lu Xing felt a surge of anxiety. There is no time to explain. Come with me quickly. Under Ru Meng's guidance, Lu Xing and Su Peng made their way towards the garden on the back mountain. In a secluded area of the rockery in the back garden, Lu Xiaomeng discovered a hidden cave. This must be the secret passage those fellows were talking about. It turned out that the prolonged lockdown imposed by the school had left the students feeling utterly stifled. While the school devised clever plans, the students had managed to create their own escape route. They sought the help of a classmate known for his digging prowess, akin to that of a pangolin. What is a pangolin? It is widely recognized as a master excavator. Thus, these students utilized the pangolin's skills to stealthily dig a tunnel leading outside from the back garden of the school. As Lu Xiaomeng ventured into the tunnel, she surveyed her surroundings. She had not anticipated that despite their lackluster academic performance, these students possessed remarkable digging talent. Initially believing the tunnel would be dark and damp, she was astonished to find that they had installed electric lights and even sprayed air freshener within, ensuring that anyone traversing it would feel no sense of oppression. Suddenly, Lu Xiaomeng's face flushed as she instinctively glanced at her pants, realizing they were wet once more. She had not intended to venture out, but as a girl, there are days each month that bring discomfort. The products sold at school were unsatisfactory, leaving her no choice but to risk going out for better options. Emerging from the underground passage, she found herself at the school's perimeter. She inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air. Is this the taste of freedom? How delightful it is. She swiftly departed from that place. Unbeknownst to Lu Xiaoming, shortly after her departure, a figure clad in black, accompanied by a formidable black wolf dog, passed through the area. The wolf dog, highly sensitive to the scent of blood, immediately exhibited a fierce demeanor upon detecting it, baring its teeth. Little Black, have you found another target? The man in black surmised that his wolf dog had identified a new quarry upon witnessing its menacing expression. The wolf dog tugged insistently at its master, propelling him in the direction Lu Xiaoming had taken. How splendid! If we capture her, we shall have enough for the high priest's demands. I wonder how the high priest will commend me afterward. The man in black jogged after the wolf dog. Unexpectedly, someone had excavated such a tunnel. Su Peng, while strolling, curiously surveyed his surroundings. Beside him, Lu Xing wore a furrowed brow, never having anticipated that the students of Jiangnan Beastmaster University could be so astute. Alas, their cleverness had been applied elsewhere. The group traversed the underground passage and emerged outside the school. At last, we are free. I was nearly suffocated. Su Peng could not restrain a yawn. Turning to Lu Xing, he dreamily suggested, once we locate Xiaoming, let us indulge in a feast before returning. Indeed. Lu Xing nodded slightly. Wolf dog, have you picked up Xiaoming's trail? Lu Xing inquired, redirecting his attention to the wolf dog, which was now crouched low, diligently sniffing the ground. Suddenly, the wolf dog let out a bark, darting forward a couple of steps before halting and gesturing for Lu Xing and the others to follow. Understanding the signal, the group promptly trailed the wolf dog as it led them away from the city, unwittingly venturing into the outskirts. Gazing at the dense, dark forest ahead, Su Peng could not help but exclaim, "Lu Xing, is your wolf dog's nose functioning correctly? How could Xiaoming possibly end up in such a place? It is your sense of direction that is faulty." Lu Xing shot Su Peng a glance. He had unwavering faith in his wolf dog. If it indicated that Lu Xiaoming was in this direction, then she undoubtedly was. All right, everyone, let us maintain silence. As a meticulous girl, Ru Ming was acutely aware that since Lu Xing mentioned Lu Xiaoming's arrival in this dense forest, something was undoubtedly amiss. It was imperative to remain vigilant. Chapter 51. The Crimson Array. Let us proceed. Lu Xing and his companions followed the black wolfhound, soon arriving at the entrance of a cave, where two figures clad in black stood sentinel, keeping watch. "Do you think we will succeed this time?" one guard inquired. "I am uncertain. That is beyond our control." The other replied, "May it come to fruition. Our high priest would then be invincible. At that point, we shall enjoy the finest luxuries alongside him." Indeed, let us hope for such an outcome. As the two guards indulged in their fantasies at the cave's entrance, deep within the cavern, a massive array was inscribed upon the ground, evidently drawn with fresh blood. In the center of the array lay a girl clad in pink, struggling relentlessly against her bonds. Nearby, on a raised platform, numerous figures in black stood, among them a leader who addressed his subordinate. "Shaoli, you have performed admirably this time. Once I achieve success, you shall undoubtedly reap the rewards." Upon hearing this, Shaoli eagerly nodded and bowed. "Thank you, High Priest, thank you." "Very well, stand by." "Yes." The subordinate stepped aside. At that moment, a sycophant approached the High Priest. "My lord, she is the final key, is she not?" "Indeed," the High Priest affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, the sycophant sighed with relief. In recent days, considerable effort had been expended to capture beast masters and collect their blood. However, those beast masters from society were all battle-hardened, resulting in significant losses among his subordinates during the capture attempts. In light of such circumstances, and to mitigate personnel depletion, he was compelled to focus on the students of Jiangnan Beastmaster University. Yet, this endeavor had led to severe setbacks, as the mentors from Jiangnan Beastmaster University retaliated, claiming many of his men. Fortunately, they had managed to gather the necessary number of participants for the array today. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The heightened vigilance among all parties suggested that their plans might falter before even being set in motion. The high priest approached the enormous array, producing a dagger from his robes. With a swift motion, he slashed, and blood gushed forth from the wound. As his blood fell upon the grand array, it immediately radiated a brilliant crimson light. Evidently, under the impetus of the high priest's spiritual energy, the formation began to operate. Within the cave, Lu Xing cautiously advanced with Su Peng and Ru Ming. They effortlessly dispatched the guards at the entrance. During these recent days, Lu Xing's strength had significantly improved, with both of his summoned beasts reaching the 9th rank of bronze. Eliminating those two lackeys was a trivial task. However, as Lu Xing delved deeper, his brow gradually furrowed. What was happening? Where were the others? Lu Xing was astonished to discover that, aside from the two guards at the entrance, he had encountered no one else along the way. Little did he know that, to prevent anyone from discovering this location, the high priest had only divulged it to a select few. The lackey who had captured Lu Xiaoming could only reach this place because one of the high priest's subordinates had guided him. Otherwise, he would never have made it here. Caution! Lu Xing noticed a brilliant red glow ahead. Instinctively, he sidestepped, and after confirming no one was watching, he carefully crept further inside. Soon, he spotted Lu Xiaoming bound within the great formation. "It's Xiaoming," Ru Ming exclaimed in surprise. Fortunately, Lu Xing quickly covered her mouth. "You too. Assist me in obstructing those two figures in black. The elder at the forefront is mine." "Understood." Ru Ming and Su Peng replied in unison. Whoosh! A summoned beast charged forth, vanishing for a moment before reappearing behind the high priest. It was a black wolf hound. The hound's sharp claws lunged toward the high priest's back. Clang! The claws struck the high priest's back, instantly sending sparks flying. What is happening? Who is there? The black wolfhound's ambush caught the high priest's attention. He turned to see Lu Xing and his companions standing not far away. At that moment, The two figures in black were being held off by Su Pang and Ru Meng. Thud. An object fell from the high priest's back. It was a rock horseshoe. Rock horseshoe. Attribute. Rock. Gender. Level. Silver 2nd rank. Qualification. B. Learn skills. Rock defense. Flying stone. Lu Xing had never anticipated that this high priest would carry a rock horseshoe on his back. Had it not been for the horseshoe, perhaps the Black Wolf Hound's earlier strike could have instantly slain the high priest. The mischievous lad is a student of Jiangnan Beastmaster University. The high priest had harbored some concerns, but upon seeing Lu Xing's school uniform, he immediately exhaled in relief. Lu Xing was adorned in a red uniform, signifying that he was a freshman at Jiangnan Beastmaster University. With this realization, the high priest began to laugh arrogantly. Ha ha ha, how amusing. It is truly delightful that those fellows could not find me, yet it is you, young man, who has managed to do so. Enough idle chatter. Prepare to meet your demise. Lu Xing was acutely aware that villains often perish through excessive talk. Black Wolf Hound, unleash your rending claw on the rock scorpion. At the command, the Black Wolf Hound lunged at the rock scorpion. Humph. The high priest scoffed. Rock scorpion, utilize flying stone. A resounding whoosh echoed as a massive stone hurtled towards the Black Wolf Hound. Quick evade. The Black Wolf Hound dashed swiftly, leaping gracefully to avoid the rock scorpion's projectile attack. Simultaneously, it closed in on the rock scorpion, its razor-sharp claws poised to strike. With a resounding crash, the Black Wolf Hound's formidable strength sent the rock scorpion flying. After soaring over 10 meters, the creature finally came to a halt. Lu Xing looked at the rock scorpion in astonishment, realizing that after enduring 2 consecutive attacks from the Black Wolf Hound, it had sustained only minor injuries. This creature is remarkably resilient. The rock scorpion, a beast of the rock element, was renowned for its defensive capabilities. If I had known this, I should have sought a beast of the plant or water element. With this thought, Lu Xing made a decisive resolution. At that moment, he was already a bronze 9th tier beast master, on the verge of advancing to silver. Upon reaching silver, he would be able to contract his 3rd beast. Previously, he had pondered what his 3rd beast should be, but now he felt a sense of direction. Chapter 52, The Flame Demon. Black Wolf Hound. Continue your assault on the rock scorpion. The Black Wolf Hound leaped toward the rock scorpion. Just as the battle intensified, Lu Xing suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, an icy sensation surging to his head. Instinctively, he rolled away. As he did so, a sharp needle-like stinger pierced the spot he had just vacated. Turning his head, Lu Xing discovered the source, a scorpion. It was a poisonous tail scorpion. Lu Xing possessed the eye of the system, instantly discerning the formidable power of the poison tail scorpion. Poison tail scorpion. Attribute. Poison. Gender. Level. Bronze tier 7. Qualification. E. Skills learned. Poison strike. Damn. The high priest's countenance darkened. He never anticipated that his decisive attack would be evaded by Lu Xing. In the world of beast tamers, the bond between tamers and their beasts not only empowers the creatures, but also enhances the physical prowess of the tamers themselves, often leading to scenarios where a human could confront a magical beast unarmed, given the requisite strength of their tamed beasts. You truly are cunning, Lu Xing remarked. Come forth, Thunder Eagle. He did not dare to be careless, immediately invoking the incantation to summon the Thunder Eagle. With its emergence, the Thunder Eagle emitted a piercing cry that reverberated throughout the cavern. The moment the high priest laid eyes on the Thunder Eagle, his face turned ashen. He could scarcely believe that Lu Xing, a freshman from the Jiangnan Beast Taming University, possessed such a creature, and its power appeared quite formidable. This is bad. His own capabilities were hindered by the poison tail scorpion. Were it not for the favor of a certain individual, he would not have achieved his current status. His rock horseshoe crab was a gift from that esteemed personage. Yet, the high priest was unwilling to remain in the shadows. Thus, upon ascending to silver beast tamer rank, he refrained from hastily contracting a 3rd beast, instead biding his time for an opportunity. When a sycophant finally presented him with a blood sacrificial summoning array, he had envisioned summoning a powerful hell beast to rapidly elevate his standing. However, he never anticipated that Lu Xing would disrupt his plans. Lu Xing, undeterred by such scheming, resolved to teach this audacious foe a lesson. Let us go all out. The high priest bellowed. Poison tail scorpion, restrain the Thunder Eagle. Use poison strike. The scorpion's tail shimmered with a violet luminescence as torrents of venom coalesced at its tip. It surged forward, leaping with ferocity. Its razor-sharp tail aimed directly at the Thunder Eagle. Thunder Eagle, execute lightning dash. A resounding crash echoed as a flash of electricity illuminated the scene. The Thunder Hawk deftly evaded the attack of the poison-tailed scorpion. Now is the moment. Thunder Hawk, unleash your lightning. Crack. A multitude of electric currents enveloped the Thunder Hawk, and a bolt of lightning surged forth. At that moment, the poison-tailed scorpion was suspended in midair, rendering it a living target, helpless to withstand the onslaught of electricity. Bang! The lightning struck the poison-tailed scorpion, and in an instant, it was enveloped in a golden glow. Countless electric currents coursed over its body, emitting crackling sounds. The terrifying electricity wreaked havoc on the scorpion's bodily functions, leaving it charred yet tender. Thud! The poison-tailed scorpion fell heavily to the ground, evidently lifeless. With the demise of the poison-tailed scorpion, the high priest suffered a backlash. Clutching his head, his body swayed perilously, nearly collapsing. Why is it becoming increasingly hot? Su Peng, engaged in battle with the dark-clad figure, instinctively glanced aside. He beheld a fissure appearing within the grand formation. A hand engulfed in flames reached out from within. This is bad. Lu Xing, look over there quickly. At Su Peng's warning, Lu Xing also became aware of the situation inside the formation. Just as the flaming hand was about to seize Lu Xiaoming, Thunder Hawk, swiftly save Lu Xiaoming. Screech. Thunder Hawk let out a piercing cry, flapping its wings vigorously before darting across, rescuing Lu Xiaoming just before the hand could grasp her. Roar. Lu Xiaoming is a sacrificial offering to that monstrous entity. With the offering snatched away, the creature began to rage. It emitted furious roars, causing the entire cavern to tremble violently. Uft. The high priest spat out a mouthful of blood, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. Black Wolf Dog, it's up to you. Deliver the final blow to the rock shrimp. Although the rock shrimp possessed a sturdy exoskeleton, under the relentless attacks of the Black Wolf Dog, its once impenetrable shell had been rendered to ruin. Uft. With the hard shell gone, the claws of the Black Wolf Dog effortlessly pierced into the rock shrimp's body, killing it instantly. The already precarious high priest succumbed to the death of the rock shrimp. This was the final straw that broke the camel's back. The high priest fell straight down, his eyes filled with unwillingness. For this day, he had plotted for a long time, enduring humiliation and hardship for the sake of a higher status. To serve one's superior like a mere dog, and I mean that quite literally. However, little did he expect that today would culminate in utter failure. He was unwilling to accept it. Alas, he had no opportunity for redemption. As the grand formation began to unravel due to the demise of the high priest, he watched in dismay. Just as that creature was about to emerge, the formation lost its magical potency and began to collapse. In no time, the fissures in the formation unexpectedly sealed themselves. With a sigh of relief, Lu Xing gazed at the crumbling formation. What a close call, he uttered with a lingering sense of dread. Lu Xing could hardly fathom that the blood sacrifice formation crafted by the high priest could summon such a being. At that moment, the attributes of the creature manifested in Lu Xing's mind. Flame Demon attributes: Fire, Gender, Level, Master Tier 1, Talent, SS, Skills, Flame/Fire Devour, Ignite. Fire Resistance Circle, Good Heavens, a Master Level Flame Demon. Fortuitously, it had not been summoned. Otherwise, the entire Jiangnan city would have been in peril. Lu Xing shuddered at the thought, instinctively wiping the sweat from his brow. At that moment, he was drenched in perspiration. Whether it was due to overwhelming anxiety or the rising temperature from the Flame Demon's presence, beads of sweat cascaded down his face. Suddenly, the Black Wolfhound darted away. Chapter 53. The Hellhound. The Black Wolfhound rushed to the very center of the formation. It emerged with a dark, ominous object in its mouth. It was the hand of the Flame Demon. Lu Xing could hardly believe that the hand of the Flame Demon had been severed by the rift in time and space. The purpose of the blood sacrifice formation was to open a temporal rift, summoning the Flame Demon from its realm. Unfortunately, the High Priest's summoning was interrupted by Lu Xing's assault, resulting in failure. The Flame Demon could not retreat in time, and its outstretched arm was caught and severed by the closing rift. Lu Xing turned to the Black Wolfhound, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" To his surprise, the creature had begun to gnaw on the severed arm of the Flame Demon. In mere moments, the arm was devoured whole. "You glutton, you've started your reckless eating again without a care for your own health. It seems I can no longer allow you to associate with that gluttonous Su." Lu Xing instinctively cast a glance at Su. He believed that Su Pang had led his black wolf dog astray. While it was one thing for Su Pang's own beast to be a glutton, he was now attempting to cultivate his black wolf dog into a similar indulgent creature. After the black wolf dog devoured the arm of the flame demon, it displayed a satisfied grin. However, the canine's joy was short-lived. Its expression quickly contorted into one of agony, its eyes and brows nearly converging in distress. Suddenly, the black wolf dog collapsed onto the ground, emitting a mournful howl. "Black wolf dog!" Lu Xing exclaimed, rushing toward it with concern. Yet, after only a few strides, he halted in shock. What was happening? He was astonished to discover that his black wolf dog was now enveloped in a radiant red glow, so blinding that he could scarcely keep his eyes open. Simultaneously, the temperature in the vicinity began to soar dramatically. "How unbearably hot!" Su Pang muttered, tugging at his collar. Lu Xing, quick to react, urged Su Pang, "Hurry. Take Ru Meng and Lu Xiaomeng outside." "Understood." Su Pang responded, leading Ru Meng and Lu Xiaomeng toward the cave's entrance. Before departing, the two girls cast a reluctant glance back at Lu Xing. "Come on, you two, let us move." Su Pang insisted. Staying here will only complicate matters for Lu Xing. In that moment, Su Pang demonstrated his wit, realizing that remaining would merely hinder Lu Xing further. The two girls exchanged knowing looks, understanding the truth in Su Pang's words. Consequently, they hastened to exit the cave. Outside, Su Pang and the others anxiously awaited their friend's return. "Do you think Lu Xing will be all right?" Ru Meng inquired, her brow furrowed as she gazed into the cave. "Surely not. Lu Xing is a born mischief maker. They say good people don't live long, while disasters persist for a millennium. That guy Lu Xing could very well last 1,000 years. He won't fall here. Besides, I still need him around." Su Pang replied, attempting to lighten the mood, though a flicker of concern still glinted in his eyes. Lu Xiaomeng, feeling helpless, anxiously fidgeted. She bit her lip, turning it pale from the pressure. "It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Lu Xing wouldn't be in this situation." Her voice trembled, and she realized her eyes had begun to redden. "Xiaomeng, it's going to be fine. Lu Xing will be okay," Ru Meng reassured her. As she was older and more resilient, she enveloped Lu Xiaomeng in a comforting embrace. As comfort began to envelop the atmosphere, a sudden movement caught the eye. Whoosh! A shadow darted forth with remarkable speed, swiftly reaching the clearing outside the cave. It was Lu Xing. Ru Meng immediately recognized him, exclaiming in delight. Indeed, it was Lu Xing. Lu Xiaomeng was equally thrilled. "Wow, Lu Xing, what is that beneath you?" Su Pang exclaimed, his mouth agape. The half-eaten chicken leg he held slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. At that moment, Lu Xing was astride a colossal wolf, towering at 5 meters. Even more astonishing was the fact that this immense creature possessed 2 heads. "Lu Xing, you can't be telling me that the giant wolf you ride is your black wolf hound. Can you?" Lu Xing nodded gently. Despite the faint smile gracing his face, his heart was already bursting with joy. He gazed at the 2-headed wolf beneath him, and its attributes materialized before his eyes. Hellish 2-headed hound. Attributes: evil, fire, gender. Level: silver tier 1. Qualification: SS, learned skills, tear, bite, venomous fangs, shadow assault. Fire devour, flame slash. Lu Xing could hardly believe that after his black wolfhound consumed the arm of the flame demon, it had undergone a transformation, evolving into the hellish 2-headed hound. The strength of the black wolfhound had dramatically escalated, akin to exchanging a bird's gun for a cannon, achieving a qualitative leap. It now stood at silver tier 1, having acquired new skills. Fire devour. Consuming flames enhances its power. All flames in the world serve as nourishment. Flame slash. Unleashing a blade of fire, it strikes fiercely at the foe before it. Incredible. Lu Xing never anticipated that his black wolfhound would not only evolve, but also learn 2 formidable skills from the flame demon. Truly, the flame demon, a creature residing in magma, possessed extraordinary powers. The Fire Devour skill grants the hellish 2-headed hound immunity to fire-based attacks, simultaneously enhancing its strength through such assaults. The Flame Slash skill, as its name suggests, is a powerful fire attribute technique. This is splendid. Now I have fire-based offensive capabilities. Just as Lu Xing pondered these developments, he was interrupted by Su Pang's exuberant shout. "Wow, Lu Xing, your 2-headed wolf is incredibly magnificent." Su Pang hollered, racing towards Lu Xing. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing shot Su Pang a disapproving glance. "What 2-headed wolf?" This magnificent creature is known as the hellish two-headed hound. Indeed, the hellhound. How magnificent it is. Su Peng instinctively reached out a hand to caress the hellhound's body. Grr. The hellhound let out a fierce growl, startling Su Peng into a momentary stupor. After a considerable pause, he finally regained his composure. How dare you? Do not forget the kindness I have shown you in the past. I have always remembered to share my delicacies with you. Yet now, you treat me in this manner. Su Peng exclaimed with indignation. Chapter 54. The Challenge of Jiang Yin. The hellhound shot Su Peng a disdainful glance, proudly turning its head away. All right. Just let him touch you, Lu Xing said, patting his hellhound. After all, Su Peng was his good friend, and Lu Xing was not so petty. Upon hearing this, the hellhound broke into a smile and, to Su Peng's surprise, extended its tongue to lick him. Ha ha ha, don't lick. That tickles. Su Peng laughed. All right, come here. I'll give you something delicious. As he spoke, he pulled a chicken leg from his pocket. The hellhound's eyes instantly lit up. With a swift flick of its tongue, it snatched the chicken leg away. Unfortunately, the chicken leg appeared too small compared to the hellhound's massive frame. It was hardly sufficient to satisfy its appetite. Lu Xing paid no heed to Su Peng, instead walking straight over to where Ru Ming and Lu Xiaoming stood. He looked at Lu Xiaoming and asked, "Are you all right?" He scrutinized her from head to toe. "I'm fine," Lu Xiaoming replied, her face flushing crimson under his gaze, her heart fluttering uncontrollably. After this incident, she realized she had developed a deeper fondness for Lu Xing quickly. Just ahead. Everyone hurry. Just as Lu Xing was about to reminisce with the two women, a group of people came rushing towards them from a distance. Lu Xing raised his eyes and recognized Lu Gengxing and Wu Yong among them. Followed by a cadre of instructors, Lu Gengxing approached Lu Xing, accompanied by the instructors. Upon seeing the hellhound, everyone summoned their own beasts, creating a tense atmosphere of confrontation. Lu Xing, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and come over. Wu Yong shouted at Lu Xing. It's fine, that creature is my beast. What? Everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief, their expressions filled with astonishment. Kid, while I know you're formidable, that is quite the boast. Han Mingming could not help but mock Lu Xing. What boast am I making? This is my beast. Hellhound, lie down. Upon hearing this, the hellhound immediately obeyed and settled down. Wag your tail. The hellhound began to wag its tail, its two massive heads playfully flicking their pink tongues, revealing a friendly demeanor. Now do you believe? Han Mingming was momentarily at a loss for words. All right, we can discuss this later. It is still quite dangerous here. Let us depart. Principal Lu Gengxing decisively announced. Lu Xing followed the principal and others to the conference room of Jiangnan Beast Taming University, recounting the events in their entirety. Naturally, Lu Xing discreetly glossed over certain secrets. You may return to rest now. All right. Lu Xing turned and left. As he watched Lu Xing's retreating figure, Principal Lu Gengxing could not help but remark, I never expected the black wolf dog could evolve into a hellhound. Neither did I. Wu Yong echoed. Should I also capture a black wolf dog as my beast? One of the mentors could not resist voicing. At this, another mentor shot him a disapproving glance. Perhaps not. Do you truly believe you have a chance to obtain the arm of the flame demon? That is the flame demon we are speaking of. It resides in the magma zones, where temperatures soar and mere mortals cannot approach. Even if one could, the flame demon's formidable power is beyond what we can contend with. Realizing this, the mentor who had considered contracting a black wolf dog quickly dismissed the thought. Well, since they have returned safely, this matter can be considered concluded. However, Principal Lu Gengxing gazed thoughtfully at the black robe in his hand. Observing the logo on the robe, he murmured softly, the Salvation Sect. I never imagined this nefarious organization would resurface. Long ago, at the onset of the Aura revival, an evil organization emerged, masquerading under the guise of salvation while engaging in acts of arson, murder, and plunder. These individuals rapidly expanded, ultimately disrupting the stability of human society. It was only then that the nation could no longer tolerate it, sending forth powerful figures to execute a thorough purge of the Salvation Sect. Lu Gengxing had not anticipated that, after all these years, this cult would rise again. It seems I must report this matter. The activities of the Salvation Sect are shrouded in secrecy, and it has been some time since the events unfolded. Aside from those formidable individuals who are privy to this matter, newcomers like Lu Xing remain blissfully unaware of the existence of the Salvation Cult. Lu Xing departed from the principal's office, majestically traversing the campus atop his hellhound, exuding an air of grandeur. Wow, what is that? How impressive! Exclaimed onlookers. There's even a person seated upon it. I recognize him. His name is Lu Xing, the reigning rookie champion. The admiration from a throng of infatuated young ladies was palpable as they gasped in awe. What a conceited fellow he is. Not far away, within a teaching building, a group of individuals stood on the fourth floor, leaning against the railing, looking down. By phone, did you truly lose to this guy? How pathetic, scoffed a red-haired individual. Unable to contain his derision, Bai Feng shot a displeased glance at the redhead, responding, Jiang Yan, your words are as empty as a dog's mouth. If you possess any skill, challenge him yourself. I dare say, you might not fare better than I did. Is that so? Jiang Yan's face was marked with disdain. Then I shall put it to the test today. With that, he turned on his heel, descending to confront Lu Xing, observing Jiang Yan's retreating figure. A green-haired man could not help but address his blue-haired companion. Wantian, do you think Jiang Yan stands a chance? I suspect it's rather unlikely. That fellow is quite strong. Jiang Yan's endeavor is likely to end in disaster. That's what he deserves for being so arrogant, replied Bai Feng, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Lu Xing, you must decisively subdue Jiang Yan. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Feng had begun to root for Lu Xing in his heart, completely forgetting his previous defeat at Lu Xing's hands. As Lu Xing rode his hellhound, he prepared to return to his dormitory when suddenly, a red-haired individual obstructed his path. Halt! What is it? Lu Xing furrowed his brow, unprepared for such audacity. Kid, if you have the guts, follow me to the school's dueling arena, Jiang Yan declared. Hands on his hips, radiating a sense of unwarranted pride, as if being challenged by him was a badge of honor. Sorry, but I'm not interested. Lu Xing was solely focused on the prospect of a restful sleep. After enduring so much, coupled with the recent inquiries from Lu Gingxing and others, he was utterly fatigued. Lu Xing stifled a yawn, glancing at him with a distracted expression. Jiang Yan, somewhat irked, exclaimed, You rascal! How can you accept my challenge like you did with Bai Feng? Upon hearing the name Bai Feng, Lu Xing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. To him, Bai Feng was akin to a benefactor of fortune. The realization that this individual was acquainted with Bai Feng prompted a sly smile to curl at the corners of Lu Xing's lips. A plump lamb presented at one's doorstep surely deserves to be slaughtered. He turned his gaze towards Jiang Yan and remarked, Since you know Bai Feng, you must also be aware of the rules for challenging me. Rules? Jiang Yan momentarily faltered, but he quickly regained his composure. Oh, you mean the 50,000 as a wager? Rest assured, this trifling sum is well within my means. Lu Xing's heart lightened at his words, as he had initially worried that this lamb would be less than bountiful. Very well, I accept your challenge. Lu Xing's hellhound had evolved into a hellish two-headed dog, and its appetite had undoubtedly increased. Originally, he had pondered how to address this creature's dietary needs, but now, it seemed fortune had favored him with an easy solution. You brought this upon yourself, so do not blame me, he declared. Let us meet at the school's dueling arena. With that, he urged the hellish two-headed dog forward, which understood the command and set off towards the venue. Before long, at the school's dueling arena, word of Jiang Yan's challenge to Lu Xing spread like wildfire, drawing a crowd. On the dueling platform, Lu Xing and Jiang Yan stood facing each other. Shall we engage in a one-on-one battle this time? Lu Xing proposed, eager to conclude matters swiftly. Very well. Jiang Yan nodded in agreement. Being a second-year student, he was wary of appearing to bully a younger opponent. Hence he acquiesced to Lu Xing's request. Glancing at the imposing hellish two-headed dog, Jiang Yan called forth, Arise, my flame lion. He swiftly gestured, and soon a crimson array materialized on the ground, from which an enormous male lion emerged. With a mighty roar, the lion announced its presence, exuding an air of authority. A flame lion, is it? Lu Xing murmured softly as he beheld the creature, its body ablaze with intense flames. Employing the system's eye, he scrutinized the flame lion, unveiling its attributes. Flame lion, attributes, fire, gender. Level, silver tier 1, talent. A skills, blazing flame, sharp claws. Upon assessing the flame lion's prowess, Lu Xing couldn't suppress a contemptuous snort. It is nothing more than that. Moreover, Lu Xing seemed to have an epiphany, unable to suppress a cold smirk. Flame lion, unleash your inferno. Upon hearing this, the flame lion opened its mouth, and a searing torrent of fire surged towards the hellhound. Excellent. Lu Xing did not command the hellhound to evade. Instead, he allowed the flames to strike it directly. Boom. The flames from the flame lion collided with the hellhound, resulting in a violent explosion. Watching the billowing smoke, Jiang Yin revealed a chilling smile. It seems this fellow is not as formidable as he appears. Jiang Yin believed that his flame lion had effortlessly vanquished Lu Xing's hellhound in a single strike. However, as the smoke dissipated, his disbelief grew. How could this be? Jiang Yin instinctively rubbed his eyes, unable to comprehend what he was witnessing. What is happening? Why is your hellhound unscathed? My flame lion's flames clearly struck it. Indeed, perhaps your flame lion, much like yourself, is merely a beautiful facade lacking substance. Jiang Yin found himself at a loss for words. Gritting his teeth, he declared, I refuse to believe it can escape harm again. Flame lion, unleash your inferno once more, and this time, sustain it longer. The flame lion, upon receiving the command, opened its mouth, and a blazing fire erupted forth. The flames battered the hellhound, relentlessly scorching it. How unbearably hot. Indeed, it is scorching. What on earth is going on with that hellhound? It seems immune to the flame lion's assaults. Observers recognized that the flame lion's flames had no effect on the hellhound. Lu Xing stifled a yawn, yet his heart was brimming with joy. This fire devourer skill is remarkably potent, a veritable bane to nearly all fire attribute beasts. The fire devourer skill is Lu Xing's secret weapon, which he would naturally keep to himself. Thus, he casually remarked, boring, let us conclude this swiftly. Hellhound, execute flame slash. At this command, the hellhound swung its right paw forward with vigor. Instantly, a massive, flame-imbued curved blade hurtled toward the flame lion. The flame slash effortlessly sliced through the flame lion's fire. Boom! The flame slash struck the flame lion, sending it flying. Flame lion. Jiang Yin rushed towards his beleaguered companion. His heart ached at the sight of the flame lion, barely clinging to life. This flame lion was his cherished possession. All right, hand over the money. Observing your demeanor, it seems you can no longer proceed. Lu Xing, naturally, harbors no sympathy for those who challenge themselves without reason. Here you go. Jiang Yin casually tossed a card to Lu Xing. It contained 600,000, with the password being 123456. The extra 100,000 is a gift to you. Jiang Yin, with his generous wealth, nonchalantly offered the 10,000 huaxia coins. Thank you very much. Lu Xing, not one to be modest, accepted the card and departed. With Lu Xing's exit, the crowd erupted into jubilant chatter. My goodness, what have I just witnessed? Jiang Yin actually lost. And to Lu Xing, a mere freshman, Jiang Yin, a second-year student, ranked among the top 3 in strength, lost to Lu Xing. Who on earth is this Lu Xing? At that moment, the crowd began to speculate about Lu Xing's background. Could he be the grandson of some influential figure? Or perhaps the son of a high-ranking official? Amidst the murmurs, our protagonist, Lu Xing, was already heading towards his villa with his winnings in hand. Upon entering, he spotted Su Peng and Ru Meng seated together. Chapter 56, Journey to Mother of Pearl Lake. Lu Xing, the principal and others didn't say anything, did they? Xiao Meng inquired, her face etched with concern. After all, this incident arose because of her. What could they possibly say? Lu Xing shrugged, reassuringly stating, no worries, it's all fine. A gentle smile graced his face. Phew. Lu Xiaoming let out a sigh of relief. By the way, Lu Xing, where have you been during this time? You can't possibly tell me that the principal and others have been interrogating you all this while. Not at all. I just took a moment to deal with a fat sheep. Fat sheep? Su Peng paused for a moment, then quickly realized. You rascal, you've struck it rich again. Wonderful. Let us head to the 3rd floor of the school cafeteria. This time, it's on you. All right. Lu Xing glanced at his friends, acknowledging that they had indeed been startled by the events. Thus, a hearty meal seemed a splendid choice. After exiting the cafeteria on the 3rd floor, Su Peng, content, patted his round belly. Ah, how delightful. The essence of life is to eat well. He glanced at Lu Xing and the 2 girls, sensing a sudden shift in the atmosphere. Lu Xing, I'll take my leave now. Su Peng, not wishing to be the 3rd wheel, quickly departed, leaving Lu Xing with Ru Meng. Lu Xing cast a glance at the 2 women, fully aware that this was not the moment for nostalgic reminiscence. Thus, he addressed them. It is getting late. You should return and rest. Hey, Su Peng, wait for me. Lu Xing called out as he hurried after Su Peng's departing figure. What a guy? Lu Xiaoming exclaimed, unable to suppress a stomp of her foot as she watched Lu Xing's silhouette fade away. She had intended to walk alongside him and express her heartfelt gratitude, but to her surprise, he had dashed off. Beside her, Ru Meng could only stifle her laughter. In the following days, Principal Lu Gengxing, accompanied by a cadre of mentors, continued to eradicate the remnants of the Salvation sect lurking outside the campus. Once the area was thoroughly cleansed, the lockdown on Jiangnan Beastmaster University was finally lifted. On that day, the students erupted from the school like convicts freshly released from prison, surging towards the outside world with wild abandon. Within Lu Xing's villa, Su Peng shook Lu Xing's arm. Lu Xing, let us go. Accompany me for a delightful meal. Su Peng surprisingly adopted a playful tone. Lu Xing was immediately taken aback, a chill running down his spine. You go ahead. I have pressing matters to attend to. Pressing matters? What could be more important than dining? Su Peng queried. I'm contemplating which beast to contract next. Your next beast. Su Peng's eyes widened in astonishment. Given his own consistent inferiority to Lu Xing, he was oblivious to Lu Xing's true prowess. Upon hearing Lu Xing mention contracting another beast, Su Peng could not suppress his exclamation. Wow, Lu Xing, no way. You can't be telling me you're already a silver beastmaster. Indeed. Lu Xing nodded affirmatively. My goodness, you are utterly extraordinary. Is there no justice in this world? Here I am, so charming and diligent, yet I can barely keep pace with you. Hearing this, Lu Xing shot a sidelong glance at Su Peng, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Despite Su Peng's seemingly carefree demeanor, he had reached the 5th stage of bronze rank. This fellow had some commendable talent, indeed. However, in the presence of Lu Xing, who possessed a golden opportunity, Su Peng's abilities appeared rather trivial. Have you decided which beast you intend to contract? Lu Xing inquired. Yes, Lu Xing nodded once more. What is it? This. Lu Xing casually retrieved a book from a nearby table. It was the Compendium of Magical Beasts. He opened it and displayed a page to Su Peng. It's the healing jellyfish. The healing jellyfish, true to its name, possesses remarkable regenerative abilities. Lu Xing subtly discerned that the beasts influenced the constitution of their tamers. For instance, the hellhound, endowed with the talent of fire absorption, made Lu Xing feel as though he had become impervious to flames. To test this notion, he furtively employed a lighter to singe his fingertip, only to discover that the flame could not inflict any harm upon him. Thus, Lu Xing resolved to form a contract with the healing jellyfish, a creature renowned for its extraordinary healing prowess, capable of even regenerating severed limbs. This indicated that should Lu Xing successfully contract a healing jellyfish, he might swiftly recover from injuries in the future. Moreover, the healing jellyfish, being of the water attribute, perfectly aligned with Lu Xing's desire to bond with a water-type beast. Having made his decision, there was no need for further discourse. The healing jellyfish resided in Jellyfish Lake, a medium-level secret realm. Although Lu Xing had attained silver-level prowess, caution was still advised in that locale. Suddenly, Su Peng adopted a serious demeanor. Understood. It's rare to see you so earnest. The following day, Lu Xing packed his belongings and set forth. Su Peng remained on the 2nd floor, refraining from accompanying Lu Xing, as his own abilities would only serve as a burden. It seems I must also double my efforts. Unbeknownst to Lu Xing, his actions had subtly influenced Su Peng. With his pack upon his back, Lu Xing arrived at the secret realm housing Jellyfish Lake. He presented his beast Tamer's credentials to the guard at the entrance, who, upon inspection, gestured for him to enter. 18 years old, a silver-level beast tamer. It appears Jiangnan Beast Tamer University has recruited yet another promising talent. The guard stationed there had honed their perceptive skills over the years, quickly discerning Lu Xing's background. After all, a young individual of such strength could hardly have emerged from anywhere but Jiangnan Beast Tamer University. Students from the imperial capital or magic city would not venture to Jiangnan City without reason. Lu Xing stepped into the secret realm, having already acquired a map of the area. Following the map's guidance, he successfully located Jellyfish Lake. True to its reputation as a medium-level secret realm, Lu Xing encountered numerous formidable magical beasts along the way. The feeble adversaries were effortlessly dispatched, while the formidable ones were evaded by Lu Xing. Thanks to the keen sense of smell possessed by the hellhound. Is this truly the fabled Jellyfish Lake? Lu Xing gazed upon the expansive lake before him. At this moment, the evening sun was descending, casting a fiery crimson glow that enveloped Jellyfish Lake in a radiant hue. How beautiful! Lu Xing could not help but exclaim in awe. Chapter 57. The healing turtle. Lu Xing commenced his search along the shores of Jellyfish Lake, murmuring softly, healing jellyfish, healing jellyfish. His sharp eyes continuously scanned the surface of the water. Upon reaching the silver rank, Most beastmasters would opt to form contracts with wild magical beasts rather than those captured in urban areas. This choice is made because, upon attaining silver status, they are capable of forming contracts with beasts of equivalent strength, which are exceedingly difficult for humans to capture. Even if one were to succeed, their immense power renders it nearly impossible to confine them within iron cages. Thus, Lu Xing chose to pursue the healing jellyfish in this lake rather than purchasing a beast from a beast shop. Naturally, some opt for the safety of buying beasts from shops. However, this method has its drawbacks. The beasts acquired often possess inferior strength. Even if they exhibit high potential, they require a significant period of nurturing before they can demonstrate combat efficacy. In contrast, wild-caught beasts retain their strength upon being contracted, significantly reducing the time required for training. Consequently, the more powerful beast masters typically select to form contracts with beasts in the wild. Lu Xing had circumnavigated nearly the entire jellyfish lake. What a joke! Although there were numerous healing jellyfish, their quality was disappointingly poor. With the eye of the system, Lu Xing could easily discern the potential of the healing jellyfish. Despite the abundance, most possessed only EF-grade potential. After a thorough search, he found a single A-grade specimen. Should he consider that A-grade jellyfish? The moment this thought crossed his mind, he immediately shook his head, dismissing it. He was someone with a golden opportunity. He preferred to be selective rather than settle for mediocrity. What? A-grade? One must understand that Lu Xing, indeed, aspires to contract an S-rank beast. An A-rank beast would be so unwanted that even a dog would disdain it. Unfortunately, outsiders are oblivious to Lu Xing's mindset. Otherwise, they would surely condemn him for his excesses. It is essential to recognize the immense effort expended by others merely to obtain an A-rank beast. Some individuals may even spend their entire lives without ever managing to contract a beast of A-rank quality. Yet, here stands Lu Xing, disdainfully rejecting an A-rank healing jellyfish. Does he wish to venture into the heart of the lake to seek something superior? Lu Xing contemplates that a jellyfish of even finer quality might reside not along the shore, but rather in the depths of the lake. He resolves to traverse the entirety of the lake before making any decisions. As Lu Xing continues his journey, the daylight around him gradually fades. A luminous moon quietly ascends into the sky. A chilling breeze sweeps through, prompting Lu Xing to shiver involuntarily. He exhales a plume of warm breath, acknowledging that he will have to postpone his search until tomorrow. Though the moonlight is resplendent, the darkness of the night still casts its shadow, impairing Lu Xing's vision. Just as he prepares to depart, a distant sound of rushing water emerges from the lake. The once placid surface, akin to a mirror, now ripples with waves. Could it be that hope is not entirely lost? Lu Xing gazes towards the source of the sound, and is astonished to see vibrant hues shimmering in the water not far off. Upon closer inspection, he gasps in surprise. It is a radiant jellyfish, exhibiting a spectrum of colors. The attributes of the jellyfish materialize before Lu Xing's eyes. Rainbow jellyfish. Attributes: water. Poison. Gender. Level: Silver Tier 1. Quality: S. Learned skills: Enhanced healing, Poison whip, Venom spray, Flexibility. And S quality: Silver Tier 1 rainbow jellyfish. It appears quite promising. Lu Xing rolls up his sleeves, fully prepared to tame the magnificent creature before him. Having previously perused a tome on evolution, he learned that the rainbow jellyfish is an evolved form of the healing jellyfish. The evolution from healing jellyfish to rainbow jellyfish demands exceedingly stringent conditions. Lu Xing had initially pondered how to gather the requisite materials for this endeavor, as he planned to tame a healing jellyfish. However, with the opportunity to capture this readily available rainbow jellyfish of commendable quality, he sees no reason to seek out the more distant and less desirable healing jellyfish. Just as Lu Xing summons the Thunder Eagle, preparing to claim the rainbow jellyfish, he feels the thrill of anticipation. The once tranquil surface of the lake suddenly began to churn violently. A deafening explosion echoed through the air, followed by a colossal splash that surged skyward. Oh, what a close call. I was on the brink of being drenched like a drowned rat. Just as the torrent was about to strike Lu Xing, the hellish two-headed dog whisked him away. Perched upon the creature's back, Lu Xing squinted towards the jellyfish lake. Unbeknownst to him, a massive beast had emerged on the lake's surface. With its gaping maw wide open, it lunged at the vibrant jellyfish. A piercing cry escaped the colorful jellyfish as it was caught in the beast's jaws. Yet, it was not one to be trifled with. It retaliated by thrashing its myriad tentacles, relentlessly whipping at the beast. The robust tentacles of the jellyfish struck the creature, producing a cacophony of sounds while sending sprays of water into the air. Observing the clash of these two magical beasts, Lu Xing had no intention of intervening. Rather, he watched with keen interest. As he gazed at the colossal creature, he discerned its attributes with clarity. Spirit Water Tortoise. Attributes: Water. Gender: Level: Silver Tier 1. Talent: SS. Learned skills: Enhanced Healing, Spiked Shell, Furious Bite. Upon viewing the creature's attributes, Lu Xing's eyes brightened. It seemed that Lady Luck was indeed favoring him today. He had initially set his sights on capturing the colorful jellyfish, but unexpectedly encountered an even greater prize. This Spirit Water Tortoise would be his. Lu Xing was already preparing to subdue the magnificent creature. The battle between the two magical beasts reached its climax. Ultimately, the Spirit Water Tortoise triumphed over the vibrant jellyfish, thanks to its formidable shell. It opened its cavernous mouth and began to gnaw at the jellyfish. The enormous jellyfish was gradually consumed by the Spirit Water Tortoise. As it neared the completion of its meal, Lu Xing realized his opportunity had arrived. Thunder Eagle. Unleash a bolt of lightning upon the Spirit Water Tortoise. With a piercing cry, the Thunder Eagle, which had been waiting patiently, sprang into action at Lu Xing's command. Boom! A robust bolt of lightning surged towards the Spirit Water Tortoise. Just as the lightning approached, the creature was caught off guard. It attempted to evade, but the bolt was already upon it. Bang! The Thunder Eagle's lightning strike struck the Spirit Water Turtle, enveloping it in a dazzling golden light. A painful cry escaped its lips, and surprisingly, a significant amount of the flesh it had consumed was expelled. As a water attribute beast, the Spirit Water Turtle held a profound fear of lightning, which, being an electric attribute attack, inflicted immense damage upon it. Thunder Eagle, unleash another electric strike. Lu Xing understood that the Spirit Water Turtle had tough skin and thick flesh, and a single lightning attack might not suffice to vanquish it. To prevent its escape, Lu Xing promptly commanded the Thunder Eagle to deliver a finishing blow. Naturally, he refrained from allowing the Thunder Eagle to use its lightning ultimate move again, fearing that it might accidentally obliterate the Spirit Water Turtle in one fell swoop, a scenario that would surely bring him to tears. With a crack of thunder, the Thunder Eagle's electric strike once more struck the Spirit Water Turtle. It emitted another agonizing cry, its body becoming numb from the electric shock, and it fainted outright. Observing the charred form of the Spirit Water Turtle before him, Lu Xing exhaled a sigh of relief. He was truly apprehensive that the Thunder Eagle's might would prove too great, resulting in the Spirit Water Turtle's demise. Thunder Eagle, Lu Xing called out, and the bird, understanding his command, swiftly soared to his side. Lu Xing mounted the Thunder Eagle and ascended above the Spirit Water Turtle. Channeling his energy, he began to inscribe a contract formation in the air. Before long, a white contract array materialized around the Spirit Water Turtle, radiating a brilliant glow before transforming into a stream of light that surged into Lu Xing's mind. He felt a newfound connection with the Spirit Water Turtle, signifying the successful establishment of their bond. Come back, Spirit Water Turtle, Lu Xing intoned, invoking the beast control technique to draw the turtle into his beast space. Through his spiritual sense, he sensed the condition of the Spirit Water Turtle within the confines of the beast space. To his astonishment, he realized that the turtle's injuries were healing rapidly. Is this the power of super healing skills? Lu Xing murmured to himself. Merely 10 minutes had passed when Lu Xing was astounded to find that the Spirit Water Turtle, once on the brink of death, had fully recovered. Incredible. Truly remarkable. Yet, he realized that the Spirit Water Turtle's strength was still insufficient. If it were to reach its full potential, it would become an indomitable force. Furthermore, Lu Xing discovered that his Spirit Water Turtle possessed a terrifying ability, Spiked Shell. Spiked Shell, this skill allows the turtle to reflect physical damage back to the attacker in kind. How powerful! Isn't this akin to a reverse armor in an alternate realm? Moreover, it boasts a perfect rebound. Initially, this skill seemed rather ordinary, but when paired with formidable healing, it transforms into an extraordinary ability. In the future, those magical beasts relying on physical attacks will find themselves at a loss when faced with my Spirit Water Turtle. Striking me would be equivalent to striking themselves. A thought emerged in Lu Xing's mind. The Spirit Water Turtle possesses exceptional healing, unlike its adversaries. In this comparative scenario, the opponents of the Spirit Water Turtle could very well be worn down to exhaustion. Upon emerging from Lu Xing's beast-mastering space, the spirit water turtle did not exhibit fear. Instead, it crawled toward the half-consumed rainbow jellyfish. The subsequent scene left Lu Xing speechless. The spirit water turtle began to feed again, as if reincarnated from a famished ghost, devouring the remaining jellyfish in mere moments. Have I been influenced by Su Peng? Is my contracted beast destined to become a glutton as well? This shouldn't be the case. Just as Lu Xing pondered this, the spirit water turtle lamented, "I am so hungry." With a splash, it dove into the jellyfish lake, commencing its hunt for the healing jellyfish. The poor healing jellyfish stood no chance against the spirit water turtle, and soon all were consumed. Observing the satisfied expression on the spirit water turtle after its meal, Lu Xing deduced several things. First, why does the spirit water turtle possess the skill of super healing? It is likely a result of consuming healing jellyfish. Second, why is the spirit water turtle so ravenous? This must be attributed to the super healing skill. While it allows the spirit water turtle to swiftly recover from injuries, it requires the exertion of its entire strength. In essence, all the nutrients within the spirit water turtle are redirected to heal its wounds, hence its hunger. Spirit water turtle, Lu Xing called out. The spirit water turtle turned its head, gazing at Lu Xing with a bewildered expression, clearly unaware of what Lu Xing intended to convey. Never mind. Lu Xing managed a wry smile. Unlike the hellish two-headed dog and the thunder eagle, this spirit water turtle appeared rather simple-minded and adorably foolish. Perhaps I should consider letting Su Peng tame it. However, this was merely a fleeting thought. After all, a creature of SS caliber, with such formidable strength, is a rare find. Should Lu Xing let it slip away this time, he could very well miss the opportunity to encounter it again. Moreover, through his mental communication with the spirit water turtle, Lu Xing was aware that the formidable creature before him typically resided at the bottom of Jellyfish Lake, slumbering peacefully. Had it not been for the appearance of the colorful jellyfish, it would not have ventured to the surface. Come back, spirit water turtle. Lu Xing summoned the spirit water turtle back to him. With the capture of the spirit water turtle, Lu Xing's objective for this journey was accomplished. He planned to rest for a night before departing from this perilous intermediate realm, fraught with dangers. Lu Xing recognized that his strength was insufficient, and thus, he was eager to leave early. After all, a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. He hastily found a cave to rest in for the night. The following morning, he awoke early, ready to depart. Unfortunately, while Lu Xing wished to return, others had different intentions. Whoosh! An arrow shot towards Lu Xing. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and agile, dodging the arrow's deadly trajectory. Well, I didn't expect you to evade the attack of my spiny porcupine. You possess some admirable skills. Lu Xing looked up to see a man with a scar on his right cheek, his head wrapped in a towel, approaching from a distance, accompanied by a spiny porcupine. Spiny porcupine. Attribute: rock. Gender: level, silver tier 2. Talent: C. Skills: spike shot. With a mere glance, Lu Xing discerned that this creature was likely the man's strongest beast. Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over all your valuables. The scar-faced man regarded Lu Xing as a novice, seemingly oblivious to the latter's true capabilities due to his youthful appearance. What if I refuse? Lu Xing felt an unexpected urge to laugh at the audacity of the scar-faced man attempting to rob him. Since you are unwilling to comply, I shall take matters into my own hands. Of course, if I take them, it will be from your lifeless body. The scar-faced man began to threaten Lu Xing, a sinister smirk forming on his lips, revealing his experience in such nefarious encounters. Kid, I advise you to hand over your belongings to avoid suffering. His sole desire was wealth. He preferred to obtain Lu Xing's possessions with ease rather than engage in a confrontation. Thus, he persistently urged Lu Xing to comply. If you seek what I possess, then come and take it. Lu Xing swiftly formed a hand gesture, calling forth, "Come forth, spirit water turtle." Lu Xing summoned the spirit water turtle. The scarred man was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. He perceived Lu Xing's youthful appearance and doubted the turtle's strength, dismissing it as merely a large turtle. Watch how I dispose of it, he thought. In the scarred man's subconscious, turtles moved sluggishly on land, making them easy targets for his spiny porcupine. Spiny porcupine, unleash your quills. At this command, the porcupine leaned forward with great force. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 razor-sharp quills shot toward the spirit water turtle. The turtle retracted into its shell, pulling in its head and limbs. Clang, clang, clang. The three sharp quills struck the turtle's hard shell, generating a shower of sparks. However, the turtle's shell was sufficiently tough, and the porcupine's attack caused no harm whatsoever. In contrast, the porcupine's face contorted in pain. "What's wrong with you, spiny porcupine?" The scarred man was baffled, unable to comprehend why the attacker, the porcupine, was the one suffering. Lu Xing smirked slightly, realizing the effectiveness of the spiny shell. The shell reflected physical attacks, and since the porcupine's quills were also physical, they had rebounded upon themselves. "Damn it!" The scarred man erupted in fury. "Spiny porcupine, cease your assault on that spirit water turtle. Focus your aim on that little brat and shoot him down." Lu Xing was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such a blatant breach of combat etiquette. This was supposed to be a battle between beast tamers. Yet the scarred man chose to attack the tamer directly. It was akin to a game of chess, where one could not outmaneuver their opponent and resorted to direct confrontation instead. Shameless. Utterly shameless. However, Lu Xing reacted swiftly. Spirit water turtle, shield against its quill attack. Upon hearing this, the turtle emerged from its shell and sprinted forth. Using its massive body, it blocked the spiny porcupine's assault. The porcupine's quills struck the turtle's thick shell with a clattering sound. After a series of retaliatory strikes, the porcupine finally collapsed under the pressure. Meanwhile, the spirit water turtle sustained only minor injuries from the relentless barrage. Under the influence of the super healing skill, the injuries of the spirit water turtle were rapidly mending at an astonishingly visible pace. How could this be? The scarred man gazed at the fallen spiked porcupine. Disbelief etched across his face. He had assumed that today would bring him a windfall, only to find himself unexpectedly confronting a formidable opponent. "You little brat, wait for me. I shall return," the scarred man declared before turning to flee. After all, the spiked porcupine was his most powerful beast. If even his strongest companion could not stand against the spirit water turtle, then the rest of his beasts would be mere fodder. "Did I permit you to leave?" Lu Xing snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a shadow sprang forth from the adjacent thicket. It was the hellhound, which had been lying in wait. It refrained from attacking earlier, as Lu Xing was not in danger and wished to afford the spirit water turtle the opportunity to strike. The hellhound lunged at the scarred man. A piercing scream echoed through the air, and the scarred man was no more. TCH, worthless. The unfortunate scarred man paid the ultimate price for his folly. Lu Xing approached the fallen figure, stripping him of all valuables. Then, he mounted the back of the hellhound and swiftly departed. Outside the secret realm, several guards watched Lu Xing's retreating silhouette, their whispers beginning to circulate. "How long has that fellow been inside?" 3 days. Only 3 days. What could he possibly have done? The guards expressed their curiosity. Who knows? Perhaps he was merely sightseeing, enjoying the commotion. These guards, having spent years in this location, were well acquainted with adventurers like Lu Xing. Typically, one would need to remain in the secret realm for at least 10 days to a fortnight. It was astonishing that Lu Xing had only been gone for 3 days. "That's the kid." The guard's murmurs caught the attention of the captain. He squinted his eyes, intrigued. "Interesting. It seems this little fellow has contracted a new beast. I wonder which magical creature he has chosen as his companion." When Lu Xing first arrived, though he had ascended to the silver tier, his aura had still been quite tenuous. However, after solidifying his strength with the contract of a third beast, Lu Xing's power had been firmly established. "I hope to see that young man again." The captain turned and retreated to his tent, while Lu Xing, weary from his exploits, returned to his villa. He took a warm bath and then collapsed onto the sofa. Ah, how delightful. At that moment, Lu Xing felt his eyelids growing increasingly heavy. During the past few days in the intermediate realm, Lu Xing had not eaten well nor slept adequately. Now that he was back, he finally had the opportunity to rest. As his eyelids grew heavier, he unknowingly drifted into slumber. The dormitory at Jiangnan Beast Taming University was still safe, and at that moment, 3 beasts were guarding Lu Xing. Should anyone wish to harm him, these 3 beasts would pounce and tear the intruder to shreds. Lu Xing lay on the sofa, unaware of how long he had been asleep. Upon awakening, he was surprised to find his nose slightly itchy. Achoo! Lu Xing sneezed and opened his eyes, discovering a young woman standing nearby, stifling a laugh. It was Lu Xiaoming, who had once again returned to her quirky demeanor. "Hey, where have you been? You haven't been attending classes and didn't even bother to inform us, leaving us all worried for days." Lu Xing furrowed his brow. "I told Su Pang. Didn't he mention it to you?" Chapter 60. The arrival of Gao Yi Su Pang? That guy has also vanished, just like you. We haven't seen him for several days." Upon hearing this, Lu Xing couldn't help but frown. Logically, Su Peng should not have left this place. Just then, Lu Xiaoming suddenly pointed to an envelope she discovered in the fruit basket on the table. She retrieved it, and Lu Xing took the envelope from her, promptly opening it. Once he read the contents, understanding dawned upon him. It turned out Su Peng had also gone outside the school for special training. Lu Xing sighed in relief, glad that Su Peng was safe. Ding ding ding. Just as Lu Xing finished reading Su Peng's letter, his phone suddenly rang. He quickly answered it, and the voice of Fire Phoenix came through, sounding quite urgent. "Sister Phoenix, what's wrong?" Lu Xing couldn't help but ask. "Lu Xing, you must be cautious these next few days. If possible, try not to leave the school." "Why?" Fire Phoenix's words left Lu Xing perplexed. "Because Gao Yi is looking for you." "Gao Yi?" Lu Xing was initially taken aback, but soon recollected the identity of the individual in question. It was none other than his old classmate Gao Bo's father. Lu Xing had not anticipated that this person would still harbor vengeful intentions. If he sought retribution, it would depend on his capabilities. Previously, Lu Xing was no match for Gao Yi. However, he had now ascended to the rank of a Silver Beast Master. Even if he were not Gao Yi's equal, he could surely flee, as Gao Yi would be unable to detain him. "Do not worry, Sister Phoenix. He can no longer pose a threat to me." Upon hearing this, Fire Phoenix seemed to have an epiphany. "You aren't suggesting that you have indeed become a Silver Beast Master, are you?" Just a stroke of luck." Fire Phoenix fell into a contemplative silence, as the information Lu Xing provided was overwhelmingly significant. She could hardly fathom that Lu Xing had advanced to Silver Rank in such a short span of time. After a prolonged pause, Fire Phoenix addressed Lu Xing. "Though you have attained Silver Rank, Gao Yi is still an established Silver Beast Master. It would be prudent for you to remain vigilant." "I understand, Sister Phoenix." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Fire Phoenix ended the call. "What's wrong?" Green Orchid could no longer restrain her curiosity and inquired of Fire Phoenix. "Nothing, let us proceed." Fire Phoenix had been dispatched by the organization to explore this new secret realm. This very reason emboldened Gao Yi to seek trouble with Lu Xing. It seemed that she must exert herself diligently, lest she be overshadowed by that insufferable brat. Fire Phoenix regarded Lu Xing as a younger brother, consistently striving to protect him and amend past regrets. Thus, she could not abide the thought of her strength being inferior to his. If that were the case, the dynamic would shift, and it might even be Lu Xing who would need to safeguard her. Meanwhile, Lu Xing had also concluded his phone call. "What's the matter?" Lu Xiaoming inquired with genuine curiosity. "Nothing." Lu Xing refrained from disclosing any details about Gao Yi, fearing it would cause Lu Xiaoming distress. Furthermore, even if he did share, she would be unable to assist him in resolving the issue. "Let us go." "Where to?" "Of course, I'm taking you out for a delicious meal." After several days of roughing it in the secret realm, coupled with an extended rest, Lu Xing was famished. He took Lu Xiaoming to a restaurant outside the school, where they indulged in a hearty meal. Once satiated, Lu Xing appeared to sense something. He extended his hand and hailed a taxi from the roadside. He turned to Lu Xiaoming and said, "I have matters to attend to. You may return first." Lu Xiaoming nodded, although she was unaware of Lu Xing's intentions. A clever woman always knows which questions are appropriate to ask and which ones to refrain from. Lu Xiaoming departed in a taxi while Lu Xing surveyed his surroundings before proceeding forward. He soon arrived at a secluded area where he halted and turned. Addressing a large tree behind him, "Gao Yi, come out. I have long since detected your presence. There is no need for you to hide." Upon hearing this, Gao Yi paused momentarily before stepping forward with confidence. "How did you discover me?" he inquired, astonished, as he believed his disguise was quite effective, and Lu Xing should not have been able to recognize him. "With such trivial tricks, it would be best not to show off in front of me," Lu Xing remarked. Scrutinizing Gao Yi, he noticed that Gao Yi's once jet-black hair had turned completely white, suggesting that the death of Gao Bo had profoundly impacted him. "Today, I shall take your life, using your blood to console my son's spirit in the heavens. I assure you, I have gathered sufficient information. That Fire Phoenix has been dispatched by the higher-ups to explore new secret realms. She cannot come to your rescue. As for you, it would be wise to surrender quietly to avoid unnecessary suffering." At this, Lu Xing smiled faintly, exuding calmness. "You are so confident in your ability to handle me. Why not?" Gao Yi replied. "Although your talent is commendable, if I am not mistaken, you are at best a bronze-tier beast master. I, on the other hand, am of silver tier, Dealing with you will be a mere formality." As he spoke, Gaoi began to chant a spell. "Come forth, my beasts." He summoned his 3 beasts. Lu Xing glanced at Gao Yi's creatures. He recognized the majestic horned horse, along with a mantis wielding dual blades and a giant claw crab. Lu Xing squinted, perceiving the strength of all 3 beasts before him. The majestic horned horse was silver tier level 4, a combat attribute. The dual blade mantis was silver tier level 3, an insect attribute, and the giant claw crab was silver tier level 1, a water attribute. "You have no means of escape this time," Gao Yi declared, fearing that Lu Xing might once again evade him, as opportunities to corner him were dwindling. "I cannot decide if you are foolish or clever. Just now, in the bustling city, I dared not take action against you. As a result, you audaciously sought your own demise by venturing into this desolate locale. Moreover, at that time, you had an accomplice by your side, yet you chose to send her away. It appears that you are truly intent on self-destruction." Gao Yi could not help but burst into raucous laughter, his mirth unrestrained. Observing Gao Yi's somewhat triumphant demeanor, Lu Xing could not refrain from speaking up. "Then why don't you ponder why I chose to act in such a manner?" In that moment, Gao Yi found himself at a loss for words. He genuinely could not comprehend Lu Xing's motives. Strangely, Gao Yi noticed a shift in the way Lu Xing regarded him. Lu Xing's eyes sparkled with mockery, reminiscent of a cat eyeing a mouse. "No, that is utterly implausible." As a thought struck him, Gao Yi could not help but exclaim, "You little rascal, you cannot possibly be telling me that you are now a silver-tier beast master." For only this explanation could account for Lu Xing's audacious confidence. Otherwise, Lu Xing shrugged nonchalantly. "Since you do not believe me, allow me to demonstrate." As he spoke, Lu Xing began to weave a spell, and in an instant, 3 beasts materialized before Gao Yi. "How is this possible?" Gao Yi gaped in astonishment at the 3 beasts before him, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. A chill coursed down his spine. Terrifying. It is truly too horrifying. In such a short span, Lu Xing's strength had ascended to a silver tier. Lu Xing's talent was indeed astonishing. "No, I must eliminate this insufferable brat. I must." Gao Yi instinctively clenched his fists, his countenance twisting into a sinister expression, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Lu Xing's talent was overwhelmingly fearsome, given time. His prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of his father. By then, not only would avenging himself upon Lu Xing be futile, but even their entire family might find itself unable to survive. After all, with Lu Xing's vengeful nature, their clan would surely be doomed. Thus, Gao Yi resolved to extinguish Lu Xing while he was still in his infancy. "Majestic Horned Horse, attack that fellow. You must eliminate him." Upon receiving the command, the majestic horned horse scraped its hind hooves lightly against the ground before charging forth with great speed. As it neared Lu Xing, it lowered its head, aiming its sharp horn directly at him. "Hellhound, it is your turn. Use Flame Slash." The infernal 2-headed hound, upon hearing the command, swung its right forepaw fiercely, unleashing a razor-sharp blade of fire that shot toward the majestic horned horse with alarming speed. "Watch out, majestic horned horse." The warning echoed, and the noble steed swiftly evaded to the side. The fiery slash grazed its body, narrowly missing. That was close. Gao Yi exhaled in relief, acutely aware of the terrifying power behind that fiery strike. Had the majestic horned horse been struck, the consequences would have been dire. "Are you celebrating too soon?" Lu Xing's voice jolted Gao Yi back to reality. "Infernal 2-headed hound, unleash your rending claws." The hound charged towards the majestic horned horse. Though the horse was swift, the hound was swifter still. Gao Yi's majestic horned horse possessed A-grade aptitude, while Lu Xing's infernal 2-headed hound boasted an SS-grade aptitude. Just yesterday, the hound's strength had ascended to silver tier 2. Although this was 2 minor stages below the horned horse, the hound's superior aptitude compensated for that gap entirely. The hound's razor-sharp claws struck the majestic horned horse with devastating force, slicing through its flesh as effortlessly as a knife through tofu, leaving deep gashes that exposed bone. "Ah!" The majestic horned horse let out a pained wail, severely wounded by the blow. Yet, this injury ignited its ferocity. It turned its head, aiming its long, sharp horn at the infernal 2-headed hound. Sensing the imminent danger, the hound swiftly dodged aside. The horn of the majestic horse was far too formidable for even the hound to confront head-on. Infernal 2-headed hound, shadow assault. Observing the distance grow between the hound and the majestic horse, Lu Xing promptly issued another attack command. The hound understood and immediately executed the shadow assault. It dashed forward, vanishing from sight. The majestic horned horse, initially preparing to defend, found itself momentarily stunned by the hound's sudden disappearance. In that fleeting moment of confusion, the infernal two-headed hound reappeared right before it. With its massive forepaw raised high, the hound struck down upon the majestic horned horse with tremendous force. Bang! The majestic horned horse was struck by the hound's powerful blow, its immense body hurtling backward. At that moment, it resembled a cannonball, crashing violently into a nearby tree. Boom! The sound echoed through the air. The majestic stag's massive body crashed forcefully against a grand tree behind it. The tree, which required 3 people to encircle, trembled from the impact, causing the leaves above to rustle incessantly. The majestic stag, Gao, he exclaimed, unable to suppress his voice upon witnessing the grievously injured creature. Alas! The ensuing scene shattered him. The hellhound charged towards the majestic stag, its gaping maw revealing razor-sharp fangs as it lunged fiercely to bite. Had anyone been present, they would have observed the hellhound's teeth glimmering with a purplish hue, venomous fangs. This was a skill the hellhound had previously acquired but had yet to unleash. Its sharp, poisoned fangs sank into the stag's neck. Poor majestic stag, after a brief struggle, succumbed to the loss of its precious life. With the stag's demise, Gowie felt a backlash, clutching his head and beginning to wail. Yet, the battle raged on. On the other side, the spirit water tortoise faced a dual-bladed mantis. The mantis fluttered its gossamer wings, darting swiftly in an attempt to find a flaw in the tortoise's defense. Confronted by the agile mantis, the cumbersome spirit water tortoise could only endure the blows. Clang, clang, clang. The mantis swung its sharp blades, launching an assault against the tortoise. However, its strikes mostly landed upon the tortoise's thick shell. After a series of attacks, the mantis panted heavily, its face marred by expressions of agony. Confounded, it could not comprehend how it had sustained injuries while being the aggressor. The mantis noticed its claw-like forelimbs trembling uncontrollably. Little did it know, it had suffered the rebound damage from the tortoise's spiky shell. Now, spirit water tortoise, unleash your anger bite, Lu Xing commanded, observing the mantis's waning stamina. Seizing the moment of the mantis's dazed state, Lu Xing urged the tortoise to attack proactively. In response, the spirit water tortoise swiftly extended its limbs from its shell and charged towards the nearby mantis. Chapter 62. The Slaying of Gowie. Watch out, dual-bladed mantis. Dodge quickly. Gowie shouted at the mantis. Unfortunately, the distance between the spirit water tortoise and the mantis was far too close. The double-bladed mantis found itself utterly unable to evade, helplessly witnessing the Ling Shui turtle open its gaping maw, poised to strike. With a resounding crunch, the Ling Shui turtle clamped down fiercely on the mantis. A pained shriek escaped the mantis's lips as it raised its twin blades, frantically slashing at the turtle. Clang, clang, clang. Each assault from the mantis sparked a flurry of embers, yet the turtle's shell proved impervious. Regardless of the mantis's relentless onslaught, it could scarcely inflict any significant damage, merely etching faint white lines upon the turtle's armor. The turtle's grip tightened inexorably, and at last, the mantis ceased its attacks, its blades drooping in resignation. With a tilt of its head, it fell silent, devoid of life. With the demise of the double-bladed mantis, Gowie felt a sharp pang of pain in his head, soon to be eclipsed by a more dreadful ache. Lu Xing glanced towards the Thunder Eagle soaring above, calling out, "Thunder Eagle, cease your games. Let us settle this swiftly." Responding to his command, the Thunder Eagle halted its playful torment of the giant claw crab. With a piercing cry, it surged forth, golden light radiating from its form. Boom! A bolt of lightning erupted, hurtling towards the giant claw crab. Alas, the unfortunate crab, in its folly, raised its massive pincers in futile defense. Yet, no mere pincers could withstand the might of lightning. Crash! The bolt struck the crab, enveloping it in a tempest of electrical energy, coursing violently through its body, wreaking havoc upon its very essence. With a resounding thud, the giant claw crab collapsed, darkened by the Thunder Eagle's strike. At that moment, a chilling breeze swept through, dispersing the acrid smoke that clung to the crab, filling the air with the unmistakable scent of charred protein. As the giant claw crab succumbed, Gao Yi felt a splitting headache, for all 3 of his contracted beasts had perished. With a final anguished cry, he fainted. Lu Xing, observing Gao Yi's unconscious form, felt no twinge of compassion. The hellhound, understanding its cue, thrust its forepaws forward, unleashing twin blades of fire that raced towards Gao Yi. Bang! The fiery blades collided with him, resulting in a tremendous explosion. He reduced the unconscious Gao Yi to mere ashes. Lu Xing would not permit any threats to his safety. Quick, just ahead. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed nearby. It was the patrol team from the city, arriving at a most opportune time. A smirk of derision surfaced on Lu Xing's lips. To him, these so-called official organizations seemed merely fit for mopping floors. Cerberus, let us depart. Lu Xing stowed away the Thunder Eagle and the Spirit Water Turtle, mounting the Cerberus as he charged away into the distance. As Lu Xing departed, a group of individuals arrived at the site of his recent battle. What on earth is happening here? My heavens, who was battling just now? The patrol team members displayed expressions of horror, their bronze-level strength rendering them incapable of comprehending the terrifying prowess of a silver beastmaster. Two silver-ranked individuals had indeed clashed here moments ago. However, not all members of the patrol were inept. The captain, fortuitously, was of silver rank. Captain, what should we do? The captain cast a disdainful glance at his subordinate. What else can we do? Naturally, we clean up the area and draft a report, relaying the matter truthfully. Lu Xing and Gao Yi's confrontation occurred in a secluded locale, and given the circumstances, there were no significant casualties. This means it is merely a typical skirmish between beast masters, something these patrol team members had long since become accustomed to. Lu Xing rode the Cerberus down a quiet pathway. Although it was nighttime, Lu Xing was astonished to discover that the path he was traversing felt remarkably familiar. Is this not the route to Sister Ruyu's home? Lu Xing finally recognized it. It has indeed been some time since I last saw Sister Ruyu. The image of Yan Ruyu suddenly flooded Lu Xing's mind. Her imposing demeanor was unparalleled by any ordinary individual. Cerberus, run in that direction. Lu Xing pointed towards a dilapidated building not far off. The Cerberus understood and set off towards Yan Ruyu's residence. Upon arriving at Yan Ruyu's doorstep, Lu Xing retrieved a key from his pocket and effortlessly unlocked the door. He stepped into Yan Ruyu's home. Why is it so dark? Lu Xing fumbled along the wall until he finally located the light switch. Just as he was about to illuminate the room, a sharp dagger pressed against his neck. Sister Ruyu, it's me, Lu Xing. As soon as Lu Xing finished speaking, he felt the dagger at his neck vanish. He let out a sigh of relief and subsequently turned on the room's light. You little rascal, how did you know it was me? Yan Ruyu expressed her curiosity. Lu Xing gazed at Yan Ruyu before him, unable to suppress a gulp. Although they had met before, he was still intimidated by her imposing presence. Sister Ruyu, it's the scent. I recognized you by the fragrance you carry. Lu Xing refrained from revealing that it was because Yan Ruyu had him at knife point. After all, such a stature was not something an ordinary person could possess. Huh, Yan Ruyu chuckled coldly. I never expected that after just a few days. You would learn the art of discerning women by scent. She sauntered over to a nearby sofa and slumped onto it. Lu Xing glanced around, astonished to find that all of Yan Ruyu's experimental apparatus had vanished, replaced by ordinary furniture. To his surprise, the simple decor of Yan Ruyu's home exuded a warm, homely atmosphere. Sister Ruyu, where are your things? They've been moved elsewhere. The thought of it conjured a terrifying image of the Fire Phoenix in Yan Ruyu's mind, causing her to shudder involuntarily. It was the Fire Phoenix who insisted she relocate her laboratory. According to the Fire Phoenix, a home should resemble a home. And if one wishes to conduct experiments, a dedicated space should be sought for that purpose. To use a home as a laboratory was simply unacceptable. The Fire Phoenix was like the boss of the group. Her words were not to be disregarded by Yan Ryu. Chapter 63. The Return of Fat Su. Don't speak of me. It's you who should be scrutinized. How heartless of you. It's been such a long time. And you only now think to visit me. Hee hee, my apologies, Sister Ryu. I've been rather busy with my studies. Lu Xing sheepishly scratched his head. Busy with studies? Yan Ryu instinctively assessed Lu Xing. The more she looked, the more astonished she became. Goodness, have you taken some potent medicine? You've actually advanced to silver rank. Yan Ruyu's strength far surpassed Lu Xing's, allowing her to see through his newfound prowess effortlessly. Just a stroke of luck, really. I haven't put in much effort. Perhaps fortune has favored me. Upon hearing Lu Xing's explanation, Yan Ryu found herself at a loss for words. Luck indeed. Even a child of the goddess of fortune wouldn't achieve such a feat. It had hardly been long since their last encounter, and Lu Xing had already ascended to the silver stage. Yan Ryu suddenly recalled her elevation to the silver stage. How old was she then? 19, indeed. It was the year following her acquisition of the Beastmaster title. She believed herself to be exceptionally gifted, unaware that Lu Xing was even more extraordinary. With a soft crack, Yin Ryu lit a cigarette from a pack she retrieved from a nearby table. Observing this, Lu Xing frowned slightly. Sister Ryu, when did you learn to smoke? I've known for quite some time, but I quit before. Recently, the pressure has been overwhelming, and I can only relieve it with this vice. Would you like one? She extended the cigarette towards Lu Xing. He quickly shook his head. No. I've seen the damage smoking does to the lungs. It's quite harmful. I wish to live a few more years. You young lad, you truly remain a boy at heart. Yin Ryu took a drag from her cigarette and exhaled slowly. Well, it's getting late. You should rest now. All right, Lu Xing replied, turning to head towards his room. Just as he was about to enter, Yin Ryu suddenly called out to him. Lu Xing, although you possess considerable talent, it is essential to remain humble. Remember, only those who grow are true geniuses. Understood, Lu Xing responded as he stepped into his room, swiftly closing the door behind him. At that moment, his heart raced uncontrollably. She truly is a marvel. Yin Ryu, clad in a purple nightgown, had just languidly reclined on the sofa, igniting within Lu Xing an urge to rush forward and claim her. Better to focus on my own efforts, he thought, shaking his head with a wry smile. Only strength holds true value. Otherwise, all is but illusion. The following day, Lu Xing emerged from his room and made his way to the living room, where he discovered a note left by Yin Ryu. It indicated that she would be away for a few days and would not be able to reminisce with him. He was free to stay as long as he wished, provided he did not create a mess. Casting a glance at Yin Ryu's room, he departed. With her absence, his presence there felt meaningless. He had initially intended to discuss the evolution handbook with her, as he had indeed facilitated the evolution of his beast through it. However, it seemed he would have to wait for another opportunity. Lu Xing left Yin Ryu's home and set off towards Jiangnan Beastmaster University. Lu Xing returned to Jiangnan Beastmaster University, intending to relish a few days of well-deserved rest. The previous outdoor training had left his nerves frayed. He soon resumed a leisurely university life, often going on outings with Ru Ming and Lu Xiaoming. One day, as they were watching television in the villa, the front door burst open with force. Lu Xing furrowed his brow, turning to the entrance to see which audacious individual dared to intrude so brazenly. Upon recognizing the intruder, he nearly laughed aloud. Wow, Su Peng, have you been tricked into coal mining? Why have you suddenly turned so dark? However, Su Peng paid no heed to Lu Xing's jest. He hurriedly approached the table, his massive backpack weighing heavily upon him. With a swift motion, he seized the kettle from the table, raising it to his lips to drink. Gulp, gulp, burp. He quenched his thirst, and his already sizable belly expanded even further. What on earth happened to you? Have you been mistreated? Lu Xing queried, perplexed. Just then, Su Peng began to lament his recent hardships. Oh, Lu Xing, you have no idea what kind of days I've been enduring. It's been utterly miserable. I haven't eaten well, nor have I slept properly. I feel as though I've lost several pounds. Really? Lu Xing assessed Su Peng with a hint of embarrassment, noticing that apart from his darker complexion, he seemed unchanged, still as rotund as ever. No way, Su Peng retorted, his frustration evident. All right. You should go take a shower. The smell emanating from you is unbearable, interjected Lu Xiaoming, pinching her nose. Ru Ming, too, wrinkled her brow and instinctively took a few steps back. The odor was overpowering, far beyond what an ordinary person could tolerate. Fine. Su Peng scampered upstairs in a hurry. After about 10 minutes, he descended, clad in a bathrobe. Lu Xing couldn't help but remark, Su Peng, there are two ladies present. Couldn't you at least consider your appearance? Unfazed, Su Peng replied, what's there to be concerned about? He glanced at Ru Ming and Lu Xiaoming. Dear sisters, do you find my attire objectionable? Not at all, they replied in unison. Though Ru Ming and Lu Xiaoming spoke thus, their expressions betrayed them. By the way, what were you discussing so fervently? Lu Xing inquired, handing a notification letter to Su Peng. Our school is organizing an outdoor survival activity. Not only will this enhance the students' abilities, but it will also improve their wilderness survival skills. Upon hearing this, Su Peng's jaw nearly dropped. He had just returned from a harsh wilderness experience, and now he was to embark on another. Can I opt out? Lu Xing shot Su Peng a disapproving glance. If you wish to forego graduation, then you may choose not to participate. Very well, I shall go. Su Peng reluctantly acquiesced. Chapter 64. Survival training in the volcanic zone, observing Su Pang's dejected demeanor. Lu Xing could not help but offer some words of comfort. Cheer up, don't wear such a gloomy expression. Have you not ascended to the 8th tier of bronze? In this outdoor survival event, unless absolutely necessary, I shall refrain from intervening and leave everything to you. By then, when you display your prowess, the girls at our school will surely be captivated by you. Really? Su Pang's eyes lit up at these words. He envisioned a scenario where he was adored by a throng of admirers, an experience he had never encountered in his life. Wait, Su Pang suddenly realized. How did you know I have reached the 8th tier of bronze? He had initially intended to play the fool, showcasing his strength during this survival challenge to astonish Lu Xing, only to discover that Lu Xing was already aware. Because my strength surpasses yours, Lu Xing explained verbally, while internally he mused. Should I reveal that I possess a golden finger that allows me to see your information? All right, enough of this conversation. It has grown tedious. After exhausting myself for so many days, I deserve a good night's sleep, Su Pang remarked, making his way downstairs. Watching Su Pang's retreating figure, Lu Xing shook his head with a wry smile. The day for the outdoor survival experience at Jiangnan Beast Taming University soon arrived. All the students boarded the bus under the guidance of their teachers. As the bus journey commenced, chatter filled the air. I wonder which secret realm will be the setting for this survival experience. I don't know, but I am so excited. I have just ascended to the 4th tier of bronze. You will all witness my prowess. A young man with yellow hair declared boastfully. What? The 4th tier of bronze? The surrounding companions looked at him with starry eyes, their faces brimming with admiration. Uft. Seated beside Lu Xing, Su Pang could not help but express his disdain. Where does this fellow find the audacity? Here he is, flaunting his prowess at merely the bronze 4th stage, while I, a bronze 8th stage, remained silent. As he spoke, Su Pang snatched a handful of potato chips from the crinkled bag and stuffed them into his mouth, his tone dripping with contempt. Lu Xing cast a sidelong glance at him but refrained from a response, choosing instead to gaze out the window. The bus was traveling at a swift pace, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the site of their training. What is this place? Su Pang wondered aloud, curiously surveying his surroundings. He noted the stark differences. The sky bore a reddish-brown hue, and the air was thick with dust, creating a stifling atmosphere. They had arrived in a volcanic region. A familiar voice broke through the oppressive air. Lu Xing and Su Pang turned to see their mentor, Wu Yong. Teacher, it has been a while. Lu Xing greeted Wu Yong. Indeed, Lu Xing. It's been too long, Wu Yong replied with a warm smile. This half-month outdoor survival training. Make sure to give it your all. I will, teacher, Lu Xing assured him. Just as he finished speaking, a figure appeared atop a large stone not far off. Lu Xing looked up to find it was none other than their principal, Lu Gingxing. Students, welcome to this outdoor survival training activity. You will be surviving in this volcanic sanctuary for half a month. Remember, during this time, we mentors will evaluate your behavior. Those who perform exceptionally will receive corresponding rewards. However, I encourage you to act within your limits. The deeper you venture into this volcanic sanctuary, the greater the dangers you will encounter. Yet, the further you go, the higher your potential score. I will serve as the chief examiner and oversee your safety, though I hope I will not need to intervene on your behalf. After all, my intervention would signify your failure in this assessment. Now, the assessment begins. You may commence your exploration. With the principal's command, the students scattered like birds taking flight, eagerly heading toward the depths of the volcano, seemingly disregarding Lu Gingxing's warning. Principal, what are your thoughts on this year's students? Wu Yong inquired, standing beside Lu Gingxing. Quite impressive, far better than in our time, Lu Gingxing remarked, having already noticed several capable individuals with just a cursory glance. As long as these few individuals refrain from foolishness, they are bound to achieve commendable results. Lu Xing, along with Su Pang and Lu Xiaoming, ventured forth together. However, it was not long before Su Pang, breathless and fatigued, called out, Hey, you two, wait for me. Lu Xing turned to glance at Su Pang, perplexed. I truly cannot comprehend this. We are here for wilderness survival, yet you are burdened with such a hefty pack. What exactly is your intention? One might mistakenly think you are here for a leisurely excursion. Su Pang, somewhat indignant, retorted, I am merely concerned about the treacherous environment here. Hence, I brought along additional provisions. Just look at this desolate area. It is devoid of life. Where shall we scavenge for food? Lu Xing surveyed their surroundings and recognized Su Pang's point. The landscape appeared utterly barren, with nothing but red earth stretching around them, devoid of even a single tree. Why on earth did the principal choose such a location for our survival training? Lu Xing mused in bewilderment. Unbeknownst to Lu Xing, the principal and several instructors were closely monitoring their every move via electronic screens. This chubby lad has brought an excessive amount of food. Principal, is this not a violation of the rules? Should we not disqualify him immediately? Han Mingming squinted as he addressed Lu Gingxing. His gaze towards Lu Xing and the others filled with disdain. Lu Xing and Su Peng were brought by Wu Yong, and Han Mingming harbored a grudge against Wu Yong, embodying the notion that affection for the house extends to the crow, and likewise, animosity. That won't be necessary. Lu Gingxing waved his hand dismissively. Do not be deceived by the quantity he carries. With his appetite, he will likely deplete his supplies in no time. Lu Gingxing's words proved accurate. Within a mere 3 days, Su Peng had consumed all his provisions. What shall we do? Lu Xing, we are on the verge of running out of food. Su Peng lamented, discovering that only a single bag of chips remained in his backpack. Lu Xing shot Su Peng an exasperated look. This fellow had been incessantly munching since their arrival, never once contemplating how to manage their dwindling supplies. What can we do? We can always have it cold. Lu Xing shrugged, expressing his helplessness. Chapter 65. The onslaught of fire ants. Upon hearing this, Su Peng did not take offense. Instead, he grinned mischievously, his shifty eyes fixated on Lu Xing's backpack. Lu Xing, I know you are a kind soul. Surely, you would not let me go hungry, would you? You wish to partake in my provisions? Not a chance. Lu Xing instinctively tightened his grip on his backpack. Indeed, sharing food with Su Peng is not entirely out of the question, yet this fellow exhibits an audacity that cannot be overlooked. Thus, Lu Xing feels compelled to impose some control over him. You too, refrain from speaking. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoming grew tense. Lu Xing, did you hear something? What sound? Lu Xing too became alert, swiftly scanning his surroundings, only to discover a billowing cloud of dust not far off. It appeared that something was rushing towards them. As Lu Xing discerned the situation, he could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "This is bad. It's an ant tide." The menacing swarm of ants was drawing nearer. Come forth, Thunder Eagle. Lu Xing decisively summoned the Thunder Eagle. He swiftly mounted its back, extending his hand towards Lu Xiaoming. Momentarily taken aback, Lu Xiaoming quickly regained her composure. She grasped Lu Xing's hand, and with a forceful tug, she found herself atop the Thunder Eagle. With a piercing cry, the Thunder Eagle flapped its wings vigorously and ascended into the sky. Poor Su Peng was left behind. Wow, Lu Xing, you prioritize beauty over friendship. Are you truly going to abandon me to those ants? Thunder Eagle, go fetch him. With another shriek, the Thunder Eagle reluctantly soared above Su Peng, extending its sharp talons to grasp him, lifting him as an eagle would a chick. It's an ant tide. More precisely, a fire ant tide. Principal, should we terminate this wilderness survival training? Wu Yong's brow furrowed, clearly anxious for the student's safety. Terminate? Why should we? Since this is a wilderness survival training, they must confront such scenarios. Han Mingming, observing Lu Xing and the others in their predicament on the electronic screen, was secretly delighted. He could only think of one thing. He hoped the Thunder Eagle would falter under their combined weight and plummet from the sky. After a moment of contemplation, Principal Lu Gingxing made a resolute decision. There is no need to halt. This wilderness survival exercise shall continue. As Wu Yong prepared to voice further concerns, he noticed a flicker of determination on Lu Gingxing's face. While I have stated that I would rescue them, I shall refrain from intervening unless absolutely necessary. The situation at the front is becoming increasingly dire. If these individuals do not mature, our future may indeed be at stake. Lu Gingxing's mind was suddenly flooded with the directives he had received from higher authorities just days prior. The red document indicated the necessity to intensify training for the students, enabling them to mature swiftly. At this moment, Lu Gingxing could only steel himself. He sighed, turning his gaze back to the electronic screen. The more he observed Lu Xing, the more satisfied he became. This young man was indeed a promising talent. Lu Gingxing's eyes shimmered with admiration. He had not anticipated that Lu Xing, at such a tender age, had already attained the rank of a Silver Beast Master. That Thunder Eagle must possess the strength of a Silver Tier 2. Merely with a few glances, Principal Lu Gingxing comprehended the prowess of Lu Xing's Thunder Eagle. Lu Xing and his Thunder Eagle soared to a high slope. Goodness, I could have been killed. As they were about to land, the Thunder Eagle abruptly released its grip, causing Su Peng to tumble unceremoniously. All right, "You little rascal. It seems your wings have grown sturdy. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't realize the extent of your folly." Su Peng rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Lu Xing's Thunder Eagle. "Enough, Su Peng. Cease your antics." Lu Xing's expression turned grave. After all, no one would feel at ease when confronted by a tide of ants. Fire ants. With the system eye, Lu Xing discerned the attributes of these fire ants. Fire ant. Attributes: fire, insect, gender, level, black iron tier 5, talent, F, learned skills, bite, and acid. Spark. Each of these fire ants was the size of a kitten. Though they appeared weak in Lu Xing's eyes, their sheer numbers posed a significant threat. Lu Xing understood the adage that many ants can take down an elephant. Thus, upon witnessing the swarm of fire ants, his instinct was not to fight, but to summon the Thunder Eagle and flee. Observing the Thunder Eagle beside him, Lu Xing felt increasingly grateful for his decision to contract a flying beast. While Lu Xing and his Thunder Eagle managed to evade disaster, many of his classmates were not as fortunate. Numerous students, unable to escape in time, found themselves besieged by the fire ants. Fortunately, the principal dispatched aid, otherwise, they would have faced dire consequences. Regrettably, those unfortunate souls were left with no choice but to retreat, facing the grim fate of being held back a grade. Among them were those who dared to resist, including a certain young man with yellow hair. This individual elicited a sharp intake of breath from Han Mingming. Seated before the screen, he could hardly believe his nephew's misfortune in encountering the fire ants. Although he was resisting, the sheer number of fire ants was overwhelming and far beyond his capacity to manage. "Principal, can this assessment be deemed invalid? After all, the ant swarm is truly terrifying and beyond our ability to withstand." Han Mingming's double standards once again came to light. "Cancel it. Wasn't someone just proclaiming that this is a real training exercise? Anything can happen, so there's no need for cancellation." Listening to Wu Yong's sarcastic remarks, Han Mingming felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. He wished to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. His face burned, as if every one of Wu Yong's comments were slaps upon his cheek. "Enough, you two, stop arguing." Lu Gingxing observed the students retreating one by one, feeling increasingly vexed. "Let us move on." Lu Xing cast a glance at the swarm of fire ants. Although he did not comprehend the cause of such a phenomenon, it was not his concern. His priority was to continue deeper into the volcanic canyon. The trio journeyed for over half an hour once more. Just as they were preparing to rest, suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed. The ground trembled violently. Lu Xing peered into the distance, where clouds of dust billowed. Amidst the haze, a colossal creature approached them. Chapter 66. Confrontation with the Crimson Flame Anteater. Lu Xing. "What is that?" Lu Xiaoming gasped, her eyes widening in terror. A massive four-legged beast ambled toward them at a leisurely pace. The creature's weight was imposing, each step resonating with a dull thud upon the earth. "It is the Crimson Flame Anteater." "The Crimson Flame Anteater?" "Yes, you must be cautious. This creature possesses formidable strength." Lu Xing, endowed with the system's eye, discerned the attributes of the Crimson Flame Anteater in an instant. Crimson Flame Anteater. Attribute: fire, gender, level, silver tier 3, qualification, skills, flame armor, tongue whip, sharp claws. No wonder the fire ants were fleeing. The Crimson Flame Anteater is the natural predator of the fire ants. Before him stood the Crimson Flame Anteater, its body cloaked in a thick layer of red scales, which provided unparalleled defense against the fire ants. Unable to breach the anteater's formidable defenses, the fire ants could only capitulate in its presence. It became clear that this creature was the source of their chaos. The Crimson Anteater ambled leisurely, its pink tongue flicking in and out with a languid grace. Despite its seemingly relaxed demeanor, disappointment was etched across its face, a testament to its failed hunt due to the escape of the fire ants. Serendipitously, the Crimson Anteater lifted its head and surveyed its surroundings, only to discover Lu Xing and his companions. Instantly, its eyes sparkled with renewed vigor as it charged toward them. "Goodness!" Su Peng exclaimed upon seeing the creature barreling towards them, unable to suppress an expletive. "This beast isn't considering us as prey, is it? Why on earth would a Crimson Anteater, instead of pursuing fire ants, view us as its quarry? This is utterly misguided. Lu Xing, we must flee," Su Peng shouted, already bracing himself for a hasty retreat, for the aura emanating from the Crimson Anteater suggested it was far beyond their means to confront. "Run? Why should we run?" Upon discerning the attributes of the Crimson Anteater, Lu Xing resolved to stand his ground. Arise, Cerberus of Hell. He summoned the Hellhound into existence. The moment the Hellhound manifested, gasps of astonishment erupted from the assembled instructors before the electronic screen, including a moment of surprise from Principal Lu Gingxing. Although he was aware that the Hellhound had evolved from Lu Xing's Black Wolf, its presence still startled him. Cerberus of Hell, charge forth and unleash your rending claw. With Lu Xing's command, the Hellhound surged toward the Crimson Anteater. Why not utilize a ranged attack? Wu Yong remarked, frustration lacing his tone as he observed Lu Xing's directive. He had previously battled the Crimson Anteater and knew its offensive capabilities were not particularly fearsome. However, it possessed an exceedingly formidable trait, its defensive prowess. Wu Yong recalled his own encounter with the creature, his concern for Lu Xing mounting. Haha, Han Mingming smirked with a hint of malice. You're in for a rough time, kid. He was well aware of the Crimson Anteater's dreadful skill known as Flame Armor. Flame Armor, upon activation, one's entire body ignites in searing flames, inflicting burns upon any adversary that dares to attack. This inferno also serves as a formidable shield, mitigating a considerable amount of damage. This flame armor is indeed the nightmare of all melee beast tamers. In no time, the Hellhound dashed towards the Crimson Flame Anteater. The two beasts clashed fiercely. The Hellhound leapt high into the air, its sharp claws glinting ominously, as it aimed a vicious strike at the Crimson Flame Anteater. Sensing imminent danger, the Anteater erupted in flames, engulfing its form in an inferno. The Hellhound's assault was already in motion, akin to an arrow drawn taut, ready to be released. Clang! The Hellhound's razor-sharp claws scraped against the Anteater's scaled armor, producing a sound reminiscent of metal colliding. As they brushed past each other, the claws left only faint marks on the Anteater's robust hide. Such thick armor. Lu Xing was well aware of his Hellhound's prowess. Its claws could effortlessly pierce through steel. Yet, he was astonished to see it inflict merely a trivial amount of damage on the Anteater. Huh. Lu Gingxing, watching from the electronic screen, exhibited a flicker of surprise on his face. What is happening? He was astonished to discover that the Hellhound, after enduring the retaliatory flames of the Anteater's armor, emerged unscathed. Was it merely coincidence? Just as Lu Xing pondered this, Han Mingming's expression darkened. What is going on? He had presumed that after this maneuver, the Hellhound would suffer burns from the Anteater's flame armor. In such circumstances, if the Hellhound were indeed scorched, Lu Xing would have no path but to face defeat. However, to his astonishment, the Hellhound remained entirely unharmed. Observing the Hellhound before him, Lu Xing felt a surge of joy within. The ability to devour flames is truly formidable. Indeed, Lu Xing's Hellhound evaded the burns from the Crimson Flame Anteater's flame armor solely due to its Flame Devour skill. This Flame Devour skill is the nemesis of all fire-based attacks. Hellhound, unleash Shadow Ball. Since physical assaults had proven ineffective, it was time to resort to magical strikes. The two heads of the Hellhound lifted simultaneously, gathering immense black energy spheres before its maw. Boom, boom. The two colossal shadow balls shot forth in an instant, hurtling towards the Crimson Flame Anteater with relentless force. The Hellhound and the Crimson Anteater were in close proximity, leaving the latter with no opportunity to evade. Crash, crash. Two shadow orbs struck the Crimson Anteater, the tremendous force sending it reeling backward. How formidable! Su Pang, witnessing the battle between Lu Xing's Hellhound and the Crimson Anteater, had once believed that the gap between him and Lu Xing had significantly narrowed after considerable effort. To his astonishment, the disparity had only widened. Suddenly, memories of his father urging him to befriend Lu Xing surfaced in his mind. His father truly possessed foresight. Su Pang murmured softly, his fists instinctively clenching as a resolute decision formed in his heart. He must strive diligently, or he would be left far behind by Lu Xing. Chapter 67. Learning Flame Armor Hellhound. Deliver the final blow. Utilize Flame Slash. Lu Xing commanded the Hellhound. Understanding the directive, the Hellhound swung its sharp claws forward, unleashing a massive blade of flames toward the Crimson Anteater. Having just endured two shadow orbs, the Crimson Anteater lay on the ground, struggling to rise. Still dazed from the previous attack, when the Hellhound's Flame Slash struck. Boom. The Flame Slash collided with the Crimson Anteater, swiftly ending its life. The unfortunate creature fell, its expression one of bitter resignation. Victory! That insufferable brat actually triumphed. Han Mingming's lips twitched in disbelief. The instructors were equally astonished. Even the second-year students could hardly achieve such a feat. Lu Xing had accomplished the unimaginable. Remarkable. Lu Xing, you are truly impressive. Su Peng couldn't help but flatter Lu Xing mediocre. Mediocre. Third in the world. Besides Su Peng, Lu Xiaoming looked at Lu Xing with newfound admiration. Her eyes sparkling with stars, and her heart brimming with pride. This man, Lu Xing, was hers, the man she had chosen. The more powerful he became, the more radiant her own countenance shone. The hellhound dashed toward the crimson anteater, extending its sharp claws to viciously strike at the creature's heart. The anteater's abdomen, covered in white scales, was particularly vulnerable. Confronted by the razor-sharp claws of the infernal two-headed hound, the feeble abdomen of the crimson flame anteater was utterly defenseless. The two-headed hound extracted a colossal crimson crystal from the belly of the anteater. It was a beast crystal. Han Mingming in the monitoring room could not help but exclaim in astonishment. He had not anticipated that this crimson flame anteater possessed a beast crystal. Truly, this creature was fortunate. The two-headed hound approached Lu Xing, presenting the beast crystal to him. Gazing at the crystal, which was roughly the size of a fist, Lu Xing began to ponder. Should he allow the two-headed hound to consume it? After considerable contemplation, he made a decisive choice. He would let it consume the crystal. His two-headed hound already possessed various offensive capabilities, yet it lacked a means of defense. The flame armor, once activated, would envelop the hound in a fiery shield, capable of scorching attackers while also withstanding a degree of assault. Come, two-headed hound, consume it, Lu Xing instructed, tossing the beast crystal to the creature. The two-headed hound opened its mouth wide, swallowing the beast crystal whole. Ding dong. It was detected that the two-headed hound had consumed the beast crystal of the crimson flame anteater. Please select a skill from the following options: flame armor, whip tongue, sharp claws. Flame armor. Lu Xing promptly chose the flame armor skill, dismissing the whip tongue and sharp claws as worthless. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. Your two-headed hound has learned the flame armor skill. As the system notification echoed, Lu Xing suddenly noticed a radiant red glow enveloping his two-headed hound. Before long, the creature was completely shrouded in flames. It is indeed the flame armor. Han Mingming stood frozen in disbelief, his mind swirling in confusion. What was happening? How could this be? This young man was incredibly lucky. The probability of a beast producing a beast crystal was exceptionally low, and using a beast crystal typically resulted in randomly acquiring the skills contained within. Lu Xing not only obtained the beast crystal from the crimson flame anteater, but also enabled his two-headed hound to learn the flame armor skill, a source of great pride for the anteater. Lu Xing, well done. Wu Yong's face was also alight with excitement, and he cast a proud glance at the mentor beside him. As usual, the students he recruited were almost the lowest of the low. However, this time, Lu Xing allowed him to hold his head high. He yearned to tell the other mentors, "Do you see? This is Lu Xing, the student I brought to Jiangnan Beast Taming University." On Lu Xing's side, Su Peng swallowed hard. Just be honest. Are you the illegitimate child of the goddess of fortune? With such extraordinary luck, why not just buy a lottery ticket? You could win billions and retire comfortably. Lu Xing shot Su Peng a glance of disdain. He too wished to retire and enjoy life, but reality simply would not permit it. Although the nation appeared stable and peaceful at the moment, Lu Xing sensed that something monumental was on the horizon. Therefore, he needed to grow rapidly before the impending event. Only then could he protect his loved ones. With that thought, Lu Xing instinctively glanced at Su Peng and Lu Xiaoming beside him. In this world, Lu Xing had no family. The only ones he held dear were these two companions. For their sake, he resolved to strive diligently. Let us go. Where to? You mentioned you were hungry. Yes. Then I'll treat you to barbecue. Huh. Su Peng furrowed his brow, puzzled by Lu Xing's words. What happened next shattered all expectations. Lu Xing pulled out several metal skewers and a sharp dagger from his backpack, along with a few bottles of seasoning. He took the dagger and sliced off chunks of meat from the blazing anteater, skewering them onto the metal sticks. Upon witnessing this, Su Peng was suddenly enlightened. Lu Xing, you plan to roast the meat of the blazing anteater, but we have no fire. Is there a way to cook this meat? Su Peng instinctively shivered as a thought struck him. Lu Xing, I must inform you, although I, Su Peng, love to eat, I do not consume raw food. He certainly did not wish to become a savage. Who said you needed to eat it raw? Lu Xing shot Su Peng another glance. Hellish Cerberus, use flame armor. Flame armor? Even Su Peng, though not the brightest, quickly grasped the implication. Observing the flames engulfing the hellish Cerberus, he promptly told Lu Xing, "You've worked hard all day. Let me take care of the roasting. Rest assured, I will prepare it perfectly. Leave it to you?" Lu Xing regarded Su Peng. "All right, but make sure you take it seriously. I must inform you, should it become charred, that portion shall belong to you." "No problem." Su Peng, a true gourmand, naturally excels in the culinary arts. Lu Xing entrusted the task of barbecuing to Su Peng with utmost confidence. Chapter 68, The Heart of the Earth's Flame. Meanwhile, he engaged in casual conversation with Lu Xiaoming. The scene unfolding on Lu Xing's side did not escape the watchful eyes of the teachers, who could not help but witness their lips twitch uncontrollably. Such a waste. Such a waste. To utilize the splendid skill of flame armor for barbecuing was beyond the imagination of all the instructors. The intriguing aspect was that Lu Xing's hellhound seemed to possess a remarkable control over fire, adeptly regulating the intensity of the flame armor's flames. "Hellhound, do your best. In a moment, I shall reward you with a grand skewer." Su Peng encouraged the creature while diligently working. "Principal, shall we observe the other students?" Han Mingming remarked, somewhat exasperated by Lu Xing's unorthodox endeavors. "All right." The principal himself found Lu Xing's antics increasingly intolerable. Su Peng hummed a tune, fervently grilling the meat. Before long, he presented several skewers of delectable barbecue to Lu Xing and Lu Xiaoming. "Thank you." Lu Xiaoming beamed a sweet smile at Su Peng. "No worries, take your time eating. I'll prepare a bit more." Whenever food was involved, Su Peng was always energized, tirelessly immersing himself in the task. After relishing the barbecued meat, the trio continued their journey. Feeling rejuvenated, with their appetites satisfied, Su Peng ceased his complaints, and the three moved forward with vigor until they reached a volcanic area. "It's so hot." Su Peng was drenched in sweat, his clothes thoroughly soaked. Lu Xiaoming was in a similar predicament. They both turned to Lu Xing, only to be astonished to find him unaffected, as if nothing were amiss. What a beast! They marveled, noting that despite their discomfort, Lu Xing had not broken a single sweat. "What's the matter with you?" Lu Xing noticed their unwavering gaze upon him. Su Peng, unable to contain himself, retorted, "Lu Xing, if we hadn't known each other for so many years, I might just think of you as a walking beast." Lu Xing shot him a glance of disdain. "You're the beast here. How do you explain that you haven't perspired at all? It's so sweltering. Yet you remain dry. This defies logic." Su Peng's words momentarily stunned Lu Xing. However, Lu Xing, remarkably astute, swiftly discerned the crux of the matter. "It appears that the fiery abilities of the Black Wolf Hound have also affected me. The bond between a beast master and their beast is symbiotic, each enhancing the other." Suddenly, amidst the trio's conversation, the ground around them began to tremble violently. "What on earth is happening?" Su Peng exclaimed in shock, casting a bewildered glance around. Lu Xing quickly identified the anomaly. "Look over there." He pointed towards a nearby area. It was a volcanic region, where countless crimson streams of lava roiled, producing massive bubbles that burst forth. A thick plume of black smoke surged from the molten depths. Could this volcano be on the verge of eruption? A chilling thought crossed Lu Xing's mind, and the moment it did, he became acutely alert. "We must leave at once." Lu Xing resolved to escort Su Peng and Lu Xiaoming away from this perilous locale. Just as he prepared to depart, a dazzling flash emanated from the lava nearby. Lu Xing turned his gaze towards the brilliance, only to behold a small flame flickering quietly. "What is that?" Su Peng gasped in astonishment. "It is the heart of magma." In the control room, a voice suddenly exclaimed. It was none other than Han Mingming. He could scarcely believe he had encountered the heart of magma here. This heart of magma is a form of celestial fire, a treasure of the earth and sky. What is celestial fire? It is a rare and coveted resource, sought after but seldom found. Han Mingming's eyes gleamed with fervor. As a golden ninth order beastmaster, he had been stuck at this level for many years. His most formidable beast was a flame lion, his initial companion. If he could obtain this heart of magma and allow his flame lion to consume it, Han Mingming believed his beast would swiftly break through, advancing from golden ninth order to platinum first order. At that moment, he too would ascend to the ranks of platinum-level powerhouses. With this thought, Han Mingming involuntarily glanced at Wu Yong, who stood not far away. "Humph," Han Mingming scoffed. "I shall see what you rotund fool, possess to contest with me then." Wu Yong and Han Mingming had known each other for many years, engaging in countless rivalries. Unfortunately, Their strengths had always been closely matched, rendering them unable to best one another. Now that Han Mingming had glimpsed an opportunity for advancement, he could not afford to let it slip away. As Han Mingming took advantage of the mentor's attention being focused on the electronic screen, he stealthily departed the surveillance room. Unbeknownst to him, as soon as he stepped out, another figure followed closely behind. On Lu Xing's side, he addressed Lu Xiaoming and Su Peng. The volcano here is about to erupt. You two must leave quickly. What about you? Lu Xiaoming inquired with concern. Do not worry about me. I am going to retrieve that item. Lu Xing pointed towards the distant magma core, a treasure of heaven and earth. Since it had appeared before him, it was undoubtedly his opportunity. Rest assured, I have the Thunder Eagle. Even if the volcano erupts, I can escape in time. Lu Xing refrained from mentioning that his Cerberus possessed the ability to consume fire, rendering it immune to fire-based attacks. In the presence of the Cerberus, the volcano was virtually inconsequential. All right, just stay safe, Lu Xiaoming replied, no longer hesitating. She and Su Peng hastened toward the foot of the mountain. Cerberus, let us go. Lu Xing mounted the back of the Cerberus, racing swiftly towards the magma core. The Cerberus moved with remarkable speed, and before long, they arrived at the magma core's vicinity. This fire-consuming ability is indeed formidable, Lu Xing murmured to himself. The Cerberus, endowed with the ability to consume fire, could traverse the magma as if it were walking on solid ground. Cerberus, devour that magma core. At Lu Xing's command, the Cerberus prepared to charge towards the magma core. Suddenly, from the previously tranquil magma, a colossal creature emerged. As the immense being appeared, it opened its enormous maw and let out a deafening roar towards Lu Xing. It was the Flame King Serpent. With his system eye, Lu Xing instantly recognized the creature before him. Flame King Serpent. Attribute: Fire. Gender: Level: Silver Tier 3. Talent: Skills: Flame Jet, Summon Fire Serpents. Death Entwined, is that all? Lu Xing mused, realizing that the secret realm he had entered was merely a low-level one. The Flame King Serpent was indeed the strongest entity here, yet it paled in comparison to the Cerberus. After days of training and combat, Lu Xing's Cerberus had already advanced to Silver Tier 2. Despite being slightly weaker than the Inferno Serpent, Lu Xing's Hellhound possessed the unique ability of Flame Devourer, a formidable adversary to all fire attribute beasts. Thunder Eagle. Lu Xing swiftly summoned the Thunder Eagle, leaping onto its back. Leave that creature to you. He dismounted from the Hellhound, ensuring it could engage in battle without distraction. Aware of Lu Xing's presence on the Thunder Eagle, the Hellhound launched its attack on the Inferno Serpent. The Inferno Serpent, feeling its dignity affronted by the audacity of the Hellhound charging toward it, roared in defiance. Here, it was the Sovereign. With a mighty opening of its jaws, a searing flame erupted forth. Boom! The intense blaze struck the Hellhound, yet, astonishingly, it seemed to have no effect. Rather, the Hellhound appeared invigorated by the encounter. The Inferno Serpent, bewildered, had never encountered such a phenomenon. In the midst of its confusion, the Hellhound surged forward, brandishing its sharp claws for a devastating strike. Rending claw. Boom. Taken by surprise, the Inferno Serpent was directly hit, sent hurtling backward over 10 meters. Nevertheless, the Inferno Serpent, resilient as ever, quickly regained its composure and propelled itself towards the Hellhound. I fear you not, the Hellhound declared as it activated Shadow Assault. In an instant, it dashed forward, seemingly vanishing into thin air. The Inferno Serpent stood frozen, unable to comprehend that the Hellhound had disappeared from its view. By the time it realized, the Hellhound had circled behind it, delivering another crushing blow to its back. Boom! The Inferno Serpent was once again sent flying. After being propelled over 10 meters, it struggled to rise, battered and bruised, pain etched across its face. Such a pity. The Flame King Serpent is a fire attribute beast, possessing a certain degree of resistance against fire-based attacks. Consequently, Lu Xing refrained from commanding the Hellhound to employ fire techniques against it, opting instead for a close combat approach. If only my Hellhound were adept in water-based techniques, he mused. However, Lu Xing was acutely aware that such a notion was merely a fanciful desire. The Hellhound, being a hybrid of dark and fire attributes, would find it nearly impossible to master water techniques. Suddenly, a thought struck Lu Xing. Wasn't there a water attribute beast at his disposal? Indeed, the spirit water tortoise. Yet, he swiftly dismissed the idea of summoning the tortoise. Given the pervasive lava surrounding them, Even with its remarkable healing abilities, it risked becoming a charred shell. Moreover, Lu Xing recalled that although the spirit water tortoise was a water attribute beast, it had yet to learn a single water technique. It seemed this battle had not been devoid of gains. It had illuminated his shortcomings. He resolved to seek a water attribute magical beast core upon his return, intending to empower his tortoise with a formidable water skill. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Lu Xing, the Flame King's serpent had managed to climb onto the Hellhound, ensnaring it in a deadly embrace, attempting to suffocate the creature. Unfortunately for the serpent, it had chosen the wrong target. The Hellhound stomped fiercely, igniting its entire body in searing flames, its flame armor. The intensity of the flames surpassed even that of the surrounding lava. Despite the Flame King Serpent's partial immunity to fire, it was still scorched by the Hellhound's fiery defense. Realizing its peril, the serpent promptly released its grip on the Hellhound. As soon as it did, the Hellhound sprang into action, bearing its gaping maw lined with sharp fangs, which glimmered with a violet hue as it lunged at the Flame King Serpent. Poisonous bite. There was a sharp crack as the Hellhound's fangs pierced the serpent's flesh with the ease of a hot knife slicing through butter. The Flame King Serpent let out a mournful cry, thrashing violently in response. As it struggled, the Hellhound tightened its grip with increasing ferocity. Soon, the Flame King Serpent exhausted all its strength and collapsed, succumbing to its precious life. The Hellhound released its hold on the serpent and raised its head high, posturing as a victor. Enough of your bravado, Hellhound. Quickly consume the Earth Lava Heart. At this, the Hellhound nodded and moved toward the Earth Lava Heart. Just as it was about to devour the heart, a commanding voice rang out, "Stop! Ignore him, Hellhound! Swallow the Earth Lava Heart." Lu Xing would not allow anyone to thwart his plans. To preclude any complications, he directly ordered the Hellhound to ingest the heart. You seek your own demise. Upon witnessing the Hellhound consume the Earth Lava Heart, the onlooker's expression twisted into a mask of rage, a terrifying aura emanating from him. Ah, isn't this Han Mingming? Lu Xing turned to see a portly figure riding a flying beast not far above. Han Mingming clenched his teeth, his face quivering with fury, rendered speechless by Lu Xing's actions. That was the Earth Lava Heart, his chance for advancement, now ruined by Lu Xing. Chapter 70. The Battle of Wu Yong and Han Mingming. You shall pay for this. Han Mingming, consumed by rage, completely forgot his role as a mentor and prepared to strike Lu Xing. It is a grievous offense in Huaxiao for a mentor to harm a student. Mighty Eagle, unleash your wind blades. Eliminate this wretched boy. Blinded by fury, Han Mingming launched an attack on Lu Xing. With a powerful flap of its wings, the mighty eagle sent forth two sharp wind blades hurtling towards Lu Xing. Thunder Eagle, evade. A thunderous boom resounded. The Thunder Eagle appeared to the right, dodging the attack with a flash of lightning. That was close. A flicker of relief crossed Lu Xing's face. Had Han Mingming's mighty eagle possessed greater power, he might not have survived this encounter. In Lu Xing's mind, the attributes of the mighty eagle surfaced. Mighty Eagle. Attributes, wind. Fighting, gender. Level, golden second tier. Talent, A. Skills learned. Wind blade. Eagle claw, peck. A golden second tier mighty eagle. It appears that this robust eagle serves merely as a means of transportation for Han Mingming, who has not invested much in its training. As a beast master of the golden ninth tier, Han Mingming's lack of cultivation efforts is evident to Lu Xing, who possesses the system's eye. Logically, one would expect such a strong eagle to be of golden ninth tier, yet it only demonstrates the strength of a golden second tier creature. This discrepancy can only be attributed to Han Mingming's insufficient nurturing of the beast. As previously mentioned, cultivating a beast is a challenging and intricate endeavor, as these creatures possess emotions akin to those of humans. Other beast masters, in addition to providing their beasts with various precious resources, also engage them in specialized training. Such training must occur on a one-on-one basis, as it is exceedingly strenuous. Without the constant oversight of the beastmaster, the beast may instinctively slack off, resulting in subpar training outcomes and consequently sluggish advancement in strength. This is part of the reason why Lu Xiaoming and others envy Lu Xing, whose beasts exhibit remarkable self-discipline. Not only do they diligently complete their training independently, but they sometimes even request additional practice from Lu Xing. Of course, Lu Xing spares no expense in providing his beasts with premium food to aid in their development. Unexpectedly, Han Mingming's expression shifted to one of surprise, but it was quickly replaced by a cruel smile. I wonder if you can evade this. Robust eagle, utilize your talents. Upon hearing this command, the eagle flapped its wings vigorously, transforming into a streak of light as it surged toward Lu Xing. Not good, Thunder Eagle, flee. Lu Xing was acutely aware that he was no match for Han Mingming. The Thunder Eagle was only at silver second tier, and facing a golden second tier robust eagle, even one regarded as Han Mingming's weakest beast, was beyond Lu Xing's capabilities. Thus, he and Han Mingming entered a chase, with Lu Xing fleeing ahead and Han Mingming in pursuit. Although the Thunder Eagle was swift, the robust eagle was even faster, given its superior strength. As Han Mingming's robust eagle closed in on Lu Xing, an unexpected fiery onslaught erupted. Fire Cloud Sparrow, unleash your flames. A torrent of searing fire suddenly shot toward Han Mingming. Watch out, robust eagle, evade. Han Mingming, mounted on the robust eagle, managed to dodge the sudden inferno. He glared furiously at the assailant, only to find a portly figure not far away, wearing small spectacles and perpetually adorned with a benign smile. The nearly bald head of hair danced chaotically in the wind. It was Mentor Wu Yong. Lu Xing recognized the individual who had come to his aid. Simultaneously, he noted that Mentor Wu Yong possessed considerable strength. Fire Cloud Sparrow, attributes, fire, wind, gender. Level, golden 5th stage, talent. A. Learned skills, flame jet, cloud flash. Peck. Wu Yong's Fire Cloud Sparrow was significantly more powerful than Han Mingming's. Wu Yong, it's you again. Why must you always thwart my plans? Han Mingming exclaimed. That is because I wish to guide you back to the right path and prevent you from making further mistakes, Wu Yong responded. Mistakes? What have I done wrong? Han Mingming remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Han Mingming, do you not realize that as a mentor at Jiangnan Beast Taming University, to attack your own students without cause is a grave offense? Wu Yong's words jolted Han Mingming into awareness. A sudden chill ran down Han Mingming's spine as he began to comprehend the terrifying implications. He looked at Wu Yong, who was smiling, causing a sense of unease to creep over him. Little did Han Mingming know that Wu Yong was inwardly elated. After years of rivalry, despite Han Mingming's numerous misdeeds, he had always managed to act with such cunning that even when Wu Yong suspected him, he could never bring him to justice. However, the circumstances had changed. Han Mingming had attacked Lu Xing in plain sight. It was nearly impossible for him to justify his actions now. Realizing this, Han Mingming's expression shifted dramatically, a look of resolve flashing across his face. Damn it, I'll kill you all, and then leave Jiangnan City. Though Lu Gingxing was formidable, as the principal of the institution, he had many responsibilities to attend to. Han Mingming believed Lu Gingxing would not pursue him simply for the sake of Wu Yong. Additionally, Han Mingming had previously been in contact with a certain organization. He was confident that if he joined that organization, even if Lu Gingxing sought to hunt him down, he could evade such pursuits under their protection. With this thought, Han Mingming swiftly began to chant a spell. Come forth, my old companion. A massive flaming lion materialized before the onlookers. Oh, so you wish to engage? Very well, I shall indulge you. Wu Yong also began to chant, summoning forth a colossal deep-water python from the magical array. Roar. Huh. The flaming lion and the deep-water python both let out a deafening roar, shaking the very air around them. The power of sound waves unexpectedly stirred a fierce wind, sweeping dust into the air. Before the two colossal creatures, Lu Xing, despite his mental preparation, felt a surge of fear. Is this truly the might of a 9th-tier beastmaster? Remarkable indeed. Although Lu Xing stood at a considerable distance from the two beasts, he could still sense the terrifying aura they emanated. Han Mingming, are you certain you wish to engage? Wu Yong's smile faded, replaced by a solemn expression. If I were in your position, I would opt for surrender, as long as you sincerely repent and acknowledge your mistakes. Claiming that you were momentarily blinded by folly, I believe the school would not impose severe consequences, perhaps just a minor punishment. Humph. Han Mingming scoffed. Enough of your babble. Fat fool. Let us fight. Chapter 71. Han Mingming's escape. Since you are so obstinate, I shall have to take action. Wu Yong's expression hardened, for he recognized Han Mingming's formidable strength and dared not be careless. Deep Water Python, unleash Water Jet. At the command, the Deep Water Python opened its massive jaws, projecting a thick column of water towards the Flame Lion. Well done, Han Mingming shouted. Flame Lion, employ Blazing Pillar. The Flame Lion stomped fiercely, causing the ground to fracture instantly as a searing pillar of flame erupted from below. Boom. The water jet collided with the blazing pillar, resulting in a cancellation of their powers. A thick mist enveloped the battlefield. Whoosh! A shadow suddenly emerged from the fog. It was the Flame Lion, charging towards the deep water python, intent on close combat. Deep water python, execute deadly whip. The deep water python responded with a swift sweep of its tail toward the Flame Lion. Flame Lion, use rending claw. The Flame Lion revealed its sharp claws, glinting menacingly, as it lunged at the python's tail. Crash! Another deafening sound echoed. The deep water python's tail rebounded from the impact, while the Flame Lion was propelled backward by the tremendous force. The Flame Lion skidded across the ground for quite a distance, carving a deep trench in its wake. I never expected you to be so formidable, Han Mingming lamented, a sense of unwillingness creeping into his heart. Regarding diligence, Han Mingming introspected, believing himself to exert far more effort than Wu Yong. In his perspective, Wu Yong was either indulging in leisure activities or en route to engage in them. Alas, Han Mingming remained oblivious to the unseen endeavors Wu Yong undertook behind the scenes. Are you certain you wish to continue? Wu Yong squinted, his words laced with an underlying implication. Indeed, at this moment, Lu Gingxing had already discerned the unfolding situation and was hastening towards them, implying that further delays would render Han Mingming helplessly ensnared. Wu Yong, you scoundrel, just wait. Han Mingming gritted his teeth and swiftly mounted his formidable eagle, departing with haste. Where do you think you're going? Lu Xing prepared to intercept on his lightning eagle, yet was halted by Wu Yong. Teacher, Lu Xing inquired, perplexed by Wu Yong's actions. Allowing Han Mingming to escape seemed akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. However, Wu Yong merely smirked coldly. Release a tiger back into the mountains? Isn't that precisely the plan? Upon discovering Han Mingming's connection to the Salvation Sect, Wu Yong devised a strategy to deliberately let Han Mingming flee, using him as bait to lure out the pests of the Salvation Sect, subsequently ensnaring them all in one fell swoop. Wu Yong. Just as Wu Yong reveled in his scheming, a familiar voice resounded, authoritative and tinged with ire. Wu Yong turned to the side, witnessing Lu Gingxing atop a crimson fire dragon. It was the Scarlet Flame Dragon. Lu Xing glanced at the fire dragon, instantly identifying its attributes. Scarlet Flame Dragon, attribute, fire, dragon, gender, level, Diamond 2, qualification, A, skills learned, Dragon Breath, Dragon Flight, Wing Slash. Dragon Dive, a Diamond 2 beast, and a true dragon at that. Regrettably, its qualification was only A. Had its qualification been slightly higher, perhaps it would not have been confined to such a level. Wu Yong, where is that fellow Han Mingming? Lu Gingxing's face darkened, feeling the sting of humiliation. As the president of Jiangnan Beastmaster University, he had been publicly slapped by Han Mingming. Indeed, Han Mingming's actions against Lu Xing were a direct challenge to Lu Gingxing's authority. He has escaped. What? Escaped? Lu Gingxing appeared somewhat taken aback. Wu Yong's prowess was comparable to that of Han Mingming. Should Han Mingming choose to depart, Wu Yong, even if unable to vanquish him, could certainly allow his presence. Wu Yong, you would do well to offer me a reasonable explanation. At these words, a faint smirk played upon Wu Yong's lips, revealing a trace of cold amusement. Principal, step aside with me. There are pressing matters I must discuss with you. Very well. Lu Gingxing had known Wu Yong for several years and understood that he was not one to speak without purpose. As Lu Gingxing and Wu Yong engaged in hushed conversation, Lu Xing did not linger. Since the other party wished to keep him uninformed, he too had no desire to listen. Mounted upon his Thunder Eagle, Lu Xing set forth towards the direction of the Hellhound. He pondered the current state of the Hellhound, with whom he had forged a soul contract. Lu Xing sensed that the Hellhound's strength had seemingly increased. Arriving at the location he had just vacated, Lu Xing gazed down, only to behold a colossal beast standing amidst the magma below. The beast, initially in repose, seemed to sense Lu Xing's arrival and promptly opened its eyes. Is this truly my Hellhound? Lu Xing observed that his Hellhound, once entirely black, now bore a striking red and black hue, its body ablaze with intense flames. The creature's two heads, once black, now featured one that had transformed into a deep crimson. Suddenly, the red head of the Hellhound opened its jaws, releasing a torrent of searing flames that struck a nearby rock, resulting in a tremendous explosion. Debris flew in all directions, and smoke billowed forth. With a powerful leap, the Hellhound sprang from the magma to a nearby platform. Thunder Eagle, let us descend. Lu Xing felt an intimate connection with the Hellhound. providing him with assurance that it would not turn against him. Approaching the Hellhound, he remarked, "It seems you have grown even stronger." Hellhound, attributes, evil. Fire, gender. Level, silver tier 4. Talent, SS, skills acquired. Tier, bite, venomous fangs, shadow strike, flame devour, flame slash, shadow sphere, flame armor. Flame breath, after consuming the heart of magma, the Hellhound experienced a modest increase in strength. Furthermore, Lu Xing was astonished to discover that the Hellhound's mastery over fire had seemingly ascended to a new level. Despite the previous Hellhound being primarily characterized by its malevolent attributes, with fire merely as a supplementary element, the flames have now attained a parity with the evil essence. The two attributes no longer conflict, achieving a harmonious equilibrium. Chapter 72. Reward, Magic Crystal Core Lu Xing. Lu Xing. Two voices echoed from a distance. Lu Xing turned to see Su Peng and Lu Xiaoming, both enthusiastically waving at him. "Hellhound, let us depart." With that, Lu Xing sheathed his Thunder Eagle and mounted the back of the Hellhound. Following the enhancement of its powers, the Hellhound appeared to have grown significantly larger. It effortlessly leaped several times, bringing Lu Xing before Su Peng and Lu Xiaoming. "Congratulations, Lu Xing. Your Hellhound seems to have become even more formidable," Lu Xiaoming said, a broad smile illuminating her face. "Thank you." Lu Xing reciprocated with a smile and a nod. "Oh, enough of this." Su Peng sensed the atmosphere was amiss. Just as Lu Xing and Lu Xiaoming were poised to engage in a heartfelt conversation, Su Peng interrupted. He had no desire to be the third wheel, especially in the wilderness where dangers lurked, rendering it an unsuitable venue for nostalgic reminiscing. As the trio prepared to continue their dialogue, two figures soared into view from afar. Lu Xing and the others looked up to find Wu Yong and Lu Gengxing approaching. "Lu Xing, you performed remarkably well this time. Now, I declare the trial concluded. Please follow me back," announced Principal Lu Gengxing. The students had been besieged by a swarm of fire ants, resulting in near-total devastation. Coupled with the incident involving Han Mingming's defection, Lu Gengxing decided to prematurely conclude the trial. Moreover, he had pressing matters to attend to. Specifically the collaboration with Wu Yong to eradicate the Salvation Church's branch within Jiangnan City, an organization that posed a considerable threat. "I am utterly exhausted." Su Peng slumped onto the sofa. After days of trials, he felt completely drained. Now, all he desired was to recline comfortably on the sofa, motionless. Lu Xing cast a glance at Su Peng, having long since grown accustomed to such behavior. Ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell of the villa rang. Who could it be? Lu Xing furrowed his brow. "Perhaps it is Sister Ru Ming," Lu Xiaoming suggested. "Indeed," Lu Xing replied. Lu Xing approached the entrance, only to find a woman standing before him. A glance was enough for him to recognize her. She was his mentor, Xie Yuding. "Teacher Xie, what brings you here?" he inquired. Despite her role as his instructor, their interactions had been minimal. Even during class, they were seated far apart, and they had exchanged not a single word. "The principal has asked me to escort you to receive your reward," Xie Yuding replied, her tone icy, revealing no inclination to foster a closer relationship due to Lu Xing's recent achievements. Lu Xing, however, felt no resentment towards her demeanor. Everyone has their own way of living. As the elders often say, one can only change oneself, not influence others. Xie Yuding led Lu Xing to the treasure pavilion of Jiangnan Beastmaster University. With utmost respect, she presented a token to a guard stationed at the entrance. The guard casually accepted the token, casting a fleeting glance at Lu Xing before stating, "You may enter the first 3 levels and select one item of your choice. Remember, only one." The elder emphasized the last word with a cold finality. "Understood." Lu Xing nodded, stepping into the treasure pavilion. Upon activating his system I, the information of the items around him became transparent. The pavilion housed a myriad of treasures, medicinal herbs, magic crystal cores, and armor for beast companions among other items. Lu Xing moved swiftly, finishing his exploration of the first floor in no time. Alas, he sighed upon completing the level. Indeed, the real world did not mirror the novels of his past life. In those stories, protagonists often unearthed treasures in such places. Nevertheless, Lu Xing's body led him resolutely towards the second floor. With the advantage of his system I and no time constraints, he intended to explore the second level as well. To his dismay, the second floor yielded little of value. It appeared he would have to ascend to the third level. Upon reaching the third floor, he discovered an abundance of treasures. After a thorough examination, He found himself holding two items. Both were magic crystal cores from golden tier beasts. Which one should he choose? Lu Xing fell into deep contemplation, as both cores represented formidable power. In his left hand lies the water element, which contains a formidable technique known as the wave impact. Wave impact. By raising his hand, he summons a colossal wave that surges toward the enemy before him. This is a skill that affects a wide area. In his right hand is the blue dolphin's water flow impact. Water flow impact, enveloping himself in a torrent of water. He harnesses its power to launch a fierce assault against his foe. Both skills are commendable. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xing made his decision. He chose the wave impact. Lu Xing placed the magic crystal core of the water dolphin upon the table and, clutching the water element's magic crystal core, descended the stairs. After registering with the old man, Lu Xing finally exited the treasure pavilion. As Lu Xing departed, the old man could not help but murmur softly to himself, "The magic crystal core of the water element, His brow furrowed slightly. Perhaps he coveted the wave impact of the water element. However, the likelihood of mastering the wave impact is exceedingly low. With this thought, the old man shook his head in resignation. Lu Xing returned to his villa, exhaling a sigh of relief. How formidable! That elder from the treasure pavilion was truly powerful. Just the sheer pressure emanating from him was almost overwhelming for Lu Xing. Is this what the aura of a master-level expert feels like? Lu Xing had initially believed that the strongest individual at Jiangnan Beastmaster University was its president, Lu Gingxing. Little did he know there was a hidden powerhouse within the school's treasure pavilion. Is this the legendary monk sweeping the floor? Yet, what could that serious injury indicated by the system possibly mean? After a moment's contemplation, Lu Xing shook his head. The elder was not someone he could provoke at this moment. With the system at his disposal, it would be wise to act with discretion. Lu Xing believed that as long as he was not a fool, his growth was merely a matter of time. In due course, those so-called strong individuals would find themselves beneath his feet. Lu Xing, what treasure did you acquire? Su Peng asked, gnawing on a roasted pig's trotter. Oh, it's nothing much. I'm just going into seclusion for a bit. Please ensure no outsiders disturb me. Rest assured, with me around, not even a fly could enter. Su Peng declared, patting his chest and making a solemn promise to Lu Xing. Chapter 73. The Battle of Spear and Shield. Lu Xing entered the basement of his villa, where a special seclusion chamber had been constructed by the school. Upon stepping inside, he was immediately enveloped by a powerful aura of spiritual energy. Within the seclusion chamber of the villa, Jiangnan Beastmaster University had established a small gathering formation for spiritual energy. Herein lies the advantage of residing in a villa. Come forth, water spirit tortoise. Lu Xing summoned his companion. Upon its emergence, the water spirit tortoise surveyed its surroundings with a curious expression. Come, water spirit tortoise, consume this. Lu Xing presented the recently acquired water elemental crystal core to the tortoise. After sniffing the core and confirming its safety, the water spirit tortoise opened its mouth and swallowed it. Ding! Detection indicates that the host's water spirit tortoise has ingested a water elemental magic crystal core. Your water spirit tortoise will learn the following skills. Please select Tidal Wave. Raise your hand to summon a colossal wave that crashes towards the enemy. Water Ball Technique. Condense a sphere of water and hurl it at the foe. Surfing. Glide upon the water's surface, enhancing speed while navigating aquatic environments. Choosing Tidal Wave. Lu Xing recognized it as an area of effect attack skill, precisely what he required at this moment. The Water Ball Technique, being a rudimentary maneuver, did not warrant his attention. As for surfing, the water spirit tortoise was already adept at swimming, making this skill somewhat superfluous. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your water spirit tortoise has mastered Tidal Wave. At this, Lu Xing's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Indeed, obtaining skills was exhilarating. The ability to learn whatever he desired. Unlike others who faced the uncertainty of a magic crystal core akin to a lottery, hoping for something coveted but often receiving the unwanted. Imagine possessing a creature of decent potential, only to have it learn 4 inferior skills. What a source of frustration that would be. While there existed the chance for creatures to autonomously comprehend skills, such occurrences were as rare as winning the lottery. Water Spirit Tortoise, let us proceed. Lu Xing intended to take the tortoise for a rigorous training session. The potency of a creature's skills was contingent upon their proficiency. The higher the proficiency, the greater the skill's power. He stored the Water Spirit Tortoise and prepared to explore the training grounds of Jiangnan Beastmaster University. Before long, Lu Xing arrived at the training arena, scanning his surroundings in search of his target. Hey, look, isn't that him? Yes, indeed, it appears to be him. What is he doing back here? Does he intend to challenge us? The students within the training grounds, upon spotting Lu Xing, recoiled as if a mouse had encountered a cat, rendered speechless with trepidation. We should leave quickly. Curse it, this fellow possesses such formidable strength. Who could possibly be his rival? It would be wise to avoid provoking this misfortune. As Lu Xing observed the crowd scattering in disarray before him, he felt utterly bewildered. What on earth had transpired with these individuals? They were not typically like this. He scratched his head in confusion. Naturally, they were all frightened away by you. A familiar voice chimed in. Upon hearing this, Lu Xing turned to find none other than Bai Feng. Bai Feng, what say you? Are you interested in a rematch? Bai Feng immediately shook his head. Perhaps not. He was no fool. Previously, he had been no match for Lu Xing. Now, he sensed that he could not discern Lu Xing's true strength. Thus, he would not seek to provoke him. How about I step in to accompany you? Suddenly, a man appeared. He wore thick glasses and had a square face, exuding an air of reticence. Yan Guoli, Bai Feng exclaimed in surprise. He had not anticipated Yan Guoli's sudden emergence, nor his desire to challenge Lu Xing very well. Lu Xing nodded in agreement. By the way, you are aware of the rules regarding our battle, are you not? Lu Xing, possessing 3 golden swallowing beasts, was eager to explore every avenue for profit. I am aware. However, 500,000 is rather petty. Shall we wager 1 million instead? Agreed. Lu Xing acquiesced. He was not one to engage in reckless ventures. With his system, he would not embark on a battle without assurance. Silver Tier 3, is it? Lu Xing murmured softly. The two ascended to the duel platform. The instructor of the training ground promptly approached to serve as the referee. Now, let the battle commence between Lu Xing, a freshman, and Yan Guoli, a sophomore. This is a friendly exchange, and please refrain from delivering lethal blows after one side concedes. All right, I hereby declare the duel to begin. With the instructor's command, both Lu Xing and Yan Guoli simultaneously chanted their incantations. 2 magnificent arrays of magic illuminated the arena. Shortly thereafter, 2 formidable beasts manifested upon the duel platform. Lu Xing summoned a spirit water turtle, while Yan Guoli called forth a golden armored mantis. Golden armored mantis, attribute, insect. Metal, gender, level, silver tier 3, talent. A, skills, slash, cut, insect bite, fallen sky strike. Is that truly a golden armored mantis? Bai Feng could not contain his astonishment from the audience. Yan Guoli, I never imagined you had managed to contract a golden armored mantis. No wonder I hadn't seen you for some time. You must have been seeking this creature. My heavens, it is indeed a golden armored mantis. The other students in the audience gasped in astonishment. It was rumored that the golden armored mantis possessed incredible speed, making it nearly impossible to capture. Furthermore, the number of golden armored mantises was exceedingly rare. To their surprise, Senior Yin had managed to acquire one as his beast companion. Do you realize how formidable this golden armored mantis is? Did you notice those 2 enormous scythes on its chest? It is said that those scythes can effortlessly cleave through metal and stone, slicing through sheets of iron several meters long with ease. However, the truth of this claim remained uncertain. Upon hearing this, Yan Guoli adjusted his thick glasses, a hint of pride flashing across his face. He couldn't help but whisper to himself, of course it's true. Yan Guoli had paid a significant price to obtain this golden armored mantis, and he had initially planned to showcase its might for all to see. Yet, Lu Xing, this reckless youth, had dared to challenge him. Now, he felt compelled to teach Lu Xing a lesson, to make him aware of the vastness of the heavens and the depth of the earth. In the audience, Bai Feng scrutinized Lu Xing and Yan Guoli's beasts. A battle between a golden armored mantis and a spiritual water turtle? His eyes gleamed with excitement. The golden armored mantis was not only swift, but also boasted considerable offensive power. However, Lu Xing's spiritual water turtle was not without its merits, possessing a robust shell. It was a clash of spear and shield. The outcome remained uncertain. As Bai Feng pondered this, the battle between Lu Xing and Yan Guoli commenced. Golden armored mantis. Unleash your cleave. At the command, the mantis revealed its sharp scythes. With a powerful flap of its wings, it vanished from sight. When the golden armored mantis reappeared, it was right before the spiritual water turtle. Spiritual water turtle, retreat into your shell. Lu Xing swiftly commanded. The spiritual water turtle promptly withdrew its limbs and head into its shell. Clang. The sharp sides of the golden armored mantis struck against the thick armor of the spiritual water turtle, sparks flying in all directions. The mantis continued its relentless assault, delivering several swift strikes before finally pausing. Lu Xing glanced at the spiritual water turtle and noticed several white lines etched into its shell. What an impressive display of power! Truly, the golden armored mantis, with its metallic attributes, possessed one of the strongest physical attacks among all elemental types. Astonishing. The speed of this golden armored mantis is astounding. How many strikes do you think it just delivered? 7 or 8? In mere moments, the golden armored mantis had unleashed a flurry of attacks upon the spiritual water turtle. It seems that fellow is in dire straits. He deserves it. After all, who told him to be so arrogant? Someone should have dealt with him long ago. There are those who harbor discontent towards Lu Xing, for jealousy is a common affliction. They simply cannot bear to see others surpass them. Is that the case? However, Bai Feng in the audience was not like those individuals. He perceived a different facet of the situation. What is happening? Bai Feng's brows gradually furrowed. To his astonishment, the attacker was clearly the golden armored mantis, yet the spirit water turtle appeared only slightly injured, while the mantis bore more severe wounds. Golden armored mantis, what has befallen you? Yin Guoli, who had previously worn a smug smile, now found that expression replaced by concern. Young man, what kind of treachery have you employed? Yin Guoli could not help but interrogate Lu Xing. Treachery? Lu Xing shrugged dismissively. I have no need for such tactics against you, nor is it necessary. Besides, with so many witnesses present, did anyone see what I did? Upon hearing this, the crowd began to murmur in confusion. What is happening? Why is the attacker the golden armored mantis while the injured party is not the spirit water turtle, but rather the mantis itself? Is there anyone bold enough to explain? It is a counterattack. Just then, a voice rang out. The crowd turned towards the source of the sound and discovered a man standing not far away in the corner. This man, with his striking blue hair, stood there with an air of cold composure. It is Blue Sky. Someone recognized him. Wow, what is going on today? How is it that 3 members of the sophomore F4 have appeared at the training ground? Ah, it's Blue Sky. He is so handsome. Blue Sky, I adore you. Several infatuated girls could not help but wave at him. A counterattack, indeed. Yin Guoli quickly grasped the situation. He was no slouch. On the contrary, he was an academic prodigy, his eyes having become nearsighted from years of reading. He had not expected to encounter the legendary counterattack skill. The rumors suggested that this skill could reflect the opponent's damage back upon them. Today's observation confirmed as much. Yin Guoli adjusted his glasses, a glimmer of envy flashing in his eyes. Young man, you are truly fortunate. You have formed a contract with a spirit water turtle that possesses the counterattack skill. For most, the spirit water turtle is not considered a rare beast. However, possessing the counterattack skill changes everything. A spirit water turtle endowed with this skill experiences a significant enhancement in its power. Though you possess the ability of reflection, I remain unconvinced that my armored mantis cannot triumph over your aqua tortoise. As long as I persist in my assault, it is certain that your aqua tortoise will be the first to fall. Yin Guoli, having gleaned knowledge from his studies, understood that this reflection skill could rebound 30 points of damage to the opponent. This implies that the aqua tortoise would suffer the greater injury. Armored mantis, unleash your cleaving strike. The armored mantis responded to the command, swiftly wielding its sharp scythe against the aqua tortoise. However, after a series of relentless strikes, the mantis's speed began to wane, and just as the final blow was about to descend, its body weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. What is happening? Yin Guoli's pupils began to tremble violently, as though he had witnessed a ghost. The reality before him had surpassed his comprehension. He had presumed that the relentless attacks of the armored mantis would breach the aqua tortoise's thick armor, yet the truth was that Lu Xing's aqua tortoise remained unscathed, while Yin Guoli's armored mantis teetered on the brink of defeat. Observing the unfolding situation, Lu Xing narrowed his eyes, a smile gracing his face. The sensation was utterly delightful, too delightful, in fact. Despite Yin Guoli's extensive knowledge, he had underestimated 2 crucial factors. First, Lu Xing's aqua tortoise boasted a physical rebound effect of 100%, not merely 30. Second, Lu Xing's aqua tortoise possessed a super healing ability. Given sufficient time to recuperate, it could swiftly restore itself. As the armored mantis ceased its onslaught, the aqua tortoise began to heal, its body mending under the influence of the super healing skill. The white marks left by the cleaving strikes gradually faded away. This is super healing. Yin Guoli, Ever the academic realized that he had momentarily lost his clarity amidst the chaos. Now, he regained his composure. You have utilized the core of a healing jellyfish for your aqua tortoise, enabling it to learn the super healing skill. Yan Guoli articulated his thoughts. Lu Xing, upon hearing this, remained silent, as he had been pondering how to explain the situation, only to find Yan Guoli providing a flawless elucidation. You truly are fortunate. Yan Guoli felt a twinge of jealousy towards Lu Xing. Firstly, the probability of a healing jellyfish yielding a monster core is exceedingly low. Even thousands of healing jellyfish may not produce a single core. Secondly, it is immensely challenging for one's monster to comprehend the super healing skill of the healing jellyfish. The healing jellyfish also possesses a skill that is particularly vexing, such as the nature of the soft skill. Upon mastering this ability, your beast's physique becomes notably pliable, rendering it rather vulnerable. For a gelatinous creature like the healing jellyfish, this skill poses little threat. However, for other beasts, the consequences could be dire. Chapter 75. The Slaughter of the Plump Lamb. Who would wish for their beast to be reduced to a mere puddle? It is crucial to recognize that a person can only contract a maximum of 9 beasts in their lifetime. Should one of these beasts acquire the soft skill, it would essentially become obsolete. Thus, while some may covet the extraordinary healing ability, they simultaneously harbor trepidation towards the soft skill possessed by the healing jellyfish. This scenario embodies a challenge, a coexistence of opportunity and peril. To attain superior skills, one must inevitably embrace risk. Lu Xing, however, is an exception, as he possesses a system that negates the notion of danger. Moreover, the spirit water turtle has independently grasped the super healing skill, allowing Lu Xing to utilize 4 magical beast cores on it. Having employed one during the tumultuous waves, he now has 3 opportunities remaining. Spirit water turtle, unleash your anger bite. The spirit water turtle opened its gaping maw and lunged towards the golden armored mantis. Golden armored mantis, evade swiftly. Whoosh. A sound akin to breaking air resonated. The golden armored mantis, thanks to its agile movements, vanished from the spot. This time, Lu Xing's spirit water turtle missed its mark. Phew, that was close. Yan Guoli instinctively wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He had not anticipated that engaging in battle with Lu Xing would elicit such a physical response. It had been years since he had experienced such a sensation. The pressure exerted by Lu Xing was truly formidable. The golden armored mantis began to sprint. Seek an opportunity to counterattack. At this command, the golden armored mantis flapped its wings and commenced a spiraling flight around the spirit water turtle. At that moment, it resembled a fly, incessantly circling the spirit water turtle while emitting a droning buzz. The spirit water turtle's eyes followed the golden armored mantis for several revolutions, to the point where it felt dizzy from the relentless motion. Spirit water turtle, retreat into your shell. Do not observe the mantis's maneuvers. Yan Guoli found himself momentarily at a loss for words in response to Lu Xing's actions. He never imagined that Lu Xing would resort to such underhanded tactics. What do you mean, what? Have I violated any rules? Yan Guoli felt a surge of indignation at Lu Xing's shameless behavior, yet he was rendered powerless. While Lu Xing may act without scruples, Yan Guoli could not afford to do the same. In light of this, let us deliver the final blow. Golden armored mantis, unleash the fall from grace. Yan Guoli had resolved to fight to the death, for he understood that further delay would allow the spirit water tortoise to recover from its injuries, ultimately leading to his own defeat. Whoosh! The golden armored mantis vanished from sight, only to reappear midair. With its razor-sharp sickles revealed, it flapped its wings forcefully, utilizing the acceleration of gravity to bring its gleaming blades down upon the spirit water tortoise with ferocity. Bang! The sickles struck the tortoise's shell, and a resounding crack echoed through the air as a slight fissure appeared in the tortoise's armor. Ack! The spirit water tortoise, in pain, extended its limbs from its shell. Upon witnessing this, Yan Guoli felt a surge of hope. However, the subsequent scene left him utterly astounded. The spirit water tortoise opened its gaping maw and lunged at the golden armored mantis once more. Golden armored mantis, evade. The mantis, relying on its agility, swiftly retreated in an attempt to distance itself from the tortoise. Trying to escape? Not a chance. Spirit water tortoise, unleash the tsunami surge. The tortoise raised its head, and in an instant, a towering wave over 10 meters high materialized from thin air. The wave roared as it surged towards the golden armored mantis. Golden armored mantis, move aside. Alas, The mantis was too close to the spirit water tortoise. The colossal wave, seemingly imbued with immense force, crashed down upon it with tremendous might. When the wave receded, the golden armored mantis was sent tumbling over 10 meters away, lying still on the ground, drenched and motionless. Only the trembling sickles bore witness to its continued existence. Golden armored mantis. Yin Guoli rushed toward the mantis, his heart heavy with anguish. He approached it directly and swiftly retrieved a vial of healing potion from his pocket, beginning to administer treatment. Defeated, Yin Guoli had actually lost. No one could believe their eyes. After all, Yin Guoli was one of the illustrious F4 of the second year. To this point, Lu Xing had already challenged 3 members of the F4. Now only one remained. The figure in the corner, Blue Sky. The crowd turned their eager gazes toward Blue Sky, their eyes ablaze with anticipation, hoping that Blue Sky would step up and deliver a well-deserved lesson to Lu Xing, whose arrogance had become unbearable. Yet, Blue Sky seemed to harbor no such intention. He cast a glance at Lu Xing, who also noticed Lan Tian. Their eyes met. "Young man, I hope you can strengthen yourself a bit." Lan Tian discerned the prowess of Lu Xing's spirit water turtle, a silver tier 2. Such an opponent failed to pique Lan Tian's interest, for he was currently a silver tier 5. He had no desire to engage in battle with Lu Xing, as it would be devoid of meaning. At this moment, if he were to challenge Lu Xing, victory would be hollow and defeat would be humiliating. Lu Xing was younger and weaker. If he triumphed, it would be an instance of the strong preying on the weak, inviting scorn for his lack of honor. Conversely, should he falter against Lu Xing, it would be an even greater disgrace. Thus, Lan Tian chose to depart. Lu Xing, however, did not dwell on Lan Tian's actions. He proceeded directly to the referee. "Teacher, may I have that now?" The referee was still in a daze from the recent events. He had never anticipated that Lu Xing's spirit water turtle, renowned for its formidable defense, would possess such potent skills. Had the referee known that Lu Xing's spirit water turtle had only recently comprehended the wave strike, he would have been utterly astonished. Very well. The referee handed Lu Xing 2 bank cards. One belonged to Lu Xing, while the other was a reward from Yin Guoli. Upon exiting the training ground, Lu Xing gazed at the extra bank card in his hand, a smile gracing his lips. How delightful! If only there were more individuals like this. Lu Xing felt that this endeavor was worthwhile. Not only had he gained insight into the formidable skills just acquired by the spirit water turtle, but he also possessed a bank card worth 1 million. This was a valuable resource for summoning beasts. It seemed that in times of financial need, he could indeed seek out these individuals for assistance. Little did Lu Xing know, his words sent a shiver through everyone present in the training ground. A consensus emerged among the onlookers. It was best not to provoke Lu Xing, for he was not someone they could challenge. Within the training ground, Bai Feng felt a wave of boredom wash over him. "Sai, I'm leaving." He had initially anticipated witnessing Lu Xing's defeat at the hands of Yin Guoli. Yet it was Yin Guoli who had suffered a brutal thrashing instead. Another figure clad in a black hoodie also departed, though unremarkable in appearance. His eyes were filled with a sinister gloom. Chapter 76. In search of the mocking monkey, Lu Xing returned to his villa, still savoring the recent battle. Yin Guoli's golden armored mantis was quite impressive, having managed to breach the defenses of his spirit water turtle. Lu Xing murmured softly, particularly recalling the final move of the golden armored mantis, the falling heaven strike. This technique involved a high leap, channeling all one's strength into the arms, and then, utilizing the acceleration of gravity in descent, delivering a fatal blow to the opponent. It seemed imperative to enhance the level of his spirit water tortoise. Furthermore, Lu Xing discerned a critical issue. Although his spirit water tortoise was formidable, if an adversary chose to evade it and launched an attack on Lu Xing instead, the tortoise would be rendered ineffective. It was evident that the tortoise needed to learn certain control skills. With this in mind, Lu Xing hastened to a nearby sofa and took a seat. He extended his hand and retrieved the monster bestiary resting on the coffee table. "What is this?" Lu Xing found the tome to be greasy and revolting to the touch. That glutton, Su Pang. Lu Xing clenched his teeth in frustration. It was one thing for him to eat messily, but to transfer the oil from his food onto this book was intolerable. Had Lu Xing not been in a rush, he might have sought out a new volume at the school library. Reluctantly, he opened the book and began to skim through its contents. This time, his reading was purposeful, and soon he discovered what he sought, the taunting monkey. The book described that the taunting monkey possessed a unique skill known as taunt. Taunt, a distinctive action that provokes the opponent, inciting them to attack in anger. During the taunt, only physical attacks can be executed. Intriguing. While others might regard this skill as trivial, Lu Xing perceived it as a divine technique. The combination of the taunt skill with the spiked shell and super healing could create a formidable skill system. Without hesitation, Lu Xing, equipped with a system backpack, felt no need to pack extensively. He glanced around the villa and noted that Su Pang and the others were absent, their whereabouts unknown. It appeared he would not be able to bid them farewell. Slinging a backpack from another sofa over his shoulders, an item meant for stealth, he followed the instructions in the book and arrived at the threshold of a secret realm. This realm, the tropical rainforest, was the domain of the taunting monkey. Upon presenting his credentials, Lu Xing stepped into the tropical rainforest instance. As he entered, a wave of heat rushed towards him. How sweltering! The sound did not emanate from Lu Xing, but rather from the individual behind him. Turning to glance back, Lu Xing noticed that the figure was clad in a black hoodie, scrutinizing him with a malevolent gaze. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" Upon hearing this, the man in the black hoodie was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you truly are the freshman champion. Your vigilance is indeed commendable." In response to the black-hooded man's praise, Lu Xing felt no joy, only an unsettling prick of irritation. "Spare me the pleasantries. What do you want? Just come out with it." Lu Xing was eager to locate the mocking monkey. "Very well, I shall not beat around the bush any longer. Lu Xing, I find you quite impressive. Would you consider joining our salvation sect?" He added, "Do not be hasty in your rejection. I have conducted my research on you. You are without parents, having lost them in your childhood. Currently, you lack any substantial background. Your present strength is solely attributable to your innate talent. However, do you realize that even with considerable talent, without robust support, your journey will be stunted? Do not be deceived by your current silver rank. As you progress, the rate at which you can enhance your abilities will diminish. Why is this? It is because, as you advance, the resources necessary for nurturing your beasts will become increasingly demanding. Should your resources dwindle, your growth will resemble that of a snail's crawl." At this point, the man in the black hoodie bore a confident expression, as if he could already envision Lu Xing succumbing to his persuasion. He reveled in the thought of how the organization would reward him for recruiting such a formidable member. Observing the man's gleeful demeanor, Lu Xing felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. He could not fathom the source of this individual's confidence. Were it not for the system he possessed, Lu Xing might have considered taking risks to join the Salvation Sect for a mere handful of resources. However, with the system at his disposal, as long as he refrained from recklessness, his eventual growth was merely a matter of time. "Have you finished speaking?" The man in the black hoodie frowned slightly. "Now that you've finished, it's time for you to leave." Lu Xing had not anticipated the presence of the Salvation Sect within Jiangnan Beast Taming University. Indeed, the sect proved to be far-reaching and omnipresent. Nevertheless, Lu Xing had resolved to stand in opposition to them. "Come forth, hellhounds." He swiftly formed the incantation, summoning the hellhounds into existence. Upon witnessing the formidable beasts before him, the man in the black hoodie felt a chill run down his spine. He had only been a member of the Salvation Sect for a little over a year, still merely a lowly figure within its ranks. Thus, the man in the black hoodie had not encountered much of the world. "I do not believe you truly dare to kill me. In the beast mastery realm, while the law of the jungle prevails, murder remains a criminal act under the law. Therefore, this man in the black hoodie naively assumed that Lu Xing would consider legalities and refrain from taking his life. What hesitation could there be? "Hellhound, unleash flame slash." The hellhound swung its paw with ferocity, and in an instant, a sharp blade of fire shot forth. No, the man in the black hoodie was utterly shocked. He never anticipated that Lu Xing would actually kill him. The unfolding events starkly contradicted his plans. He had intended to win Lu Xing over, hoping to gain favor with the higher-ups of the Salvation Sect, thus propelling himself to success. Little did he expect to meet his demise here. Bang! The flame slash struck the man in the black hoodie, obliterating him. As the ashes swirled around, Lu Xing coldly remarked, "In your next life, strive to be a good person. Even if you choose the path of villainy, keep your eyes wide open. Know whom you can provoke and whom you cannot. Especially, do not provoke me." The Salvation Sect? Lu Xing could not help but spit in disdain. What a ridiculous institution. Chapter 77. The Mocking Monkey King appears. Lu Xing strolled through the tropical rainforest atop the hellhound, whose considerable size allowed him to navigate even the most rugged terrain with ease. "Where's that mocking monkey?" After searching tirelessly for over an hour, Lu Xing was now in a disheveled state. Slapping his arm, he crushed a mosquito that had been feasting on him. The mosquitoes here are insufferable. Lu Xing felt a twinge of regret, wishing he had brought some mosquito repellent with him. His hands were now covered in welts. Damn it! I fear I might perish not from the heat, but from these relentless bites. The mosquitoes in the rainforest, upon spotting Lu Xing, surged towards him like famished spirits. However, these creatures, though numerous, were diminutive. Even with the hellhound employing flame slash to fend them off, it proved ineffective. A solution must be devised. What frightens mosquitoes? Fire. Lu Xing pondered swiftly. Suddenly, a light flickered in his eyes. Of course, I still have this. Lu Xing addressed the hellhound beside him, instructing, Hellhound, activate flame armor. Upon hearing this, the hellhound, albeit somewhat puzzled, complied. As the flame armor was conjured, its entire form became enveloped in flames. Observing this, Lu Xing swallowed hard and tentatively reached out towards the hellhound's fiery body. To his astonishment, he discovered that the flames were ineffective against him. Could it be that the hellhound's fire devour ability has altered my constitution? Am I now impervious to flames? Lu Xing pondered. Yet his body instinctively climbed onto the back of the hellhound. With a series of sharp sounds, the mosquitoes that had previously been a nuisance began to swarm towards them. Unlike Lu Xing, they were not immune to the hellhound's flame armor. The searing flames swiftly incinerated the mosquitoes, causing them to rain down in charred clusters. How delightful! Lu Xing wiped the sweat from his brow, the result of his exertion. At last, he found respite from the incessant mosquito attacks. As for the energy expenditure of the flame armor, he momentarily dismissed the thought, reaching into his system backpack for a box of spirit recovery pills. Each pill was valued at a staggering 100,000 yuan and would enable his beast to swiftly replenish its spiritual energy. He extracted one of the pills and administered it to his hellhound. With a mighty roar following the ingestion of the spirit recovery pill, Lu Xing's attention was piqued. Hellhound, that direction. Let us investigate. Lu Xing urged as he rode the hellhound towards the source of the roar. Before long, he encountered the origin of the sound, a forest tiger. Forest tiger. Attributes: combat, gender. Level: silver tier 4. Talent: C. Skills: tier, bite, pounce. Strike: a silver tier 4 forest tiger with C-grade talent. Upon seeing the large, yellow feline, a hint of disdain crossed Lu Xing's face. This creature's strength was woefully inadequate. The hellhound beneath him could easily vanquish the forest tiger with a single strike. Yet, why was this creature so enraged? Lu Xing was taken aback to see the forest tiger's eyes blazing crimson. It seemed to have gone mad, relentlessly attacking the massive tree before it with its sharp claws. With each swipe, a layer of bark was stripped from the trunk. What could possibly be on that tree? Lu Xing instinctively glanced upward, and upon seeing the cause of the forest tiger's fury, he immediately understood. Perched atop the treetop was a monkey, a mocking monkey, which Lu Xing recognized. The creature incessantly made faces at the forest tiger, occasionally breaking off branches to hurl down at it. The forest tiger, being the king of the jungle, had never endured such indignity. Unfortunately, this particular forest tiger had not mastered the art of climbing trees. Even if it had, it would still be unable to catch the mocking monkey, which was a beast of the trees. Should the forest tiger manage to ascend, the mocking monkey could simply leap to another branch, evading its grasp. The farce between the forest tiger and the mocking monkey persisted. But Lu Xing could no longer bear to watch. Come forth, Thunder Eagle. Lu Xing summoned his companion. Thunder Eagle, unleash a shock on that mocking monkey. With a crack of thunder, a bolt of golden lightning shot forth towards the mocking monkey. The creature emitted a pained shriek as it was struck, its body going limp and plummeting to the ground like a kite with its strings severed. Observing this, the forest tiger leapt high and caught the falling mocking monkey in its jaws. It cast a glance at Lu Xing before turning to depart. You wish to leave? Lu Xing was taken aback that the forest tiger dared to seize his prey. Hellhound, pursue it. Thus commenced a thrilling chase through the jungle, with the forest tiger leading and the hellhound in hot pursuit. During the chase, Lu Xing suddenly heard a rustling sound, an urgent scurrying. His senses heightened. He commanded, Hellhound, let us take cover. As he and the hellhound concealed themselves, a large troop of mocking monkeys charged towards them, led by a colossal mocking monkey, the Monkey King. Upon sighting the Monkey King, Lu Xing felt a surge of delight rather than fear, because he knew that within the bodies of king-level magical beasts, there must be a magical core. As for magical beasts of other tiers, it was largely a matter of luck. Once the mocking monkeys had all passed, the hellhound would pursue us. Under the relentless chase of the hellhound, Lu Xing finally encountered a group of mocking monkeys in a secluded gorge. At that moment, a forest tiger found itself cornered by the mocking monkeys. It leaned forward, continuously issuing warning sounds, attempting to intimidate the mocking monkeys before it. However, upon witnessing a fallen mocking monkey, the eyes of the others turned a fierce crimson. Chapter 78. Slaying the Mocking Monkey King. At this juncture, the forest tiger was filled with regret. It lamented its decision to provoke the mocking monkeys. These creatures possessed an exceptionally strong sense of collective identity. Any attack on one of their kind would provoke the wrath of the entire group. Simultaneously, a sense of grievance flashed through the forest tiger's mind. For the one who truly delivered the fatal blow to the mocking monkey was not it, but rather that fellow Lu Xing. Alas, there exists no remedy for regret in this world. The only option now was to fight with all its might. With a thunderous roar, the forest tiger asserted its dignity as the king of the jungle. The mocking monkeys instinctively recoiled several steps in response. Yet, one among them did not retreat. It was the mocking monkey king. Emerging from the ranks of its kin, the mocking monkey king approached the forest tiger, extending its index finger in a clear gesture, signaling its desire for a one-on-one duel. With another roar, the forest tiger propelled itself forward with a powerful leap towards the mocking monkey king. Its speed increased exponentially, and in the blink of an eye, it was upon the mocking monkey king. The mocking monkey king appeared unfazed, as if anticipating the attack. With a calm demeanor, it stepped forward with its left foot while thrusting its right hand backward, delivering a swift punch directly at the charging forest tiger. Bang! The mocking monkey king's fist struck true, crashing into the forest tiger's mouth. A resounding crack echoed as the forest tiger's teeth shattered under the force. The forest tiger was sent flying backward, but the mocking monkey king was relentless. It pursued swiftly, arriving before the forest tiger once more, raising its right foot high before bringing it down with tremendous force. Bang! The mocking monkey king crushed the forest tiger beneath its foot. The viscera of the forest tiger erupted from its mouth and rear, presenting a most grotesque sight. This creature possesses remarkable prowess. Lu Xing discovered that the mocking monkey king before him was no ordinary foe, as it effortlessly subdued the forest tiger in just 2 swift moves. At that moment, Lu Xing beheld the attributes of the mocking monkey king. Mocking monkey king. Attributes: combat, gender, level, silver rank 6, talent, A, skills learned, explosive fist, sidekick, cross slash, taunt, a silver rank 6, with A-grade talent. The mocking monkey king's ability to effortlessly vanquish the forest tiger became clear. Just as Lu Xing murmured to himself, a sudden whoosh pierced the air. Reacting instinctively, he darted aside. A figure landed precisely where he had just stood. Lu Xing turned to face the assailant, only to find it was another mocking monkey. This one appeared to be a scout, tasked with gathering information and maintaining vigilance. The hellhound, upon witnessing the audacity of the mocking monkey to ambush Lu Xing, lunged forward with alarming speed. With a wide-open maw, the hellhound devoured the mocking monkey in a single gulp. A thunderous roar erupted nearby. It was the mocking monkey king. Having spotted Lu Xing and witnessing the hellhound's act of consumption, enraged, it could not comprehend the audacity of intruders daring to invade its mocking monkey clan. Yet, the mocking monkey king had no time for contemplation. Its sole desire was to rend Lu Xing and his companions into shreds, teaching them that some beings are not to be trifled with. In a sudden burst of movement, the mocking monkey king thrust its right foot backward, creating a small crater in the ground, before lunging at the hellhound with ferocity. Its right arm swung back before delivering a powerful punch. Explosive fist. The speed of the mocking monkey king's punch was astonishing, producing a sonic boom as it struck. The hellhound, understanding the gravity of the situation, unleashed its flame slash. With a swift flick of its sharp claws, a razor-sharp blade of fire hurtled toward the mocking monkey king. Caught off guard by the approaching flame slash, the mocking monkey king panicked, having not anticipated such a skill from the hellhound. Alas, it was suspended in midair, rendering evasion impossible. With a resounding impact, the flame slash collided with the mocking monkey king, sending it hurtling away. The tremendous impact sent the taunting monkey king hurtling backward several meters. It only came to a halt after crashing through several large trees. Struggling, it crawled up from the chaotic underbrush. Drip, drip. Drip. The horrifying blood flowed from the wounds of the taunting Monkey King. Having consumed the magma heart fire, the Hellhound's fiery slash grew even more formidable. This technique left a deep gash upon the taunting Monkey King. Gasping for breath, its eyes had turned crimson. The taunting Monkey King had not anticipated the extraordinary strength of the Hellhound before it. It had not encountered such a powerful adversary in quite some time. Observing the calm demeanor of the Hellhound, the taunting Monkey King felt an eruption of frustration. This creature was insufferably arrogant. Was it really so impressive just for landing a single blow on me? This was the thought that occupied the taunting Monkey King's mind. Roaring, it pounded its chest, and, after a fierce bellow, charged once more. Brute. Lu Xing could not help but utter these words upon witnessing the taunting Monkey King's approach. Lacking any ranged attack methods, the taunting Monkey King could only rely on its charge to defeat the Hellhound. Hellhound, unleash your fiery slash once more. The Hellhound swiped its forepaw forward, unleashing a blade of fire. This time, luck was not on the taunting Monkey King's side. Clearly prepared, the taunting Monkey King swiftly sidestepped just as the fiery slash was about to strike, evading the Hellhound's attack. Bang! The fiery slash collided with a large tree behind it, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The taunting Monkey King felt a wave of relief wash over it upon dodging the Hellhound's fiery assault. However, just then, a chilling sensation crept up from behind. Instinctively, the taunting Monkey King turned its head, its pupils constricting in shock. It had never imagined that the Hellhound had maneuvered around to its rear. How did it accomplish that? This thought flickered through the taunting Monkey King's mind. Alas, the Hellhound offered no explanation. With sharp claws glinting brilliantly in the sunlight, the Hellhound lunged ferociously at the taunting Monkey King. Crash! The taunting Monkey King was sent flying once again by the Hellhound's strike, soaring over 10 meters. Chapter 79, Learning the Taunt Skill. Hellhound, deliver the final blow. Use the fiery slash. Whoosh! Whoosh! In that moment, the infernal two-headed hound swung both of its claws simultaneously, sending two blazing slashes skimming across the ground towards the nearby, taunting Monkey King. The impact was thunderous. After enduring a barrage of assaults from the hellish creature, the taunting Monkey King was left battered and bruised, devoid of any power to resist. Helplessly, it could only watch as the fiery strikes pummeled its body, the sheer force of the attack obliterating it into fragments. Alarmed, Lu Xing instinctively dashed towards the fallen Monkey King. Upon spotting a glimmering beast core on the ground, he breathed a sigh of relief, initially fearing that the infernal hound would shatter the core. Fortunately, it remained intact. Lu Xing bent down to retrieve the beast core, diligently wiping away the grime that had settled upon it. A faint smile crept across his lips as he beheld the taunting Monkey King's core. His objective had been accomplished. Suddenly, a series of chirps caught Lu Xing's attention. He expected the taunting monkeys, upon witnessing the demise of their king, to charge at him in a furious attempt to avenge their fallen leader. To his surprise, however, they scattered in disarray, abandoning the battlefield and fleeing deep into the forest. These creatures displayed a remarkable intelligence. It was no wonder their lineage had persisted through the ages. Faced with an insurmountable foe, choosing to confront it head-on would be an act of sheer folly. As the saying goes, while the green mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Surveying the surroundings and finding no remnants of the taunting monkeys, Lu Xing called forth his spirit water turtle. "Come forth, spirit water turtle. Here, take this," he said, presenting the beast core to the creature. Having previously consumed a beast core, the spirit water turtle was well acquainted with the process and promptly devoured the core in one swift gulp. Ding! The system announced the discovery. The host's spirit water turtle has consumed the beast core of the taunting monkey. Your spirit water turtle is about to learn the following skills. Please choose. Explosive fist. Channel all your strength into your fist and deliver a powerful blow to the opponent. Downward kick. Raise your foot high and use the gravitational potential energy to strike the opponent. Cross slash. Cross your arms over your chest and then swiftly swing them out to slash at the opponent. Mockery. Maliciously provoking an opponent, igniting an inexplicable fury within them, thus inciting a frenzied assault against you. The duration of the taunt is contingent upon the user's strength. Choose the taunt skill. Ding dong, congratulations, host. Your spirit water turtle has mastered the taunt skill. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Xing felt a surge of joy within. With this newfound skill, his spirit water turtle had begun to exhibit combat prowess. Come, spirit water turtle, Let us test your strength. Lu Xing mounted the back of the hellhound, leading the spirit water turtle into the depths of the forest. Not long after, Lu Xing spotted a target. A colossal creature lay atop a large rock not far away, fast asleep. The beast, with its sleek black fur, emitted a terrifying snore. It was a black bear. Black bear. Type: common. Gender: level, silver tier 4. Talent: D. Skills: bear claw, explosive fist, slam, fierce push. At this moment, Lu Xing's spirit water turtle was at silver tier 2, although it was 2 tiers weaker than the black bear. The spirit water turtle possessed superior talent and far more formidable skills. Spirit water turtle, unleash your furious bite upon the black bear, Lu Xing commanded. Upon hearing his words, the spirit water turtle charged toward the black bear. Due to its massive size and weight, each step of the spirit water turtle sent tremors through the ground. The black bear, still in a deep slumber, sensed an impending danger and abruptly opened its eyes, only to find the spirit water turtle barreling toward it. Roar! The black bear sprang to its feet, its 3-meter-tall form looming before Lu Xing. Bang! Bang! With its eyes aflame, bloodshot from the abrupt awakening. The black bear was filled with irritation, embodying the legendary grumpiness of being roused from slumber. It lunged toward the spirit water turtle. Bang! The two beasts collided. As their strengths were evenly matched, neither the black bear nor the spirit water turtle could gain the upper hand, resulting in a stalemate. Roar! The black bear bellowed once more, raising its right paw to reveal its sharp claws, and struck down fiercely upon the back of the spirit water turtle. Bear claw. Clang! The claws of the black bear struck the shell of the spirit turtle, sparking a flurry of sparks. The shell of the spirit turtle was remarkably resilient. Even the formidable strength of the black bear, combined with its sharp claws, merely left a few shallow white marks upon it. Enraged, the spirit turtle retaliated with a fierce bite. Upon hearing this, the spirit turtle opened its cavernous jaws wide and clamped down onto the black bear. A howl of pain escaped the black bear. Enraged, it began to batter the spirit turtle's shell with its hefty paws. Thud! Bang! 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 The successive assaults inflicted minor injuries upon the spirit turtle, while the black bear, suffering from the recoil of the spirit turtle's spiky shell, sustained severe wounds. The black bear was momentarily flustered. It realized it was no match for the spirit turtle before it, especially with the hellish two-headed hound standing not far away. The moment the black bear glimpsed the two-headed hound, an overwhelming aura of intimidation extinguished any thought of resistance within it. Flee! It must escape. This was the singular thought racing through the black bear's mind. It began to struggle desperately. However, the spirit turtle's jaws clamped down like a vice, firmly securing its thigh. Gritting its teeth, a flicker of resoluteness flashed in the black bear's eyes, reminiscent of a warrior severing its own limb. With a swift motion, it directed its sharp claws towards its own thigh. The black bear did not intend to sever its leg, but rather to excise the flesh caught in the grip of the spirit turtle. With a significant chunk of flesh removed, the black bear finally broke free from the spirit turtle's jaws. Escape! It turned to flee. But Lu Xing scoffed. The spirit turtle employed taunt. Lu Xing had taught the spirit turtle this skill for precisely this moment. Chapter 80. Yin Ryu is poisoned. Just as the black bear had sprinted a few paces away, it suddenly felt an inexplicable surge of anger rise from deep within its heart. Instinctively, it glanced back, only to find the spirit turtle's eyes glowing with a fierce red light. For reasons unknown, the black bear's instinct to flee vanished from its mind, replaced by an overwhelming urge to unleash a beating upon the spirit turtle before it. With a roar, the black bear charged towards the spirit turtle. Raising its right paw high, utilizing the momentum of its run, the black bear barreled forward and struck the spirit turtle with tremendous force. Thud! The weighty paw of the black bear collided with the spirit turtle, sending it staggering back several steps. Roar! The black bear emitted a fierce roar once more. However, this was not the battle cry of an impending charge, but rather the lamentation of a life nearing its end. Lu Xing's spirit water turtle possessed the formidable ability of a spiked shell. Thus, the greater the force of the black bear's assault, the greater the damage it would reflect. On the brink of defeat, the black bear succumbed to the repercussions of the spiked shell, falling with a look of unwillingness. Boom! The towering 3-meter black bear collapsed like a mighty mountain, causing the ground to tremble beneath it. Indeed, splendid. Lu Xing was immensely pleased with the performance of his spirit water turtle. In recognition of your commendable achievement, I shall treat you to roasted bear meat." Before long, Lu Xing and his 3 summoned beasts gathered around a crackling campfire, where the bear's meat sizzled and popped amidst the roaring flames. His summoned beasts, upon witnessing this, could not help but swallow with anticipation. "All right," Lu Xing declared as he rose to his feet, ready to distribute the meat among his companions. Shortly thereafter, each beast's plate was piled high with succulent morsels, and they began to feast joyfully. Observing his contented companions, Lu Xing wore a smile of pure happiness. Once they had dined to their heart's content, Lu Xing departed with his 3 beasts. He exited the secret realm and boarded a taxi back to the Jiangnan Beastmaster University. Throughout the journey, Lu Xing gazed out of the window, lost in contemplation about the path that lay ahead. Just then, clarity struck him as he realized his surroundings. "Why have we arrived at this location?" Lu Xing called out to the taxi driver, "Please stop by the abandoned building ahead." The driver furrowed his brow, glancing at Lu Xing with curiosity. He initially intended to ask why Lu Xing was not headed to the university, but upon noticing the silver badge adorning Lu Xing's chest, he prudently held his tongue. The badge represented the rank of Silver Beastmaster. Although the taxi driver was an ordinary person, he had traveled extensively and had seen a fair share of the world. While he may not have encountered high-ranking badges, he could certainly recognize the significance of a silver one. He marveled at the youth before him, already a Silver Beastmaster at such a young age. Truly, talent emerges in every generation. The driver mused that the stronger they were, the safer society would be. He then steered the vehicle toward the abandoned building. Lu Xing alighted from the vehicle, reaching for his wallet to settle the fare. However, the taxi driver waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Forget it, consider this my treat." "Treat me?" Lu Xing was momentarily taken aback, then tossed the money into the car. Knowing that if he insisted, the driver might engage him in a prolonged argument. Lu Xing had no intention of squabbling over such a trivial amount. He turned and departed. As he walked away, the taxi driver prepared to voice something, only to discover that Lu Xing had vanished. Sighing, he realized he had intended to offer change to Lu Xing. Lu Xing entered the dilapidated building, making his way directly to Yan Ruyu's door. Upon opening it, he stepped inside. The moment he crossed the threshold, an unsettling sensation enveloped him. What was amiss? He advanced a few paces, only to find Yan Ruyu sprawled on the sofa. Her complexion was ashen, and the floor was littered with her vomit. Ugh! Yan Ryu rose, retching once more onto the ground. "Sister Ryu, what happened to you?" Lu Xing rushed forward, supporting her. I'm fine," Yan Ryu managed to utter, forcing a semblance of composure. "Fine. You look like this." Lu Xing's brow furrowed as he activated his system eye, discovering that Yan Ryu was indeed poisoned, and the venom was that of the red chain viper. "Sister Ryu, where have you been? How did you get poisoned by a red chain viper?" Lu Xing was perplexed, but this was not the moment for questions. He lifted Yan Ryu, intending to rush her to the hospital. "Lu Xing, no?" Yan Ryu began to struggle. "Why not?" he inquired. "You're poisoned and need immediate medical attention. We can't go to the hospital." "Why can't we?" Just then, a striking figure in red burst through the door, kicking it open with force. She rushed in, pulling another woman along. "Lu Xing, what are you doing here? And why are you carrying Yan Ryu?" Before Lu Xing could respond, the second woman teased. "Oh, look who it is, the little brother. What is going on? Ah, I see. You're trying to take advantage of Yan Ryu while she's vulnerable. Don't worry, I've got your back. I'll stand guard outside to ensure no one interrupts." Lu Xing shot a disapproving glance at her. Upon hearing this, the Fire Phoenix's expression darkened considerably. "Green Vine, you rascal. While your antics might have been tolerable before, what time is it now that you still have the gall to jest? Enough, enough, let us not bicker. Young brother, please set her down." Lu Xing gently placed Yan Ryu back onto the couch. Green Vine immediately approached to examine Yan Ryu. After a thorough inspection, her previously cheerful demeanor turned grave. "Green Vine, what is it? Is there still hope for her?" "There is. However, it is quite arduous. The venom of the red chain snake has already spread throughout her body. What shall we do then?" "Our immediate course of action is to stabilize her injuries. Come forth. Green Sprite." Green Vine summoned the Green Sprite. "Green Sprite, administer healing to her." Upon hearing this, the Green Sprite emanated a verdant glow, which then shot forth towards Yan Ryu. Chapter 81. The news of the detoxification fruit. After a session of healing, the Green Sprite's countenance turned pale, clearly exhausted. It swayed precariously, prompting Green Vine to catch it in her arms. "Oh dear, my little one, you have worked hard," Green Vine said, her face filled with concern. After all, the green sprite was her initial beast companion, her lifeline. "Thank you, Green Vine," the fire phoenix said earnestly, placing a comforting hand on Green Vine's shoulder. Yet, Green Vine managed a bittersweet smile. "Oh, Phoenix sister, you are being too formal. I have told you countless times, my life was saved by you. I would do anything for you, even marry that insufferable brat at your behest without a second thought." The fire phoenix's brow furrowed at her words. The once poignant atmosphere dissipated instantly due to Green Vine's jest. "By the way, Green Vine, is she out of danger now?" The fire phoenix glanced at the unconscious Yen Ryu on the couch. "Temporarily, there is no immediate danger, but what? Why have you begun to speak hesitantly of late?" "My green sprite can only temporarily suppress the venom within her. To eradicate it completely, we must seek the detoxification fruit." "The detoxification fruit?" "Indeed, and it must be of high quality." The fire phoenix fell into contemplation. "Very well, I shall go in search of it now." She cast a glance at Lu Xing and instructed, "You should refrain from wandering about for the next few days. Stay and assist Green Vine in caring for Ryu." "Understood." Lu Xing nodded in agreement. Upon hearing his response, the fire phoenix promptly made her way towards the door. "How swiftly she comes and goes," mused Green Vine about the phoenix's temperament. Lu Xing smiled wryly and shook his head. He glanced towards the sofa, where Luo displayed a flirtatious smile. "Little brother, would you like to play with your sister? I have something delightful to show you." As she spoke, Luo instinctively reached to adjust her collar. "No." Lu Xing quickly waved his hand. "Sister Luo, spare me, please." He turned and headed towards the bathroom. Before long, Lu Xing emerged wielding a mop. Luo's eyes brightened at the sight, fully aware of Lu Xing's intentions. Observing Lu Xing as he diligently cleaned the soiled floor, she couldn't help but chime in, "Little brother, what I just discussed with Sister Phoenix was quite effective." Lu Xing's expression darkened in response. "A vixen, truly a vixen. If only I could overpower you. I would have pressed you to the ground and made you sing of submission." He cast another glance at Luo's formidable prowess. "Diamond Stage 2, was it? Excellent." He seemed to have found a new goal in life. After thorough cleaning, Lu Xing left the floor spotless. To eliminate any lingering odors, he took out an air freshener and sprayed the area. Once everything was in order, Luo emerged from Yen Ryu's room. I'm exhausted." Luo yawned, stretching lazily. She looked at Lu Xing and said, "Little brother, how about sleeping with your sister tonight?" At this, Lu Xing immediately beamed at Luo and replied, "Sister Luo, please don't tease me. By the way, I just remembered I have some matters to attend to at school. I'll leave everything here to you." He dared not linger. Fleeing towards the door. Stepping out of Yen Ryu's home, Lu Xing glanced up at the sky. Night had fallen, and the heavens were adorned with countless stars. Has it already become nighttime? Lu Xing yawned. I should head back to school. Exiting the dilapidated building, he made his way to the main road. Just then, a taxi approached. Noticing it was vacant, he waved his hand. The taxi came to a halt, and Lu Xing opened the front passenger door before settling in. Casually, he addressed the driver. "Sir, please take me to Jiangnan Beast Taming University." The taxi driver looked at Lu Xing, initially surprised, then smiled and said, "Little brother, what a coincidence to meet again." Listening to the familiar voice, Lu Xing turned to look at the taxi driver, only to discover he was the same one from earlier in the day. "What a coincidence, my friend," Lu Xing remarked with a faint smile. The taxi driver started the car, and they began to move slowly down the road. After a while, noticing the furrowed brow of Lu Xing, the driver couldn't help but inquire, "It seems you are troubled, young man." "Nothing much, just a minor issue," Lu Xing replied. "A minor issue? Might you share it with me? Perhaps I could assist you." "Assist me?" Lu Xing chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. "It's not that I look down upon you. But as an ordinary person, do you think you could help me acquire a detox fruit?" "Detox fruit?" The taxi driver repeated instinctively, his mind seemingly recalling something. Suddenly, he smiled and said to Lu Xing, "While I may not be able to help you with other matters, I can assist you with this." "Really?" Lu Xing instinctively straightened up, sensing a glimmer of hope for rescuing Yen Ryu. "Do you have a detox fruit?" he asked eagerly. "If so, name your price. I shall purchase it if it is reasonable." The taxi driver, upon hearing this, sighed with a wry smile. "I don't possess such a thing." Upon hearing this, Lu Xing felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, instantly deflated. "You need not be so disheartened. Although I do not have one, I possess relevant information." "Really?" Lu Xing replied, a hint of skepticism creeping into his tone. "Indeed. Just 2 days ago, I picked up 2 passengers. From them, I learned about the existence of the detox fruit. At the taxi driver's words, Lu Xing nodded. In this world, few held information as valuable as that of a taxi driver. They mentioned they were heading to the green shade forest to find the detox fruit. It seems a friend of theirs had been bitten by a venomous snake. In the Beastmaster world, all creatures, including snakes and insects, had attained a level of sentience. It was not uncommon for someone to be bitten by a poisonous snake. Green shade forest? Lu Xing murmured softly, pondering whether the detox fruit they spoke of was of high quality. After all, Sister LVL had specifically requested a high-quality detox fruit. Anything less would not suffice. It appeared he could only take a leap of faith. Turning to the taxi driver, Lu Xing said, "Thank you, driver. Please take me to Green Shade Forest." Chapter 82. A heroic rescue? Not a problem. Merely a trifling task, the taxi driver remarked with a smile. He sensed that Lu Xing possessed considerable talent, which would surely flourish in due course. Furthermore, Lu Xing's amiable nature led the driver to harbor a personal interest. He wished to forge a benevolent connection with Lu Xing. Should he encounter insurmountable challenges in the future, he could seek Lu Xing's assistance. After all, with Lu Xing's potential, he was destined to become a formidable force. Thus, the driver regarded this as a risk-free investment. The taxi driver altered his course, transporting Lu Xing to the entrance of the verdant forest's secret realm. Upon alighting, Lu Xing settled the fare and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you so much, sir. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will wholeheartedly help you to the best of my abilities." "Very well," the taxi driver replied as he drove away, his face illuminated with a satisfied smile. For he had secured Lu Xing's promise. In this era, the assurance of a strong individual was indeed invaluable. Lu Xing, unburdened by such thoughts, stepped into the enigmatic depths of the verdant forest. Within the forest, Lu Xing mounted the back of the hellhound and commenced his search amidst the dense foliage. The verdant forest was expansive, its towering trees reaching skyward, their lush canopies casting an eerie gloom, especially under the cover of night. A chilling breeze swept through, prompting Lu Xing to instinctively tighten his garments. While he was unfazed by the heat, the cold was an unwelcome adversary. As Lu Xing and the hellhound progressed slowly through the forest, he murmured to himself, "This is indeed too hasty." Despite knowing that the forest harbored detoxifying fruits, its vastness rendered his quest akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. If only he possessed a beast capable of locating treasures. With this thought in mind, Lu Xing contemplated seeking a creature adept at treasure hunting for his next companion. Just then, a cry for help pierced the air. "Help! Please, I beg you. Do not do this. How, please stop. Woo-woo." Hearing the desperate wails emanating from the thicket, Lu Xing furrowed his brow. "Come, hellhound, let us investigate." Lu Xing swiftly approached the exterior of a camp astride his hellish 2-headed hound. He cast a discerning glance at the encampment, where 3 individuals were present. One fellow, beset with acne, sat by the campfire, voraciously gnawing on a hefty skewer of roasted meat. "Ahow, you sluggard, hasten your pace. Once you finish, it shall be my turn." The acne-ridden man urged impatiently. Fret not. I shall be swift," Ahow retorted, displaying an utter lack of shame. "May you all meet a wretched fate," a woman lamented, realizing there was no escaping her predicament, and thus resorted to cursing. "A wretched fate? We are quite curious about how we might meet such an end," Ahow sneered, leaning forward, preparing to engage in nefarious deeds. Just as he seemed poised to succeed, Lu Xing commanded his hellish hound, Infernal 2-headed hound, unleash the flame slash. The creature's razor-sharp claws swept forward, sending forth a fierce blade of fire toward the acne-ridden man. Bang! The unsuspecting man was struck by the hound's assault, obliterated by the sheer force of the fiery strike. What? The explosion outside drew Ahow's attention, prompting him to hastily pull up his trousers and rush out, only to collide directly with Lu Xing, mounted upon the hellish hound. Whoosh! A sound of slicing air echoed as the hound's claws glided through the air. Hiss! A fountain of blood erupted from Ahow's neck as the creature severed his throat. With wide eyes filled with disbelief, Ahow succumbed to his fate. Lu Xing dismounted from the hound's back and lifted the tent flap, entering the dim interior, where a fist suddenly lunged toward him. Lu Xing deftly blocked the strike, swiftly advancing to subdue the assailant. "Do not scream. I have no interest in your body. The 2 ruffians who sought to bully you have been dealt with. Now, if you answer a few questions honestly, I shall release you. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, the woman nodded vigorously, her head bobbing like garlic being pounded. I shall now release you. Remember, do not attempt to resist, lest you wish to follow the fate of those two outside. She instinctively shivered at his words, overwhelmed by the palpable aura of menace emanating from Lu Xing. What brings you here? He inquired. We are here to seek something. What is it that you seek? The detox fruit. The detox fruit? Lu Xing's eyes gleamed with surprise. He had not anticipated encountering the individuals mentioned by the taxi driver. What do you seek the detox fruit for? He inquired. We have accepted a task that offers a bounty for the detox fruit, one of them replied. The reward for this task amounts to a staggering 500,000. Previously, while undertaking another mission, we stumbled upon a detox fruit in this vicinity. However, it is guarded by a fearsome green-scaled python. The green-scaled python? Lu Xing's mind raced to recall information about this creature. Indeed, it was the green-scaled python, and its strength was formidable. Merely catching a glimpse from a distance left him trembling with fear. Then why have you come here? Lu Xing asked, feeling exasperated. The bounty is simply too enticing, the woman murmured softly. Lu Xing understood perfectly. Not everyone in this world was born with a silver spoon. Moreover, being a beast master was an exceedingly costly profession. Cultivating powerful beasts required a vast array of resources. Ultimately, their reckless pursuit stemmed from financial desperation. By the way, since you claim to be here for the detox fruit, do you have a plan for dealing with the green-scaled python? Lu Xing inquired. The woman shook her head. Not yet. We were merely here to take a look. Lu Xing felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Just to take a look? These individuals truly seem to value money over their lives. Enough of your tears, Lu Xing said, pulling a pack of tissues from his pocket and offering it to the woman. Tomorrow, take me to the location of the detox fruit, and then you may leave. All right, she replied in a barely audible whisper. You may rest here. I will step outside. Lu Xing turned and exited the tent. As they were not well acquainted, he felt it prudent to distance himself from her. Once outside, Lu Xing made his way directly to the campfire and sat down, leaning against his hellhound. He used it as a backrest, closed his eyes, and drifted into slumber. Inside the tent, the woman gently lifted the flap, peering outside. What a handsome man, she thought, catching sight of Lu Xing's striking features illuminated by the firelight. She bit her lip, contemplating an escape, but her gaze met that of the hellhound. The creature's crimson eyes appeared ominously menacing, radiating an unmistakable aura of threat. It seemed that whenever she contemplated escape, the hellish two-headed hound would strike to end her life. The woman immediately recoiled and lowered the curtain. She was no fool. She understood that she was no match for Lu Xing at that moment. To flee now would be an act of folly. I hope he truly allows me to leave tomorrow, she murmured softly. The next day, just as dawn broke, the sun began its ascent over the horizon, and the surrounding mist gradually dissipated. Lu Xing and the woman stood atop a high slope, gazing down the hillside. There, they spotted a singular red fruit. That was the antidote fruit. Yet, the woman appeared to have seen something terrifying, instinctively shuddering. Is that the antidote fruit? Lu Xing activated the system's eye, directing his gaze toward the fruit. Upon discerning the information about the antidote fruit, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He had never anticipated that he would not only discover the antidote fruit, but that it would be of exceptional quality. This meant there was hope for Yan Ruyu's poisoning. However, beneath the tree bearing the antidote fruit coiled a massive python. The serpent was entirely green, its girth comparable to that of an adult human, and it was currently resting with its eyes shut. That must be the green-scaled python. Green-scaled python, attributes, poison, gender, level, golden first stage, talent, B, skills, poison bite, tail whip, constriction, poison fog hiss. Upon reading the attributes of the green-scaled python, Lu Xing could not help but gasp in horror. Terrifying, truly terrifying. This was a golden-level green-scaled python, far beyond Lu Xing's current capabilities. The realization of the python's formidable strength sent a wave of despair through Lu Xing's mind. He recalled the two individuals he had slain the previous night, as well as the woman who had just departed. How audacious they had been to provoke such a creature. Lu Xing felt trapped in a dilemma. Yan Ruyu was gravely poisoned, her life hanging by a thread, and she desperately needed the antidote fruit. Every moment of delay increased her peril. Although the Fire Phoenix had ventured to find the antidote fruit, the outcome remained uncertain. Damn it, I must take the risk. Lu Xing's mind suddenly conjured the image of Yan Ruyu in agony, and he felt a pang of sorrow. After all, Yan Ruyu had treated him remarkably well. He had even entertained thoughts of marrying her as a secondary wife in the future. Come forth, Thunderbolt Eagle. Lu Xing summoned the Thunder Eagle. At this moment, the bond between the Thunder Eagle and Lu Xing had deepened significantly. Typically, upon its emergence, it would emit a fierce cry to proclaim its might. However, today, the Thunder Eagle wisely remained silent. Lu Xing glanced at his Thunder Eagle, which possessed the strength of a silver Tier 3 beast. Faced with the golden Tier 1 green-scaled python, it was evidently outmatched. Yet, the Thunder Eagle had an advantage that the green-scaled python lacked, the ability to soar through the skies. As Lu Xing prepared to command the Thunder Eagle to retrieve the detox fruit, a colossal avian magical beast swooped in from a distance. This creature was irresistibly drawn to the detox fruit, its gaze fixated upon it as it approached. How audacious! Lu Xing recognized this avian beast as a silver Tier 8 long-beaked sparrow. Alas, as if fate conspired against it, the long-beaked sparrow, in its enthusiasm to seize the detox fruit, let out a jubilant cry as it neared the tree. This very exclamation startled the slumbering green-scaled python, which opened its eyes wide. With a swift motion, the green-scaled python straightened its body, rising from the ground. It opened its cavernous mouth, revealing a maw lined with sharp fangs, lunging towards the long-beaked sparrow. The poor creature had not anticipated the presence of such a beast beneath the detox fruit tree. The green-scaled python, adorned in vibrant green, blended seamlessly with its surroundings. Had Lu Xing not been forewarned, he too might have failed to notice the lurking danger. In an instant, the green-scaled python devoured the long-beaked sparrow whole. Following its meal, it instinctively surveyed its surroundings, flicking its crimson tongue. Upon realizing there was no one nearby, it resumed its slumber. Cursed fate! Lu Xing understood that this incident had surely made the green-scaled python more vigilant. What to do now? In terms of strength, the beasts Lu Xing commanded were no match for the green-scaled python. It appeared he had no choice but to resort to a certain strategy. Lu Xing summoned the Hellhound and the Thunder Eagle. They began to strategize together. Soon, Lu Xing set his plan into motion. The Hellhound unleashed a flame slash. With a fierce swipe of its razor-sharp claws, a blazing blade of fire shot towards the green-scaled python. The impact was explosive. The flame slash struck the green-scaled python, darkening its scales with soot. Roaring in pain, the green-scaled python let out a furious howl. It rose, its face contorted with rage as it glared at the assailant. To its astonishment, it beheld the Hellhound and Lu Xing. Hellhound, let us depart. Lu Xing mounted the Hellhound and began to sprint away into the distance. Depart? The green-scaled python was, after all, the sovereign of this territory. Lu Xing sought to flee, but how could it permit him to escape? It was inconceivable that he would flaunt his bravado and then retreat. With a thunderous roar, the green-scaled python bellowed once more, its massive body twisting as it pursued Lu Xing. To Lu Xing's delight, he felt no fear. Instead, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. He had initially worried that the python would not take the bait, but it had indeed fallen for the ruse. Lu Xing raced ahead on the Hellhound, with the python hot on their heels, igniting a fierce chase. The Hellhound, with its agile form, leaped swiftly, while the green-scaled python, in its brute force, plowed through obstacles without a hint of evasion, shattering trees and rocks alike. Chapter 84. The Fury of the Fire Phoenix. Through this relentless pursuit, the green-scaled python eventually cornered Lu Xing against a towering cliff. Peering down, the abyss appeared endless, promising certain doom for anyone who dared to plunge into its depths. The python's face twisted into a sinister grin as it contemplated the price Lu Xing would pay for his audacity, intending to impart a lesson about the dangers of provoking those beyond his reach. Suddenly, a bird's cry pierced the air. Lu Xing's heart leapt with joy. In an unexpected move, he stood and leaped toward the precipice, retracting the Hellhound. The python, taken aback by such audacity, momentarily hesitated before racing after Lu Xing, eager to ascertain whether he truly intended to fall. Thunder Eagle, unleash your lightning. Unbeknownst to the python, Lu Xing had appeared atop the Thunder Eagle's back. The creature crackled with electric energy, and a bolt of lightning surged forth, striking a nearby stone with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the stone shattered. The green-scaled python, perched at the cliff's edge, suddenly sensed impending doom. Yet, it was too late. Its considerable weight caused the already fragile cliff to crumble under the impact of the Thunder Eagle's strike, sending the python plummeting into the abyss below. As it soared past Lu Xing, It opened its gaping maw, attempting to bite him. However, Lu Xing was simply too distant. The actions of the green-scaled python were nothing more than a futile endeavor. A resounding thud echoed throughout the canyon as something heavy fell to the ground. Thunder Eagle, let us descend and investigate, Lu Xing commanded as he mounted the Thunder Eagle and descended to the base of the cliff. There, he encountered the green-scaled python, which lay in a pitiful state, reduced to a mere puddle of flesh and blood splattered everywhere. A faint, cold smile curled at the corners of Lu Xing's lips. Arise, Hellhound. He summoned the Hellhound anew. Hellhound, go examine whether that creature possesses a magical beast's crystal core. After all, the green-scaled python was a creature of golden rank, a sovereign of this realm, and it would not be surprising if it held a crystal core. Before long, the Hellhound returned, clutching the magical beast's crystal core in its jaws, presenting it to Lu Xing. Lu Xing accepted the core and simultaneously produced another item, the antidote fruit. Initially, Lu Xing intended to create a diversion, luring the green-scaled python while sending the Thunder Eagle to retrieve the antidote fruit. He had anticipated that after pursuing him for a while, the python would return, concerned for the fruit, only to find it already plucked by the Thunder Eagle. However, Lu Xing's calculations had faltered. He did not foresee the python's relentless pursuit, which led it to the very edge of the cliff. Fortunately, the Thunder Eagle returned just in time, or Lu Xing would have been in peril. Gazing at the Thunder Eagle beside him, Lu Xing reached out to stroke its feathers. Thunder Eagle, I truly thank you this time. The Thunder Eagle, upon hearing this, narrowed its eyes and lowered its head, nuzzling Lu Xing affectionately, expressing its fondness in this manner. Observing the gentle demeanor of the Thunder Eagle, Lu Xing felt a surge of wisdom. He realized the importance of taming a flying beast. Had he not captured the Thunder Eagle, he might very well have met his demise by now. Thunder Eagle, let us depart. Lu Xing mounted the Thunder Eagle's back and recalled the Hellhound. Together, they swiftly approached the entrance of the secret realm. Upon exiting the secret realm, Lu Xing unexpectedly encountered the taxi driver, who had just dropped off 2 passengers at the edge of the secret realm. Spotting the driver, Lu Xing waved his hand in greeting as he began his journey back. The taxi driver smiled and addressed Lu Xing, young man. You must have found what you were seeking, right? Lu Xing nodded in affirmation. Congratulations then, the driver continued. Lu Xing turned to the taxi driver, expressing his gratitude. Master, I truly appreciate your assistance this time. Without you, I wouldn't have located the antidote so swiftly. The taxi driver waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a small effort. No need for thanks. After alighting from the taxi, Lu Xing arrived at Yin Ruyu's residence. Initially, he had contemplated returning on his Thunder Eagle, but that would have been overly ostentatious. He understood the principle that those who stand out are often targets of envy, hence he opted for the taxi instead. Upon entering the house, Lu Xing encountered the Fire Phoenix, whose expression was one of deep distress. Beside her, Green Ivy bore a similarly troubled countenance. Damn it, that scoundrel Geng Jiang has been utterly ruthless. He has purchased all the antidote fruits within Jiangnan City. Fire Phoenix exclaimed indignantly. Indeed, I never anticipated he would act so decisively, Green Ivy replied, sharing in the dismay. Fire Phoenix's face was etched with worry, feeling utterly helpless. Geng Jiang, the nemesis of Fire Phoenix, had previously confronted her while she was exploring a new secret realm. Outnumbered, she was on the verge of defeat when Yin Ryu timely intervened to rescue her. However, during their escape, Geng Jiang had ambushed Yin Ryu, resulting in her being poisoned. Leveraging his influence, Geng Jiang had preemptively acquired all the antidote fruits in Jiangnan City, leaving Fire Phoenix with no options. If anything were to happen to Ryu, I swear I will flay Geng Jiang alive. A fierce glint flashed in Fire Phoenix's eyes. At that moment, she noticed Lu Xing's arrival. In her agitation, she could not restrain herself and reproached him. Didn't I tell you not to wander about? You should be here helping take care of Yin Ryu. Why are you so thoughtless? Despite her frustration, Lu Xing understood her urgency and harbored no ill will towards her words. He retrieved the red antidote fruit from his pocket and inquired of Green Ivy, Sister Green Ivy, do you think this can cure Yin Ryu? Green Ivy had been frowning when her gaze fell upon Lu Xing's hand, where she spotted the detox fruit. It was indeed the detox fruit, and of superior quality. Instantly, a wave of joy surged within her. She hurried over to Lu Xing, taking swift strides, and seized the detox fruit from him. With a quick peck on Lu Xing's cheek, she exclaimed, "Little brother, this is a reward for you." Without delay, she made her way towards Yin Ryu's room. ready to administer treatment. Chapter 85. Selecting Beasts for Ryu. Suddenly, Lu Xing produced a detox fruit, leaving the Fire Phoenix somewhat bewildered. Initially, she had presumed that Lu Xing was merely wandering about aimlessly. She could never have imagined that he would venture out in search of a detox fruit. I apologize for my misjudgment, Lu Xing, the Fire Phoenix said, immediately expressing her regret. Not at all, Sister Phoenix. I understand your urgency. Our primary goal is to ensure Sister Ryu's recovery, he reassured her. The Fire Phoenix's eyes grew moist, tears glistening as they threatened to spill over. Please, do not cry, Lu Xing said, offering her a packet of tissues. This gesture warmed the Fire Phoenix's heart, marking the first time in her life she felt such a profound emotion. Lu Xing's stature in her eyes transformed dramatically. Unbeknownst to Lu Xing, his image was quietly undergoing a metamorphosis in the Fire Phoenix's heart. After Green Ivy's treatment, Yen Ryu was finally freed from the poison, regaining her vitality. Lu Xing, I truly thank you this time. I owe you my life, she said, her lips slightly pale, revealing the toll the poisoning had taken on her health. Recovery would require careful nurturing. Green Ivy recounted Lu Xing's deeds to Yen Ryu. After spending a little time at Yen Ryu's residence, Lu Xing took his leave, acknowledging that there was little else for him to contribute. The remainder was in Green Ivy's capable hands. Naturally, he intended to return and savor the pleasures of university life. Upon returning to Jiangnan Beastmaster University, he strolled through the campus. Just as he was about to head back to his dormitory, a familiar voice called out to him. Lu Xing turning around. He recognized it was Wu Yong. Mr. Wu, it has been a while, Lu Xing replied. In recent days, Wu Yong and Principal Lu Gengxing had been preoccupied with matters concerning the Salvation Sect, leaving little time to attend to Lu Xing and his peers. Lu Xing gazed at the fatigued Wu Yong and could not help but inquire, Teacher, have you completed your tasks? Wu Yong, well aware of Lu Xing's underlying concern, replied. Almost. We managed to catch a few big fish, but regrettably, some slipped away. Lu Xing nodded in acknowledgement. However, Wu Yong felt compelled to caution Lu Xing. One managed to escape. Who? Han Mingming. Wu Yong's expression was notably grave as he spoke. Indeed, he bears a grudge against you. Therefore, during these days, if you have no pressing matters, it would be prudent to remain on campus. Understood, Teacher Wu, Lu Xing affirmed with a nod. By the way, Teacher Wu, seeing you so weary, you should rest promptly. Wu Yong nodded. Shall I take my leave then? Certainly. As Lu Xing's silhouette faded from view, Wu Yong's face was filled with satisfaction. This was the student he had recruited, not only gifted but also loyal, far surpassing others in character. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lu Xing encountered Lu Xiaoming and Ru Meng. The two women regarded him with mournful expressions. What is the matter with you two? Lu Xing felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. What else could it be? You, this fellow, always vanish for days on end without a word. Were it not for your presence here, we might have suspected something terrible had befallen you. My apologies, Lu Xing scratched his head sheepishly. Next time, I will certainly keep you informed. He glanced at Lu Xiaoming and Ru Meng, unable to restrain himself from asking, You haven't come to see me solely about this, have you? Upon hearing this, Ru Meng's cheeks flushed. Actually, I have a matter to discuss. You have something? Lu Xing's brow furrowed. Ru Meng, who seldom sought assistance, suddenly speaking up piqued Lu Xing's interest. Indeed, I have recently achieved silver rank and wish to contract a third beast. However, I am unsure which beast to choose. So I came to consult you. Rest assured, I will not impose upon you without recompense. As Ru Meng spoke, she retrieved a white stone from her pocket. Upon seeing it, Lu Xing's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be the holy crystal? Gazing at the transparent, six-sided prism before him, Lu Xing felt a surge of surprise. This item was capable of enabling a six-winged angel to evolve into an eight-winged angel, provided that the six-winged angel had attained diamond rank. While Lu Xing had no immediate use for it, it certainly held potential for future endeavors. Lu Xing was filled with a profound curiosity regarding how Ru Meng had acquired such a precious artifact. However, he refrained from probing too deeply, recognizing that everyone possesses their own unique circumstances. Very well, I shall assist you, he declared, acknowledging the adage that one is indebted to those who provide. He understood that having accepted her gift, he must commit wholeheartedly to his tasks. After carefully receiving the sacred crystal, he turned to Ru Meng and inquired, Now that you have advanced to silver rank, could you enlighten me about the two beasts you command? He felt a twinge of embarrassment, despite their long acquaintance. He had yet to learn about her beasts. Certainly, Ru Meng replied with a nod. Come forth, my companions. As she performed a series of intricate gestures, two magical formations emerged, revealing her beasts before Lu Xing's eyes. The first was a clawed feline, entirely shrouded in black, with eyes gleaming like emeralds. In Lu Xing's previous life, such a creature would undoubtedly have been labeled as ominous. Clawed cat. Attribute: malevolent. Gender: level, silver tier 1. Qualification: A. Learned skills: tear. Sharp fangs, lunge. The second was a petite creature known as a little peach fairy. Little peach fairy. Attribute: fairy. Gender: level, bronze tier 9. Qualification: A. Learned skills: petal dance, fairy power. To his astonishment, the little peach fairy possessed a fairy attribute, instantly igniting a spark of excitement in Lu Xing. Such a beast was exceedingly rare, and he found himself pondering how Ru Meng had managed to capture it. It seemed she was indeed favored by fortune. Lu Xing was aware of Ru Meng's background. She hailed from a modest, middle-class family, unlike Su Peng or Lu Xiaoming, who were born into illustrious families with formidable connections. Both of your beasts are terrestrial, he suggested. Therefore, I recommend capturing a flying beast as your third companion. Given their prior experiences, Lu Xing increasingly believed that securing a flying magical beast would be a sagacious move. With the Thunder Eagle at his side, he felt invincible, capable of both offense and defense. The Thunder Eagle had aided him in evading peril on numerous occasions. A flying beast? Ru Meng's eyes sparkled with excitement. She had witnessed Lu Xing's Thunder Eagle before, and its majestic form flashed vividly in her mind, filling her with longing. She too aspired to capture a flying magical beast as her own companion. Very well, since we have made our decision, let us sit down and deliberate thoroughly. Lu Xing and the others settled down, initiating a thoughtful discussion. Observing the battered beast compendium in Lu Xing's hands, Lu Xiaoming furrowed her brow, her face revealing a hint of disdain. Lu Xing, this book is in such a state. Can't you consider purchasing a new one? Upon hearing this, Lu Xing instinctively glanced at Su Peng, for it was this fellow who had rendered the book so tattered. Su Peng scratched his head sheepishly, his face turning an unprecedented shade of red. Chapter 86. The search for the Gale Hawk. Ru Meng, however, remained oblivious to the expressions shared among them. At that moment, she pursed her lips, entirely engrossed in the beast compendium held by Lu Xing. After fixating on a particular page for an extended period, she let out a sigh and addressed Lu Xing. I want this little skylark. The skylark? Lu Xing's brows knitted in confusion. He had not anticipated that Ru Meng would choose such a creature as her familiar. No way. Lu Xing immediately rejected her request. Why not? Ru Meng inquired. The skylark is utterly inferior. It is not worth nurturing. If not the skylark, then what should I choose? She queried. How about this? Lu Xing turned to a page displaying a magnificent beast, the Gale Hawk. Lu Xiaoming gasped in astonishment and then shouted at Lu Xing, Are you out of your mind? The Gale Hawk possesses extraordinary potential. Even if it is weak, it will reach gold tier strength upon maturity. It is far beyond our reach. In response to Lu Xiaoming's words, Lu Xing could not help but retort, How can we know without trying? And who said I wanted to capture an adult Gale Hawk? You mean you intend to capture a Gale Hawk's offspring? Lu Xing nodded. It had been previously mentioned that a beast master must not have a familiar stronger than themselves, for such an imbalance could lead to a backlash of the contract. The backlash of a familiar contract is a perilous affair, ranging from fainting to the risk of becoming a fool or even endangering one's life. Upon hearing Lu Xing's intention to capture a Gale Hawk's offspring, Ru Meng could not suppress her concern. Lu Xing, why not reconsider? I think the skylark is quite good. Yet, Lu Xing grasped Ru Meng's hand firmly. Oh, Ru Meng, fret not. I am not so reckless. Lu Xing understood that Ru Meng was considerate and averse to troubling others. Even though she had initially desired the Gale Hawk, she had not expressed it openly, opting instead for the more prudent choice of the skylark. All right, let us prepare thoroughly tonight. Tomorrow, we shall set off in search of the Gale Hawk. Ah, are we going together? Su Peng, standing nearby, could not help but interject. What is the matter? Are you reluctant? No, not at all. Su Peng quickly replied, Of course, I want to go. Then it's settled. For some reason, Lu Xing felt an increasingly intense sense of crisis. Thus, he hoped that his friends would mature swiftly. He did not expect them to aid him. He merely wished for them to take care of themselves and ensure their own safety. Once the arrangements were finalized, Ru Ming and Lu Xiaoming departed. On the way, Ru Ming could not resist asking Lu Xiaoming, "Sister Xiaoming, how did you know that Lu Xing would accept that crystal?" "I don't know. Perhaps it's woman's intuition. When I first laid eyes upon that crystal, I sensed an extraordinary energy within it." Ru Ming nodded. She had found this crystal on the hillside behind her home, initially drawn to its beauty. Thus, she had cherished it as a treasure. This time, in an effort to persuade Lu Xing to assist her in capturing a beast, she, under Lu Xiaoming's encouragement, offered the crystal as a token of gratitude. She never anticipated that Lu Xing would be so fond of it. The following day, Lu Xing and his 3 companions set off, laden with bags and supplies. As they began their journey, they summoned 2 vehicles. Lu Xing, Lu Xiaoming, and Ru Ming shared one, while Su Peng insisted on taking another alone, stubbornly insisting on carrying an excessive amount of food. Eventually, they entered the secret realm of Hurricane Canyon. Upon stepping through the entrance, they were profoundly astonished by the breathtaking scenery before them. The azure sky and white clouds framed lush green mountains and flowing waters. Before them lay a gorge, with towering peaks reaching into the clouds. Occasionally, flying beasts soared overhead. "Is this Hurricane Canyon? It looks so beautiful," Ru Ming exclaimed, closing her eyes and succumbing to a deep reverie. Lu Xiaoming, meanwhile, curiously surveyed their surroundings. "Come forth, Thunderbolt Eagle and Hellhound." Lu Xing summoned these 2 beasts. The Thunderbolt Eagle was to scout ahead, while the Hellhound would ensure their safety. Observing Lu Xing release his beasts, Lu Xiaoming and the others quickly summoned their own. Su Peng stood beside the wild gorilla and little glutton, while Lu Xiaoming was accompanied by the colorful illusion butterfly and Thunderbolt horse. The Thunderbolt horse? This was Lu Xing's first encounter with Lu Xiaoming's second beast. Thunder Steed. Attribute: electric. Gender: level, bronze 8. Qualification: S. Skills: electric shock, charge, lightning charge. What is Lu Xiaoming's true background? Lu Xing's curiosity about Lu Xiaoming's origins deepened. However, since she did not disclose any information, he felt hesitant to inquire. Who would have imagined that her second contracted beast would also possess an S qualification? Such S-qualified beasts are not commonplace. Although Lu Xing and his companions each owned S-qualified beasts, they were fortunate individuals, unlike most others. Well then, let us set off. Lu Xing mounted the back of the Hellhound, while Lu Xiaoming gracefully ascended the Thunder Steed. Su Peng awkwardly climbed atop the little glutton, his legs draped over its shoulders, presenting a rather comical sight. All 3 of them had mountable beasts, leaving Ru Ming as the sole exception. Her face flushed with embarrassment. She stood frozen, appearing somewhat flustered. "Come here." Lu Xing extended his hand toward Ru Ming. Upon noticing his gesture, she seemed to see a beacon of hope. With a soft nod, she placed her small hand in Lu Xing's. He gave a firm tug, pulling her onto the back of the Hellhound. The group then set forth into the distance. The Windbreaker Eagle, a wind attribute magical beast, favored nesting on sheer cliffs. This choice provided safety for their young while they ventured out to hunt, yet it also afforded Lu Xing the opportunity to locate them. Had the Windbreaker Eagles chosen to build their nests deep within the mountains, Lu Xing would have faced a more arduous task. Fortunately, he only needed to await news from the Thunder Eagle. The Thunder Eagle flapped its wings, swiftly soaring between the cliffs, its sharp eyes scanning the terrain for traces of the Windbreaker Eagles. At long last, fortune favored the diligent. The Thunder Eagle discovered a nest. Elated, it hurried back to report to Lu Xing. Before long, Lu Xing arrived at the nest's exterior atop the Thunder Eagle. At that moment, the Windbreaker Eagle parents were conveniently absent. Lu Xing gazed into the nest, where 3 fledgling Windbreaker Eagles, newly adorned with feathers, were incessantly calling out. "Alas, what a wasted trip," Lu Xing muttered. With the system I at his disposal, he could discern the attributes of magical beasts. The attributes of the 3 fledgling Windbreaker Eagles revealed themselves before him. Astonishingly, all were of B-grade qualification, with not a single A-grade among them. It appears that the qualifications of this pair of Windbreaking Eagles are rather unimpressive. Lu Xing couldn't help but voice his opinion. As the saying goes, dragons beget dragons. Phoenixes beget phoenixes, and mice give birth to offspring that can burrow. A child's aptitude is likely influenced by their parents. Suddenly, a shrill cry echoed from afar. Lu Xing recognized it as the return of the Windbreaking Eagle's parents. He promptly addressed the Lightning Eagle. "Lightning Eagle, let us depart." With that, Lu Xing mounted the Lightning Eagle and took flight.